Spring in Lotus Village was rotten and barren. When the season began, muddy water mixed with big stones rolled down the mountain, crashing loudly and blocking the only path that had been used for generations. It also cut off the villagers' last hope of survival. The wind carried the smell of dirt, blowing away the last leaves of the old locust tree at the village entrance. Cracks split its trunk, like the wrinkled face of the old village chief. Under the tree sat Grandpa and Grandma Fong, their legs curled up, eyelids drooping, too weak even to look at the sky. Yaya knew they were just like her, hungry and weak from the lack of salt. When the officials came to take strong men for labor, every man who could still stand was taken away. More than half a year had passed, and not a single message had come back. They were likely gone forever. Only 21 people remained in the village. The strongest among them were Aunt Lin, a widow in her early 30s, and Hunter Zhao, who had broken his leg 3 years ago. The rest were either gray-haired elders or toddlers just learning to walk. 5-year-old Yaya was the only child who could still run and move around. Her parents had died early, and she had grown up eating food given by different families. Grandma Zhang gave her cornbread, Aunt Lin shared wild greens. Everyone cared for the orphan girl. Later, she went to live with Granny Lu, who had no children of her own. The two shared a small mud house and depended on each other. Granny Lu loved Yaya dearly, always giving her the first bite of food. Yaya, though young, was thoughtful and helped Granny Lu climb the slopes to gather wild vegetables and mushrooms. Yaya was Granny Lu's little walking stick and the best food finder in the village. In past years, by early spring, sprouts would appear in the small fields near the village, and new wild greens would grow in the hills. But this year was different. The mudslide had buried the vegetable plots under thick yellow earth, the soil now hard as stone. Every family in the village had a bit of land, where they grew millet and buckwheat. The harvest was meant to last through winter and provide seeds for the next year. After the men were taken away, the old folks tried to guard the grain stores, but rats and insects ruined much of it. By the end of winter, only bran and husks were left. The last few turnips and cabbages stored in the cellar had already been given to the children to fill their empty stomachs before the new year. Everyone had said that once the snow melted, the roads would be easier to walk, and they could go out to trade for some food and salt. But now, all hope was gone. Every household stove was empty. This was the hardest time in the mountains, when food from the last harvest was gone and the new crops hadn't grown yet. The wild vegetables near the slopes had already been dug up, leaving only roots. To find something edible, one had to go deep into the mountain valleys, where the paths were steep and slippery, too hard for the elderly to climb. Yaya curled up in the corner of the clay bed, her back against the cold wall. Her stomach was flat and pressed tightly against her ribs. Hunger felt like tiny bugs crawling inside her belly, making her whole body weak. She pressed her dry lips together. They were cracked and covered with small scabs. When she moved them, they hurt, and a few drops of blood appeared. She carefully licked them, tasting only a faint salty bitterness. She got up, pressed her lips again, and staggered toward Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu was leaning against the bed, eyes closed, her breathing so light it seemed it might drift away. Her face was yellow and thin, her cheekbones high. Yaya reached out to touch her. It was Grandma had started burning with fever yesterday afternoon, mumbling softly. Yaya had pressed her ear close to listen for a long time before she could make out a few faint words. Salt.
Yaya.
Salt. Yaya knew what that was. When the mountain roads were still open, Grandma Lu used to trade with peddlers from other villages for a little salt. Just a pinch sprinkled on bitter wild greens could make them taste good. The last bit of salt in the village had been in the village head's small clay jar, barely enough to cover a fingernail. Half a month ago, it was mixed with water for 3 feverish children, and after that it was gone. The elders had scraped every jar, every pickle pot, even the mud under the stove, but not a single grain of salt was left. Without salt, people had no strength. A few days ago, little Dizzy had fallen and scraped his knee. The wound wouldn't heal, and he lay on the ground crying softly, too weak to make a sound. Yaya slowly slid down from the bed. Her bare feet touched the cold earthen floor, and she shivered. Holding onto the wall, she walked to the stove and lifted the small iron pot with a hole in it. Inside were only a few dried wild greens, yellow and wilted, the ones she had dug up yesterday near the slope. They were bitter. She chewed 2 small bites, then slowly moved toward the door. By the village millstone, the old village chief was squatting, his back bent like a big shrimp. In his hand, he held an empty pipe, tapping it gently against the stone. Beside the millstone lay a small pile of acorns he had picked up, hoping to grind them into powder for food. But he no longer had the strength to shell them, so they just sat there, covered in dust. His cloudy eyes stared at the mountain road blocked by a huge rock. The sky was gray, the road was gray, and there was no light at all. Grandpa Village Chief. Yaya's voice was soft and trembling, with a hint of tears and hoarseness. She moved closer to him and tugged at his sleeve. Grandma's very hot. My tummy's empty. We need salt. The old man turned his head, his dim eyes resting on Yaya. He reached out to pat her head, opened his mouth, and after a long pause, managed to whisper, "Wait a little longer." Wait for what? Yaya didn't know. She tilted her small head, thinking, wait for the muddy road to clear? For the men in uniforms to bring the villagers back? For Uncle Zhao to return from the mountains? Or for food and salt to fall from the sky? But the sky only held gray clouds. Nothing would fall. The village mill no longer turned. The gardens were overgrown, the mountain paths were blocked, and even the wind tasted bitter. Yaya let go of the old man's sleeve and slowly walked to the small temple at the edge of the village. The altar inside was covered in thick dust. No one had the strength to light incense anymore. She leaned against the dusty altar and slid down to sit on the floor. Around her neck hung a small pouch tied with a red string, the only thing her mother had left her. The cloth had faded beyond color, and a crooked little flower was stitched on it with messy threads. But Yaya kept it close to her heart every day, even when she slept. It carried her mother's scent. She held the pouch tightly in her hands, pressing her face against it. The cool fabric touched her hot cheeks, and big tears fell onto it. Yaya didn't dare cry loudly. She buried her face in her knees and whispered, "Mama, Yaya's hungry. Grandma's not well.
Mama, please help Yaya."
The hunger in her belly grew sharper. Her vision darkened, and a buzzing filled her ears, like tiny bees flying around. Her small body swayed, then curled up on the ground. At that moment, the little pouch in her hand suddenly grew warm. Warm and gentle, like little stones heated by the midday sun. The small pouch still trembled softly, like her mother's hand patting her to sleep, slow, gentle, and comforting. The warmth grew stronger. Yaya felt the world spinning. The old locust tree, the yellow mud wall, and the big millstone all turned into blurry shadows. Her little head tilted to the side, and then she knew nothing more. Yaya felt like a tiny dandelion seed, carried by the wind, drifting and floating. Then, thud, she landed hard on the ground. Her elbow hit something, and the sharp pain brought her back to her senses. What she saw wasn't the gray sky of Lotus Village, nor the wrinkled branches of the old locust tree, nor the leaky roof of the mountain temple. Instead, there was a dazzling brightness, rows of red, yellow, and pink lanterns hanging from poles, shining 100 times brighter than the oil lamps during New Year's. There were also square, glowing boards flashing with patterns she didn't recognize. The brightness stung her eyes, and tears welled up instantly. The noise around her was overwhelming. Roaring cars, chattering voices, sizzling oil, and clanging metal all mixed together, louder than a mountain collapsing. Her ears buzzed from the sound. Yaya's eyes were wide open, her mouth slightly agape, frozen in shock. Every hair on her body stood on end as she clutched the pouch at her chest tightly. Where was this place? People hurried past her, so many of them, wearing colorful, shiny clothes that looked soft and smooth. Some wore thick, furry coats, and everyone looked clean and neat. They walked quickly, holding bright, thin, square objects in their hands. A few glanced at Yaya with puzzled or even disapproving looks. On the wide road, People rode strange iron beasts with two wheels that roared as they sped by. When one passed close to her, the wind it made blew her dry, yellow hair into a mess. Frightened, she quickly hid behind a smelly metal box, trembling all over. The box was half open, filled with colorful paper, round cans, and thin wooden sticks. There were also things she couldn't name. A sour smell mixed with a faint sweet and salty scent drifted out, making her nose sting. Her stomach growled loudly, and the hunger inside her suddenly woke up, twisting and turning restlessly. Her stomach ached with hunger, and she kept swallowing, but there was nothing inside. She hid in the shadow behind a metal box, like a small gray mouse, her round eyes watching everything carefully. Tears filled her eyes, but she didn't dare let them fall. This place was too scary. The bright lights, the loud metal boxes, and the rushing crowd all made her heart race. She missed Grandma Lu, the warm clay bed in Lotus Village, and the old village chief. Someone walked past the metal box, glanced at her, frowned, and hurried away, muttering, "So dirty. Why is there a little beggar here?" Yaya quickly buried her head in her knees, curling up tighter, her small fingers picking at the holes in her clothes. She knew she was dirty. Her face was covered in yellow dust, and her hair was a tangled mess. But everyone in her village looked like that. She stayed in the corner, watching the strange-looking people walking by, holding foods she didn't recognize. The smell drifted far through the air. Not far away were a few flower-shaped things that made sounds. Inside, each one seemed to be tiny people shouting, fresh octopus balls, spicy skewers, 1 coin each, handmade tofu pudding, add any toppings you like. She saw some bags scattered on the ground near the stalls, with a few round balls and half-full clear cups. But she didn't dare move or pick them up. Just like in the mountains, when she saw mushrooms she didn't know, Grandpa and Grandma always said, "Don't eat what you don't recognize, or you'll get sick and can't be saved." This strange place was full of things she had never seen before. Amid the noise, a clear, childish voice suddenly sounded nearby, only a few steps away, full of spoiled complaint. "This is too salty. It tastes awful." Salty? Yaya's little ears perked up. Salt. It was the salt Grandma Lu and the old folks in the village always talked about. She quickly lifted her head and peeked through the gap between two metal boxes. She saw a little girl in a bright red, soft, shiny dress, holding the hand of a woman with a glowing board, clutching a round, brown snack in her other hand. The ant holding the shiny board heard the young lady speak. She picked up the round thing that looked like a broken egg, took a bite, frowned tightly, and tossed it to the ground. "This marinated egg is way too salty." The round thing, bitten twice, rolled a few times and stopped right by the little girl's feet, still slightly warm. Yaya's small heart thumped quickly, like a lively little rabbit trying to jump out of her chest. A marinated egg? She stared at it, then looked at the ant and the young lady walking away. After making sure they wouldn't come back, she slowly reached out her small hand and gently poked it with her fingertip, soft, springy, warm, and not dangerous. She had seen them eat it, just like wild fruit in the mountains that birds had pecked. If others could eat it, it must not be poisonous. Remembering what Uncle Zhao had said, Yaya gathered a bit of courage, quickly picked it up, wiped off the dirt with her dark sleeve, swallowed hard, and took a small bite. The salty, savory taste spread in her mouth, with a faint flavor of meat. The yolk inside was grainy and soft. It really had salt. Yaya's eyes lit up. Even the weakness in her body seemed to fade a little. The hunger in her belly eased, replaced by a warm, comfortable feeling. She wanted to take another bite, but then she thought of Grandma Lu, who had a fever, of the old couple at the village gate, and of little Dizzy, who was crying. This was salty food, something that could save lives. She couldn't eat it all. She had to take it back for Grandma, for the village elder, for everyone in the village. If they all had a bite, they might regain their strength. They might survive. Yaya quickly tucked the marinated egg into her coat, wrapping it tightly in her worn jacket. People passed by, and more leftover food was thrown beside the metal box. Her stomach growled again, but she bit her lip and looked at the food in her arms, then slowly turned her gaze toward the half-eaten food nearby. The people in this strange place were really odd. They threw away food after just a few bites. Yaya swallowed hard. Seeing no one paying attention, she carefully peeked into the big metal box. She spotted some food that others had already eaten, then quickly reached in, grabbed a piece, and hurried back to her corner. She picked up half a transparent jar filled with sweet water, with a round straw sticking out of it. There was also a paper box with 4 round balls inside, a small piece of soft cake sprinkled with colorful sweet crumbs, and half a skewer of shiny, sticky red fruits. Each time she found something, she would gently taste a little to make sure it didn't taste strange and wouldn't hurt her stomach before carefully putting it away. Her worn coat was stuffed full, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. It was so warm here, not like the winters in her village, where the wind blew right through her clothes. Yaya stared eagerly at a boy walking by. He was holding a big brown pork knuckle, his cheeks puffed out as he chewed, and sauce stained the corners of his mouth. It was meat, delicious, real meat.
Gulp.
Yaya swallowed hard. Maybe her gaze was too intense, because the boy suddenly looked her way. When he saw a pair of eyes peeking out from the trash bin, he jumped in fright. The pork knuckle fell to the ground. "Mom, there's someone in the trash bin. And my pork knuckle fell." The boy looked sadly at the food on the ground. The young woman he called Mom glanced in that direction, then quickly looked away. "Just a poor child picking through trash. Don't be scared. Mommy will buy you another one." She gently took out a tissue and wiped the sauce from the boy's mouth and hands. Yaya watched them with envy. So Mom meant mother? The boy's mother was so kind. The two of them slowly walked away, leaving the half-pork knuckle glistening on the ground. Yaya carefully poked her small head out from behind the metal bin, looked around, and took a few cautious steps forward. Just as she was about to reach for it, the pouch on her chest grew hot, burning against her skin. A familiar feeling of weightlessness came over her, and the world spun around her. She quickly gathered the things in her arms, held them tightly, and closed her eyes. The noise of the market, the rumbling, the shouting, the chatter, faded away. In its place came the familiar sound of the mountain wind from Lotus village. At the night market, 2 police officers arrived with a few concerned citizens at the trash bin they had mentioned. It was empty.
Huh.
"We really saw a poor little girl here, so thin her cheeks were sunken, wearing torn clothes. She looked so scared, so we called the police. But where did she go?" When she opened her eyes again, she saw the familiar, broken wooden door of the old mountain temple. The little pouch on her chest was cold now, with no warmth or movement left. Everything felt like a strange, vivid dream. She touched her pocket, it was full. The half egg was still slightly warm, the red berry sticky, and the half bottle of sweet water was still there. It wasn't a dream. It was real. Ignoring her dizziness and weak legs, Yaya almost crawled and stumbled all the way to Granny Lou's mud house. Her bare feet hurt from the cold, hard road and sharp stones, but she didn't seem to feel it. Only one thought filled her mind. Hurry back. Give Granny something salty to eat, so she can get better." The wooden door of the hut wasn't closed. Inside, it was dim, with a little light coming through the window crack, just enough to show the bed and Granny Lou's pale, lifeless face. She was still leaning against the bed, eyes closed, breathing weakly. Yaya rushed to her side, her voice trembling with both tears and excitement. Granny, wake up. I have food. It's salty." Granny Lou's eyelids moved slightly, heavy as if weighed down. She forced them open a little, her cloudy eyes falling on Yaya. Her dry lips cracked and bled a little, but no sound came out. Yaya quickly placed the food beside the bed, then carefully held out the egg in her hand.
Granny, eat.
It's salty. Try it, you'll feel stronger after eating. Granny Lou smelled a faint scent of meat and a long-missed trace of salt, the taste her body had been craving for so long. She slowly opened her mouth, and Yaya gently broke the egg into small pieces and fed her. The moment the salty taste spread in her mouth, Granny Lou's eyes opened wider, a faint light shining in them. She chewed slowly. The taste of salt, missing for more than a month, slid down her throat, and even her feverish, foggy mind began to clear.
Salty. It's really salty.
Granny Lu's voice was hoarse, every word scraping her throat, trembling with emotion. Seeing her eat a little and stop, Yaya quickly held up the small jar of sweet water. "Granny, drink this, it's sweet. If you suck through this little tube, you can drink it." Grandma Lu's eyes fell on the strangely shaped, transparent jar. Its surface was covered with colorful paper, and a white tube stuck out from the top. The unfamiliar sight made her pause in surprise. Following Yaya's words, she tilted her head slightly and pressed her dry, cracked lips to the white tube. She took a gentle sip. A sweet taste with a hint of fruit slid down her throat, soothing the burning dryness. After a moment, she took 2 more sips before gently pushing the jar away. Her voice was hoarse as she said, "Yaya, you drink. Grandma has had enough." But Yaya shook her head hard, pressing Grandma Lu's hand back toward her mouth. Her little nose was smudged with dirt, yet her eyes curved into a bright smile. "Grandma, drink.
There's still a lot left."
"I already had some. It's sweet, and it makes you feel better." As she spoke, she grabbed half a skewer of red candied fruit from the dirt platform.
"This is sweet too. Grandma, eat it.
You'll have strength to sit up after eating." Grandma Lu looked at the half skewer of candied fruit in the child's hand, then at her bare, reddened feet covered with tiny scratches. Her cloudy eyes slowly filled with tears as she reached out to gently stroke Yaya's head. Her fingers touched the child's dry, tangled hair, and her heart ached deeply. "Yaya, where did you get all these things?" Yaya licked the shiny sugar coating on the fruit and began to chatter about what had happened, how the little pouch on her chest had grown warm, how everything spun around, and how she suddenly arrived in a lively place filled with lights brighter than the sun, roaring iron monsters, and endless food. As she spoke, she pulled out the small pouch to show Grandma Lu. It was gray and plain, with crookedly embroidered flowers. Nothing special at all. "Look, Grandma. It took me there. It got warm and spun around, and then I was there." Grandma Lu's gaze fixed on the pouch. It was the one Yaya's mother had sewn for her. Was Yaya's mother watching over her from the heavens? She looked up at the roof, her heart filled with wonder and fear, but mostly relief. She pulled Yaya into her arms, her thin hands holding the small body tightly. "My silly little one, weren't you scared, going to such a strange place all alone?" Nestled in Grandma Lu's arms, Yaya breathed in the familiar scent of earth and grass. She shook her head, clutching Grandma's clothes. "Just a little bit, but only a little. I wanted to find something tasty for Grandma, so you can feel better." Grandma Lu held the small, thin body in her arms. Her throat felt tight and sore, and tears finally slipped down her sallow cheeks, falling warmly onto Yaya's hair. Yaya nestled in Grandma Lu's arms, patting her back gently. "Grandma, don't cry. Once we eat enough, it won't hurt anymore." Then she suddenly remembered something and said with a bit of regret, "Grandma, that place had shiny, big pork knuckles that smelled so good. I almost picked one up, just one small step away." As she spoke, she unconsciously licked her lips. Those juicy, fragrant pork knuckles with so much meat. What a pity. Grandma Lu stared blankly ahead. What kind of place was that? How could Yaya find so much food there for no reason? What did the child have to give in return for bringing food back? "Grandma, the little pouch is still here. Mama will surely take me there again. Next time, I'll pick lots and lots of food, not just for you, but also for Grandpa Wang in the east of the village who can't see, Uncle Zhao, who works hard to find food in the mountains, Aunt Lin who sews my clothes, the village chief, little Dizzy, little Schwanzi." She counted on her fingers, so many people. Next time, she would need a small cloth bag from Grandma to carry it all. Grandma Lu's arms tightened around her. Looking down at the pure light in the child's eyes, her heart felt both warm and sore. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "You're such a kind girl, but that place is strange. What if it's dangerous?" "Don't worry, Grandma." Yaya quickly looked up and interrupted her. "The pouch will bring me back. Mama will bless me from the sky. I can run fast and hide well. I'll find lots of food so no one will be hungry, and everyone will have strength again." Grandma Lu looked at the half-piece of braised egg left on the table. Its rich, salty smell filled the air. It was precious salt, life-saving food. The village had run out of salt for nearly 2 months, and the grain stores were almost empty. Hunter Zhao had gone into the mountains with his bow, but halfway there his legs gave out, and he collapsed on the slope. When people carried him back, his lips were pale, and he could barely speak. As soon as he recovered a little, he went back into the mountains again. He was the only strong man left in the village. The wild animals in the mountains had long hidden away. With no contact with the outside world, no food, and no salt, the 21 people of Lotus Village seemed to be waiting for death. Perhaps one day soon, the entire village would simply disappear. Yaya's words struck her heart, soft, yet so heavy that she could hardly breathe. The little girl held a piece of soft cake in her hands. "Grandma, let's give the rest to Grandpa Village Chief. He's the best at sharing. He can give some to the other elders, and when they eat, they'll have strength again." Grandma Lu thought of the old people lying at the village entrance, waiting for the end, and of the stone mill that hadn't turned in a long time. Yaya clung to the doorframe and whispered, "Grandma, when everyone has strength, they can work the fields and grow vegetables. Uncle Zhao can go into the mountains to find food again. Then we won't have to just wait." Yaya wants everyone to be together and safe. Her words were like a needle, pricking Grandma Lu's heart with pain. Of course she wanted that too, but the secret of the pouch was Yaya's lifeline. The few remaining old people, women, and children in the village had all shared their food with Yaya. She was the child of Lotus Village, loved by everyone. But when hunger drives people to desperation, who can be sure of their hearts? If they knew Yaya could find food, and even salt, who could guarantee no one would force her to go again and again to that strange place? Grandma Lu wanted to hide the truth, to keep the food secret and share it quietly with Yaya alone. But the child's soft voice came again, wrapping around her heart. "Grandma, Yaya doesn't want to see anyone leave us." Grandma Lu pulled Yaya onto her lap, pressed her lips together, and spoke slowly, breaking her words into pieces so the child could understand. "My dear, it's not that Grandma is being selfish. The place where this food comes from is special. Only you can go there." When Grandma touched the pouch, it didn't work at all. "It's something meant only for you. That place is strange. There might be wild animals or bad people. Every time you go, it's dangerous. If the villagers find out and they're starving, might they force you to go again and again? Might someone try to take your pouch? My dear, Grandma is afraid something will happen to you." Yaya froze for a moment, then gripped Grandma Lu's sleeve tightly.
"Grandma, jak ja believe si nevarione."
Grandpa Village Chief loves Yaya the most.
Grandpa Guang tells Yaya stories. Aunt cleans clothes for Yaya. Uncle Sao protects Yaya.
They're all good people. She straightened her little chest and said seriously, Yaya grew up eating the village's food. Everyone in the village raised Yaya. Now that everyone is hungry, Yaya can find food. Yaya can take care of everyone, just like they took care of Yaya before. Yaya belongs to the village. The child's words were simple and sincere, and her eyes were filled with pure trust. Granny Lu's heart was tangled with worry. If she kept the secret, she would protect Yaya, but watching the whole village walk toward disaster made her uneasy. If she told the truth, she might save the village, but the danger Yaya would face was something she dared not imagine. After a long silence, Granny Lu sighed, gently rubbed Yaya's hair, and the struggle in her eyes slowly faded. She stood up, carefully wrapped the food Yaya had brought in a cloth, tied it into a small bundle, and took Yaya's hand. "Come, little one, Grandma will take you to see the village chief. But remember, tell him you just found the food. Don't mention the pouch or that place, understand?" Yaya's eyes lit up. She nodded hard, holding Granny Lu's hand tightly, while her other hand carefully protected the bundle of food. Sweat dampened Granny Lu's palm as she silently prayed, "May people's hearts stay as kind as when they first met. May this time, luck be on our side." The village chief was still sitting by the stone mill, hunched over, tapping his pipe against the mill in a slow rhythm. When he saw Granny Lu leading Yaya over, he smiled faintly. Granny Lu, are you feeling better? Yaya was just talking about you earlier. Yaya beamed at him. Village Chief Grandpa. Grandma is much better now. We brought you something. Granny Lu looked at Yaya's happy face and sighed deeply. She placed the small bundle on the millstone. As she untied it, the smell of savory meat, sweet pastries, and warm rice filled the air. The village chief sniffed sharply, his eyes fixed on the food. Yaya found it, Granny Lu said, trying to keep her voice steady. Someone must have dropped it in the wild. The child spotted it and brought some back. We can't finish it ourselves, so we thought to share it with everyone, just to fill our stomachs a bit. Yaya pointed at half a marinated egg. Village Chief Grandpa, this egg is salty and gives strength. Let's share it with the grandpas and grandmas and with Uncle Zhao too. He's so tired from searching for food in the mountains. The village chief's eyes widened. He stared at the food, his throat moving as he swallowed again and again. His mouth watered uncontrollably, and his cheeks twitched slightly. It had been far too long since anyone had tasted salt, let alone rich, oily eggs, soft pastries, or shiny candies. The smell drifted into his nose, making his whole body tremble. He leaned weakly against the stone mill, his arms and legs numb, forcing himself to stand up straight. He moved closer and took a deep breath of the delicious scent. His thin, trembling hand finally picked up half of a marinated egg with great care. He couldn't bear to crush it, so in the end, he only brought his fingers, those that had touched the egg, to his lips and gently licked them. Salty, it was the real taste of salt. The village chief suddenly looked up at Granny Lu and Yaya, confusion clear in his cloudy eyes. The land nearby had been dug over and over again, and the roads out of the village were blocked. No one could come in from outside. How could there be such fresh food, still warm? He understood Granny Lu's thoughts perfectly well, but he didn't ask. Yaya was such a sensible child. It made one's heart ache. She wasn't the only one trying to protect others. They all were. The village chief carefully put the egg back and stared at the small portions of food. Yaya looked up at him and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, there's not much food now, but next time I'll find more. Then Grandpa, Grandma, and Little Bean can all eat until we're full, and everyone will be fine." The village chief gently rubbed Yaya's small head with his rough palm, his touch as light as a feather. Just as he was about to speak, Yaya's stomach growled loudly.
Oh.
Yaya blushed and covered her belly in embarrassment. Granny Lu's heart twisted painfully, and her eyes filled with tears again. The child had said she was full, and that these were leftovers. This foolish old woman had believed her, just because Yaya could describe the taste of each food so clearly. Who would have thought the little girl hadn't eaten at all? She must have only tasted a bit, saving everything else to bring back for them. Such a small child, telling such a lie, it made Granny Lu's heart ache terribly. The village chief heard it too. That growl from her stomach hit him like a hammer. He looked at the food on the millstone, then at Yaya, who pressed her lips together, pretending not to be hungry. His heart ached, and he sighed heavily. He picked up a soft piece of cake with colorful sugar bits and placed it in Yaya's hand. His voice was hoarse as he said, "Little one, eat this." Yaya shook her head and tried to push it back. "Grandpa Village Chief, I'm not hungry. You should eat. Eat it, child." The village chief put on a serious face, but there was no anger in it. He simply pressed the pastry more firmly into her hand, his voice trembling. "We're all adults with hands and feet. How could we let a little child go hungry and still think about feeding us? That's not right. You're the little one of our village. It's our job to protect you, not the other way around. Eat this pastry, keep this round dumpling too, and this clear jar. Granny Lu, please help the child keep it safe. Once the road is open, it can be traded for money. It's something rare. The rest I'll take and share with the others, so everyone can have a bit of flavor." Granny Lu turned her face away, wiping the corner of her eyes. The worry in her heart slowly eased. Yaya held the soft pastry, watching the village chief divide the food, tie the cloth bundle again, and hold it carefully in his arms. She took a big bite, the sweet taste melting in her mouth. With her mouth still full, she said softly, "Grandpa Village Chief, next time I can really find more." The village chief crouched down and gently wiped the crumbs from the corner of her mouth with his rough thumb. His cloudy eyes were full of affection as he spoke softly. "Little one, Grandpa believes you. But remember this, no matter if you find food next time or not, you must take care of yourself first, understand?" He touched the cloth bundle in his arms and said slowly, as if to her and to himself, "You're only 5 years old, so small. You shouldn't have to carry the burden of the whole village. We've had a bit of salt and a bit of sweetness. That gives us strength. When Uncle Zhao and the others recover, they'll go up the mountain to find wild vegetables and mushrooms. The elders in the village will be able to move again. We'll clear the land at the edge of the village and get by somehow. When the county workers fix the road, food and people from outside will come in. Life will get better." He paused, then gently squeezed Yaya's small hand. "So don't worry about bringing back lots of food. Your safety matters more than anything. Even if you find nothing next time, Grandpa won't let you go hungry, understand?" Yaya's cheeks were puffed up. She still hadn't swallowed the last bit of sweet pastry, keeping it in her mouth, full of sugary fragrance. She mumbled, "I understand, Grandpa Village Chief. I'll be careful." The village chief looked at her obedient little face, then stood up and gave Granny Lu a meaningful glance, a silent promise between them to protect Yaya and face things together. Then, holding the bundle of food, he walked slowly but more steadily toward his home. This food, with both salty and sweet flavors, was now the most precious thing they had to look forward to. They had to save it carefully so everyone could have a taste and lift their spirits. The village chief returned home, but didn't rest. He picked up a chipped coarse porcelain bowl, went to the nearly empty water jar, and filled the bowl with clear water. Then he took half of a marinated egg, pinched off a small piece of the yolk to keep aside, and put the rest into the bowl. Holding a worn wooden chopstick, he slowly mashed the egg, stirring it until the salty aroma blended into the water. He took another bowl and added a sugar-coated fruit, this one was sweet, and soaked it in water as well. When everything was ready, he carried the 2 bowls to the village entrance, carefully set them on the ground, and struck the large gong hanging from the old locust tree. Clang, clang, clang. The sound echoed through the quiet village. In times like these, everyone saved their strength. If the village chief was using his energy to strike the gong, something important must have happened. Hearing the sound, the villagers slowly came out of their homes. The elderly leaned on walls and walking sticks, moving inch by inch. Aunt Lin and Hunter Zhao, who had just come down from the mountain, each held the hand of a tired little child as they walked slowly toward the village entrance. Under the old locust tree, Grandpa Fong and Grandma Fong lifted their heads with effort, sniffing the air. Everyone's faces were pale and yellowish, their eyes sunken, lips pale, and their steps unsteady. They had been without salt for too long, their bodies weak and heavy. Some elders' legs were swollen, leaving deep marks when pressed. The children were so thin they were almost just bones. Even so, they supported one another, slowly moving toward the old locust tree, without a single complaint. Everyone knew the village chief wouldn't call them together for no reason. When all 21 villagers had gathered, the village chief lifted the bowl of egg water, stood on a small mound, and cleared his throat. "Everyone hold on a bit longer. I was lucky today and found something with salt. I made a bowl of salty water. Each of you can take a sip to taste the salt and regain some strength." The crowd went quiet for a moment. Then, faint light appeared in a few eyes, though they only managed to lift their heads weakly. The chief pointed to the smaller bowl with the red fruit soaking in it. "There's also some sweet water here. After the salty one, take a small sip of this to ease the taste. It'll help a little." If this little bit of food isn't mixed with water, it wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between everyone's teeth. It's better to dissolve it in water so that everyone can at least taste something and feel a bit stronger. The village chief held a bowl and started from the youngest child, Zaya Xuanzi, giving each person a sip. The rough porcelain bowl touched one dry, cracked mouth after another. Everyone only took a small sip before quickly moving away, afraid that if they drank too much, there wouldn't be enough for the others. Those who drank the salty water felt their throats move as they swallowed. The dullness in their eyes faded a little, and a faint color returned to their lips. The salty taste slid down their throats, and the weakness in their bodies seemed to ease a bit. When the bowl of salt water had gone around once, half of it was still left. The village chief then brought out a bowl of sweet water and gave each person a small sip. Little Dizzy smacked his lips, the sweetness spreading in his mouth, and his eyes curved with joy. Everyone's faces looked a little more alive, no longer as lifeless as before. Only then did the village chief call to the man standing at the end, Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu, who had been crouching in the back thinking about going into the mountains again, stood up slowly and walked over. The village chief placed a small piece of salted egg yolk and the last bit of hawthorn fruit on a stick into his hand and said seriously, "This is all we have. Eat it to fill your stomach a little. You're the only strong man left in the village. After you eat, see if you can go into the mountains again to find some wild vegetables or mushrooms. Anything you can find will help. Everyone is counting on you." Zhao Hu held the food tightly, his eyes turning red. His cheekbones stood out sharply on his thin face. He nodded hard and said hoarsely, "Uncle, don't worry. I'll go up the mountains soon. Once I get some strength back, I'll definitely find something to bring home." The village chief patted his arm and said no more. Yaya and Grandma Lu stood at the back of the crowd. Yaya touched the small pouch on her chest. Grandpa Village Chief was really clever. One small egg could be mixed into such a big bowl of water so that everyone could have a share. She looked at the villagers, whose eyes now had a bit of light in them, then at little Dizzy, who was smiling despite the scrape on his knee after drinking the sweet water, and at Grandma Lu beside her, whose face was still pale. Her thoughts kept turning over and over. Uncle Zhao had gone into the mountains many times. The wild vegetables and mushrooms near the village had long been picked clean. What was left were only the inedible leaves and trees, red and purple ones with a strong, unpleasant smell. Once, someone too hungry to bear it had tried chewing a few raw leaves, but their mouth went numb and bitter, their stomach twisted in pain, and they ended up sick. No one dared to touch them again. The deeper one went into the mountains, the more dangerous it became. Last time, Uncle Zhao had collapsed from exhaustion near the deep forest, and the village chief had to gather many people to search for him before they finally carried him back. The village had only a little water and a few wild vegetables left, barely enough for 2 days. She had to try again. She stood quietly beside Granny Lu, her small hand gently holding the old woman's wrinkled arm, not daring to show any sign of her thoughts. Granny Lu's thin hand patted the back of hers. "Be good, Yaya. Don't worry about other things. The village chief and Zhao Hu know what to do. We'll just wait at home." Yaya nodded. The sun slowly sank in the west, and as evening came, the sky darkened. Every household closed their wooden doors, leaving only a few faint coughs drifting in the wind. In Granny Lu's clay house, a pot of wild vegetable porridge was kept warm. She took it out and each of them drank half a small bowl. Then she placed 2 warm dumplings in Yaya's bowl to fill her stomach a little more. Granny Lu was weak. After finishing her porridge, she leaned against the bed, her head nodding until she soon fell asleep. Yaya sat by the bed, watching the old woman's pale face and furrowed brows. After waiting a while, she leaned close and softly called her name. Seeing that Granny Lu was sound asleep, Yaya quietly climbed to the corner of the bed, clutching the small pouch against her chest. In a whisper, she murmured, "Mother, Yaya is hungry, Granny is hungry, everyone is hungry. Yaya wants to go back to that strange place with food and bring more things this time." As soon as she finished speaking, the pouch in her hand grew warm again. The gentle heat spread from her palm up her arm, and Yaya's eyes lit up, her heart pounding with excitement. So she didn't need to go to the mountain temple. Just thinking of her mother and finding food made the pouch work. She quickly tucked the pouch back into her clothes, bit her lip to hold back her joy, and closed her eyes. After the familiar dizzy feeling passed, a faint smell of steamed grain filled her nose, like freshly made buns. She slowly opened her eyes. This time, it wasn't the same place she had arrived at before. It was early morning. Along the street stood rows of red tents. She looked up at the sky. The sun was just rising. Back in her village, it had been evening, so this must be just before dawn here. The pouch had brought her to a place where time ran opposite. A gust of wind blew by, and Yaya shrank her neck. The cold air brushed her face, turning her nose red. A thin layer of frost covered the ground, crunching softly under her rough cloth shoes as she walked. She timidly moved to the side, hiding behind a stone stool with a bamboo basket on it, her round eyes watching carefully. Everyone on the street was wrapped in thick coats, collars pulled tight. Their hands were busy, some bent over arranging vegetables in baskets, others stacking piles of golden fruit that looked as sweet as they were bright. Not far away, steamers were stacked high, sending up clouds of white mist mixed with the smell of freshly steamed dough. The warm scent drifted toward Yaya, tickling her little nose. The old man guarding the steamers held a big pair of tongs. When he lifted the lid, a puff of steam rushed out, making him pull his hand back quickly. Inside were soft, white buns, plump and steaming. Yaya swallowed hard, her small hands clutching her clothes until they were damp. At the next stall, an old man was frying dough in a sizzling pan. The dough balls turned golden as they floated in the oil, giving off a crisp, sweet smell. Yaya couldn't help stretching her neck and standing on tiptoe to see better. The vendors were all busy. The morning market had to be ready soon. People would start arriving any minute. Yaya was staring at the plump white buns, wondering if she could sneak over and pick one up, when a loud voice called out beside her. "Oh my, whose little girl is this? Why are you hiding there?" Startled, she shrank her shoulders and turned around. A woman wearing a blue apron stood by a small stall, her round face smiling warmly as she waved. Her stall had a metal stove burning brightly, and beside it were golden fried cakes, sending out waves of sweet, warm fragrance. Yaya gripped her coat tightly and took a small step back, her round eyes fixed on the woman, her little body tense. It was the first time anyone had spoken to her so kindly. Seeing her cautious look, the woman laughed softly and spoke in a gentler voice. "Don't be afraid, child. I'm not a bad person. Look at your little coat. It's as thin as paper and even has a hole. It's freezing out here. Come, warm yourself by my stove. Just warm your hands. I won't charge you anything." She waved again and moved a small stool aside to make space. "Your little face is all red from the cold. Come sit here and warm up. I've got some freshly cooked corn porridge. Have a bowl to warm your belly." The warm steam drifted toward her face, carrying a sweet smell. Yaya relaxed a little, twisting the corner of her clothes in her small hands as she took tiny steps toward her aunt. Her eyes still darted around nervously, afraid something might be wrong. When her aunt saw her coming, she quickly lifted the lid of the small iron pot on the stove. A stronger, comforting grain aroma filled the air. "That's better," she said kindly. "Such a sweet little girl. Why are you at the morning market all by yourself? Where are your parents? And why are you dressed so lightly? Your clothes are as thin as paper. Did you really stuff straw inside for warmth?" The morning market here in the Northeast is much colder than other places. You could catch a chill. Yaya moved over and sat on a small stool. The heat from the metal stove made her cheeks flush, and even her frozen ears began to warm up. So this was the morning market in the Northeast, she thought. It wasn't as cold as her village, though the wind was much stronger. Feeling shy, she quickly tucked the bits of straw back into the holes in her clothes and looked up timidly at her aunt, pressing her lips together. Her aunt didn't mind her silence. Smiling, she lifted the lid of the pot wider and took out a small clear plastic bowl. It looked shiny and light, so different from the heavy wooden or rough ceramic bowls back in the village. She scooped a big spoonful of thick corn porridge into the bowl. The porridge was mixed with sugar, sending up sweet, steamy warmth. Afraid the child might burn herself, the aunt set the bowl beside the stool and handed her a small clear plastic spoon. "Here, drink it while it's hot." Yaya held the light spoon carefully, afraid to press too hard in case she broke it. She looked down at the golden porridge, each grain soft and sticky. She had never seen food like this before. Could it really be for her? Did she need to pay for it? After hesitating for a long time, she whispered, "Auntie, I don't have any money." Her aunt, busy frying sweet cakes, heard her faint voice and laughed. "Oh, "You silly child. No need for money. It's my treat. Just a bowl of porridge. Hurry and drink it before it gets cold and thickens." She even moved closer to block the cold wind for her. Yaya carefully lifted the bowl and took a small sip. The sweet, soft warmth melted in her mouth and slid down her throat, spreading comfort through her whole body. She didn't look as messy as she had during the day. Before bed, Granny Lou had carefully wiped her little hands and face with water and smoothed her hair. Though she still wore a thin, worn jacket, she looked clean and tidy. Before long, the morning market grew livelier. People carrying baskets came and went, their footsteps, shouts, and chatter filling the air with energy. Auntie's stall was surrounded by customers. She worked quickly, frying sweet cakes and packing them into bags while calling out loudly, "Freshly fried sweet cakes. Hot and soft. New batch of sweet porridge, warm and sweet." Yaya sat quietly on a small stool, watching Auntie's busy hands without blinking. She saw her take paper bags and hand them over, but the customers didn't give her coins. Instead, each of them used a shiny square device to scan something at the stall before leaving. It looked like some kind of strange ritual. After watching for a while, Yaya quietly reached out and opened the folded paper bags, handing them one by one to Auntie so she wouldn't have to keep bending down. When Auntie first felt her small hand, she paused for a moment, then smiled even wider and gently patted Yaya's head when she had a free moment. Someone noticed Yaya by the stove and asked casually, "Sister, is that your child? She's so thoughtful, helping you at such a young age." Annie kept working and replied with a laugh, "Oh no, I wish I had such a sweet little girl. My boy at home is a handful. This one I found by the roadside, all alone. I asked her to come warm herself by the fire. She's such a dear child." Yaya had been sitting by the stove for nearly half an hour. She was warm through and through, but her heart was uneasy. She kept touching the small pouch hidden inside her clothes, afraid it might suddenly heat up and send her back, just like when she had picked up the pig's foot last time. She hadn't yet found any food she could take with her. Auntie's porridge was warm and delicious, but she couldn't put it in her pocket. It could only fill her belly. She hadn't eaten so well in a long time. Still, she worried that if she suddenly disappeared, Auntie and the others might think she was some kind of spirit. What would she do then? She didn't know that each time she came to this place, the little pouch helped her blend in. To others, she didn't appear out of nowhere. They simply saw her walking out of a nearby alley and later leaving quietly the same way. Holding the now empty clear bowl, Yaya sat straight, her face full of hesitation. Every so often, she glanced toward the street she had come from, looking as if she wanted to leave, but didn't dare to. Just as a group of customers left, Auntie finally took a break. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, turned around, and saw Yaya sitting there quietly. Reaching out to pat the little girl's head, she asked gently, "Child, what's wrong? Do you want to go home?" Yaya was thin and small from poor nutrition, looking much younger than her real age. At 5, she was about the size of a 3-year-old here. Sitting properly on the small stool, she looked even more endearing. Auntie, kind at heart, added, "You're so little, and the morning market is crowded. I'd worry if you went home alone. Do you remember your parents' phone number? I can call them to come get you." Yaya blinked. Phone number? She knew mother meant mama, so father must mean papa. But she couldn't even remember what her parents looked like. After a pause, she spoke softly, "Auntie, my parents are gone. I live with Grandma Lou from the village. She's not feeling well at home." Auntie froze, instantly regretting her words. Why did she have to bring that up? No wonder the child's clothes were so worn, and she was out here alone at such a young age. Auntie sighed, feeling deeply sorry. She quickly got busy again, pulling out a round insulated container she usually used for her own meals. She opened the pot and filled the container to the brim with thick corn porridge, tightened the lid, and placed it beside Yaya. Then she grabbed a plastic bag and filled it with freshly fried sugar cakes, about 10 of them. She hurried to the nearby bun shop and bought 5 big meat buns glistening with oil and 5 plump, white steamed buns. She tied the bag securely, found a large reusable cloth bag, and placed everything next to Yaya.
Take these home, she said kindly.
You and your grandma should eat well, fill your stomachs, all right? Never mind, I'll take you home myself. The market's too crowded, and it'd be terrible if a little one like you got lost. Yaya looked at the pile of food beside her. The meat buns, steamed buns, sugar cakes, and the shiny silver container of porridge. She wanted to accept them, but felt embarrassed. With so much food, she could even share it with the village head, and everyone could have a small meal.
But
Auntie had already given her porridge and let her warm up by the fire. How could she take even more? She remembered Aunt Lynn saying that one big meat bun in town cost 3 coins. Lowering her head, she nervously twisted the corner of her clothes. No, Auntie, I can't take so much from you. Aunt patted her arm. Oh, don't be so polite. You've been helping me for an hour, passing bags and bowls. You've worked hard. This is your pay, not a free gift. Yaya froze.
pay?
So she could earn money like an adult too? Aunt asked again, where do you live? I'll walk you downstairs. Yaya panicked. She didn't know the way around here. If she suddenly disappeared, Aunt would surely think she was some kind of spirit. She thought for a moment, looked around, and pointed toward a quiet street corner. Auntie, my home is over there, not far. I can go by myself. Then, as if making up her mind, she picked up the bag of buns and fried cakes with one hand and, with some effort, lifted the heavy food container with the other. Annie, next time I'll wash this and bring it back to you. Before Aunt could reply, Yaya turned and ran quickly in the direction she had pointed. Her short legs moved fast.
Slow down, child.
The ground is slippery. Aunt called after her. Aunt watched the little girl disappear into the crowd, shaking her head helplessly. Then, seeing new customers arrive, she quickly picked up her tongs again. Freshly fried cakes. Still warm. Yaya ran deep into the alley until the noise of the morning market faded away. She finally set everything down and crouched in a corner, breathing hard. Her chest rose and fell quickly, and her arms ached from carrying the heavy container for so long. Just as she caught her breath, the small pouch hidden inside her clothes began to heat up. Yaya froze, quickly hugged the container to her chest, and slipped the bag with the buns and cakes over her wrist. She looked up at the narrow strip of sky between 2 tall stone houses, silently guessing the time. About an hour? Last time, in that bright place full of colorful lights, it had also been about an hour, hadn't it? It seemed that in this strange world, she could only stay for 1 hour each time. She just didn't know where she would end up next. That familiar dizzy feeling came again. In the blink of an eye, the cold gray stone houses vanished, replaced by the warm, earthy yellow of her own village. The round container was still in her arms, and the buns inside the bag were giving off gentle steam. It was already evening in Lotus Village, so dark she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Inside the clay house, only a few glowing embers in the stove gave off a faint red light. Yaya held the heavy thermos and moved to the edge of the heated bed. She gently shook Grandma Lu's arm and whispered, "Grandma, Grandma, wake up." Yaya brought food back, warm meat buns and sweet tea porridge. Grandma Lu was a light sleeper. Except for the first moments after falling asleep, she rarely slept deeply. Now, half awake from the shaking, she opened her eyes but could see nothing. Everything was dark. Still, she could smell a sweet, comforting scent of rice. She reached out and touched something cold and hard, like a piece of iron. Yaya patted her forehead and carefully placed the thermos on the bed.
Don't move, Grandma.
I'll go check the stove. She climbed down in the dark, feeling her way to the stove. Her small hands brushed away the cold ashes, revealing glowing embers underneath. She grabbed a handful of dry grass, crumbled it, and fed it into the coals. Using a thin stick, she gently stirred until smoke began to rise. Yaya puffed her cheeks and blew softly at the smoke, then pushed a piece of half-burned wood closer until a small flame appeared. She held the burning end like a torch. By the faint light, Grandma Lu finally saw the round, shiny object on the bed. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. "Yaya, what's this? Did you go to that strange place again?" Yaya carefully set the burning stick on the edge of the bed. The firelight reflected off the metal surface, making it shine brightly. She gripped the lid with her small hands and twisted it hard, just like the kind lady had shown her. When it loosened, she turned it a few more times, and the lid fell onto the bed with a clatter. A wave of sweet, warm steam rose up, filling the small clay house with a cozy fragrance. Grandma Lu leaned closer and saw, in the dim light, a pot full of golden porridge. Round grains floated inside, sticky and glistening with sweetness. In all her years, she had never seen food like this. Te aporitke, she murmured. Yaya took a small spoon from her bag and handed it to her.
Try it, Grandma.
It's really good. Grandma Lu's hands trembled as she accepted the clear little spoon, so delicate and bright, even more beautiful than the glass she'd once heard about in stories. She scooped a small bite and tasted it. The soft, sweet flavor melted in her mouth, warm and smooth. The sweetness wasn't heavy like the rare malt sugar from the village. It was light and pleasant. Such a big pot of food. How had Yaya managed to get it? Yaya handed over the cloth bag again. In the dim firelight, she took out a palm-sized meat bun. Its soft white skin glistened with oil, and the smell of meat filled the air. With her other hand, she pulled out a plump white steamed bun, even whiter than the wheat cakes people in the village only ate during New Year. Grandma, look. A big meat bun, a big steamed bun, and the fried sugar cakes are still warm. Grandma Lu took the meat bun and broke it open. The rich smell of meat spread out, and the sound of her swallowing was especially clear in the quiet night. She gave half to Yaya. Yaya, you eat first. Yaya's eyes curved like little moons. I already had a big bowl of tea porridge, but there weren't any tea leaves in it. I don't know why people there call it tea porridge. She patted her belly as she spoke. Grandma Lu immediately understood that the little girl hadn't eaten any of the buns or cakes herself, but had brought them all back. She frowned and said, if Yaya doesn't eat, Grandma won't eat either. Yaya sighed softly, her small brows furrowing. She helplessly took the half-meat bun and shook her head like a little grown-up. In her gentle voice, there was a hint of playful complaint. Grandma, why are you being stubborn again? Oh, what can I do with you? I really am full. Even as she said that, she took a big bite of the meat bun. The soft dough and rich meat flavor filled her mouth. After a few chews, the savory juices spread across her tongue. The minced meat was finely chopped and mixed with a bit of fresh green onion. Yaya's eyes curved into two bright little crescents as she ate happily. Seeing her like that, Grandma Lu couldn't help but smile quietly. She also took a slow bite of her bun. The delicious taste was something she had never experienced in her long life. Thanks to little Yaya, she too could enjoy such a wonderful treat. On the bed were still 5 big white buns, for meat buns, and a bag of golden cakes. In this early spring weather, they could last quite a while. My silly girl, did you suffer any hardship this time? These things are so clean and rare. Even if that place wastes food, they wouldn't just throw these away, would they? Yaya, who loved to share, had been about to tell her anyway. Thinking of the kind lady who had given her the food, her already smiling face brightened even more. Grandma, this time I went to a place called the Northeast Morning Market. There were so many vegetables, golden fruits, and tall stacks of steamed buns. I met a kind lady with a round face. She let me warm myself by the fire and gave me some sweet porridge to drink. I helped her pass things and do some chores, and she gave me all these things as payment. This silver container is amazing. It keeps the porridge warm all the time. And this little spoon belongs to the lady too. Next time I go, I'll make sure to wash them clean and return them. I can't just take such precious things for free. She took another small bite of the meat bun and went on. The lady even wanted to take me home, but I was afraid she'd see me suddenly disappear and think I was a spirit, so I just pointed to a street corner and ran away. Grandma Lu listened quietly, gently patting Yaya's back. The child's back was thin, and her eyes were full of both pain and relief. She felt sorry that the child had to be so careful and brave in a strange place, always worried and thinking so much at such a young age. But she was also thankful that Yaya met such kind people and was so sensible and polite. Facing the firelight, Grandma Lu put her hands together and whispered, "Thank you to all the kind spirits and good people who protect my Yaya." Then she looked into Yaya's eyes and said, "Seriously, Yaya, if you go to a new place again, you must be careful. Always be cautious with strangers. Grandma still hopes you won't go too often. I don't want you to take risks. You are Grandma's treasure, my dearest one." Yaya nodded obediently. Grandma Lu knew she couldn't stop her. The child was thoughtful, and there was no point in saying more. The two of them shared the meat bun, bite by bite, and drank a little of the thick porridge from the silver container. Their stomachs felt warm and full. Grandma Lu felt a light sweat on her forehead, and her fever was completely gone. The fire in the stove slowly dimmed. Grandma Lu got off the bed, wet a cloth, and gently wiped Yaya's hands and face. Then she tucked her in and said softly, "Good girl, lie down and sleep. Grandma will come after tidying up." Yaya pulled the thin blanket over herself, her eyelids growing heavy. Soon, her breathing became soft and steady, and a faint smile stayed on her face. Grandma Lu moved quietly, picked up the shiny silver container, tightened the lid just as Yaya had done, and ran her fingers over its cool, smooth surface, full of wonder. She wiped the small transparent spoon clean, put it into the old wooden cabinet by the heated bed along with the insulated container, then placed the remaining 4 meat buns, 5 steamed buns, and about 10 fried sugar cakes, still in their cloth bag, inside as well. Finally, she took out a small brass lock from underneath and fastened the cabinet. After that, she pressed the burning wood into the ashes to put out the fire, covered the embers with a layer of ash to keep them warm, and, once everything was in order, she lay back on the bed in the dark. Holding little Yaya in her arms, she breathed in the faint smell of meat still lingering in the air and slept peacefully through the night. At dawn, the clear chirping of birds mixed with the cool morning breeze, waking up the quiet Lotus village. The day before, Hunter Zhao had gone up the mountain and caught a few small fish from the stream, along with some wild arrowroot. A day earlier, he wouldn't have had the strength to dig there, but thanks to the food the village chief had shared, he managed it this time. The muddy roots were heavy in his hands, a rare bit of good fortune. When he returned to the village that evening, he handed both the fish and the arrowroot to the old village chief. Now, at the village entrance, the chief had set up a large pot. Aunt Lin and the chief's wife, Granny Li, peeled the rough skin off the arrowroot, cut it into small pieces, added plenty of water to the pot, and began to simmer it slowly, waiting for it to turn into a thick porridge. There were 21 people in the village, and each would only get half a small bowl. After having a bit of salt yesterday, everyone had regained some strength and refused to stay idle. While the porridge cooked, a few old men helped each other carry bamboo baskets toward the hillside. The wild vegetables there had already been dug up many times, but they still crouched down, squinting as they searched the soil for tiny shoots of shepherd's purse and bitter greens. Those who were a little stronger went to gather firewood. A few who knew about Granny Lu's situation picked up extra, planning to bring some to her and her granddaughter later. Some of the sturdier elders took hoes and slowly dug through the yellow earth, hoping to clear a small patch of buried farmland. Even if they could only plant a few fast-growing greens, it would still mean hope. Yesterday's bit of salted water, together with today's porridge, brought light back into everyone's eyes. As long as they kept working and didn't give up, they believed they could survive. Even little Xuanzi was crawling beside Grandma Wang, scratching at the ground with his tiny red hands. In the whole of Lotus Village, not a single person lay idle waiting for food. With that one bowl of salted water, everyone was giving their all, fighting to carve out a path of life for themselves and for the entire village. When the morning light filled the room, Yaya woke up, rubbing her eyes after eating too much. As soon as she opened them, she leaned on the edge of the bed and asked, "Grandma, where are the steamed buns, meat buns, and sweet cakes?" Yaya wants to bring them to Grandpa Village Chief. Grandma Lu gently smoothed Yaya's messy soft hair with her thin hands. "Yaya, do you want Grandpa Village Chief to eat them himself, or do you want him to share them with everyone like yesterday?" "Of course, share with everyone. For Grandpa Fong and Grandma Fong, for little Dizzy and little Xuanzi. Little Xuanzi must be craving meat." And the white steamed buns are so soft. The grandparents are old, so they should eat something soft. Grandma Lu looked into Yaya's bright, clear eyes shining in the morning light. She didn't reach for the small key. The child didn't understand what it meant to have something too precious, nor did she know how much surprise these things would bring to others. She only knew that when people were kind to her, she wanted to share the best things she had with them. Grandma Lu closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She felt she was a selfish old woman because she didn't want Yaya to get hurt. But then she remembered how, 2 days ago, when she had a fever, Yaya had cried anxiously, and the blind old man Wang from the east side of the village had groped his way over to give Yaya half a piece of coarse bread he had saved. She remembered Hunter Zhao, who helped everyone chop wood and carry water every day. She remembered how everyone in the village had shared their food, one piece here, one bowl there, to keep her and Yaya alive until now. In this village, there was no longer yours or mine. Even the little bit of salty water they had was shared carefully, sip by sip, to make sure the weakest, the elderly, and the children could swallow something. But this secret was too heavy, heavier than what an old woman near the end of her life and a 5-year-old child could carry. Yaya, Grandpa has come to see you. Yesterday, your Uncle Zhao found several pieces of kudzu root and made a thick porridge. It's delicious and filling. Come and get some. Thanks to the food you brought, the one called marinated egg, our Lotus village has come back to life again. Hearing the voice, Grandma Lu quickly held onto the bed to stand up. As she reached the door, she saw the village chief standing in the yard, holding a rough porcelain bowl filled with thick kudzu porridge, still steaming gently. Before she could say anything, Yaya ran out quickly, her little face lifted up. Grandpa Village Chief, Uncle Zhao is amazing. With the salt, he found tasty kudzu right away. All thanks to our Yaya. The village chief's smile deepened the wrinkles on his face, and the lifeless look from yesterday was completely gone. This kudzu porridge is filling. I cooked a big pot and shared it around. Since you and Grandma didn't come to the village square, Grandpa added some sugar water to this one. It's sweet, go on, eat it. The village chief handed the bowl to Yaya. Grandpa, please take it back and give it to others. Grandma and I have already eaten. Yaya stood on tiptoe and pushed the bowl back into his hands. The village chief thought the little girl was pretending again, just like yesterday, saying she had eaten when she hadn't. He was about to scold her when Yaya's clear voice rang out, Grandma, Grandma, bring out the big meat buns, the steamed buns, and the sweet cakes from yesterday. Let Grandpa try them. Grandpa, I helped a kind lady with her work yesterday, and she gave me lots of delicious food. At her words, both the village chief and Grandma Lu froze. The chief looked shocked, while Grandma Lu sighed deeply and slowly walked to the kitchen. She held onto the cupboard, feeling for the small brass lock, then opened it and took out a silver thermos and a few non-woven bags. From a distance, the village chief saw what she was holding, and his eyes widened. Holding the bowl in one hand and Yaya's hand in the other, he quickly stepped inside and closed the door. The buns and cakes had gone cold overnight, but the white, glossy dough, the juicy meat filling, and the golden, slightly flattened sweet cakes still looked tempting. The strange silver container he had never seen before made it clear that Yaya's good fortune was far greater than he had imagined. Yaya, unaware of the emotions stirring in the two elders, happily introduced the food as if showing off a treasure. This is from the kind lady I helped. She gave me these, but I have to return the container later. Inside is fragrant tea porridge, and there are meat buns, steamed buns, and sweet fried cakes. She patted the cloth bag with her small hand. Grandpa, when Grandma warms up the buns, please take some to Little Dizzy and Little Schwanzi. Kids need to eat meat so they can grow tall. Though she was just a tiny child herself, Yaya spoke seriously, as if she were the big sister of all the village children. All right, Yaya is such a good girl. Grandpa will go with Grandma to the kitchen and see how to warm these up. Don't worry. The village chief hid his surprise, set the rough porcelain bowl on the small table by the bed, and led Grandma Lu to the kitchen. Lu, what on earth is going on? Where did Yaya get all these things? Granny Lu leaned against the stove and slowly began to speak. She told everything, word by word, How Yaya had twice touched the small pouch her mother left behind and suddenly found herself in strange, unfamiliar places, each time a different one. The village chief listened, his heart tightening with worry. This little girl, not even as tall as an adult's leg, had gone to such unknown places for the sake of the old and weak in their village. She spoke lightly about it, but in those strange places, was she scared? Was she hurt? Did she have to pay a price? They knew nothing. With his hands behind his back, he paced a few steps in the small kitchen, his brows deeply furrowed. Lotus Village was now sealed off from the outside world. There were only 21 people left, some old, some very young, and they were barely surviving. It was Yaya, through some mysterious chance, who had pulled the village back from the edge of despair. But how could he let the fate of the whole village rest on the shoulders of a 5-year-old child? They both knew Yaya's nature, kind and soft-hearted. If they tried to stop her or keep the secret from her, she would still secretly share food with her friends and the elderly. Forcing her would only make her sad. These supplies were things no one in the village could have gotten, even if the landslide hadn't trapped them. The two adults exchanged a look, each seeing the same thought in the other's eyes. Granny Lu nodded gently. The village chief took a deep breath. We can't hide it and we can't stop it. Go to the old locust tree at the village entrance and gather everyone. We'll explain everything clearly. Our Lotus village has only 21 people. We've lived together for generations, and everyone can be trusted. But if... He paused, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. If anyone gets greedy, tries to harm Yaya, or dares to spread a word of this outside, I swear on my old bones, I'll deal with them myself. The sun rose higher. Under the sparse shade of the old locust tree, people slowly gathered. Those who could walk helped those who couldn't. Those who couldn't sit were carried there. Everyone came, quiet and waiting, their eyes fixed on the small mound under the tree, on the village chief, Granny Lu, and little Yaya standing between them. At their feet sat a strange silver bucket and a large cloth bundle, round and steaming with warmth. The village chief patted the cracked tree trunk with his rough hands and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Old friend, you've seen it all," he said, as if speaking to the tree and to everyone at once. "There are only a few of us left in Lotus Village." He turned around, his cloudy eyes sweeping over each familiar, withered face. "The road is cut off, the food is gone, and there's no more salt. We're all old, weak, or sick. By all reason, we should just lie down and wait for the end." Soft coughing and quiet sobs rose from the crowd. But the old chief's voice suddenly grew stronger. "Our Lotus Village girl, our Yaya, she won't let us give up. Yesterday, I lied to you all. I said that salty soup was found by me, but it was Yaya who found it. This child saved our whole village. Today, Yaya has brought us these things again." With trembling hands, the old chief opened the steaming cloth bag. Granny Lu stepped forward and gently unscrewed the lid of the thermos. At once, a rich aroma filled the air. The scent of juicy meat buns mixed with the sweet smell of steamed bread, the crispy sweetness of fried cakes, and the warm fragrance of rice porridge, all rushed into everyone's nose at once. The villagers had been hungry for too long. They could hardly remember the taste of real wheat, let alone meat or sugar. Their noses twitched, eyes fixed on the white, steaming buns and soft bread. Their dry lips pressed together, and their throats moved as they swallowed hard. Someone gulped quietly, but no one reached out or took a step forward. Only their dull eyes slowly filled with tears. "Don't ask how she got it," the old chief said. "All we need to know is that this food can keep us alive. Yaya could have kept it for herself, but she didn't. She wants all of us to live. Every single one." All eyes turned to Yaya, who was standing behind Granny Lu. In those gazes, there was no doubt, no fear, no greed, only deep warmth, gratitude, and awe. Old Grandpa Wang, who was blind, was the first to move. He gently pushed away his wife's supporting hand, took 2 careful steps forward, and slowly bowed deeply toward Yaya. With a dull thud, his knees hit the hard, dry ground. This is not about worshipping gods or begging for charity. It is an old man, nearing the end of his life, expressing his deepest gratitude to a 5-year-old child. Then came the second third. Zhao the hunter, with his crooked leg, made a squeaky sound when he bent down, but he knelt without hesitation. Grandma Fong and Grandpa Fong helped each other and slowly moved to the small hill, then knelt down. Just the day before yesterday, the two of them had been lying together under the old locust tree, closing their eyes. It was a bowl of salt water given by the village chief that saved them from death. Yaya is the savior of everyone. In front of the small hill, 18 people, old, young, and disabled, knelt together. Even little Shuang, who was watching the meat bun and drooling, was gently set down by Grandpa Lu, who pressed her small head to the ground. Little Shuang swayed, but didn't resist. She learned from the adults and obediently bowed her head. There were no words, only suppressed breathing, and the rustling sound of wind through locust leaves. Yaya was frightened and hid behind Granny Lu. Granny Lu gently pushed her forward, then slowly knelt down herself, her forehead touching the ground. The old village chief was the last to kneel. His forehead pressed against the cold ground, and his voice came muffled from the dirt. Today, in front of our ancestors and the old locust tree that has guarded our village for hundreds of years, the remaining 20 of us from Hahua village make a solemn vow. He looked up, his sharp gaze sweeping over each kneeling figure. First, Yaya's skills. If any of us 20 reveal a word about them, even after death, we will be erased from the family tree, struck by lightning, and meet a bad end. Second, from now on, the entire Hahua village will unite to protect Yaya. We can't just rely on her to survive. As long as we are alive, we won't wait to die. We must find our own way, gather strength, and get our family business back on track. When Yaya leaves, she will have no worries, hot soup to drink, a soft bed to lie on, and no need to worry about us old bones. The wind swept through the locust leaves, rustling. But it couldn't hide the vows that were squeezed from their throats. Yaya stood on the small hill, clutching her clothes with her tiny hands, looking confused and helpless. Her little head was spinning, and she only remembered that the village elders had left, and the younger generation had to kneel to see them off. During the New Year, children would kowtow to their grandparents to ask for a piece of candy or some lucky money, but adults never expected children to kneel to them. Village chief, please ask everyone to stand up. The ground is cold and icy, and it hurts our knees. The meat buns will get cold and won't taste good later. Hearing this, the old village chief felt warm and a bit sad. He leaned on a tree trunk and slowly stood up. He felt a little relieved. The villagers hadn't let him down, nor had they disappointed Yaya. From now on, the things Yaya brought back would be a clear path forward. He raised his voice. Everyone, get up and listen to Yaya. Everyone slowly stood up. The old village chief went over to the still warm cloth bundle and thermos. He opened the cloth bundle, which was made of fine white flour. It was high-quality grain. Where exactly was this place? He counted. For meat buns, 5 steamed buns, and 18 fried sugar cakes. The large tea porridge in the thermos was still warm, thick and fragrant with rice aroma. He looked back at everyone, picked out 2 meat buns, 2 steamed buns, and 5 fried sugar cakes, and set them aside. Lu Granny, take these back and save them for Yaya. The rest, let's share and taste. Then the old village chief started dividing the food. The villagers had already lined up quietly, and the bowls of sweet potato paste they had used before were still there. The first in line was Lu's little grandson, Xiao Shuangzi. The child, who was a bit unsteady on his feet, was holding his grandfather's hand. The old village chief handed a large meat bun to Xiao Shuangzi. The bun was as big as his 3 hands. Xiao Shuangzi's eyes widened, and he held the bun with both hands. He also gave each of the grandparents, Grandpa Li and Grandma Li, a fried sugar cake. Granny Lu used a wooden spoon to fill their bowls with fragrant, sweet rice porridge. Xiao Dizzy also received a meat bun, and Hunter Xiao got a large white steamed bun. Aunt Lin also got a steamed bun. Soon, everything was divided. The villagers carefully held their food, and the long-lost aroma filled the old locust tree's shade. Everyone treasured this hard-won meal, some even reluctant to eat. Someone pinched the crispy outer layer of the fried sugar cake, and the crumbs fell into their palm. They quickly licked their fingers carefully. It's so delicate. I've never had such good food in my life. This porridge is so thick and sticky, and there's sugar inside. And this thing called fried sugar cake actually has red bean filling inside. The filling was especially soft and smooth. Even we old folks could eat it. It melted in the mouth. It was sweetened with sugar. Some people, while eating, had tears in their eyes. They wiped their eyes with their hands and continued to chew small bites. Finally, Xiao Shanzi took a bite of the meat bun. The delicious juice spread in his mouth. His eyes lit up, but he still broke off a large piece and handed it to his grandparents. Grandpa Lu took a small bite from his hand, and his eyes also welled up with emotion. The village elder watched everyone eat slowly. After everyone had filled their stomachs, he carefully kept the leftovers. Then he raised his hand and lowered his voice. Wang Dazhu, Zhao Hu, Fang Taixing, you three come with me to Lu Posey's house to discuss something. The rest of you, don't just sit around. Tidy up your things, look for some root vegetables if you can, gather some firewood if possible. We need to get ready. The elder chose these people on purpose. Wang Dazhu had been to the county and seen the outside world. Zhao Hu, of course, was the only strong man in the village, brave and careful, good at hunting in the mountains. Fang Taisheng was an old student, literate and thoughtful. They were the backbone of the village. Okay. Lu put held Yaya's hand and walked back home. Yaya jumped happily, her short legs moving quickly. Seeing everyone eating so happily and contentedly, she felt sweet inside, full of a sense of achievement. The village chief and others followed behind. The village chief told them what he knew about the situation while watching the lively girl, his eyes full of tenderness. Suddenly, the old, broken wooden door was pushed open. Lupa pulled Yaya onto a stone bench in the yard and gently brushed her messy hair from her forehead. The village chief and others came in and sat on stones or wooden stools.
Grandpa Wang fumbled tosit beside Yaya.
His thin hand gently patted her small hand and softly asked, "Little girl, don't be afraid. We won't ask how you crossed over. Just tell us what it's like over there. Is the road difficult? Is there anything scary? How long can you stay each time?"
Yaya blinked.
Seeing everyone smiling and waiting to hear her, she cleared her throat seriously and began describing what she saw over there, gesturing with her small hands. Hearing about Yaya's adventure, everyone felt an indescribable joy inside. There is a wide, hard road, bright, colorful lights that are even brighter than the sun, many tall stone houses, and lots of food. She spoke randomly, saying whatever came to mind, but the others could still get a rough idea from her description. Fang Taisheng frowned slightly, silently remembering every detail Yaya mentioned, while gently drawing on the ground with his finger. When Yaya's mouth grew dry, and she stopped talking, the grown-ups looked at each other and thought for a moment. Fang Taisheng cleared his throat and said, "The time in that place is opposite to ours. Nanny went there for the first time probably during the Chun hour, which is nighttime over there, matching the Su hour. The second time was during the Yu hour, but over there it was during the Mao hour. They are different places, but likely from the same dynasty. The seasons are the same as ours, and there are fast-moving metal monsters on the road, which shows that this road can be dangerous." He paused briefly, then added, "We still don't know if the places Nanny visits and the times she goes are related, but her safety is the most important. From what she said, I think next time we should go during the Yu hour to be safer. If we can also visit that northeastern morning market she mentioned, we can think about whether there's anything from our Lotus village that might be useful." Hearing Fang Grandpa's words, Yaya nodded repeatedly. Grandpa Fang is so amazing. He can say so much at once. Yaya saw some green vegetables at the northeastern morning market, but she was too far to see clearly. Wang Dazhu immediately responded, "That's easy. We can bring some wild vegetables from our village and see if anyone wants them." "Not so fast," Zhao Hu waved his hand. "Yaya is still too young. We should first check the place carefully. First, to see if it still changes randomly, and second, to observe if it's safe." He remembered when Yaya first mentioned falling into a pile of trash there and said, "We need to give Yaya warm, clean clothes and teach her to pay more attention. She can listen to how people talk there, what they say, what they do. If she remembers something, good. If not, it's okay. At this moment, the village chief spoke seriously. There are 2 more things. First, try not to pick up anything from that trash pile anymore, in case there's something harmful. Also, Yaya shouldn't do any more work to earn money. Second, Yaya is a blessing for our village. She's not a money tree or a backup. We can't control her opportunities. Whatever she wants to do, we should let her decide. He looked at the people in the yard and said, what we need to do isn't to rely on her to beg for food or wait for her to support us. We must give Yaya a safe and trustworthy home where she can freely do what she wants. The village head is right, Zhao replied. I think we should first gather some people to fix Grandma Lu's house and clean out the stove. Feng Taixing nodded repeatedly. She's just a little girl, going alone to a strange place for an hour. None of us can feel at ease. Then he turned to Yaya and carefully instructed her. When you get there, if you need to ask about something, talk to the kind-looking aunties and grandmas who smile a lot. They're usually good-hearted. If anyone asks where you're from, say you came with your grandma and she's waiting nearby. If someone seems suspicious, don't hesitate. Go where there are more people and come straight back to the village when the time's up. I'll ask Aunt Lin to mend Yaya's clothes and sew a small shoulder bag for her. She can carry it with her and keep some light things inside. Yaya tugged at the village head's sleeve and looked up. Grandpa Village Head, please remember to save me some of the tea porridge in the bucket. I promised Annie I'd return it to her today. The village head slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering. His face showed a bit of reluctance. The thick corn porridge was precious, and everyone only got a small bowl. He had even planned to add some water and cook more to make it last longer. The weather was cold now, so food could be kept for a while. In the mountains, food was hard to find. There were only a few trees with smelly leaves and some thorny bushes. Even wild greens were rare and bitter, so everyone had to save what they could. Wait a bit, the village head said quickly to Yaya. I'll go to Aunt Lin's house first and ask her to sew your bag and patch your clothes. Then I'll bring you the bucket. With that, the village head hurried off to Aunt Lin's house. After giving his instructions, he went to the edge of the village to fetch the silver bucket. Holding it in his hands, the village head couldn't help but sigh. This thing is really a treasure. As long as the lid stays closed, the porridge inside stays warm. If outsiders saw it, it'd be worth at least 100 taels of silver. But he only thought that to himself. He knew very well that if people outside found out about such a treasure, they wouldn't be able to keep it safe. In these mountains, knowing how to stay low-key was more important than anything else. When the village chief arrived with a clean insulated bucket, Aunt Lin was still sewing clothes for Yaya. The small satchel was already on Yaya's back. She specifically took off her own coat and took out some cotton. Yaya's coat was too thin, just a light layer of willow fluff with straw stuffed in the holes. Everyone in Lotus Flower Village was not wealthy, so only those with some savings could afford a cotton coat. Aunt Lin's cotton coat was the only one in the village. Her husband bought it for her when they were newlyweds, but unfortunately, Aunt Lin filled Yaya's small coat with cotton and carefully patched it up. It wasn't very pretty, but it kept her warm, sturdy, and clean. The village chief also casually put 10 or so copper coins into Yaya's small satchel, saying they might come in handy in that area. The villagers, rarely full after a day of eating, were all in good spirits. The fallow fields were now lively with activity. After Zhao Hu and the others left Granny Lu's house, they looked at the large rocks and thick mud blocking the mountain path, deep in thought. If it weren't for Yaya's situation, they would have come here to dig a little and try to open a way out sooner. But now, things were different. They would see how it goes. Yaya carried her small satchel and went to the hillside at the village's edge. That night, she planned to return the bucket to her kind aunt and wanted to bring her something. But Lotus Flower Village was too poor. The only thing Yaya could think of was to look for fiddlehead ferns, which she thought were the tastiest wild vegetables in the mountains, tender and smooth, much better than shepherd's purse. Shepherd's purse was bitter and astringent, and to make it tasty, you had to add a lot of salt. The soil on the hillside was turned over into scattered clumps, and there were hardly any shepherd's purse, let alone the fiddlehead ferns Yaya longed for. In the past 2 days, everyone in the village adults and children, had turned the hillside upside down, picking everything clean. Yaya pursed her lips and carefully moved her short legs toward the mountain edge, still thinking about finding something decent to bring her kind aunt. She couldn't find the fiddlehead ferns, and she didn't like shepherd's purse at all. Its bitter taste was hard to swallow. As she walked, her sharp eyes suddenly caught sight of a cluster of purple-red tender shoots growing from the thorny branches of a shrub at the mountain's edge. Her eyes lit up. These were delicious. Usually, people would cut the branches with a sickle to pick them, but these were probably new shoots that hadn't been cut yet. There were no adults around at the moment. Yaya looked around but didn't mind the prickly thorns. She pushed aside the bushes and went over. She used her small hands to force the tree trunk to bend, and with her other hand, she tried to pull the underground stem, but it didn't move. The sharp thorns caught her little hand, causing tiny cuts that bled a little, with small drops of red blood appearing. Yaya pouted her little mouth, holding back tears in her eyes, and furrowed her brows as she kept trying to bend the tree trunk. The rustling sound caught Zhao-Hu's attention from a short distance away, where he was carrying water down the mountain. His eyes lit up. Could there be some wild animal inside? He put down his pole and walked over a few steps. When he saw it was Yaya with her hand bleeding, he was very scared.
Oh, my Yaya.
Why did you pick that prickly thing? The tree is full of thorns. If you wanted something, just tell Uncle, and I'll get it for you. Your little hand is so hurt. It must be very painful. Yaya shyly twisted her hands. Uncle Zhao, I thought I could pull it off myself. I wanted to bring something for Auntie. I couldn't find fiddlehead ferns, and the wild chives don't taste good. This one is tender. Everyone is busy. I didn't want to bother anyone. Zhao-Hu's nose twitched again as he took some water from a bucket to rinse the small cuts on her hand. Uncle will help you pick it next time. You can't do this again. He cut down about 10 or so prickly shoots from the bushes, keeping the stems intact so they could grow again later. The shoots from these prickly trees are quite crispy and tender when young. The older leaves aren't tasty and can be a bit prickly in the mouth, but they're considered the best wild vegetables around here. No wonder Yaya wanted to pick some to give to others. There are also many stinky leaf trees in the mountains, which look similar to the prickly trees but have no thorns. They smell terrible and can cause diarrhea if eaten. The day before, Zhao-Hu had even thought about digging up the kudzu roots and had already picked all the stinky leaf trees nearby. After cutting all the young shoots from the prickly trees, Zhao-Hu estimated he had about 3 or 4 jin, around 1.5 kilograms. He put these prickly shoots into the half-empty water bucket and called Yaya to go back together. It was a good chance to also add water to Granny Lu's water jar. Granny Lu and Zhao-Hu carefully washed the shoots, then used soft straw to bundle them into small groups. They packed everything into the cloth bag Yaya had brought yesterday, which still had some leftover meat buns and sweet cakes. They weighed the bag. It was still a bit heavy. Next time, they should ask Granny Li to make a small basket for Yaya. As the hour of view approaches, the sky gradually darkens, and the village becomes very quiet. Grandma Lu helps Yaya adjust her thick little jacket, ties 2 small pigtails on her hair, and puts a cloth bag on her wrist, hanging loosely. She gently pats Yaya's small head. Yaya touches her new small shoulder bag and picks up a thermos. Grandma, I'm going now. Grandma Lu watches Yaya without blinking, holding a silver bucket in one hand and a bag of wild vegetables in the other. The small figure gently sways and then quietly disappears in front of her. May Buddha bless us. May the gods protect us. Yaya must stay safe. The familiar mixed smell drifts into her nose. Before her eyes even open, a smile appears on her face. When she opens her eyes, she sees the familiar street, the red stalls, busy people preparing and steaming buns. Grandpa Fong was right. She's back here again. This is the morning market in the northeast. It's just dawn. Chao Xulian is already setting up her stall at the usual spot on her tricycle, boiling big millet porridge over a stove. She's wrapped in a thick cotton coat, glancing at the stone bench where she kept her sugar cake yesterday, thinking about the little girl from yesterday. She's worried the girl might come looking for her and can't find her, so she didn't change her spot and came out early to set up her stall. The girl said she would come today to return the thermos. About half an hour later, Chao Xiulian habitually looks toward the stone bench and sees a small figure standing beside it. It's the girl from yesterday, wearing the same jacket, but it looks thicker now. She's holding her thermos in one hand, a non-woven bag from yesterday in the other, and a small cloth bag hanging from her shoulder, looking around. Chao Xiulian quickly calls out, "Girl, over here."
Come over.
Hearing her call, Yaya turns her head and sees Chao Xiulian. Her eyes light up, and she quickly runs over. "Slow down, kid. You're crossing the street. Watch out for cars."
Gao Su Li and Xiao Lao Li.
Why is this child always so bold? She just rushes straight ahead. Yaya's face is red from the wind. She reaches her and, still panting, hands over the bucket. "Auntie, here's your bucket. It's cleaned." Chao Xiulian puts the bucket aside, squats down to her level, and says, "Listen, girl, you can't run like that next time. The big road has cars coming and going. If you run too fast and get hit, what will happen? Your aunt's stall is right here. You can't run away. Don't worry, walking slowly is safer. Do you understand?" Yaya blinked her big eyes, thinking she did something wrong. She clenched her small hands around her clothes, feeling confused. This road is for people to walk on, so why is it called a street? And what are cars? Still, she nodded obediently. "I understand, Auntie." Chao Xiulian looked at her well-behaved face. She remembered what the child said yesterday, that her parents had left and she was living with her grandmother, who was not feeling well. Her heart softened instantly, and she sighed. Just then, a small Wuling van drove past quickly. She pointed at the car and said to Yaya, "Look at this car. It drives so fast. You're so small, made of flesh, but they are made of metal. If they hit you, it won't just hurt, it could be very dangerous. Next time you cross the street, look left first, then right. When there's no car, you can walk slowly. But you can't run anymore, okay?" Yaya stared at the passing van and electric bike. Her little head was busy remembering that this boxy metal monster was called a car, and the flat road was called a street. She nodded hard. Chao Xiulian gently rubbed her head and softly said, "I'm not blaming you. You didn't do anything wrong. I just worry about you, afraid you'll get hurt." Yaya smiled with her lips pressed together. She handed her a cloth bag hanging from her hand. "Thank you, Auntie. I brought you something." Chao Xiulian reached out to take the bag. She caught sight of Yaya's small hand and suddenly felt a pang in her heart. "Hey, what's wrong with your hand? Why are there so many little blood spots? Did you get pricked?" Yaya quickly hid her small hand behind her back.
"It's okay, Auntie.
"It doesn't hurt. Uncle Zhao washed my hands and blew on them." Chao Xiulian gently examined her hand. The tiny blood spots were from small prick marks. When she opened the cloth bag, she saw bundles of clean, neatly arranged tender shoots with tiny thorns. Suddenly, she understood everything. It turned out that this child had picked these tender shoots just to give to her, and her hands were pricked because of it. These tender shoots are very precious. They can only be picked for a short time in early spring. The stems and branches are covered with tiny thorns. Picking and handling them is very time-consuming and can easily prick your hands. Wild ones like these sell for 40 or 50 yuan a jean, and people are eager to buy them. Eating eggs with dipping sauce is a rare delicacy. The bag probably weighed 3 or 4 jean. She had only given a little porridge and a few buns or steamed bread. It wasn't worth such a heavy gift. Chao Xiulian felt both warm and a bit sad inside. Her nose was stuffy, and looking at Yaya's expectant face, she couldn't speak for a long time. "Auntie, Yaya wanted to pick ferns for you, but she couldn't find any. Only this thorny tree has new shoots, and Yaya has eaten these before. They are edible. Next time, Yaya will find some ferns and bring them to you." Yaya whispered this softly, but her heart was heavy. In the past, when people in the village went to festivals or visits, they carried meat. Yaya only brought leaves from the mountains for Auntie, who probably didn't like them. But Annie gave her so many delicious things. This was the best she could find. Chao Xiulian understood well. This child didn't know what was valuable or not. She only knew this was the best food Yaya had ever eaten, and she even hurt her hand trying to get it. Her nose tingled, and she wiped her eyes randomly. She felt very sad. She decided to accept the tender shoots, but she also wanted to give Yaya something real in return. Seeing how thin and bony the child was with yellowed hair, she wanted to buy her some rice, flour, eggs, and milk worth a few hundred yuan. If she took them home, the grandmother and grandson could get some nutrition. But looking at Yaya's tiny body, she couldn't carry anything like that. She thought that her mother-in-law's health was not good, and she didn't see her come along this time. Probably her legs and feet were not in good shape, and she couldn't walk far. It would be better to buy the child a warm, fitting coat. Yaya's clothes were so old and thin that they couldn't block the wind. Yesterday, the holes were patched up, but it was just patch after patch. Auntie really likes the vegetables you brought. These tender shoots are delicious. I wanted to buy some, but I couldn't. Yaya, isn't that right? You wait here a moment. I'll go to the back and come right back. She told a nearby vendor to watch her stall, then hurried off to the market's back area, where there were many clothing stalls. Chao Xuelian looked at the clothes, thinking about buying a bright, pretty outfit for Yaya. She saw a bunch of little girls' clothes and couldn't stop walking. Her two boys, 7 or 8 years old, had skins so dark it looked like they could lift a roof. A well-behaved, sensible little girl like Yaya would look so proud dressed up. She originally just wanted to buy a cotton-padded jacket, but then she saw a small hat with bunny ears, a scarf embroidered with red strawberries, and a yellowish mid-length cotton coat with a ruffled collar. She ended up choosing a whole set. Carrying big and small bags, Chao Xuelian happily headed back to her stall. But she didn't see the little girl anywhere. Her heart raced. Oh no! She had been shopping too long. Was Yaya already waiting and ready to leave? She quickly looked around and indeed found someone at the stall selling soy sauce pork knuckles. Yaya was drawn by the delicious smell. The day before yesterday, she had missed out on a big pig's hoof at that place, and she still couldn't forget it. She was just a little short of money to buy it. She tilted her head up, eyes fixed on the shiny pork knuckle, her little mouth pursed, constantly swallowing saliva. Grandpa Village Chief gave her a few copper coins. She wondered if she could buy one. If she brought back that big knuckle, everyone could have a taste. Seeing Yaya's eager face, Chao Xuelian patted her on the head. Oh, I forgot about that. Kids love meat, especially when it's tempting. She tiptoed over quietly and patted Yaya's shoulder. Yaya was startled, shrank back, and when she saw it was her kind auntie, she immediately smiled. But then she frowned and hesitated, thinking about whether to ask the stall owner about the meat. She stood on tiptoe, not tall enough to see the stall, wanting to ask but feeling shy. Chao Xuelian saw this and called out to the stall owner. Boss, cut me a pound of soy sauce beef and 2 pork knuckles. Also, some pickled pig ears and cured pork, all sliced and packed. All the popular items from the Northeast soy sauce meat stall were ordered. The rich, oily aroma of the meat wafted into the air. The stall owner quickly chopped the meat, and Yaya looked at Chao Xuelian with admiration. Annie is so rich. She bought so much meat at once. Chao Xuelian paid with her phone, carried the heavy bag of meat, and took Yaya's small hand. Come on, let's go with Annie. I bought something nice for you. Yaya was surprised. There was something for her too? She stepped back and shook her head repeatedly. Auntie, I can't take it. Chao Xuelian was straightforward. She quickly picked up the little girl and hugged her, then headed to her own candied sugar stall. What can't you take?
I think you can take it.
Go see. I bet you'll like it. This little girl was too thin. Her bones could be felt through her clothes. She held her gently, like a cat. Passing by a stall selling foldable shopping carts, Chao Xuelian paused. That might be just right. Boss, how much for this cart? For wheels with universal casters, adjustable handle, lightweight with large capacity. One price, 100. That's a good deal. What's the lowest price you can give? All right, honest price, 88. I'll sell it to you. 50, that's the price. Okay, I'll pay. In the end, I took a black foldable shopping cart for 52 yuan and 80 cents. 2 yuan and 80 cents was the shopkeeper's last stubbornness. Yaya looked around in Chao Xuelian's arms, surprised. When they reached the candied cake stall, Chao Xuelian put Yaya down. She first placed a big bag of sauce meat into the new small cart, then grabbed a bulging bag of clothes nearby. Yaya, try on these new clothes. Yaya was scared and stepped back. Chao Shilian, acting bossy, pressed her onto a small stool and quickly changed her clothes. Yaya wore a yellow cotton jacket with a frilly edge, a small hat with bunny ears, and a strawberry scarf. The once thin girl looked rounder in these fluffy, puffy clothes. But her small face still looked thin, and without much flesh. Chao Shilian looked at her with concern. You need to eat more. With some flesh on your face, you'll look even prettier. She turned and took out 200 yuan, giving it to the older sister helping her at the stall. Big sister, please run an errand. Buy 2 jin of rice, some noodles, a small barrel of oil, salt, vinegar, and a few bottles of milk. The rest is your tip for helping. Yaya watched as Chao Shilian carefully folded her old coat, packed it into a bag, and put it in the cart. Soon another auntie came back carrying things. There was bright white rice, smooth noodles with a wheat aroma, golden oil in a clear jar, and some bottles and bags she didn't understand. All were packed into the small cart, and the lid was carefully closed. Yaya's small mouth opened wide in surprise, unable to close it for a long time. As the sky gradually brightened, Yaya remembered she only had an hour. She was eager to change into her new clothes. Chao Shilian quickly held her back and pushed the cart into her hands. Don't take them off. These are from Auntie. Push this little cart and walk slowly. It might be heavy, but watch your step. These are for you and Grandma to get stronger. Drink some milk every day, remember. Yaya was anxious.
She didn't want to take them off.
These clothes looked very good, soft, thick, and comfortable. She even sweat in them. And the hat, fluffy and white. There's no better one in town. Although she hadn't been there, she was sure of it. There was so much meat, oil, and refined rice. These were too precious to take off. Chao Shilian saw her eyes turn red with worry and thought for a moment. She said, Yaya, don't worry. This isn't a gift from Auntie. The vegetables you picked for me are very expensive, enough to buy all these things. Yaya didn't believe her. How could Auntie lie to a child like that? Just a few leaves from the mountain could be exchanged for so much meat and oil, fine rice, flour, and even clothes? The bag of wild shoots she had was only worth about 10 cents, but here, even a small piece of meat costs more than those shoots. Chao Shilian couldn't help but laugh and shout loudly, pure wild first harvest tender shoots, very fresh. Not many available, come and get yours. As soon as she finished speaking, some people gathered around. They saw that it really was tender wild shoots and they were the best quality, truly wild. Someone immediately offered 60 yuan per jean, and they all took it. Usually they sell for around 40, better ones for 50, but since this person was willing to pay 60, no one argued. Chao Shilian kept 2 bundles for herself, planning to let her son try some fresh mountain wild food and boost his health. The rest, weighing exactly 4 jean, was sold to the person who paid 60 yuan per jean, earning her 240 yuan. She waved her phone at Yaya. Look, your vegetables sold for 240 yuan. The clothes, rice, flour, and meat you have are all paid for with this. Auntie isn't losing out at all. A nearby vendor also chimed in. Girl, your auntie didn't lie to you. These vegetables are worth at least 300 yuan. Your clothes, food, and everything add up to about 500 yuan. Next time, if you feel bad, just pick a few more for your auntie. Yaya was confused and didn't understand much about money. She only knew how to count up to 10. She couldn't grasp how much money was worth. She could only remember hard in her little mind, waiting to tell Grandpa Fong when she got back to the village. Seeing her purse start to feel heavier, she dressed in her new clothes and, following Chao Shilian's instructions, held the handle of her small cart and bowed deeply to her. She whispered, Thank you, Auntie. I'll bring you more next time. This time, she remembered her auntie's words carefully, walking very cautiously. Chao Shilian watched her small figure until she disappeared at the corner, then carefully packed away the 2 bundles of tender wild shoots and continued her stall. Yaya pushed her small cart with both hands, still muttering to herself, 40 yuan per jean. Tender shoots. 240, over 500. Then she returned to Lotus Flower Village, carrying her small cart and herself. When Yaya opened her eyes, she was startled very badly. Inside, the dim candlelight flickered. Although it was the time to sleep, The village chief, Grandpa Fong, Uncle Zhao, and Grandma Lu were all there. Grandma Lu sat nearby, holding her eyelids up with effort. When she appeared, everyone looked at her all at once, their eyes bright. She still held the small cart in her hand. Little Yellows, the soft yellow dumpling, stood on the bed, wearing a fluffy bunny ear hat with drooping ears on each side. She had a red and white strawberry scarf around her neck and held the handle of her small cart, which was as tall as her. The cute look made the village chief and others find her adorable. Everyone had changed clothes. The fabric and colors were so bright. How can our little girl be so cute? What is she pushing? It seems to smell like meat. Yaya blinked and whispered, "Village chief Grandpa. Grandpa Fong, Uncle Zhao. Why aren't you sleeping? You're all at Grandma's house." Before they could answer, she suddenly remembered the numbers she kept saying all the way and quickly let go of her hand. She ran excitedly to Grandpa Fong, grabbing his sleeve with her small hand. "Grandpa Fong, help me remember."
Count for me.
"I can't remember anymore. If I wait too long, I'll forget everything." Grandma Lu hurried forward, touched the smooth fabric on her, then looked at the small cart. Seeing Yaya's eager face, she felt nervous but curious. "Yaya, slow down. Don't be in such a hurry. What's wrong?" Yaya didn't have time to explain carefully. She counted on her fingers, trying hard to remember. "Auntie sold vegetables for 240. That's 240. And there's clothes and food. My big aunt said it's over 500. The vegetables are over 300. She kept talking, but her words got mixed up. Her little eyebrows furrowed. "Grandpa Fong, what is 240? Is it more or less than 500? I can only count to 10. I can't tell these numbers apart. Plus, 40 per gene, 60 per gene. They've been sold." The village chief and Uncle Zhao also came closer, looking at Yaya's new fluffy coat and her small, delicate cart. They listened to her jumble of numbers and became more curious. Zhao Hu scratched his head. "Yaya, what do you mean 40 per gene, 60 per gene? And over 300 for the vegetables? Why is it so expensive?" Yaya nodded, then shook her head. Yes, I picked the thistle shoots this afternoon and sold them. Annie gave me lots of things." Grandpa Fong's eyes lit up again. He quickly found a stick and drew on the ground by the candlelight. "Yaya, slow down. Don't rush. Did you sell the thistle shoots? Was it over 300 or 240? Auntie sold 240 units, kept 2 bundles for herself, and the older aunt nearby said she could sell for over 300. Yaya pursed her lips into a straight line, trying hard to remember what Chow Shulian said and said intermittently. Annie bought pork knuckles, rice, noodles, and some milk and beef jerky. They are all in the small cart. Auntie also bought the cart, I think she said 50. She pointed to the small cart on the Kong bed. Grandma Lu tapped the cart, and the wheels moved very smoothly and quietly. Everyone was surprised again. How come the wheels make no sound? Zhao Hu pushed the cart over and studied how to open it. After fiddling for a while, the latch clicked open. Inside the pocket of the cart, on top, was an old coat that Yaya had worn through. Zhao Hu carefully placed the folded coat aside and gasped when he saw what was underneath.
Wow.
This. Seeing his shocked expression, the village chief immediately moved closer, and Grandma Lu also stood on tiptoe to look inside. When they saw what was inside, their eyes widened in amazement. Zhao Hu steadied himself and took out things one by one. The first thing he pulled out was a bag of fine rice. He weighed it and guessed it was over a gene, about 16 ounces. The rice grains were shiny, full, and clean, with no impurities, much better than the most expensive rice in the town's grain shop, 10 times better. Next, there were several packs of noodles. The noodles were so thin they looked like silk threads, wrapped in paper, a total of 4 bundles. The paper wrapping the noodles was bright white, such good paper, yet in that place, it was only used to wrap noodles. Further down, there was a square box. 5 people in the room, 4 of whom were illiterate, all stared eagerly at Fong Taixing, who was still sorting through numbers. He squinted and leaned in to look. The writing was mostly missing parts, but the 2 biggest characters were very clear. Milk. This is milk. Good heavens, in this place, you can buy milk anytime. Do they have so many oxen to produce it? This is a rare item. Only the wealthy in the capital can afford to drink it. In the corner, there was also a large bag of fragrant meat, even tied up, and the smell was strong. When opened, the aroma of meat became even more intense. Today, everyone had eaten quite a bit, but just smelling this aroma made them swallow their saliva. It was so delicious. There was a large piece of pork knuckle with a thick layer of trembling, fatty meat, along with pig ears. The most shocking part was the evenly sliced, beautifully textured meat slices. Yaya said they were beef. Zhao, whose hand holding the bag, was trembling. Beef. Nowadays, working oxen are very valuable, and killing one is a serious crime. If someone kills their own ox, they could be imprisoned for a year. Naturally, cows that die from old age or illness must be reported to the authorities first, and then they are slaughtered by officials. Privately killing or selling oxen is still illegal. Ordinary families wouldn't even dare to think about it. Only the princes and princesses in the capital could taste such beef. Surprisingly, here it was, packed in a big bag. Further down, there were several bags with writing on them. The writing was a bit messy, but the character for salt could be recognized. When Fong Taixing said it might be salt, everyone shivered a little. Zhao, who carefully opened one bag. Inside, the salt was whiter than snow, fine and fluffy. He pinched a small amount, tasted it, and it was pure salty flavor, no bitterness, no stones, no sand. This is refined salt, finer than the salt supplied by the court. There are even 2 bags of this quality. There were also several bottles and jars, all looking very delicate. The bottles were smooth, labeled vinegar, soy sauce, and peanut oil. Everything was laid out on the bed, filling the space completely. Zhao carefully took down the small cart, fondling the shiny metal handle, which he loved. He even figured out that the cart's box could fold up. When not in use, fold the box and lift the handle, and it becomes flat, saving space. The village chief also saw how useful it was and kept praising. This cart is so convenient. I don't know what those 4 wheels are made of, but they make no noise and roll smoothly. Carrying things is much easier. Even little kids like Yaya can push heavy loads with it. Those people over there are really clever. He pinched the cart's box again, saying, "This thing looks thin and fragile, but it's actually quite sturdy. And lightweight too." Meanwhile, Fong Taixing was still checking the numbers with Yaya. The stick on the ground marked many lines. Suddenly, he said seriously, "Let's stop looking at the stuff. We've found a big problem, an enormous problem." Everyone immediately quieted down and looked at him. According to Yaya, all these things were exchanged for that bag of stubborn sprouts she brought. Over there, they call it tender sprout. Based on their estimate, that amount of stubborn sprouts is worth over 300. But this pile of things, salt, oil, seasonings, meat, milk, rice, flour, plus the 3 new clothes Yaya is wearing, over there, they say it's worth more than 500. That's strange. Fong Taixing pointed at the numbers on the ground with a stick. Either those things over there are not worth much, or our thorn buds are very valuable. But that doesn't matter. What's important is that our thorn buds can be exchanged for many good things over there. Village chief and Granny Lu hesitated to speak. Fong Taixing seemed to understand their doubts and continued, "I also wondered if that kind lady over there was kind-hearted and intentionally paid high prices for the buds." Yaya doesn't believe it either, but she saw that lady shouting and everyone rushing to buy and compete for the buds. These days, besides helping Granny Lu with a fire stove, expanding the yard, digging a cellar, and stacking the stove, we've gathered everyone to go to the mountains to find thorn buds. When we find a good spot, we pick half a cartful each day, and Yaya takes them to exchange for things or money. Once we exchange for rice, flour, and salt, our village won't worry about food anymore. When we exchange the money from over there, Yaya can buy whatever she wants to eat. No more envying others for what they eat or wear. Everyone listened with bright eyes and nodded repeatedly. While waiting for Yaya to return, they also made plans. Granny Lu's mud brick house was too small, not only drafty and rainy, but the stove was mostly blocked, making it cold even when sleeping. Yaya was helping the villagers find work over there. They couldn't do nothing in return. First, they would tidy up the house where Yaya and Granny Lu slept, and also keep the things Yaya brought back. The village was short of food and resources, relying on luck. So, they decided to build a big stove for Granny Lu's house so they could eat there in the future. There weren't many people in the village, and the place was small. Everyone gathered together, lively and bustling. They could also learn more about the situation over there. The village chief waved his hand and marked 2 more plots of land in front of Granny Lu's house. "We'll start work tomorrow." Unexpectedly, before this careful plan could begin, Yaya brought them such a big surprise. While everyone was still immersed in this great news, discussing loudly how to go up the mountain to find thorn buds, they suddenly saw Yaya's little head drooping little by little. It was already the hour of the dog, and the child was pushing a cart full of things. She must have been exhausted after a long night of trouble. Granny Lu quickly got up, brought over the warm water she had prepared earlier, and the village chief gently urged, "Stop chatting. Let the girl rest." Granny Lu wrung out a hot towel and carefully wiped Yaya's small face. Then she gently took off her new clothes. The fabric made a rustling sound as it was removed, and Granny Lu moved even more softly. Carefully, she spread the clothes over Yaya. The clothes felt soft and thick, much better than the coarse hemp quilt filled with reed flowers from home. The reed flower quilt was rough and heavy, and it hurt to touch. But worried that Yaya might be cold, Granny Lu kept the quilt covering Yaya, tucking in the corners. She silently thought, "It's better for Yaya to have a good life than anything else." Just before dawn, the yard at Granny Lu's house became lively. Everyone who could work in the village came. They moved quietly, so as not to wake Yaya. Some were repairing the old wall, others were mixing mud to build a new stove, and a few carried hoes to dig a cellar behind the house. The yard was busy both inside and outside, full of energy. When Yaya woke up, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and pushed open the door. She saw all the people in the yard and was immediately stunned, her small eyes wide and blank. Seeing she was awake, everyone quickly gathered around her with smiles, speaking kindly. "Yaya is awake? Are you tired? Are you hungry? Just rest a little more if you're sleepy, no rush. Yesterday you worked hard, little one," Yaya blinked and softly asked. "Aunt Lin, Grandpa Li, Uncle Zhao, what are you all doing?" Aunt Lin teased with a smile. "Fixing the yard and building a big stove for Yaya. Everyone depends on Yaya now. From now on, we'll all eat together in this yard." Hearing this, Yaya clapped her hands happily. "Yes, yes. Before only I and Granny Lu ate so quiet. But with more people, it's lively. Granny Lu must be happy. Don't worry, Auntie. Yaya is very capable now. Yesterday, I brought a lot of food. We can feed everyone." As she spoke, she saw little Dizzy and little Schwanzi squatting in the corner digging up soil. Her eyes lit up immediately. She turned and ran into the house, struggling to dig out milk cartons from the box. She carefully took out 3 boxes of milk, holding them close to her chest. Standing at the door, she called out, "Little Schwanzi, little Dizzy, come here." Hearing the call, the 2 children stopped digging and looked up at the door. They both exclaimed in surprise. The 2 little ones stared with wide eyes, fixed on Yaya. "Jaja wore a fluffy white bunny hat." The soft bunny ears drooped, and when the wind blew, the fur on the hat gently swayed. She wore a pale yellow jacket, the color softer than the brightest egg yolk they had ever seen. The jacket's hem was puffy and decorated with lace. In the past, the little girl was dull and plain, but today she looks like a little fairy under Guanin's seat. She has a bright smile, her eyes curved like crescent moons, and she is holding 3 small white boxes. She stands there obediently and beautifully, so charming that Xiao Duzi and Xiao Shuangzi can't take their eyes off her. "Yaya, you look so pretty." Xiao Duzi was the first to speak, pulling Xiao Shuangzi toward the door. Xiao Shuangzi happily followed, mumbling, "Sister, so pretty." The 2 boys ran up to her, looking at her fluffy, cloud-like coat. Their little hands itched to touch it, but they saw their own muddy hands and quickly rubbed them on their rough cloth clothes until their hands turned red. Then they carefully poked at Yaya's coat with a finger.
Wow.
So soft, Yaya handed each of them a small box of milk, carefully saying, "This is for you. The 3 of us each get 1. Annie over there said kids should eat this. It helps you grow taller and become smarter." When Xiao Shuangzi heard it could help him grow taller, he clenched his box tighter. He was the shortest kid in the village. He wanted to grow tall, become smart, and grow up quickly, just like Uncle Zhao, strong and brave. The three little kids gathered together, fiddling with their boxes for a long time. Yaya remembered how Chao Shulian had shown her, carefully peeling open the straw packaging on the box. Then she held the straw to the shiny silver circle on the box, poking it gently. A faint milky smell wafted out. Yaya helped Xiao Duzi and Xiao Shuangzi insert their straws into their boxes, then took a big sip herself. A sweet, milky flavor slid down her throat. So delicious, she couldn't help but stomp her foot in happiness. Xiao Shuangzi copied her, holding his box and sucking on the straw. His eyes lit up immediately. Then he sipped little by little, thinking that Yaya must be a fairy to produce such good food. For breakfast, the warm steam rose from the stove at Granny Lu's house, filling the yard with a lovely aroma. Grandma Li and Aunt Lin mixed the leftover kudzu root and white rice that Hunter Zhao brought yesterday, cooking a thick porridge. Yesterday, they thought eating kudzu root porridge was the best thing. But after finishing it, they had big white steamed buns and meat buns. It was almost as grand as the county officials' feast. Today, it was even better. Yaya had brought fine rice, flour, and meat. Cooked and ready, I don't even know what kind of marinade was used for the meat, but once heated, the aroma from afar makes my mouth water. The villagers moved all the tables into Granny Lu's yard. Without walls, the yard could hold many tables. For large tables were pushed together, and 21 people sat around them, making a lively scene. On the tables was a big plate of brown braised meat steaming hot. There was a large, bone-in pork knuckle with thick skin and fatty oil, still trembling and wobbling as it was brought out. So tempting. Next to it, there were slices of meat, which the village chief said were beef. It's quite shocking beef. Eating even a bite could land someone in big trouble, but Yaya managed to get some. There was also heart meat and pig's head meat. Not just on special days, but even during festivals, the village rarely had such good food. Because they had 2 big bags of salt, Aunt Lin also made a bowl of wild vegetable soup. She blanched the vegetables, sprinkled some salt, stirred, and made a delicious spring-flavored soup. Now everyone knows that the wild chive buds from the mountain can be exchanged for food. With this confidence, they no longer hold back or worry about wasting food. Everyone eats heartily and happily. After gathering some strength, they went to the hillside to pick wild chive buds. The strongest helped Granny Lu with chores. Spring planting was coming soon. The fields hadn't been plowed yet, and the hard, compacted soil needed strength to work on. The village chief repeatedly reminded everyone, "Don't hold back. Eat enough so you have the strength to work. Spring wheat will be sown soon. Loosening the soil and fetching water are hard work. Don't let me see anyone deliberately skimping on food and getting sick." I'll keep reminding them. The soft, fragrant rice porridge was delicious, and the pork was tender and flavorful. Some brought over leftover buns, steamed bread, and sweets from yesterday. Everyone held their bowls, eating mouthfuls of bread and shredded meat, unable to stop. Aunt Lin, with a plain face, poured herself a bowl of wild vegetable soup. As she ate, she suddenly looked upset and patted her thigh.
Oh.
We used to eat wild chive buds just to get by, thinking they were bland and watery. Now I realize with one bite, Yaya could exchange for so many things. It really makes me sad hearing this, someone quickly agreed. That's right. We're all reluctant to eat it. Why is this wild vegetable more precious than meat? Maybe in the future, we should keep the leaves too. Who knows, maybe we can exchange them. Maybe there's no grass or leaves over there and pigs and cows are running everywhere. Can we exchange for a few chickens? A while ago, the village slaughtered all the chickens and ate them. Now there are no poultry left. Yaya perked up her ears and remembered the word chicken. She also started craving eggs. Back when the village still had chickens, she sometimes got half an egg or a whole one. It was fragrant and filling. Next time she went out, she decided she would look for some eggs. After the meal, everyone got busy with their own tasks. The aunts and grandmothers quickly cleaned up the dishes and washed the pots. Yaya and Grandma Lu were taken to the village chief's house. The roof there wasn't well covered with straw, so wind and rain leaked through. They were redoing it, and the bed platform had been lifted for cleaning. The dust underneath had hardened into dark lumps, and the old men helping with the work were covered in dirt. Hunter Zhao led a group into the mountains to look for thorn sprouts. Since Yaya had found some before, there must be more growing elsewhere. The village chief came along too, leaning on a stick and looking around as he reminded everyone, if you see other wild vegetables, pick a few as well. Don't take too many. Wash them and bring them to Yaya. Maybe she'll like them too. Should we pick some of those smelly leaves? They look a bit like thorn sprouts, red and purple, just with a stronger smell, someone asked. The village chief thought for a while. Pick a handful. Maybe someone will want them. Let's try. There are plenty of those over there, Grandma Lee recalled. Last time I saw them, they were just sprouting. They should be ready to pick now. Zhao Hu also remembered a few spots. Since no one liked those smelly leaves, there were still many left. After searching around the foot of the mountain for about 2 hours, the small climbing team had gathered quite a bit. They filled a big basket with thorn sprouts, picked a few handfuls of smelly leaves, and collected a small basket of shepherd's purse. They even found the fern shoots Yaya had been thinking about, growing in a damp hollow halfway up the mountain. When they picked them, it came to about 3 pounds. Zhao Hu also went to a small mountain stream and caught some tiny shrimp and snails. They were small, fishy, and muddy, and since the stream was far away, there was a lot of silt. He didn't take too many, just a handful of each, then hurried back to meet the group as the sky began to darken. By the time they returned, Grandma Lu's roof had been red-hatched, and the bed platform was fixed. Only the yard and stove weren't finished yet. There wasn't much they could do. The village had no strong young workers, only elderly men and women. Even working as fast as they could, they barely managed to make the house livable. When the stove was lit, the Kong became much warmer than before. Old Man Fong led 3 little children in learning to count, paying special attention to Yaya. Knowing more numbers would make it easier to decide what to buy next time, and they also needed to start learning to read. Over there, the characters with missing arms or legs were tricky, so he had to study them carefully. The numbers were different from theirs, but Old Man Fong had figured out how to make sense of all the packaging, milk cartons, vinegar, salt, and all the wrappers by flattening and examining them. He carefully kept these papers close, as they were valuable information. As the sun set behind the western hills, Hunter Zhao and the village chief returned with 2 baskets of wild vegetables. Meanwhile, Yaya, Little Bean, and Little Squirrel had just finished learning today's numbers. Feng Taisheng had also brought some of the packaging paper to teach Yaya a few simple characters with missing arms or legs. Learning those characters was mainly to help Yaya recognize things when buying stuff, so she wouldn't get tricked. Feng Taisheng also compared the small writing on the paper, noticing that the way numbers were written there was very different from their village's way. He silently memorized a few, planning to understand the other writing style next time Yaya brought back items with characters. Everyone took a deep breath and got busy. They gathered around the square table in the yard, washing the wild vegetables carefully, no dirt left, sorting them, and tying them neatly. They also brought out an old scale and weighed each batch. Yaya was the most energetic, and it seemed they had gathered almost all the wild vegetables from this mountain area today. Going deeper into the mountains was too dangerous, especially for the old and weak villagers who couldn't handle it. The total weight was nearly 8 jin. Before, when Yaya didn't have her little cart, they wouldn't have considered letting her carry so much. She was small and fragile, and the load would be too heavy for her. But now, with the little cart, she could pick more. They also picked 2 handfuls of rotten leaves, about a jin. They took some tender shoots from the shepherd's purse, which had sprouted new leaves, weighing about 4 jin. Yaya was eager for fiddlehead ferns, leaving 1 jin to make breakfast for her tomorrow morning, with another 2 jin left. Hunter Zhao didn't put the rice, shrimp, and river snails in the cart because they had a strong fishy smell and could spoil the other food, plus there wasn't much meat. He just picked them up casually and kept them in a jar to let the sand settle. People in the village weren't used to eating 3 meals a day. For poor families, even 1 meal a day was already good. But ever since Yaya came, the whole village had started eating twice a day. 1 meal in the morning and another afternoon. 3 meals were still too much to hope for. They weren't that well off yet. The wheat hadn't been planted, and there was no grain stored, so everyone still felt a bit uneasy. Still, Aunt Lynn specially warmed a box of milk, cut 2 slices of pork, and cooked 3 small bowls of steaming noodles. She made a nutritious meal for the 3 little children in the village. Watching the kids eat happily, Aunt Lynn couldn't help but sigh. If only we had some eggs. A fried egg on top would make it perfect. When the wild vegetables were all packed and loaded into the small cart, Yaya touched the handle. Dressed in the clothes Aunt Chow had bought her, she waved to the people in the yard and slowly pushed the cart toward the house. The ground in the yard was uneven. During the day, villagers built stoves and repaired houses, leaving the ground full of bumps and holes. Yaya pushed the cart, but one of the wheels got stuck in a small pit and wouldn't move. She tried several more times, breathing hard, but it still didn't budge. The wild vegetables weighed about 30 pounds, almost as much as Yaya herself. On a smooth road like the one at the morning market, it might have been fine. But on the rough, bumpy village road, it was too much for a 5-year-old girl. Yaya's short legs pressed against the ground as she tried to lift the cart, but the wheels didn't move at all. Hunter Zhao turned around and saw the scene. Quick as a flash, he ran over, slapped his forehead, and scolded himself. Oh no, how could I be so foolish? Letting Yaya push such a heavy cart. She's only 5. The village chief also blamed himself. It's our fault. We got greedy and packed too much, forgetting how small she is. Even with wheels, it's too heavy for her. He reached out to open the cart cover. Let's take some out. For adults used to farm work, 10 or 20 pounds didn't seem like much, so no one had thought about it when they were loading the cart.
No, no.
Yaya quickly said, her little face full of determination. I can do it. The road ahead is flat. I can push it. As she spoke, she suddenly leapt forward, her small body lying firmly over the cart, protecting it. Then, in a flash, both the little cart and Yaya disappeared. Everyone stood frozen, looking at one another, filled with regret. Hunter Zhao sighed and slapped his thigh. It's all our fault for not thinking it through. Next time, we can't load so much, 10 pounds at most. The village chief looked at Granny Lu's uneven yard and said seriously, level this yard as soon as possible and pack the soil down tight. We can't let the child fall again. When Yaya opened her eyes, she was already beside the familiar stone post. In the distance, she saw her aunt in a red floral jacket frying sweet cakes. Her eyes curved with joy as she gripped the handle of her little cart and pushed it forward with effort. She still looked around carefully, checking for the metal cars her aunt had mentioned. Aunt Chow Xuelian looked up and saw a tiny figure in a pale yellow coat pushing a cart almost as tall as herself, moving slowly step by step. The cars on both sides noticed the little girl and didn't rush. They turned on their hazard lights and quietly waited for her to cross the road. Chow Xuelian quickly wiped her hands on her apron and ran over. She steadied the cart with one hand and took Yaya's cold little hand with the other, leading her to her stall. Come warm up by the fire. Your hands are freezing. What did you bring that's so heavy? Yaya copied the adults around her, warming her hands by the fire and rubbing them hard. Smiling brightly, she looked up and said, Annie, these are wild vegetables the grandparents in the village picked.
There are lots and lots.
The village chief even helped me find some fiddlehead ferns, there in the cart. You can take them home to eat. They're crunchy and sticky, and so tasty. Hearing that, Chow Xuelian immediately remembered the 2 bundles of tender shoots Yaya had given her yesterday. She had taken them home, stir-fried some with eggs, and made a dipping sauce with the rest. Her husband and 2 sons devoured everything, praising how fresh and delicious the wild shoots were. She had tasted them too, and the flavor was so fresh it amazed her. She couldn't help wondering where Yaya's village was. How could the wild vegetables there be so good? Chow Xuelian smacked her lips unconsciously, her eyes fixed on the black plastic box in the little cart. All wild vegetables. They couldn't be left covered for long. She quickly lifted the lid and gasped. There were so many. Yaya saw her aunt's surprised look, puffed out her little chest proudly, and said, Auntie, look. Grandma and the other ladies washed them carefully. They're all clean. As she spoke, she pointed at the vegetables in the small box. Chao Xuelian looked at the pile of tender shoots, the bright green shepherd's purse, and the neatly tied bracken. Then she noticed a small bunch of Chinese tune shoots on the side. The smell was so fresh and real. Oh my, there's even Chinese tune. That's a real treat. Oh my, there's even Chinese tune. That's a real treat. What's Chinese tune? Yaya asked curiously when she heard it was something special. Here, this one, Chao Xuelian said, picking up the reddish shoots.
See?
The tips are red and pointy, and they have a strong smell. They're a bit like the tender shoots, but without thorns. EW. Yaya wrinkled her little nose. Why do you call this smelly leaf fragrant? Chao Xuelian smiled at her scrunched-up face, but didn't explain. That's just how this vegetable is. Its smell is strong. Some people love it, others can't stand it. Yaya scooped up a handful of bracken and handed it to Chao Xuelian. Auntie, take this home to eat, she said brightly. Then she pointed at the rest of the wild vegetables. Grandpa the village chief said we should sell the rest to earn some money, so we can give back the money you spent on me yesterday. Chao Xuelian laughed, gently pinched Yaya's rosy cheeks, and pushed the bracken back into her arms. She straightened the child's clothes and said, Silly girl, you don't need to pay me back. These wild vegetables are all good stuff. Don't worry, Auntie will help you sell them for a good price. She quickly spread a clean plastic sheet on the ground and carefully arranged the vegetables, tender shoots, bracken, and shepherd's purse neatly in rows, with a Chinese tune set aside so it wouldn't get crushed. Chao Xuelian had grown up in the countryside, so she could tell at a glance that these were genuine wild mountain vegetables, untouched by chemicals, growing naturally in the hills. They were nothing like the so-called wild ones sold in the market, which were actually grown in greenhouses with fertilizer. Those looked tender but tasted bland. These, though, smelled wonderfully fresh. Especially the Chinese tune. The aroma was strong and pure. With such quality, people would probably rush to buy it even if it cost over 100 yuan. She looked again at the shepherd's purse. Each piece was picked at the tender tips, fresh and full of life. It was clear that the people in Yaya's village were thoughtful and honest, leaving the roots to grow again instead of pulling everything out just to make more weight. It was almost 6 in the morning. The morning market was gradually getting busier with people buying vegetables and taking walks. Everyone was holding steaming hot food in their pockets, strolling from stall to stall, choosing what they wanted. Chao Xuelian was thinking about calling out to attract customers when she saw the woman who bought tender shoots yesterday walking quickly toward her. When she looked at the vegetables on the stall, her eyes lit up immediately. She patted her thigh and said, Wow, so many tender shoots. They look just like the ones I bought yesterday. Really good quality. The woman carefully reached out and gently touched the vegetables, smiling happily. Big sister, these wild vegetables are really good. I cooked a dish with eggs yesterday, and it was so fresh. They're tender enough to squeeze and release water, with no bitter taste. My whole family loved it and kept urging me to buy more today. These wild vegetables are only available for a couple of days. After that, only the cultivated, wild vegetables in the greenhouse will be available. She then noticed a bunch of fragrant chives, and her eyes shone even brighter.
Oh,
And chives. This is the first harvest from the deep mountain. She originally planned to buy more tender shoots but couldn't resist the chives. Although chives and tender shoots have a slightly strong flavor when eaten together, these wild vegetables are rare and precious, hard to find and very valuable. Without hesitation, she waved her hand and said, Give me 2 jean of tender shoots, and I'll take this much chives too. Turning around, she saw some fresh, green shepherd's purse and exclaimed, Wow, shepherd's purse. This is also wild. Very tender. If I can't finish it, I can make dumplings, and it can be frozen to eat for a long time. Put all the shepherd's purse on the scale for me too. The woman was quite bold and didn't ask about the price. She basically bought all the wild vegetables from the small stall. People nearby weren't happy about that. They hurriedly called out, Old sister, don't buy everything. These good wild vegetables are hard to find. Let everyone try some, leave some for us. Yeah, such good vegetables. If you buy them all, what will we do? The woman was a bit embarrassed and scratched her head, then looked at Chao Shilian. Big sister, will you still sell vegetables tomorrow? I'm not greedy, but these vegetables are so good. If I can't find them in the mountains anymore, I'll regret buying too little today. Chao Shilian smiled and pointed to Yaya sitting on a small stool. All these vegetables are from this little boss. I'm just helping her sell them. Sorry about that. Oh, such a young girl selling vegetables? Early in the morning. Little one, will you come back to sell again tomorrow? Yaya blinked her big eyes and whispered, I don't know. It depends on whether I can find more in the mountains. When she said this, everyone became more eager and started shouting, No, we can't buy everything together. Let's share some, try a little of each. Many of us are waiting to buy. Quick, tell us the prices. If they're fair, we'll choose quickly. We don't want to miss out. Yaya looked up at Chao Shilian with a trusting look and asked, Auntie, what should the vegetables be sold for? Chao Shilian thought for a moment and said, Tender shoots are the same as yesterday, 60 yuan per jean. Shepherd's purse and bracken are 25 yuan per jean. As for the fragrant cedar, you can see its quality, 110 yuan per jean. If you think it's worth it, buy some to try. I promise it will taste fresh and make you want more. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone started weighing and buying from Chao Shilian. Compared to ordinary stalls or those old vegetable bundles wrapped in mud, these prices are quite affordable and really good value. Big sister also happily agreed. Seeing everyone interested, she took the initiative to say, All right, I won't buy everything myself. I'll share some with everyone. 2 jean of tender shoots, 1 jean of shepherd's purse, and half a jean of fragrant cedar. Chao Shilian helped weigh and collect the money. Yaya sat nearby, unable to count or recognize the money. She was small and short, so she just watched Chao Shilian busy working. The fragrant cedar wasn't much. After weighing, it was about 1 jean and 6 liang. Subtracting the half jean her big sister wanted, each person at the stall took about 1 liang to taste at home. Nowadays, everyone pays by scanning QR codes. Chao Shilian's QR code kept beeping with transactions. WeChat payment 11 yuan, WeChat payment 96 yuan. After half an hour of work, besides Yaya quickly grabbing a handful of bracken, everything else was sold out. She still remembered to leave some bracken for her auntie. Chao Shilian took a breath, carefully noted down each payment, then gathered the money and approached Yaya. Yaya, look, we sold a total of 1,268 yuan. Before, Yaya had learned to count a little from Grandpa Fong. She could barely count up to 20 from 10. Now, 1,268 was a huge number to her. She was confused but knew it was very big, bigger than the most expensive 500 yuan from yesterday. Her little face was full of happiness. Then she remembered what Grandpa Fong said, that she still owed her auntie over 100 yuan. She carefully said, Auntie, remember to deduct the money you spent helping me buy things yesterday. Chao Shilian couldn't do anything but nod. I remember. You stay here, and I'll go get some cash for you. You probably don't have a phone, right? Now, everyone pays with their phones. Cash is rarely used anymore. What is a hand chicken? And what is money? Is Annie going to get some silver coins? Yaya listened with a head full of questions, but she still patiently waited where she was. Soon, Chao Shilian returned. She was selling things at a stall, usually keeping some small change for change. She didn't have much cash, so she went to the nearby bank to withdraw some. She squatted down and handed the money to Yaya. Among the stack of bills, there were 12 red notes and some loose coins. Chao Shilian took out 1 red note in front of her and smiled, saying, Yaya, this is the money I spent yesterday shopping. I took it back. The rest of the money, you keep it carefully. It's a total of 1,168 yuan. Yaya looked at the money in her hand. The paper bills were bright red and green, different from the copper coins and silver money in the village. So, this is what money looks like here. Carefully, Yaya put the money into her small, worn bag sewn by Auntie Lin. The bag looked simple but delicate, with a drawstring at the top. She tied it tightly, then patted her small bag and said, Thank you, Annie, for selling vegetables for Yaya. You've worked hard. Chao Shilian smiled warmly. It's not hard at all. I should thank Yaya for bringing me vegetables too. She waved the fern shoots she was holding. Yaya, I'm leaving now. Bye, Andy. Yaya bowed to Chao Shulian. She still had time and was thinking about eggs, hoping to see if there were any here. Chao Shulian looked at the sky. The morning market was lively now. Everyone knew each other. She needed to watch her sugar cake stall, so she couldn't follow Yaya all the time. She nodded and said, Go ahead, go ahead. Push your cart slowly, don't go too far. Come back early. If you need anything, come find me here. Yaya nodded, gripping the handle of her small cart. She pushed the empty cart along the road, exploring further inside. Everything around her was new and interesting, the sounds of shouting and carts clattering mixed together. Most of this area was selling vegetables and meat. There were piles of green vegetables and big baskets of fresh, shiny cabbages. There were 3 red tents set up as meat stalls. Long counters displayed sliced meat and pig legs shining red, looking very tempting. Yaya looked up at the trembling pieces of meat, pursed her lips, and remembered their positions. Then she continued walking forward to explore. After passing the fresh food area, she reached the section with household supplies. From afar, she saw a stall with eggs neatly arranged in rows. The white eggs lay in cardboard boxes, piled up like small hills. Yaya's eyes lit up. Her short legs quickened as she hurried over, thinking to herself, could this be a super-rich landowner? How many chickens would he need to produce so many eggs? She pushed her small cart to the stall and looked at the sea of white eggs. She tilted her head and asked the man standing nearby reading a novel, Grandpa, how much are the eggs? I want to buy some. The stall owner looked down and saw a small child, about 4 or 5 years old, barely reaching the table. He couldn't help but smile and said, Little one, where are your parents? Each tray has 30 eggs, and it costs 15 yuan. Yaya counted on her fingers. 30 eggs, and there are 21 people in the village. 1 tray is just enough for everyone to have some, with 9 eggs left over. So she decided to buy 1 tray. She was worried she might not be able to carry more, and eggs are easy to break. She knew 15 yuan was a small amount, but she wondered what exactly 15 yuan looked like. She tilted her head and thought for a moment. Taking out 2 pieces of paper from her bag, she said, Grandpa, I want to buy 1 tray. The old man saw the money in her hand and became even happier. Little one, 15 yuan is not 150. Seeing her confused look, he crouched down and pointed at the money, explaining, Look at this red bill. It has a number below and 2 circles on the stick. That's 100 yuan. The blue bill with 1 circle is 10 yuan, and the green one with the curved number is 5, and the last circle is 50 yuan. Yaya happily responded. Exactly. Very clever, the old man said with a smile, not knowing whose child's parents were so generous to let her come out and practice handling money. Now I'll test you. If you want to buy 1 tray of eggs, which costs 15 yuan, find the 10 yuan and 5 yuan bills and give them to me. Yaya rummaged through her small bag, muttering, This stick with 1 circle, blue, is 10 yuan. The curved number is 5. She found the small paper bill, which should be 5 yuan. She handed both bills to the egg stall owner. Great. Exactly 15 yuan. Don't get it wrong next time, the old man said happily as he took the money. He then placed a tray of eggs into her small cart, adding some newspaper underneath.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Goodbye. Yaya learned something new today and was very happy. She pushed her small cart forward, exploring this big place. Her piggy bank hadn't moved yet, so she decided to look around a bit more. She pushed her cart along, breathing hard, and soon reached the fruit area. The market was lively, with all kinds of fruits displayed everywhere. Baskets and foam boxes were lined up. Apples piled high looked like little mountains, bright red and shiny. Bananas were neatly arranged in bunches. Tangerines in large bamboo baskets looked orange and fresh, very appealing. There were also big strawberries in baskets, shiny and wet, with a sweet smell filling the air. Yaya whispered in surprise, I've never seen such pretty fruits. She had only picked blackberries in the mountains before, which were sweet and sour enough to make her happy. She had never seen such bright, clean fruits. She leaned on her small cart, turning her head left and right, eyes wide with amazement. Her little mouth was open, showing her surprise at seeing so many new things. The lady selling tangerines had noticed the little girl. Seeing how fascinated she was, she smiled and waved. "Come over, little one, and try some. These tangerines are very sweet." Yaya looked at her friendly smile, feeling a little tempted. But she was worried these beautiful fruits might be too expensive for her to buy. She took small steps back, hesitant. The lady called out again, "It's free, no charge. Just try one. If you like it, you can tell your parents to buy some." Hearing this, Yaya dared to walk closer slowly. The lady saw how small and thin she was, probably only 3 or 4 years old. She guessed Yaya might not know how to peel an orange well. Quickly, she picked a small tangerine, peeled it in a few bites, and split it in half. She handed one half to Yaya. "Here, try this." Yaya took the orange piece with her tiny hand. She bit into it, and the sweet juice burst in her mouth. It was very sweet, not sour at all, even sweeter than the sweetest blackberry in the mountains, 10 times sweeter. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, this is amazing. What kind of fruit is this?" "It's so delicious." The lady smiled and said, "It's a small fruit, 2 yuan per jean." 2 yuan was very cheap. Yaya could afford it. Feeling confident, she said proudly, "Annie, I want to buy some." The lady laughed happily. "You can buy it yourself? Do you have money?" Yaya patted her small bag and nodded proudly. "Yes, I have money." The lady asked, "How much do you want to buy?" Maya thought for a moment. She wasn't sure how much to buy. She looked at the aunt and said, "Auntie, there are 21 people in our village. Maya wants to buy gifts for the grandpas and grandmas." The aunt exclaimed happily, showing she was a caring child. "Let's weigh 2 jean first. More than that, your small body can't carry it." She then picked about 30 small tangerines, weighed them, put them in a plastic bag, and placed it in the small cart. Maya took out 4 paper slips. She checked them carefully. Each was a stick, so she was sure they were correct. The aunt took the 4 yuan and said, "Eat well and come back again." Maya straightened her back. She was glad she hadn't made a mistake. She pushed her cart to the strawberry stall. The red fruit smelled even sweeter than the tangerines. The bright red looked very nice. The seller had already cut fresh strawberries and skewered them with toothpicks for tasting. Seeing Maya, he handed her a piece. "Try our first batch of strawberries. They're very sweet. Be careful with the toothpick, bite gently." Maya took the toothpick, took a small bite. The fruit was soft and tender, sweet with a slight sourness. The taste was fresh and fragrant, with a hint of milkiness, more than the earlier tangerines. Her eyes lit up. "Delicious. How much for this, sir?" "Premium strawberries, 9 yuan 90 per jean. Want some?" "Yes." 2 jean. Maya nodded happily. But she wondered, what does 9 yuan 90 mean? Is it 99? She tentatively took out 2 10-yuan bills and handed them to the seller. 9 yuan 90, not 99. Just give me 20 yuan and keep the change, 2 mao and 2 strawberries. The seller didn't take her money. 20 yuan, yes. That's right. Here, 2 10-yuan bills, Maya said, giving the money. The seller packed the strawberries into a small basket, then added a few loose ones, opened the cart cover, and placed everything inside. "Here you go. Take care not to shake it." Little rich girl Maya now understood. She could buy almost anything here. She had a lot of money now. She felt proud and walked taller. Further inside was a section with miscellaneous goods, everything from old Italian glasses to torn tape. And there was a loudspeaker repeating over and over. "Clearance sale. Old jackets, leftover stock, size runs out. Cheap prices. Only 10 yuan each." Everything in the store, 10 yuan, 10 yuan? It was something she could afford. Yaya stretched her neck to look toward the sound. There was a large stall covered with plastic sheets, piled high with all kinds of old-fashioned padded jackets. All the jackets were thick with padding. The colors were either bright red and green or fluorescent pink and yellow. They looked very old-fashioned. Not only young people, but even the elderly found them ugly. The shop owner was also getting impatient. He bought these cheap, and with spring coming soon, he decided to sell them all quickly. They were only 10 yuan each, just to clear the stock. But because they looked so bad, no one came to ask about them. Suddenly, A small child in a yellow padded coat and a bunny had pushed a tiny cart over. Seeing the colorful jackets, her eyes lit up. Yaya squatted down, touched the jackets with her small hand. They were soft, thick, and very warm, warmer than her family's reed quilt. The bright colors, with big red and green flowers, made her stare in amazement. No one in the village had ever seen such bright colors. Not even the wedding dress that Aunt Lin wore when she got married was as pretty or as bright as these jackets. Big brother, are these jackets all 10 yuan each? The young stall owner nodded. Yes, everything here is 10 yuan. 10 yuan per piece. Little girl, are you buying for your grandparents? How tall are they? Yaya thought for a moment, raised her hand high, and said, They are this tall and thin. The young man's mouth twitched. He guessed they were probably less than 1 meter tall. It wasn't worth asking more. Most of the jackets he bought were small or medium size, suitable for thin people. If someone was too fat, they couldn't wear them. He waved his hand. Anyone under 150 jin, about 75 kilograms, can wear them. Just pick what you like. As for the colors, even if children chose the ugliest ones, the elderly would still like them. Yaya immediately felt relieved. She counted on her fingers and mumbled the names. Grandpa Fong, Grandma Li, Village Chief, Grandpa Wang, Grandma Lu. After counting, she looked up. Big brother, I want to buy 20 jackets. 18 for adults, and 2 smaller ones for my brothers. The young man's eyes widened and his eyebrows raised.
This was not a small sale.
He quickly asked, Are all your adults thin? No one is fat. Yaya nodded hard. Yes, they are all thin. Only then did the young man feel at ease. He helped her pick out some simple, nice jackets that wouldn't go wrong. Big brother, I don't like this one. I want the colorful ones. The red one with flowers. And the green one with flowers. Those are pretty. The young man's mouth twitched. Her taste was quite old-fashioned. The customers had clear requests, so he carefully selected bright, large flowers, choosing 20 pieces, folding and packing them into one bag. Little girl, can you carry this? Yaya pointed to the small cart beside her. Please help me put the jackets here, brother. The young man looked at the small cart and the boxes inside, and his mouth twitched. How could all these clothes fit? They were ugly, but very thick. However, they could be compressed and tied up to stack on top of the box. Thinking this, the young man found some rope and tied all the clothes together, wrapping the rope around twice to prevent the cart from tipping over. 20 pieces in total, 200 coins. Little girl, you'd better call your parents to come pick you up. This is too high and blocks your view, so you can't see the road. Yaya took out 2 red notes and smiled. Thank you, brother. I can manage. Then she pushed the cart around a corner and disappeared quickly. The cart was full of clothes, and Yaya didn't browse anymore. She found a quiet corner to wait patiently for the return. Looking at the tall pile of jackets, the eggs in the cart, and 2 bags of fruit, she felt very happy. Wild vegetables are really valuable. These 20 thick jackets only cost 2 red notes, just 200 coins. And those wild vegetables could be exchanged for more than 10 red notes. In the village, Aunt Lin's fine clothes reportedly cost 800 coins, and they weren't as nice as these thick, beautiful jackets. Now everyone in the village can wear warm and pretty clothes. Yaya felt her little purse warm, and she hurried back to her mud brick house in Lotus village with her small cart. The tall pile, almost reaching the roof, made Granny Lu gasp in surprise. Oh my, what is this? So thick, like a small quilt. She leaned back and saw Yaya behind the cart, safe and sound and relaxed. Looking at the mountain of clothes, she asked, How many coins did this cost? Stacked so high. Yaya, how did you carry it all back? Yaya's eyelids fluttered, and she yawned widely, swaying her body. Granny, I brought clothes for everyone in the village. I'll tell you more when I wake up. Pushing the heavy cart all the way, Yaya was exhausted but kept going with her happiness. When she finally reached her home, the warm bed, the cozy smell of herbs, made her relax completely. She was so sleepy she curled up and quickly fell asleep. Grandma Lu looked at the child's tired little face with both love and pity. She gently wiped her face and tucked the blanket around her. Her eyes fell on the tall bundle wrapped in a bag, and curiosity filled her heart. She wanted to take a look, but as soon as she touched the plastic bag, it made a rustling sound. The night was so quiet that even this small noise seemed loud. She quickly stopped, afraid of waking Yaya. Instead, she carefully pushed the small cart into the corner, made sure it was steady, and then lay back down on the bed. At dawn, when the sky was just turning light and the birds in the forest were chirping happily, Yaya slowly opened her eyes. Grandma Lu, who always slept lightly, had already gotten up before sunrise. Several villagers were already busy in the yard. When the village head and a few others came in, Grandma Lu showed them what Yaya had brought back. They stared at the gray bags piled almost to the ceiling, their mouths wide open in surprise. After a long moment, one of them finally said, "What's this? Thick quilts? Why are there so many?" Everyone was itching to open the bags, but when Grandma Lu mentioned that the plastic made a loud noise when touched, no one dared to move it. They quietly tiptoed out of the room, moving slowly and carefully as they swept the yard, afraid of waking Yaya. Yaya sat up, rubbed her eyes, and when she saw the pile of colorful padded jackets in the corner, she instantly woke up and quickly put on her shoes. As soon as she reached the door, she saw the people in the yard. Grandpa Village Head, Uncle Zhao, Grandpa Fong, "Come here quickly." Hearing her call, their eyes lit up and they followed her inside. Yaya pointed at the tightly tied bundle of jackets, smiling brightly. "I bought a jacket for everyone. The seller said these have 3 layers of cotton inside. They're really thick, even warmer than my reed quilt, and super soft."
Cotton.
Fong Taisheng clutched his chest in shock. He had heard about cotton when he went to the county for exams years ago. It was a rare and valuable thing, worth silver. A pound of cotton could be traded for an ounce of silver. If all these jackets were made of cotton, that was an incredible gift. The village head quickly stepped forward and carefully untied the rope. With a soft whoosh, the compressed jackets puffed up, growing taller. Zhao Hu and Fong Taisheng hurried to help. Together, they gently removed the outer gray plastic bag, and in an instant, a burst of bright colors filled the room. Vivid red flowers, fresh green fabric, and shades of pink and yellow, dazzling to the eyes. "This color, I've never even seen it, let alone wear it." Village chief, Zhao Hu, Fong Taisheng, and 3 others laid out the coats one by one on the Kong, heated bed. They felt soft, thick, and fluffy, like clouds, warm like sun-dried quilts. They dared not grip them tightly, afraid their rough hands would damage the fabric. "Oh my, this is so beautiful and thick." The village chief's voice trembled a little. The feel of the fabric made them a bit nervous. Such fine material must be from a fairy or someone special. Did Yaya really bring it back like this? How much silver would this cost? Grandma Lu also came out of the kitchen. When she saw the bright coats piled on the Kong, she was so surprised her steps almost floated. She stood by the bed, unable to move her legs. "Grandma, try this. The big red floral coat is specially chosen for you by Yaya." Grandma Lu slowly stroked the fabric of the coat. It was thick and soft, better than the one from the Lin family. How much would one of these cost? Such a fine coat filled the entire Kong. This is too precious. How dare I wear it? Quick, wear it. Everyone should wear new clothes. Yaya pushed her toward the kitchen. Grandma Lu remembered there were 3 men inside. Blushing, she hurried to the kitchen, carefully taking off her old, patched, and stuffed coarse hemp coat, then hesitated before removing her rough hemp shirt. She held the bright, new red floral coat gently, shook it out, and slowly put it on herself. As soon as she wore it, a warm feeling spread through her. It wasn't the dull, damp warmth of her old coat, but a real, all-over warmth. Soft and close to her body after a while, her back started to sweat. Grandma Lu's eyes turned red. She didn't know if it was from the heat or the warmth. She wiped her eyes carefully and stepped out of the kitchen. "Wow, Grandma, you look so beautiful." Yaya clapped happily, her eyes full of joy. The village chief and the others looked at Grandma Lu's new coat. Her face was flushed with warmth, and with the bright floral pattern, she seemed to have become several years younger. Village chief, Grandpa Fong, Uncle Zhao, you all pick one to wear. Everyone has one now. Yaya bought them all. Yaya stood on the Kong, confidently waving her hand. Zhao, who couldn't hold back anymore. He reached out and chose a coat with a blue background and small white flowers. He looked around and decided this one was the simplest. All the coats Yaya bought were for women, so each one had flowers, either small prints or large patterns, and they all had small round collars. The village chief slowly picked out a small pink flower with a brown background. The two of them carefully enjoyed their clothes. Fong Taisheng didn't rush to move, but took Yaya's small hand and asked, Yaya, did we really trade these with our wild vegetables? Yaya nodded and reached into her small bag, pulling out a bunch of colorful paper slips. Yes, yes. We traded wild vegetables for these. The tender shoots and stinky leaves were very popular, and they sold out quickly. Yaya also paid back the money I borrowed from Auntie. She then acted like a little teacher, pointing at the paper money and explaining to Fong Taisheng, Grandpa Fong, look at this red bill. One stick with 2 circles is worth 100. That's a lot. One bill can buy 10 jackets. The green one with the curve number is 5, and the one with the circle is 50. Fong Taisheng squatted by the bed, staring at the paper slips with wide eyes.
Wow.
We traded over 10 wild vegetables for these bills. One bill can buy 10 jackets. These vegetables must be magical. How can they exchange for so many good things? Yaya giggled happily, then suddenly remembered something. She got off the bed and pulled her small cart over. Grandpa Fong, I also bought eggs and sweet fruits. The yellow one is called sugar tangerine, and the red one is called strawberry. They're very sweet. The village chief and Zhao, who also stopped looking at their clothes and helped Yaya take things out of the cart. There was a bag of round, golden fruits and a basket of red, heart-shaped fruits with sesame seeds on them. At the bottom, there was a whole tray of white eggs. The village chief immediately swallowed hard. It had been a long time since he last ate eggs. He wondered if these eggs could hatch chicks. Zhao the hunter looked at the unfamiliar fruits, leaned over to smell them, and exclaimed, they smell so special and sweet. Grandpa Fong, don't just stand there staring. Hurry up and pick your clothes. Yaya saw that the 3 adults in the house had all put on new clothes, but Grandpa Fong still looked dull and gray. She urged him. Okay. I'll pick now. Fong Taisheng quickly responded and chose a small, brown floral jacket. Soon, all 4 of them were dressed in new jackets, their faces rosy with happiness. The room was warm from the stove, and they were wrapped in 3 layers of padded jackets. After a while, everyone was sweating, but didn't want to take them off. Instead, they took the eggs and fruits outside to the yard, tidied up, and prepared to make breakfast. By this time, it was already bright outside. The villagers gradually came to Madame Lu's courtyard. As soon as they entered, they saw 4 people standing there, and everyone was instantly stunned. Madame Lu, the village chief, Hunter Zhao, and Old Man Fong all stood in a row. They were dressed in bright, thick, soft new jackets, with their hands in the furry pockets, swaying slightly. They held their heads high, looking proud. Oh my, what kind of clothes are these? They look so beautiful. The color is so bright and eye-catching. Did Yaya bring them back? Wow. Madame Lu, your red jacket looks so lively. You look 10 years younger. Such expensive jackets must have cost a lot. Yaya really thought carefully. The fabric and color are very festive. The villagers gathered around, looking at them with genuine admiration and amazement, without a trace of jealousy. They circled around, looking at the 4 people, reaching out to touch the soft fabric, but quickly pulling their hands back to avoid damaging it. They kept praising. This was specially bought for us by Yaya. It's called a 3-layer cotton padded jacket. The outside is velvet, and the inside is filled with cotton. The village chief lifted his chin proudly. Cotton? With this thickness and color, it would cost at least 10 taels of silver to buy one outside. Aunt Lin was the only person in the village who owned a cotton-lined coat.
What?
10 taels of silver? who am half buried in the ground, have never seen such a big amount of silver, Grand Polly exclaimed. Yaya is truly our little lucky star of Hua village. She's amazing. What a blessing. Little Shunzi also looked eagerly at the village chief's clothes. The pink little flower was really pretty. Yes, Yaya is wonderful. She bought one for each of us in Hua village. The village chief stopped teasing and said, "We need to eat breakfast soon." What? I also have one? Grandma Wang pointed at herself in disbelief. We all have one. Yes, Xiao Shunzi, Xiao Duzi also have theirs. Yaya bought 2 small ones. They are on the Kong drying. Go quickly. Each person take one and put it on to stay warm. As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers happily went inside one after another. The houses were small, so after 4 people entered, some leaned against the doorframe to peek inside. Grandma and aunties went to the kitchen to change. The men didn't mind and immediately took off their old coats and put on the new jackets. Little beans, little spleens, Yaya happily waved at the 2 younger brothers outside. She grabbed 2 small jackets, one pink with white flowers and one yellow with green patterns, and waved them around. Come quickly and wear your new clothes. 15 minutes later, everyone in the village was wearing new jackets. They all felt warm, with tiny beads of sweat on their backs, but no one wanted to take them off. With steady hands in their pockets and big smiles on their faces, they walked a little more happily. In the yard, they kept looking at their new clothes, feeling like they were in a little old-fashioned fashion show. Yaya felt proud and happy. Seeing everyone smiling genuinely made her heart swell. She loved seeing everyone happy. She didn't like the dull, gloomy look of the village. The village chief led people to put the sugar oranges and strawberries Yaya bought into bamboo baskets. They washed them carefully with water and handed them out one by one, 1 orange and 1 strawberry for each person. Xiao Spleen wore an orange-yellow jacket. There were no special flower jackets for children on the stall, so he just wore it over his clothes, covering his feet like a little doll. Sitting on a stool, he held a bright red strawberry, took a big bite, and immediately juice burst out sweet and sour. His eyes squinted happily, and he shook his head, looking adorable. Little Beans looked at the fruit in his hand. His jacket was so warm he'd never felt anything like it before. The soft yellow color among the crowd seemed to glow in his 4-year-old eyes. You must be a fairy come down to save Lotus Village. Grandpa Wang, who was blind, touched the soft, bumpy surface of the orange, smelling its fresh scent. He hesitated and took a bite, slightly sour and a little bitter.
Oh,
Old man, you're about to peel it. Why are you so greedy? I haven't even peeled it for you yet. Grandma Wang scolded gently, lightly patting him after seeing him bite into the orange with the peel. She carefully peeled the orange and then broke off a segment to feed him. It was really sweet. Life right now is truly sweet. Aunt Lin and Grandma Li finished their fruit, carefully took off their new jackets, and put on their old clothes again. They still had to cook, worried that the oil, smoke, and fire might stain their beautiful new jackets. The village chief carried a tray of eggs over. It was a finely made tray with small indentations, perfectly fitting the eggs, much safer than just placing them on straw. So many eggs? The village chief nodded with a smile. I'll keep a few to see if we can hatch some chicks. The rest you take and store with the other food. Once the cellar is ready, we'll move everything there. In the morning, boil a few more eggs and make some egg custard. The children have been craving it, and the adults should have some too. Don't try to save it. Our wild vegetables sold well thanks to Yaya. Life will only get better from now on. The village chief placed the eggs on the stove, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked away slowly with a cheerful "I'm off." Aunt Lin and Granny Li looked at the eggs with joy in their hearts. They never expected Yaya to bring back food. She was just a little girl, and being able to visit the land of the immortals was already a great blessing. They wouldn't ask for anything more. To have survived and reached this point was already enough for them. Whatever Yaya brought back was a pleasant surprise, like these fresh, white eggs. At the moment, the village still had 3 fried sugar cakes, 7 or 8 pieces of arrowroot, half a pound of fine rice, 2 bundles of noodles, half a pork knuckle, and some cured meat. As long as they had strength, The mountains were full of wild plants and food. They wouldn't starve. Before, their biggest problem had been the lack of salt. Without salt, everyone grew weak. After walking just a few steps, their vision blurred, and they were out of breath, unable to do any heavy work. The weaker they became, the harder it was to find food, and the less food they had, the weaker they got. It was a vicious cycle. Now that they had salt, everyone's spirits were lifted, and they looked forward to better days. Every day they could dig up arrowroot in the mountains, which was filling and nourishing. Soon it would be the Qingming festival. Once the wheat seeds were sown and the rain came, the sprouts would grow, and life would become more stable. Aunt Lin worked quickly. She used the oil Yaya brought back to fry eggs for the children and the main workers digging the cellar. The oil sizzled, and the golden eggs came out shining and fragrant. She cooked arrowroot porridge as the main dish, mixing in thin slices of cured meat. It smelled wonderful. Then she beat 3 more eggs, added hot water, and steamed a bowl of soft egg custard so that even those who didn't get fried eggs could have a few spoonfuls. Freshly blanched wild vegetables were also placed on the table, making a lively and heartwarming meal. 21 people sat together in the courtyard, holding their bowls and eating happily. The smell of the meat mixed with the freshness of wild vegetables, and the fried egg was rich and fragrant with every bite. Delicious. Life is finally getting better. Grandma Wang smacked her lips, took a spoonful of steamed egg, and her face relaxed with satisfaction. Exactly. We've got salt, meat, and eggs now, something we couldn't even dream of before. Someone added, scooping another half bowl of porridge. After the meal, a new day of work began. Everyone thought of their new padded jackets and quickly took them off carefully, folding them neatly and placing them on Grandma Lu's heated brick bed. Such nice jackets. No one wanted to get them dirty while working. They changed back into their old clothes before getting busy again. Hunter Zhao picked up his hoe and headed to the spot behind the house where the cellar would be dug. They had to hurry. Rain was coming soon, and the cellar needed to be finished before it arrived. The others didn't waste time either. After cleaning up the dishes, some carried tools to level the ground, while others went outside to gather straw and wooden poles to build a rain shelter. Fong Taixing held a newspaper, squinting as he tried to read it in the light. He had found the paper in Yaya's little cart. It was smooth and strong, covered with tiny, neat characters, as if measured with a ruler. He carefully flattened it out. There were even pictures on it, beautifully drawn and full of color, almost lifelike. He wondered which famous artist had made them. On a stone slab nearby lay several rough sheets of paper, once used to wrap noodles. On the back, he had written down some notes. Wild shoots. 60 per Jean Shepherd's purse, 25 per Jean bracken, 25 per Jean tuna buds, 110 per Jean cotton padded jacket, 10 each eggs, tangerines, grass. He carefully recorded the prices of everything Yaya had brought back, learning the numbers from her side, just 10 simple digits, easy to write, and saving ink. Little Duzzy, come here, called Fong Taixing. His eyesight wasn't good anymore. Children had sharp eyes, and he wanted to see if one of the village kids might have a talent for reading. Little Schwanzi was still too young, only 2.5. No rush for him. At the gate, little Duzzy was squatting and playing with pebbles. Hearing Grandpa Fong call, she clapped her hands, jumped up, and ran over, her small hair bun bouncing with each step. Fong Taixing sat down beside him on the stone slab, moving the newspaper closer. His rough fingers pointed at the words and pictures on the paper, and his voice softened. Little Bean, look at this. Do you want to learn to read? Grandpa will teach you the characters. Are you willing to learn? Little Bean's big, round eyes stared at the newspaper. The dense, square characters looked new and interesting, and the colorful pictures were something he'd never seen before. Once you learn to read, you can understand these things. It will help Grandpa, Fong Taixing said, seeing him look so focused. Grandpa, I want to learn. Little Bean nodded eagerly, like pounding garlic, eager to help. He didn't want to be a useless little bean. He also wanted to help. Fong Taixing felt happy inside, but didn't start teaching him the complicated characters on the newspaper, as he himself hadn't figured them all out yet. He picked up a small stick and said, "Today, let's start by writing our own names." He then wrote 3 big characters on the ground. Little Bean obediently nodded and followed Fong Taishing, learning stroke by stroke. His soft voice floated in the yard. There were no proper books in the village. The ones they had burned before because they almost lost their lives, so what was the point of keeping books? There were only a few old ones left. As Fong Taishing taught, he sighed inwardly. Little Bean was clever and learned quickly. If only they had a copy of 3-character classic or 1,000-character text, it would be better for him to learn systematically rather than piecing things together randomly. Suddenly, he felt a strange emptiness in his mind. Had he not heard Yaya speak for a while? He looked around the yard. It was flat, and the shelter was busy with work. "Did you see Yaya?" "No, she didn't come out of the yard." He shakily got up and looked inside the house. No one was there. Granny Lu and a few villagers had gone up the mountain. He asked behind the house, but Xiaohu also said he hadn't seen her. Fong Tieshing's heart sank. Oh no, could she have gone to that strange place again? They had discussed that going at night was safest. Yaya had been going at night these days. The first time she went to that unfamiliar place, it was dark, crowded, and she didn't know anyone. They didn't recommend her to go. And it wasn't even the hour of the dragon. It was almost the hour of the snake now. They didn't know where Yaya might be taken. Fong Taishing looked anxious on his face, but couldn't do anything. He could only suppress his unease. Yaya really did ask Little Purse to take her there again. When she opened her eyes, she found herself back at the same place she had visited before, the Mountain God Temple. This time, it was even livelier than before. Today, she was wearing the light yellow new clothes that her kind aunt had bought for her. Her little hands and face were clean, no longer covered in dirt like before when she wore that old patch jacket. As she walked along the path, the only thing that made her stand out was her small size. No one looked at her with those frowning, disapproving eyes anymore. Yaya felt much more at ease. She held tightly onto her small shoulder bag, which contained several red bills and some green and blue ones. After watching carefully, she noticed that the people here were just like those at the morning market she had visited before, holding shiny phones and scanning small signs. That meant the money in her little bag could really buy things.
Yaya strekte net her bak proudly, feeling confident.
She strolled slowly along the roadside. Her aunt had told her to be careful when crossing the street. Her bright eyes darted around, taking in everything. The stalls lined up one after another, full of colorful signs with pictures and words. The smell of hot food filled the air, making its way into Yaya's nose. Even though she had eaten breakfast not long ago, she couldn't help feeling hungry again. Everything looked new and exciting to her. On the left, a stall had a big pot of sizzling oil. The fried tofu puffed up as it cooked, then was mixed with spicy sauce and sprinkled with green herbs. It smelled both strange and delicious. Yaya pinched her nose and walked a little farther away. Why did people here like smelly food so much? Smelly leaves, smelly tofu. Next to it, a grill sent up clouds of steam. Round octopus balls sat neatly in their little molds. The vendor poked them with sticks, added sauce, and sprinkled seaweed and mincemeat on top. The smell made Yaya swallow hard. She looked around, hoping to find the marinated eggs she had seen last time, but after walking halfway down the street, she still hadn't found any. Only all kinds of new and strange snacks. Suddenly, a loud and catchy voice came from a speaker at the street corner, rising above the noise and echoing in her ears. Don't miss out. Everything for 2 yuan. 2 yuan each. Every item, just 2 yuan. You won't lose, you won't regret it. Small goods, stationery, daily items. Everything for only 2 yuan. Come and take a look. Yaya was drawn in by the catchy, hypnotic loudspeaker voice. Her short legs unconsciously moved toward the sound. She squeezed through part of the busy street and saw a small shop with a red sign and yellow characters. Outside, there were baskets filled with cans, and the loudspeaker was placed on one of the baskets, repeatedly shouting, 2 yuan, 2 yuan. A thick, clear plastic curtain hung at the door. She stretched her neck to look inside, but everything was blurry. Yaya took a few more steps forward. People came and went, occasionally lifting the curtain to go in or out. Through the gap, she could see bright lights and many colorful items. She clenched her small hand around her little bag, which held her money from selling wild vegetables. She knew 2 yuan was a very small amount of money. She was sure she could buy something. So many people coming and going meant there must be good things inside. Gathering her courage, she gently pushed the magnetic curtain aside, creating a small gap. A warm, mixed smell of plastic and various daily-use products wafted out. Yaya's eyes widened, her little mouth slightly open, and she stared in amazement. This shop was so big. She couldn't see the end of it. Shelves lined up from the floor to the ceiling, filled with colorful things, more than all the miscellaneous items she had seen in the village combined. Red, blue, yellow, pink, shiny, round, square, everything dazzled her. It was like she had accidentally entered a treasure cave, and she wanted to reach out and touch each item. "Little girl, do you want to buy something?" A gentle voice asked. Yaya was startled. She looked up and saw a smiling uncle standing behind the counter on her left. Feeling a bit shy, she rubbed her dress and asked with her small face raised, "Uncle, I have 100 yuan. How many things can I buy here?" The shopkeeper paused, then smiled and held up 5 fingers. "You can buy 50 things." 50? Yaya's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly reached out her small hand and started counting on her fingers. 1, 2, 3. When she reached 20, she got confused. She thought 50 was a lot, more than she could count. "Thank you, uncle. Can I look around by myself?" "Of course. Over there, there's a small basket. You can take one. Put whatever you want into the basket. When you're done, come back here to pay." The shopkeeper pointed to a stack of small wheeled baskets nearby. Seeing that Yaya was very small, he took a few steps over to get her a basket, lifted the handle, and said, "Here you go, little one. You can hold this and pull the basket along while you shop."
Wow.
Yaya's eyes curved into a smile. The little basket was amazing, it even had wheels. "Thank you, uncle," she said sweetly, then pulled the basket and wandered between the rows of shelves. The shelves had 5 levels, each filled with all kinds of things. But she was too short and could only reach the bottom 2 rows. She had to stretch her neck and jump a little to see the things on the higher shelves until her neck started to ache. Everything looked so new and interesting to her. She had barely reached the first shelf when she stopped walking. Next to her was a row of shiny round and square things in different colors and with pretty patterns. She leaned closer, tilted her little head, and gently touched one. It felt cool, like ice or water, but it didn't move. When she looked even closer, Yaya's eyes widened in surprise. There were so many Yayas inside. Little faces, little noses, little mouths. Even the messy bangs on her forehead and her slightly crooked pigtails were all there, clear as day. The Yaya inside was staring back at her. Yaya tilted her head to the right, and the little person inside did the same. These were all mirrors. Until now, she had only seen her reflection in a basin of water. When the water moved, her image broke apart and became blurry. But this mirror showed her so clearly that she could even see the tiny soft hairs on her face. So this was what she looked like. Yaya giggled foolishly at her reflection. Grandpa Fong once said that mirrors were made of copper, heavy and expensive, and no one in their village owned one. But this mirror was thin, light, and shiny, and it only cost 2 yuan? "Uncle, is this a mirror? Are all of these 2 yuan?" Yaya turned around to ask the shopkeeper. "Yes," he said. "Everything in the store is 2 yuan. These are mirrors. Do you want to take one home?" Yaya's eyes sparkled. Grandma Lu always said she couldn't see her white hairs clearly and couldn't pluck them properly. Aunt Lin loved to look nice and always combed her hair by the river, using her reflection in the water to make it neat. Even the village chief liked to smooth his beard while looking into his water jar. If they had such a clear mirror, they would all be so happy. She carefully picked up a small round mirror and gently placed it into her basket. After thinking for a moment, she chose a few more items of different shapes and sizes, totaling 5. 2 of these were sets, wrapped with combs inside. She planned to ask Granny Lu to use one of these combs to style her small braids when she returned home. Next to the mirror was a whole wall of bracelets and necklaces. Strings of beads hung on hooks. Some looked like dewdrops, others like gems. Under the light, they sparkled brightly, dazzling her eyes. She had never seen so many beautiful bead strings before. The village women usually wore dull-colored wooden beads, not as bright or transparent as these. She tilted her head up and picked out a few of the brightest colored strings. At the bottom hook, there was a row of thin-handled brushes with small tufts of hair on top, and below them, several boxes held items she didn't recognize. Yaya stared at the small brush for a long time, unable to tell what it was for. She then asked the shopkeeper, "Uncle, what is this?" The shopkeeper paused briefly. It was the first time he saw a child not knowing what a toothbrush was, but he still smiled patiently and said, "That is a toothbrush, used to clean teeth and make them very clean. People here are very particular. They even have special toothbrushes. Unlike us, who just use a cloth wrapped around our fingers with some salt to wipe our teeth, then rinse with water. That's considered the best." Yaya pointed to a basket of long, green paper boxes and another basket of purple boxes, curious, and asked, "What about these?" These two baskets contain toothpaste, which is used together with a toothbrush. The shopkeeper saw she truly didn't know and, taking advantage of no one else buying, picked up a tube of toothpaste, unwrapped it, and showed her. Like this, squeeze a little onto the toothbrush, rinse your mouth with water, and brush. It will make lots of bubbles. Bubbles? And it smells nice? Yaya's eyes sparkled, finding it all very magical. "Uncle, our village has 21 people. How many toothbrushes and tubes of toothpaste should I buy?" The shopkeeper subtly looked at Yaya. Although the child's clothes are brand new, her shoes are very old and worn out, with very thin soles. Her face is slightly yellow, her cheeks are a bit sunken, and there are signs of frostbite on her small hands. She doesn't even recognize a toothbrush, which suggests she is a poor mountain child who rarely leaves her village and has only recently come to the city with an elder. His heart softened, and he picked a box of 3 toothbrushes. One box has 3 brushes. You 21 people, so 7 boxes will be enough. For toothpaste, use it sparingly. It can last a long time. You can buy 2 tubes to try, see if you're used to it. When it's finished, come back to buy more. Yaya nodded obediently, quietly counting the items as the shopkeeper told her, then neatly placing them into a small basket. This sulfur soap can be used for washing hands, clothes, and bathing. It's very good at removing oil and dirt, and it can also kill germs and disinfect. The shopkeeper pointed to a yellow package in the nearby basket. Yaya's face was full of surprise. It can be used for washing hands, clothes, and bathing? And it can remove oil and dirt? In her village, people wash their hands with ash from plants and trees, which is cold and rough, so hands don't get very clean. Bathing is rare. In winter, they hardly bathe, and in summer, they just rinse quickly in the river. When clothes are dirty, they are scrubbed with ash mixed with water, which takes a lot of effort to clean. Such a small piece of soap can do so many things. She couldn't help but reach out her small hand, gently touching the yellow package. The soft, sandy texture made a faint rustling sound as her fingertips brushed it. Curious, she leaned in and sniffed lightly. A faint, indescribable smell drifted into her nose. It wasn't fragrant, but it was very clean, completely different from the smell of ash and dirt from the mountains. It was a smell she had never smelled before. How do I use this?" she asked softly, a little nervous. The shopkeeper was momentarily surprised, then became even more amazed. This child doesn't even know how to use soap? He looked at her rough little hands and thought of his own children studying away from home. Gently, he said, "It's okay. I'll take you to the back and show you how to use it." He turned to call a nearby staff member. "Xiaozhong, help me watch the front." The staff member responded, and the shopkeeper led Yaya past the shelves to the small bathroom at the back of the shop, where the sink was. The store manager turned on the faucet. Whoosh! Clear water suddenly flowed out from the silver pipe, continuously. Yaya was startled and took a step back, looking amazed. How could water come out by itself? The store manager smiled, waited a moment for the water to warm up, then gently guided her small hand under the faucet. Warm water flowed softly over her hand, feeling warm and very comfortable. He picked up a bar of sulfur soap from the nearby soap dish and gently rubbed it in her palm. Soon, a layer of smooth, white foam appeared. Yaya let out a small "ah" and carefully moved her finger. The foam followed, tickling and fun to play with. See, when you rub, the dirt is taken away by the bubbles. The store manager rinsed the foam off her hand. Her hands, which were once a bit yellow and dusty, now looked clean. Even the dirt between her fingers was gone, and her skin looked softer and whiter, with a faint soap scent. Yaya looked at her hands, then at the faucet, and finally at the soap with foam. Her face was full of surprise. This thing is so amazing. Much better than ash from plants, hundreds or thousands of times better. Now that the weather is warmer, she could use this soap to bathe and surely become whiter and cleaner. She looked up and asked softly, but seriously, "Uncle's store manager, is this 2 yuan too?" She couldn't believe it. Such a wonderful thing must be very expensive. "Yes, 2 yuan. Our store sells everything for 2 yuan, the store manager confirmed again. With 21 of you, 1 bar is enough for the whole family. You don't need to buy 21. It lasts a long time like toothpaste," he added thoughtfully. "Just buy 4 or 5 bars. He took her back to the shelf at the door, bent down, and picked up 5 bars of sulfur soap from the basket, placing them in her small basket. "Uncle helped you pack them. They should last about half a year." Chunlei looked at the skinny little girl. In these times, there are still children so isolated from the world. Sighing, he turned to a pink packaged soap, handed it to her. "This is soap with a nice scent. It's gentler on the skin, less irritating, and makes you smell good after bathing." Yaya curiously took it. A fresh, sweet, gentle fragrance immediately filled her nose, refreshing and sweet. "This smells better than all the wildflowers in the mountains combined." She squinted her eyes and said, "Thank you, Uncle." Then she carefully placed the pink rose-scented soap into her small basket. Soon, customers started coming to pay at the store. Chunlei thought she probably didn't have any other questions, so he turned back to the counter. Yaya looked at the shelves in front of her and moved her small basket forward a little. There was a whole row of hair clips. Some had small flowers, some had pearls, and others were in soft pink colors. Yaya didn't stay long. She kept moving her basket forward. She didn't recognize the hair clips, but she thought they looked nice. However, since each was only a little clip and cost 2 yuan, she didn't want to buy them. There were also many elastic hairbands on both sides. Yaya skipped over them and took a few more steps forward.
Suddenly, she stopped.
This was the stationery section of the 2 yuan shop. Pretty and cute notebooks and water-based pens were placed on the top 3 shelves at eye level, which was most attractive to customers. The lower shelves usually held larger items like practice paper and watercolor notebooks. Yaya could only reach the bottom 2 shelves. When she saw the row of clean, white paper, she was amazed. This was paper, writing paper, and it wasn't sold one by one but packed in transparent bags, sold as whole books. Yaya squatted down and looked carefully at the paper. She remembered Grandpa Fong saying that reading was very expensive. Even the cheapest hemp paper cost 2 coins, which was more than eggs. This thick book had a label on it. She couldn't read the characters, but she recognized the number, 50. 50 sheets of paper cost only 2 yuan. Yaya reached out her small hand and grabbed 2 books of rough-edged paper to put in her basket. She didn't bring a small cart, so she couldn't buy too much. There were many other things here, and she couldn't buy all the paper. Yaya was now a clever and experienced girl. She kept pushing her small basket forward and then saw a row of brushes on the 3rd shelf in front of her. Yaya covered her mouth. Was this also 2 yuan? She had seen the same kind of brush at Grandpa Fong's house. She heard it cost 200 coins then, but here it was only 2 yuan. She quickly reached up to try to grab the hanging brush, but she was too short and couldn't reach it. A gentle, soft voice suddenly came from nearby. A long, white, delicate hand took down a brush hanging on the wall and handed it to Yaya. Yaya held the brush and looked back. It was a beautiful young lady, as pretty as a fairy, with fair skin.
No, y.
I don't know how to read yet. I want to buy a brush for Grandpa. His old brush hairs are all bald, Yaya said shyly. She looked a little embarrassed. The sister was so beautiful and smelled nice. Meow chuckled softly, her eyes forming a crescent shape. You're such a caring child. Do you want to choose? I can help you hold it. She lived nearby and came to her happy old town's small shop every week. She had been watching this little girl for a while. Her expression was very cute. Yaya looked at the row of brushes and frowned, thinking carefully. She decided to buy one for Grandpa and then also buy one each for Little Bean and Little Squirrel. She had heard adults say that boys need to study so they can have a good future. 3 more brushes, one for Grandpa, one for each little brother. Please help me hold them, sister, she said seriously and politely. Meow's heart softened. She smiled and took the other 3 brushes, gently placing them into a small basket at Yaya's feet. She looked at the basket. It had a few blocks of sulfur soap, a toothbrush and toothpaste, the cheapest calligraphy paper, and an old-fashioned mirror. All household items for studying, and nothing that a little girl would find fun. She looked down at Yaya's hair. 2 loose little curls were not tied with a hairband but with a rough, stiff grass rope. It was messy and a bit tight, leaving her head empty and bare. There were no hair clips or small floral ribbons. Little friend, you bought so many things. Why don't you pick something for yourself? Look at these shiny cartoon hair clips and small hair bands. They are so pretty. She pointed to a shelf full of sparkling, colorful hair clips that any girl would love. Yaya instinctively touched the grass rope on her head and shyly whispered, I have a hair tie, so I don't need to buy one. Meow didn't insist. She just picked up a jar of colorful elastic hair bands and handed it to her. Look at this. It's not a waste. These are elastic and won't hurt your hair. There are hundreds in one jar. Your family can also use them. They're good for tying things and very strong. She pointed to a cute hairpin. This is a hairpin. It can hold the little loose hairs on the side so they don't block your eyes, and it's very pretty. Yaya looked at the hairpin for a while, clearly liking it. After hesitating for a few seconds, she gently shook her head and took the small bucket of colorful rubber bands, placing it into the basket. There are hundreds of them. This one can be bought. Hua Village. In Granny Lu's yard, 2.5-year-old little Shunzi saw Brother Dizzy playing with Grandpa Fong and moved over, wrapped in a small floral jacket, looking like a ball. Little Shunzi wants to learn too. Fong Taisheng smiled and reached out, picking up the chubby little ball and placing him on his lap. Little Dizzy had been practicing here for nearly half an hour. He learned quickly and sat still. Fong thought he was a good candidate for studying. This little one is so tiny, can't walk steadily yet, but he's already coming over. Could it be that Hua Village will soon have 2 children eager to learn? The more Fong thought about it, the more excited he became. He moved an old newspaper next to little Shunzi, pointing at the pictures and words. Look, little Shunzi, see this. Do you like it? Little Shunzi's big, round eyes focused on the colorful pictures on the newspaper, and he suddenly became lively. He stretched out his short hands and made 2 sounds. Fong Taisheng found it funny and pointed to the black characters beside. These are words. Reading and recognizing characters will help you succeed in the future. Little Shunzi blinked and stared at the black lines. After a few seconds, his head started to feel dizzy, and his eyes looked unfocused. A child just over 2 years old can't sit still for long. Once the novelty wore off, he reached out to grab the newspaper. Fong was startled and quickly pulled it away. These characters are precious. They can't be damaged. Seizing the chance, little Shunzi twisted and slid to the ground, running around happily. Fong Taisheng watched the little one's back and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He looked away and then at Xiao Dizzy, who was quietly holding a small wooden stick, copying the writing stroke by stroke. His expression softened. It's a pity there's no paper, ink, or proper brushes in the village. Relying only on digging words out of the dirt won't help with official exams. Just then, heavy footsteps sounded from the side. Fong turned his head and saw Zhao Hunter and others coming back from digging the cellar behind the house, their pants and shirts covered in wet mud, looking exhausted. Zhao Hunter looked at the front yard. The uneven ground had been leveled, and a simple shed was taking shape. He looked up at the sky. The progress was good. He put down the iron shovel on his shoulder and looked inside the house. Where is Yaya? As soon as he spoke, Yaya's voice came from inside. Uncle Zhao, I'm here. Right after, there was a rustling sound of plastic bags. Little Yaya appeared at the door, holding a big red bag with both hands, pulling it out with effort.
Whoa, slow down.
Be careful of the doorstep. Zhao Hunter hurried over, reaching out to grab the bag, which was quite heavy. What's inside? Why is it so heavy? He casually carried the bag to the table in the yard and wiped the sweat from his face. I bought these from the 2-yuan shop. Lots and lots. I spent a red ticket. Fong Taixing was surprised. 2-yuan shop. Yeah, is that a store over there? Do they sell things for 2 yuan? He knew that the money there was called yuan.
Yaya nodded eagerly.
Yes, yes. Everything is 2 yuan. It's so big inside, bigger than our yard and house combined. She couldn't wait, leaning over the table happily. Uncle Zhao, help me take everything out and put it on the table. There are many things, all good. When Grandpa Village Chief comes back, we can share everything. Zhao Hu and Fong Taixing immediately gathered around the table. Carefully, they took out items one by one from the bright red plastic bag. Next to them, Xiao Shanzi, who was playing with mud, heard the rustling of the plastic bag and saw the bright red bag. Curious, he ran over excitedly, stretching out his small hand to grab, but he couldn't reach. He spun around in frustration. Most of the items inside the bag were unfamiliar. They sorted them by shape and placed them neatly on the table. Soon, the table was full. The first things they took out were yellow soap wrapped in a bag and a pink soap bar, both square and a bit heavy, with a nice smell. Zhao Hu placed all 6 soap bars together, then found toothpaste, a toothbrush, a small colorful rubber band, and a lightweight red bucket made of some material they didn't recognize. There was also a pack of cloths. When they reached the bottom, Fong Tieshing's hand suddenly trembled, and he froze in place. There were 2 stacks of neat, clean practice paper, packed in transparent bags. At a quick glance, there were at least dozens of sheets. On top, there were 4 new brushes, also in clear bags. Fong Taixing tremblingly picked up one brush. His rough fingertips gently touched the tip. The soft feel of the bristles made him feel almost unreal. Zhao, who was also stunned. Surprisingly, Yaya had brought back paper and brushes. Here, a decent sheet of paper costs half a penny, and a good brush costs at least 100 coins. During festivals, the villagers write couplets carefully, saving and using them sparingly. Such a big bundle of paper and 4 good brushes are worth a lot in their eyes. Fong Taixing kept rubbing the brush handle. Good brush. Really a good brush. I've never held such a comfortable, fancy brush in my life. Yaya was leaning on the table, smiling sweetly. Grandpa Fong, I bought 4 brushes. You get 2, little Dizzy gets 1, and little Xuan gets 1 too. Next to her, little Dizzy, who had been quietly sitting, suddenly brightened his eyes. He stared fixedly at the paper and brush, his small body straightening, lips slightly pressed, full of anticipation, and a bit of hesitation to go forward.
Oh.
Such good things. And this paper, who would be willing to use them? Giving them to me, an old man, or to these 2 children, wouldn't that be a waste? Fong Taixing kept waving his hands, gently holding the brush. He didn't even want to open the packaging of the paper. If this were in town, 1 brush would cost over 100 coins. Such good white paper, half a penny a sheet, is already cheap. This thick stack must be worth a lot of silver. It's not wasteful. Yaya's money for buying things is earned by everyone in the village, grandpas, grandmas, aunts, uncles, so the things she buys should be shared by everyone, Yaya said, taking a brush out of the bag to distribute. Little Dizzy clapped his hands, clutching the brush tightly, a big smile spreading across his face. Xuan, little Xuan, also took a brush. As soon as he got it, he grabbed it with both hands, swung his arm, and shouted, "Hey! Fight monsters, play with sticks." He waved the brush in the air like a Monkey King staff, shouting, "Fight monsters, play with sticks." Fong Taixing was so frightened his soul almost left his body. He quickly stepped forward, carefully and nervously snatching the brush back. "Oh, my little ancestor, let go. This is a writing brush, not a tree branch. If it breaks, I'll be heartbroken." Little Xuanzi's hand was empty, and he looked a bit unhappy, but he didn't make a fuss. Instead, He stared eagerly at the pen. At this moment, Yaya had already quickly unwrapped the rough paper. Fong Taixing returned to the table and looked at the paper. It was white, smooth, and soft to the touch, not rough at all. Good paper. Really good paper. Worth 2 yuan a sheet. Yaya tilted her small head to correct him. Grandpa Fong. It's 2 yuan per pack, not per sheet. Fong Taixing and Zhao Hu both froze, stunned for a long time.
There are 50 sheets in a pack.
Such good paper costs only 2 yuan? It's cheaper than a handful of wild chives from the roadside. What's going on there? They couldn't understand at all. If the road were open, they could sell some of these things freely. Zhao Hu looked toward the village entrance. No, it's not safe. They couldn't protect it. While the 2 adults were still thinking, Yaya reached over and opened a shiny mirror that was upside down on the table. The bright mirror immediately caught everyone's attention. She held the mirror and held it up to Zhao Hu. Uncle Zhao, look. The mirror. It's so clear. Zhao Hu looked down and was suddenly startled. In the mirror, there was a dark face with sweat stains and clear wrinkles. He quickly stepped back. Is that me? Wow, it's so clear. He had lived so many years but had never seen himself so clearly. Zhao Hu touched his chin with stubble and thought, I look really handsome. Yaya then ran over with the mirror to Zayok Xuanzi. Look, Zayok Xuanzi stared at the little doll that suddenly appeared in the mirror. He paused, then suddenly reached out and grabbed at himself in the mirror, giggling and shaking.
Face. Doll.
Bright. Is it clear? Yaya proudly waved the mirror. Very clear, super clear. Do you like it? Yes. It's brighter than the moon. Outside, the workers gradually finished their tasks. Hearing the exclamations at the table, they all curiously moved closer. Suddenly, creak, the courtyard gate opened. The village chief returned with some villagers who had gone up the mountain to dig kudzu roots. As soon as they entered, they saw a crowd gathered around the table, 3 layers deep. What's going on? Yaya, with sharp eyes, immediately spotted the village chief. She quickly ran over holding a small mirror. Village chief, Granny Lu, you're back. Come quickly. Grandpa Village Chief has called everyone to distribute things. She pulls the village chief's hand toward the small table. The village chief walks to the table and looks at the neatly arranged mirrors, the square yellow bags filled with items, and the paper and pens. There are also strange boxes with long, thin brushes, colorful cloths, and bright-colored boxes. He can't take his eyes off everything. He gently taps the wooden table with his hand and speaks loudly. Everyone, don't push.
Stand properly.
If anyone is missing, go find them quickly. Let's have a small meeting. The crowd immediately quiets down. Fong Taixing counts the people, 21 in total, no one missing. Yaya stands on a small stool, with Xiao Hunter beside her, holding her so everyone can see her clearly. She picks up a sulfur soap and tears along the jagged edge of the packaging. With a clatter, a round, yellowish soap that looks like cream slips out of the bag. Yaya holds the soap high, her little face serious. This is sulfur soap. You can use it to wash your hands, face, or clothes. It cleans very well. If you're dirty, just use this to wash it off. Then she turns to ask, Grandpa, please help me get a basin of clean water with this water scoop. It's light and easy to carry. Soon, a basin of clean water is brought over. Yaya picks up a long, thin toothbrush and a tube of toothpaste, both of which Grandpa Village Chief helped unwrap earlier. This is a toothbrush for brushing teeth. And this is toothpaste, used together to brush your teeth. Uncle said you should brush every day so your teeth stay white, no pain and no cavities. Everyone looks on with wide eyes. They've never seen such careful, new things before. The village chief smiles and says, Little girl, pick someone to demonstrate for us. Let's all learn and open our eyes. Yaya blinks and looks around the group. Everyone she looks at straightens up confidently. Her eyes finally land on Zhao Hu next to her. Her eyes light up because Uncle Zhao's hands are the dirtiest. His nails are full of mud. Uncle Zhao, you try now. Zhao Hunter straightens his back at once. Uncle Fong, help me hold this for a moment. He walks proudly beside Yaya, standing next to the water scoop, looking very proud, as if he has achieved a great honor. Everyone around stretches their necks to watch him and her. Come, Uncle Zhao, I will teach you. Yaya first hands over the piece of sulfur soap, which is bright yellow and round. Uncle Zhao, wet your hands first. Zhao Hu quickly puts his rough hands into the plastic water basin. The weather is cold, and he shivers suddenly, but then he quickly steadies himself and carefully wets his hands. Then, apply a little of this sulfur soap. Yaya points to the soap beside her. Hold it in your palm and rub it. Zhao Hu cups the soap in his hands and gently rubs it on his palms. After a few rubs, fine white foam starts to form. Zhao Hu is amazed. It's foaming already? So much foam. Put the soap down. Rub your hands together. Between your fingers, your fingertips, and under your nails. Make sure to scrub. He obediently rubs hard in his palms, backs of his hands, and between his fingers are covered in white bubbles. The dirt and black mud accumulated from work and hunting, along with grime in his finger gaps, are slowly lifted out by the foam. The bubbles turn gray. Everyone around gasps softly. It looks so clean, 10 times better than ash from plants. I heard there are soap balls in the town, over 100 coins each. Maybe they work like this too. And it smells nice, not harsh at all. After Zhao Hu rinses his hands in clean water, the foam washes away. When he lifts his hands again, they are clean and fresh, with clear lines visible. His dark, yellowish skin looks cooler. He keeps looking at his hands and sniffing them. Seeing the mud under his nails, he finds it a bit unsightly and carefully picks it out. Wow, this is really clean. I haven't felt my hands this fresh in a long time. The villagers watch eagerly, inching closer, wishing they could try too. Yaya picks up her toothbrush and toothpaste, looking serious. This is for brushing teeth. Sister says you should brush in the morning and at night, so your teeth won't get sick, and your mouth will smell nice. She unscrews the cap, squeezes a little onto her small brush, and the white paste with a cool, fragrant smell appears. Come on, Uncle Zhao, open your mouth. I'll brush your teeth. Yaya looks excited and eager. Zhao Hu obediently bends down, opens his mouth wide, and doesn't even dare to breathe out, worried he might make Yaya cough. The surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone, young and old, was staring at the small, unfamiliar brush. Yaya dipped the toothbrush in water and gently brought it to Zhao Hu's mouth, who was grinning. She softly said, "Brush gently, inside and out. Don't press too hard." The toothbrush softly rubbed against the teeth, and a cool, fresh smell spread in the mouth. The foam gradually increased. Zhao Hu was both nervous and curious. Yaya was very serious about brushing and even carefully cleaned Uncle Zhao's back teeth. This foam isn't for eating, Uncle Zhao. You need water, swish it around a few times, then spit it out. Rinse well. Zhao Hu was about to swallow but paused. He quickly took the cup handed to him, swished his mouth, and spat out the water. After rinsing, he took a breath of cool air, subconsciously pressed his lips together, then exhaled again. How do you feel, Huzi? He grinned and said, It smells good. My mouth really feels fresh, and I feel clear all over. Yes, Huzi's teeth seem a little brighter now. Cough, cough. The village chief cleared his throat. Everyone fell silent again. This toothbrush belongs to everyone. I bought 21 of them. 2 tubes of toothpaste, which can last a long time. And 5 bars of sulfur soap, Grandpa Village Chief. You can share them. Yaya looked serious as she said, We all have these things now. Plus, there's a mirror. It's very bright. From now on, everyone should wash their hands and face every day, brush their teeth, and stay clean. Sister said that good hygiene helps prevent illness. Really? A mirror too. A mirror was a rare item. In all of Lotus Flower Village, there wasn't a single mirror. People only looked at their reflection in water. The bronze mirror was a luxury owned by wealthy landowners and merchants. Yaya cheerfully replied, Yes. The mirror is very shiny. You can see your face clearly. She held up a round, blue-framed mirror. Then she pointed to some other small, packaged mirrors with covers. Grandpa Village Chief, please help open these. They are mirrors, and there are 2 smaller ones with handles that have combs inside. The village chief fumbled to figure out how to open the transparent packaging. Remembering how Yaya had opened hers before, he grabbed the edge and tore it open with a loud rip. It really worked. The mirror was very light. When he turned it over, he exclaimed, "Wow, this is so clear. This must be a magical object." Someone wanted to reach out and touch it, but hesitated and pulled back, afraid of damaging it. The village chief handed out a few mirrors to the villagers around. "Everyone, take a look." Hunter Zhao came over and also received a small mirror. He had looked at it before, but never enough. He quietly pressed his lips, which had just been refreshed by Yaya, and smiled at the mirror, showing a cleaner set of teeth. Wow, it looked so nice. Yaya then took a package of towels and opened one. Inside, there were 3 square towels, soft and fluffy to the touch. Actually, these were cleaning cloths sold at a 2-yuan store, but in Yaya's eyes, they were much better than their face towels. She directly asked that pretty older sister, because she couldn't figure out how many packages they needed for their 21 villagers. The pretty sister told her instantly, 7 packages. At that moment, Yaya looked full of admiration, making he Meow blush a little. "Grandpa, grandma, aunts, uncles, and everyone, here are towels for washing faces. Soft, clean, 1 for each person. Everyone gets 1. The villagers came one by one to take a towel. When they touched the soft fabric with their fingertips, their eyes widened. This was much softer than the coarse cloth they wove at home, thick yet delicate, gentle and comfortable on the face. Finally, there were 2 water basins. Their use was obvious at a glance. No need for Yaya, the young village scholar, to specially teach. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Yaya, with so many good things, it must cost a lot of money, right? Can we still afford the vegetables we sell?" Yaya tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Uncle's shopkeeper took 60 yuan for me. Last night, when I sold tender shoots, I remember they were also 60 yuan per jean. We still have a lot of money left." As soon as she said that, everyone fell silent for a moment, then gasped in surprise. "How much? Is it really worth the price of a jean of tender shoots? Half a jean of rotten leaves can buy so much." Everyone was stunned, staring at the towels, mirrors, toothbrushes, and the white paper and calligraphy brushes on the table. They couldn't understand for a long time. What kind of place was this? How could the wild vegetables they looked down on be so valuable? And the objects they thought were worthless seemed priceless over there. Everyone here has the same idea. Before the season ends, go up the mountain quickly to find wild vegetables and sell more. Save more money and exchange for better things. Don't be stingy, everyone. Sister said that if you're not clean, you'll get sick, and sickness costs a lot of money. So, wash your hands before meals every day. Yaya will buy more soap after using this one, Yaya said seriously. Fong Taixing thought that if a bunch of shepherd's purse could be exchanged for 10 pieces of sulfur soap, there's no need to save. Their village doesn't even have a barefoot doctor, so they can't get sick. "Yaya, why didn't you exchange for some food like pork knuckles? Is there anything else you like in the shop?" Granny Lu also washed her hands and hugged Yaya. "Granny, Yaya didn't have time to buy anything. There are so many delicious foods over there. Next time, Yaya will go and buy them so everyone can eat together. The shop also has many flower heads, rubber bands. Oh, and I brought a bucket. There are hundreds of them in that small transparent tube." Yaya suddenly remembered she also had a box of rubber bands. The shopkeeper uncle saw how much she bought and didn't charge her for the rubber bands. She quickly rummaged through the pile of things on the table that hadn't been distributed yet and found the colorful small rubber bands in the tube. "Granny, help me braid my hair," Yaya said with a small smile. Granny Lu looked at the colorful little circles, a bit confused. Braiding hair? She tried picking a big red circle, pulled it, and was surprised. There was elasticity. She wrapped it around Yaya's thin, yellow braid, then another turn, and it securely fixed her hair. Granny Lu's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. She picked another big red circle, took off the grass rope from Yaya's other side, and replaced it with this rubber band. It worked really well. The other villagers also gathered around. Little Dizzy curiously grabbed one and pulled hard. The amazing elasticity made him feel very excited. Hunter Zhao saw this and took one too, tying it around his pant leg.
Wow.
That's a good idea, Hunter Zhao. When going up the mountain to chop firewood or working in the fields, It keeps the pants from flapping or catching on grass. Everyone in the village chose 2 favorite colors and tied them around their pant legs. You can also use them to bundle wild vegetables. Why are the people over there so clever? They can make so many good things. What are they made of? Could it be that legendary dragon tendons? What are you saying? Dragon tendons can be sold outside, and so cheaply, everyone chuckled happily, feeling much lighter inside. They had long since lost their initial despair. After admiring the things Yaya brought back for a while, everyone took their share and went home. They planned to rest for a while at noon, then come back for a meal. In the afternoon, they could go up the mountain again to pick wild vegetables. These vegetables needed to be picked at the right time, neither too early nor too late. Yaya would carry them over, and only fresh ones would do. Zhao Hunter also took his mirror and toothbrush back to his small mountain cabin. Lying on the calm, a traditional bed, he held a small mirror but couldn't fall asleep. He simply rolled out of bed and went to the roadside blocked by a mudslide at the village entrance. Near a large rock, he had dug a shallow hole, thinking that after the rainy season, he would come daily to clear it and open the road sooner. The road on the mountainside also needed reinforcement. Otherwise, more continuous rain could cause a landslide, making the road even more blocked. Now, looking at this natural wall made of mud and stones, he felt conflicted again. Yaya's skills, what she brought back, none of them could protect. In Huha village, the old, weak, sick, and disabled had no strength at all. These things wouldn't turn into wealth. They would only become deadly weapons. Nowadays, with war and disasters everywhere, food and clothing were scarce. People would fight desperately just for a bite to eat, let alone for these unheard of treasures. If the truth came out, it wouldn't take long before ruthless people like wolves and tigers would sweep through the village and take everything. He looked down at the hardened soil slope beneath his feet. In a few days after the rain, this area would slide again. Should he reinforce it? Or simply let it be blocked more securely? If blocked completely, it would be safe. Yet what then? How long could they guard this mountain? Yaya, just a little girl, couldn't be their foot, their eyes, or their purse forever. Not to mention medicine. When the village elders coughed or children ran a fever, they couldn't even get half a proper medicine. If an illness broke out, this blocked road would become a deadly wall. And there was the back mountain too. Zhao Hunter looked up toward the deep mountains, his brow furrowing tighter. Beyond there was still a village nestled in the mountain valley. Before there were any disasters or hardships, there was little contact between the two sides. Separated by a mountain, it took about 2 hours to walk to the village, and they had to be careful of wild animals in the mountains. But no one can be sure that if there are no other options, people will just keep walking into the mountains and one day, they might come here. Hunter Zhao sighed deeply. In his life, he had hunted bears and wild boars in the mountains, fished in the rivers, climbed dangerous cliffs, and fought fierce wild animals. But now, facing a pile of rotten mud and stones, a village of old and weak people, and a small sprout named Yaya that fell from the sky with hope, he felt, for the first time, how useless he was. The wind grew colder, and footsteps sounded on the dirt road. It was the village chief, leaning on a cane, slowly walking over. The old man didn't ask questions. He simply stopped in front of the muddy stone wall, squinted, looked at it for a long time, and then let out a long sigh. Hunter Zhao turned around, speaking softly. "Uncle, in a few days, it will rain again. The slope will be slippery. I've been thinking, should we reinforce it or just seal it shut?" The village chief touched the cold stones. "Sealing it completely would be like burying ourselves alive. We haven't planted wheat, we have no medicine to gather, and the children can't stay in the mountains forever. Today, Taisheng said that Xiao Duzi is a promising student, and we're thinking about waiting until the officials open the roads outside, then sending him to the town school. Relying only on Yaya to carry everything. That's not living. That's overworking the child to death." Zhao's throat moved. "But what Yaya brought back. If it gets out, we and the other mountain village still don't know much about that place. These days, people are more ruthless than wild animals." The village chief nodded. The huge stones piled one on top of another, bottomless. With just a few people in their village, It's almost impossible to move even one stone, let alone break through. Outside, they probably think our lotus flower village is already dead. If we don't reinforce this land, when the rainy season comes and it washes away a few more layers, it will become a wall for Lotus Flower Village. It will be hard for outsiders to come in, unless the tax collection in October. We still have half a year. As Yaya learns more, we can understand more about that land. This is our only way out. Everyone still has some wheat seeds left, plus the kudzu from the mountains. That's enough for us to survive for half a year. The 2 bags of salt are enough too. Listening to the village chief speak slowly, Zhao felt a sense of relief, as if his troubled heart found a place to rest. That's the back mountain. Tiger, can you still cross the mountain? Farmer Zhao's rough hand quickly wiped his pants. Yes, I can cross. These days I've been eating well and have plenty of energy. Uncle, tonight I can sneak over. The village chief's cloudy eyes brightened. He patted Zhao's shoulder. No rush. Yaya can go twice more. Every time she surprises us. This girl is very sensible. She only uses what she needs for food. In this area, the children's clothes are so pretty. Who wouldn't like them? She has never bought any herself. She also hasn't bought any snacks. She doesn't like to spend her money on herself. In the afternoon, we can gather more stinky leaves. Yaya can earn more money. When she has more money, she will be willing to spend it. Tomorrow night you can go again and observe from a distance. Don't let anyone see you. Zhao farmer nodded heavily. Got it, uncle. We've already prepared the cellar. In the afternoon, we can go up the mountain with you. We'll pick those stinky leaves. They're valuable. I know several places where they grow. The village chief watched the smoke slowly rise from the village end. Aunt Lin and others had already arrived at Granny Lu's house to cook the second meal of the day. The stove was already hot. He gently patted Zhao's arm. Let's go. First eat. After we're full, we'll go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables and gather stinky leaves. Elsewhere, in Granny Lu's yard, Granny Lu and Aunt Lin boiled a big pot of water. Using a new, lightweight water scoop, they carefully gave Yaya a warm bath. The pink soap smelled nice, fragrant enough to be smelled from far away. No one knew what kind of flower scent it was. They didn't wash her hair to keep her from getting cold. The new soft towel dried her small face, which was smooth and fragrant from the soap. As Yaya left, she carried a lovely, fragrant scent with her. Little Shunzi followed behind, like a little shadow. Sister, it smells so good. Little Bean was still practicing writing characters. Grandpa Fong said that once he learns 100 big characters, he will get a piece of paper to write on. A big and a small child, dressed in thick cotton coats, played happily in the tidy yard. Yaya looked up and saw the village chief and Zhao coming over. Her eyes lit up. Grandpa Village Chief, did the chicken hatch chicks yesterday? The village chief was amused by her question and laughed out loud. He bent down and gently patted her little head, saying, Not so quickly. Everyone gathered together happily to enjoy a warm meal. After finishing, the group carried baskets and went up the mountain. At home, only Granny Lu and Grandpa Wang, who were elderly and had trouble walking and seeing clearly, stayed behind to help clean the newly dug cellar. The cellar was just behind Granny Lu's house, a few steps away. It was deep and spacious, with firm soil inside. They carefully placed the items brought back by Yaya into the cellar, one by one. There were 2 bags of salt, more than half a barrel of oil, milk, rubber bands, mirrors, eggs. All neatly arranged. Each person took a toothbrush and a towel to bring home, treasured like a treasure. There were only 5 mirrors, too few, and villagers were afraid to take them home and break them, so they didn't share. One mirror, the biggest blue plastic round mirror with a big red flower printed on the back, was hung behind Granny Lu's door. Anyone in the village who wanted to look could come here. Just push the door and turn around, and they could see themselves. The large cellar was tidy, with a small corner occupying less than half a square meter after organizing everything. Yia stood at the cellar entrance, her little eyebrows slightly furrowed. Then she straightened her chest and gently patted her chest with her small hand, saying, I will fill this place up. When Grandpa Zhao and the others came down, She planned to go to the kind Auntie's place to sell wild vegetables and see what she could buy. She had a small cart, so she wasn't worried about carrying things. Hunter Xiao led the team wandering in the mountains. The mischievous Yaya was gone now. They had previously gathered a lot of food, and now they felt a bit guilty about it. Shepherd's purse was sprouting in bunches, but it was sparse and not many could be picked. They had to wait a few days for rain before it would grow in patches. The smell of the wild leaves was strong, and villagers found it fragrant, even though it caused stomach upset. The group bent over carefully picking for a while. They filled 2 big baskets with the smelly leaves. Yaya said that this plant was called Fragrant Spring over there, meaning a fragrant and lively springtime. The people in that area also found the smell quite pleasant. As they finished picking the wild leaves from that part of the mountain, Zhao Hunter wiped his sweat and suddenly remembered there was a hidden slope about 15 minutes further back, where the wild leaves grew even more abundantly. He waved his hand and said, "Follow me. There's more over there." Everyone followed him into the back mountain. The path became narrower, and the plants grew thicker. As they turned past a small bush, Zhao Hunter suddenly raised his hand and quietly stopped everyone. "Don't make a sound." A group of old men and women immediately paused, even holding their breath. In front of them, the bushes rustled softly, as if something was moving. Zhao Hunter slowly crouched down, reached out, and grabbed something steadily. The creature flapped a few times, and everyone saw clearly. It was a small wild chicken. Zhao Hunter held it in his hand. The little bird was chirping and looked very thin, probably weighing about half a kilogram. "It's too small. It's not worth eating," someone whispered. "Maybe we should keep it." Fong Taixing, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke. "Let's try. See if Yaya can carry live animals over." Everyone was surprised. "We've only carried things before, never live animals. If it works, maybe in the future, people can go together. Then Yaya wouldn't have to carry so much back and forth alone, which is so tiring." When he said that, everyone agreed it made sense. Zhao Hunter immediately took a piece of cloth from his pants and tied the wild chicken's legs, then held it in his hand. They had also gathered most of the wild vegetables. With 2 big baskets of smelly leaves and some wild chives, it was too heavy for little Yaya to carry, so they decided not to stay longer. They happily headed down the mountain. Back in the village, it was just after the children finished dinner. They were sitting quietly with warm milk, waiting patiently for everyone to return. Everyone worked together to wash the wild vegetables, bundle them neatly, and pack them into Yaya's small cart. The little wild chicken was also hung on the handle of the cart. "Are there more chickens?" Yaya asked in surprise. "Yaya, take this one. Your kind Annie wants to try a taste." Zhao Hunter pointed at the little chicken. Wild game from the mountains is rare in the city. Before the roads were blocked, it could be sold to the town's restaurants. "Your Annie has helped us so much, so we should show some gratitude." Yaya nodded eagerly. "Yes, I will bring it to Andy." As it got darker, Fong Taixing carefully checked the weight. 10 jin of smelly leaves. "The scale over there is different from ours, so I won't bundle them in small bunches." 2 jin of wild chives. "Huji, carry this cart into the house." "Yaya, be careful and stay safe." "Got it." After closing the wooden door, Yaya held the handle of the small cart. The little chicken chirped a few times. Grandma Lu watched Yaya's figure flicker and disappear as usual, blinking, and then she was gone. On the ground, how could there be a chicken falling? That chicken leg still has a small yellow rubber band chosen by Zhao Hu. Isn't that the one Yaya wanted to take? She picks up the little chicken, opens the door, and shakes her head at the people outside the yard. Everyone looks at each other and quickly understands, living animals can't be taken away. Only Yaya can go. Yaya feels a gentle sway in front of her, and suddenly she is at the morning market. Recently, she has been eating well and sleeping warmly, so her body feels stronger. The dizziness has eased, and her steps are steady. She immediately sees Auntie across the street under a red canopy, frying sugar cakes, and the sweet smell drifts far away. "Auntie." Yaya looks around, sees no car, and quickly pushes her small cart toward Chao Shulian. This time, the wild vegetables are fewer but still heavy, about 20 pounds. Chao Shulian looks up and immediately smiles brightly. She quickly wipes her hands and comes over to help push the cart. Oh, Yaya is here. Did you bring wild vegetables picked by Grandpa and Grandma? Yaya nods hard. Uncle Zhao took the village elders to pick a lot of stinky leaves. He also caught a small wild chicken. He said city folks like to eat it, so I brought it specially for Auntie. Hearing this, Chao Xulian's heart skips a beat. A wild chicken? That's not good. It's illegal. Wild chickens are protected animals. Not only selling but also catching and eating them can lead to fines and penalties. She looks at the cover of the small cart and dares not open it. If she can't see it, then there's no wild chicken. Just as she's about to refuse, Yaya's voice sounds. Where's my chicken? She looks around the small cart and touches the handlebar. Where's my chicken? It was hanging nicely on the handlebar before, tied with a small rubber band on its legs. Why is it gone? Yaya frowns and circles around the cart, then looks back in the direction she came from, but still can't find it. Chao Xulian pats her chest and breathes a sigh of relief. The chicken should still be alive. It probably fell off on the way, and the little girl doesn't know. Luckily, the chicken ran away, otherwise, it would have caused big trouble. She quickly squats down, gently holds Yaya's small hand, and carefully explains. Yaya, listen to Auntie. You can't catch wild chickens, nor can you eat or sell them. Our country has a rule that wild chickens are protected animals. If you touch one, you will be fined a lot of money. It is illegal, do you understand? Yaya blinked her eyes, seeming to understand, but not fully. She only remembered one thing. You can't bring wild chickens here, or you'll get fined a lot. She quickly nodded. Got it, Auntie. Yaya remembers. Good girl. Chao Xulian patted her little head. If it falls, it falls. It's okay, it's okay. Auntie understands your feelings. Yaya rubbed her hands, thinking about telling Uncle Zhao and others when she gets back that the little chicken is gone and that Auntie can't catch the little chicken here. Seeing that the child was still worried about the missing wild chicken, Chao Xulian quickly changed the subject. She helped open the small cart cover and directed Yaya to lay down a plastic cloth nearby. When she opened it, the faint smell of fragrant tree buds grew stronger. Chao Xulian's eyes lit up. With so many fragrant tree buds, they all looked top quality. Next to them, there were a few bunches of shepherd's purse, all fresh and lively. The quality was still good, washed clean without a speck of dirt. After Yaya finished laying the plastic cloth, the two of them neatly arranged the vegetables. Just as they finished and were about to call out, the aunt who wanted to buy everything suddenly rushed over. It was early in the market, not many people around, and the sky was gray. Seeing all the fragrant tree buds, the aunt's eyes widened. Yesterday, she took home a small amount, enough to stir-fry a little dish. Her grandson didn't get enough to eat, and the shepherd's purse was only enough for one meal of dumplings. The aunt bypassed others and came close to Chao Xulian and Yaya. Young lady, little one, I want to buy all of these. Can we skip the bargaining? The older generation could tell at a glance that these were high-quality wild vegetables. If they heard about it, they would want some too. Yaya blinked. Grandma, are these stinky leaves really so tasty? Does your family like to eat them? There are so many here. Oh, little one, these aren't stinky leaves. They're called fragrant tree buds, and they're very tasty. The aunt was amused by her innocent look. Fried with eggs, you should ask your family to try it sometime. Blanch them, add a bit of oil, and stir-fry. It smells so good it'll make your tongue water. I'll buy more to make dumplings and freeze them. We can eat them many times. This wild vegetable is only available in season. If you find it, it's a lucky find. My family has many people and we eat quickly, so I buy a lot. Again, little one, you say, yesterday's prickly sprouts are probably no longer in the mountains. Otherwise, why didn't you bring some today? Auntie looked confident. Wow, Grandma, you're so smart. The one with thorns, the village chief said only the old leaves are left and they don't taste good, so I didn't pick them. Yaya said, eyes wide. Auntie lifted her chin proudly. Chao Xulian listened nearby, thinking quickly. If she sold everything now, Yaya could go home earlier and stay warm. She smiled and said to Yaya, Yaya, look, Grandma is so sincere and likes you so much. Can I buy all of it? Yaya nodded, leave a bunch for Auntie, and sell the rest to Grandma. Auntie smiled happily. Oh, what a good harvest. She quickly took out her phone to call her family. With so much, she couldn't carry it all. Xiao Lei, come quickly to the red leaf market. First fork, red tent. Bring cash. Yesterday, I took over the wild vegetable stall. Chao Xulian also smiled. This little one always leaves some for her. The wild vegetables are really good quality. The fastest thing on her table every day is the wild vegetables Yaya gives her. Chao Xulian went to the neighboring stall and took 2 big plastic bags. The freshly arranged vegetables were being packed again. After weighing, she saw 3 jin 2 liang of shepherd's purse, 80 yuan. 15 jin of fragrant hornbeam, 1,650 yuan. Total, 1,730 yuan. Yaya heard the number and grinned. She already understood that 1,000 yuan is 10 red bills, very valuable. She could buy many things. Auntie didn't scan the code. She waited a moment and saw her son running over with a messy hairdo and a coat.
Wow.
So much, Mom. You're amazing. Fule looked at the 2 big bags of bright, fresh, fragrant hornbeam and gave his mom a thumbs up. Hurry up, pay. 1,730 yuan. They're waiting. I brought some change too. Fule happily took out money from his pocket with coins and bills. Chao Xulian carefully checked the money and made sure it was correct. Then she handed some to Yaya. Yaya, keep this safe. Wrap your small bag well. Finish shopping and go home early. Say thank you to the elders in your village for me. Auntie will accept this fragrant hornbeam. Yaya carefully put the stack of bills into her small bag, then looked up. Auntie, you're so kind. Yaya is leaving now. I'll come to see you again next time. Maya tightened her small bag close to her chest, took 3 steps back, and waved her little hand to Chao Xulian. Goodbye, Auntie. Chao Xulian stood under the red canopy, watching the small figure push a little cart slowly toward the market. This child is getting more used to it, which is good. It's just that these shoes… Oh, why didn't I think of buying her shoes at the same time before? Chao Xulian slapped her forehead. Maya's shoes are still thin cloth shoes, with thick soles and no lining or fleece. They've turned white from washing. It's just 6 o'clock now, and the morning market is just starting to get lively. Maya pushed her cart past the previous meat stall. After a moment of hesitation, she didn't stop. She remembered that a little further inside, there was a long board with bright red lights, and all the fresh meat was displayed on it. Not far ahead, she saw the red glow she was looking for. There were 2 signs hanging on the stall, one below the counter and one on a pillar in the middle of the canopy. They read, Ribs 7 yuan per jean/pork belly special price, 6.9 yuan today. Maya recognized the numbers, and she could guess what jean meant, even if she didn't understand the words. Maya pushed her cart to the stall. The chopping board was high, so she stood on her tiptoes, showing her round eyes. Uncle, what kinds of meat are these? Are they all 7 yuan? Such a little kid coming to buy vegetables by herself. The uncle, wearing an apron, saw her small head and smiled. Ribs, 7 yuan. Great for stewing or braising, smells so good. And pork belly, 6.9 yuan. The tenderloin and the pork shoulder are different prices. Which one do you want? Maya thought for a moment. I'll take the 7 yuan one and the 6.9 yuan one. The prices were clearly marked, so she was afraid other things might be too expensive. How much do you want? 1 jean. No, I think I want 2 jean of each. Since there are many people in the village, everyone needs some meat, so she wanted to buy a little more. The uncle quickly cut 4 jean of meat, packed it into a small bag, and, looking at her little cart, directly placed the bag inside. Maya was still counting on her fingers. 2 sevens, 14. 27 yuan and 80 cents. Just pay 27.50, the uncle said with a smile. He couldn't quite do the math, but he was generous with the price.
Pay?
Maya didn't understand. She rummaged inside her small bag, took out 3 10-yuan bills, and handed them to the uncle. These days, not many people use cash. The uncle said as he took out 3 coins from a small drawer under the chopping board and handed them to Ya. Luckily, I still have some change. Ya looked at the silver and gold coins. The silver one had a 1 on it and a big flower on the back. The gold one had a 5. Uncle, is this 5 worth 5 yuan? Did you give me too much? Yaya asked carefully after thinking for a moment. This is 50 cents. 2 50-cent coins make 1 yuan. I didn't give you too much. Now she understood. She learned a few more types of money here. Yaya put the 3 coins into her small bag. Thank you, Uncle. They kept walking forward, still near the meat stall. There were whole pieces of beef and lamb hanging on hooks, big chunks. There was even a whole sheep's head on a board, which looked a little scary. Yaya only looked briefly before quickly lowering her head and pushing her cart to go around. Soon, they reached the egg stall from yesterday. The old man selling eggs saw the wheels and looked up. When he saw it was the little girl again, his eyes lit up with a big smile. Little girl, you're here to buy vegetables again? Do you recognize the money now? Yes, I recognize it, and I learned about new money too, Yaya said happily. She wanted to push her cart over, but her feet moved back instead. Yesterday, Grandpa Village had took 5 of the 30 eggs to hatch chicks. This morning they boiled eggs and made egg soup. That night, the 3 kids each ate a fried egg. 30 eggs seemed like a lot, but when she put them in the cellar, only about 10 were left. Some grandpas and grandmas in the village hadn't eaten any eggs yet. There are many ways to cook eggs: steamed egg custard, scrambled eggs, boiled eggs, fried eggs. Maybe she should buy another tray. Not just 1, but 2. They could last a long time if stored properly. Yaya thought about the empty cellar and knew it still needed to be filled. Grandpa, I want 2 more trays of eggs. The egg seller helped her place the eggs at the bottom of the basket, then added a foam board before putting the 4 gene of meat on top. He carefully warned her, don't buy anything too heavy later, okay? The road is bumpy, and I'm worried your eggs might fall and break. Yaya sincerely thanked her grandpa. She knew she shouldn't buy heavy things. She kept repeating that in her mind as she slowly pushed her cart forward. After walking a little further, they found a small shop. The sign above the door was painted with bright green, fresh-looking vegetables. Inside, the shelves also had pictures of vegetables. At the entrance, there was a large silver container steaming hot, similar to the insulated container her aunt had given her before, but much bigger. The steam was still rising, and a sweet aroma wafted out, making her nose tingle with anticipation. However, the container was too tall for her to see inside. Yaya stopped at the door, looked up, and asked the shop owner, Auntie standing nearby with her hands in her pockets, Annie, what's inside this big container? It smells so good. The shop owner smiled and lifted the lid. The hot steam and sweet smell burst out. She used tongs to pick up a yellow stick with small grains on it. This is corn, steamed and ready. It costs 5 yuan for 4 pieces. It's sweet and sticky. Would you like to buy some? Corn? Is there rice inside? Yaya stared at the yellow grains wrapped around the stick. The shop owner chuckled and gently tapped her small forehead. Oh, you little one, that's a funny question. This is the first time I've heard someone ask that. Have you never seen corn before? Yaya shyly pursed her lips and nodded. Look, the shop owner pointed to the dry leaves around the corn. The leaves on the outside are called husks. Inside, these little grains are edible. We call them rice or grains, so together we call it corn or maize. It's not wrapped around rice. Yaya looked a bit confused but curious, her eyes clear and innocent. Then she remembered something important and asked seriously, Grandpa and Grandma don't have good teeth. Can they eat this? Yes, they can. It's soft and sticky, the shop owner said with a smile. But you'll need to help break the grains off so they can eat easily. Worried she might not understand, the shop owner took a small piece and demonstrated how to break the grains off. Then she handed a few golden corn grains to Yaya. Try it. Yaya took the warm grains, put them in her mouth, and chewed gently. The sweet aroma spread in her mouth. Her eyes lit up. Huh? Isn't this the yellow little grain in the big porridge? So that's what's in the porridge. Yes. The big porridge is made with corn. Very clever. The soft, sticky, and sweet treats, Yaya chewed more and more, finding them tastier each time. She quickly took out a 10 yuan bill from her small bag and said, Annie, I want to buy 10 yuan's worth. The shop owner smiled as she took the money and efficiently packed 8 ears of corn. To prevent her from burning her fingers, she also directly placed them into the small cart. When Yaya opened the package, she saw meat and eggs inside. She was a little girl who knew how to take care of herself. "Auntie, why does your shop look different from the stall next door? Why do you only have pictures of vegetables instead of real ones?" Yaya asked curiously while watching the owner pack the corn. The shop owner was amused by her serious look. She squatted down to her eye level and gently said, "Because we don't sell vegetables here. We sell vegetable seeds. Think about it." She pointed to the lively pictures of greens on the wall. "What do these pictures show? We sell tiny seeds that can grow into those vegetables. Just plant a seed in the soil, water it, and give it sunlight. Then you can grow your own vegetables. You can even plant corn." Yaya listened with bright eyes, feeling excited inside. Seeds. The village's vegetable fields had been destroyed. Everyone was eating wild vegetables every day. The only seeds left were wheat seeds. Granny Lu said they had to wait until the roads were open to buy seeds outside. But now they actually had some here. With seeds, she could grow a green vegetable patch again. She wouldn't have to worry about going hungry when wild vegetables were scarce. She could also try different flavors. "Do you want to buy some seeds?" the shop owner asked, curious about her excited look. Yaya nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking rice. "Auntie, I want to buy some. Our village's fields were damaged by a landslide, and we don't have any seeds. I want to buy more to take back to my grandpa and grandma." Hearing this, the shop owner felt a bit upset. "How much land does your village have? How many kinds of vegetables do you want to plant?" Yaya scratched her head.
She didn't know.
"Our village has 21 people, mostly grandpas and grandmas. The uncles have all been taken away. The vegetable fields behind the old lady's house and at the village entrance are all destroyed." The shop owner listened carefully. Although it was a bit confusing, she understood that their village was small, only 21 people. The young men had been taken away, probably to work in the south. Kids wouldn't understand everything. If it were human traffickers, she thought they wouldn't have heard nothing about the whole village. Sigh. It was sad for the children left behind. The old man and woman didn't plant much land. She thought about it and went to the shop to find some seeds. "Auntie, pick some fast-growing and easy-to-care for seeds for you. Chinese cabbage, white radish, and corn. Take these home to plant. When they grow well and there's space, come back and see Annie. She'll recommend more." After that, she took a few sheets of paper with planting tips, neatly folded, and handed them to Yaya. "These are instructions for planting. Take them home and show your grandparents. Just follow what's on the paper. The vegetable seeds are 1 yuan per pack. Radish seeds are 9 yuan 90 per pack. The sticky corn seeds are also 9 yuan 90. Give me 20 yuan for everything." Annie generously gave Yaya some change. Yaya looked at her money for a while, then handed over a red bill. She carefully packed the paper and loose change into a small bag and tied it with a string.
"Thank you, Auntie.
When the vegetables grow, I'll bring some to you to try." "All right, I'll be waiting to taste the vegetables you grow. Take your time on the road, don't fall, and drive carefully." Yaya nodded firmly, pushed her small cart, and continued inside. Today, she had plenty of time to browse. Ahead was a general store stall with pots, bowls, needles, threads, and all sorts of small trinkets. As Yaya walked, she saw a crowd gathered around a stall. She hurried a few steps closer. The stall was covered with a large plastic sheet, piled with many black cloth bundles, tube-like objects, shiny round silver rings, and various decorations hanging below. There were also small square and cylindrical items in different colors. She didn't recognize any of them. The stall owner, dressed in a black padded jacket, sat on a small bench across from her, playing with her phone. A sign beside her read, "Scenic Area Prohibited Items Disposal." She saw an uncle pick up a black tube, press a finger on it, and a beam of light shot straight out. When he pressed again, the light disappeared. A few other uncles were choosing small rectangular objects. One picked one with a little car pattern on it, pressed on top, and a small flame flickered. Yaya's eyes lit up instantly. She carefully squeezed into the crowd, reached out her small hand, and gently grabbed a black tube just like the one the uncle had. She found a small bump on the tube, pressed it lightly with her finger. A small beam of light immediately appeared at the front of the black tube. Yaya gently waved her small hand, causing the light to flicker. She aimed the tube at the ground, and a round patch of light appeared. This is good. It can glow, so, at night, she can use it without needing to light a fire in the stove. If the village chief and Uncle Zhao have something to do at night, they won't have to walk in the dark anymore. She reached out and took a rectangular, transparent object from the adult's pocket in front of her. Mimicking their action, she pressed it, and with a click, a small warm flame appeared on top of the object, feeling cozy. Hey, little friend, don't play with the lighter. Be careful not to burn clothes or others. The vendor just stood up to stretch his legs when he saw a small child crouching behind the crowd, playing with a lighter. He quickly called out to remind her. Startled, Yaya quickly retracted her small hand, and the flame went out with a pop. Blushing, she softly apologized. Sorry. I didn't mean to. The vendor saw she was dressed neatly and looked well-behaved, so he didn't scold her. Instead, he gently warned, kids shouldn't touch this. It's dangerous. It can burn your hand or start a fire, and that's not good. Yaya nodded firmly and turned her attention back to the glowing black tube she was holding in her other hand. Uncle, this thing that glows, what's it called? And how much does it cost? The vendor saw she was reluctant to put it down and smiled. That's a flashlight, powered by a lithium battery. It's durable. It costs 5 yuan each. 5 yuan, 2 10-yuan bills make 20, so she can buy 4. Yaya finished her calculation. Uncle, I want 4, and this one that can produce sparks. How much is it? Lighters are not for kids to play with, the vendor reminded seriously again. I want to buy it for my grandpa and grandma. They find it hard to light the firewood every time, Yaya whispered, knowing kids shouldn't play with such things. But it looked very convenient. Just press lightly, and a small flame appears. Windproof ones are 2 yuan each. Regular ones are 2 for 1 yuan. You have the regular kind. How many do you want? The vendor, hearing her explanation, felt reassured. She seemed honest and well-behaved, not like a child who would lie. 10. Yaya's purse was full, and these were cheap, so she wanted to buy more. The vendor didn't let her choose herself. Since there were too many people at the stall, he picked 9 of the regular ones and 3 flashlights, putting them all into a small bag. 25. Maya didn't look at the colors or patterns. She happily took the small plastic bag and put her own hands in it, then paid quickly. The vendor saw she didn't care about the style and felt more at ease. She probably bought it for an adult. If she were playing herself, she would definitely choose a pattern she liked. Maya slowly pushed through the crowd. The small cart was still in the same spot. She put the small bag into the cart, looked at the steaming corn, and thought for a moment. She moved the meat over, placing it next to the corn, with the flashlight and other items tucked into the corner. She didn't know that lighters could explode if they got too hot. She just thought the soft meat padding was needed. If it bumped, it wouldn't be good. As the sky brightened, Maya was nearing the end of the morning market. The last place was where she had bought her coat before. As she passed by, she heard a loudspeaker. Clearance sale. Seasonal clearance. Cheap cotton shoes and socks now on sale.
Cheap.
Clearance. Maya understood these words immediately. Last time, the same words were used to sell the colorful coats. She hurriedly pushed her cart toward the sound. She saw a pile of cotton shoes, stacked like small hills, all dark-colored with thick beige fur inside, looking very warm. Next to them, there were bundles of pure white socks, made from a fabric even whiter than paper she had seen before. She instinctively looked down at her own cloth shoes, thin, faded, rough fabric after washing, with some dry reed fluff stuffed inside. The socks were made of coarse hemp cloth, with bits of torn fabric stuffed in the middle. Hard and ugly. The shoe seller saw the little girl pushing the cart and quickly picked out a pair of children's shoes from the mountain of black cotton shoes, waving them at her. Little girl, your shoes are so thin. Don't they get cold? Come try these on. I'll give you a good price. She had a lot of these cotton shoes in stock. Young people didn't like these old-fashioned shoes much. They weren't popular with older folks either. Since the season was changing and she was about to run out of stock, she decided to sell them cheaply. Seeing a potential customer, even if it was a little girl, she still wanted to offer her a try. The child's shoes looked even older than these. Maya moved her stiff toes, feeling shy to step forward. There were marks from frostbite on her toes, and her socks looked ugly. She was afraid of getting the new shoes dirty. The older sister noticed the child's nervousness and took a quick look at her small feet. She kindly smiled and led her to a small stool nearby. Annie has a pair of socks for you. Don't be afraid. Try them on and see if they fit, soft and comfortable. Then you can decide whether to buy them. Yaya sat on the small stool, still holding a pair of pure white socks in her hands. The fabric was so soft that she didn't want to ruin it. Auntie, how much are these shoes and socks? Yaya asked shyly, touching the socks and testing the words. If they cost about the same as her coat, she would try them on and buy some for the grandpas, grandmas, and little brothers in the village. Cotton shoes are 15 yuan a pair. Socks are 10 yuan for 10 pairs, sold in lots of 10. 15 yuan? She could afford that. Even if they got dirty, she could buy more. Yaya felt relieved and looked at the tiny white socks in her hands, unsure how to put them on. Just like this, said the sister, noticing she didn't know how to wear socks. Press the opening into a small circle, then put it over your toes and pull it up. It's easy once you try. Yaya blushed and bent down to take off her shoes. When she removed them, a few stalks of reed fluff came out, making her face turn even redder. Take your time. I won't watch, said the sister, turning her head and walking around to the other side of the stall to find more customers. Yaya's embarrassment eased a little. She then took off her rough, coarse hemp socks, revealing her small, clean feet. She had washed them in the midday sun, and now she could still smell a faint scent of soap. She tried to follow her aunt's instructions, twisting the sock opening into a flat circle and carefully slipping it over her toes. The fabric was stretchy, and once on, it fit snugly and closely against her skin, wrapping her feet perfectly. She picked up a dark cotton shoe, slipped her foot inside, and pulled the shoe back so her heel was pressed against the shoe's back. She stood up. Her feet felt like they were walking on a warm, fluffy cloud, heated by the summer sun. The soft warmth wrapped her tiny feet tightly, making her eyes water with happiness. It was so warm and cozy. Does it fit? Is it warm enough? Try walking a few steps, the sister asked from across the small hill of cotton shoes, watching her stand. Yaya gently moved her toes, feeling a bit more comfortable. Just a little bit too big, she said, holding up 2 fingers to show the size. Good job, the older sister said with a smile. Your little feet grow fast. When they get bigger and last longer, I'll get you a new pair that fits better. Yaya nodded and gently lifted her foot, taking a small step. Her soft shoe soles, wrapped in fluffy material, made each step feel like walking on clouds. Seeing her expression, the older sister knew everything was settled. How about I wrap them up for you? Or, do you want to wear them now? Yaya sat back on a small stool and put on her other pair of cotton shoes. The warm feeling made her reluctant to take them off. Annie, I want this pair, and I also want to buy 20 more pairs. The older sister was surprised. She hadn't expected such a big order from a little girl. 1 pair costs 15. 21 pairs will be 315 yuan. Do you have enough money? Do you want socks too? I have enough, Yaya said, touching her small bag filled with many red bills. I want socks too. Okay, so you're buying for 21 people, right? That's 30 pairs of socks. The total is 345 yuan. I'll charge you 340. Do you know the shoe size? Shoes need to fit well. Socks, on the other hand, can be worn by both boys and girls. The older sister confirmed the quantity and sizes with her. Shoe size? What's that? Yaya was confused. It's the size of your foot, so you know what size shoes to buy. I want to buy for my grandpa and grandma, my uncle and aunt, and my little brother. He's a bit shorter than me. She didn't know the exact sizes of people's feet in the village, so she just gestured and explained what she knew. Hearing this, the older sister's heart softened. It seemed there weren't many young people in the village. No wonder a little girl was rushing to the market early. Then you can buy socks first. Socks don't have sizes, and both boys and girls can wear them. Do you have a little brother in your village? I'll give you 5 pairs of children's socks and 25 pairs of adult socks. Even if they get worn out, there will be plenty of spares. She added, "You should wait until you know the shoe sizes before buying shoes." "I'll be here tomorrow." Yaya nodded seriously and paid 45 yuan for 30 pairs of white socks and the cotton shoes she was wearing. The older sister helped her pack the old shoes and socks into a plastic bag. She paused when she saw the reed flowers inside the shoes and the socks stuffed with cloth scraps. She had never seen socks like these before. In this day and age, people still use such simple ways to keep warm. She silently sighed and then took a few pairs of fuzzy children's socks from under her cart. "Child, I have some more pairs of small socks here. They are slightly imperfect, so I'll give them to you." "What does imperfect mean?" "These thick socks are a good deal for you, and I don't want them." Yaya kept refusing, only taking her small bag with her shoes and socks. "It means they are dirty or torn. If you don't want them, I might have to throw them away later," she said, pretending to toss the pretty cartoon socks. Yaya quickly stopped her. "It would be a shame to throw away such good socks. They are thick and soft, just like the shoes, and it's sad to discard them just because they are dirty." Yaya took the socks, looked them over carefully, and didn't see any dirt or damage. Though she was a bit unsure, she carefully put the socks into her bag with the white socks.
"Thank you, Auntie.
I'll come back tomorrow to buy shoes. Please stay here." Yaya hung her old shoe bag on the handle of her cart and pushed off. She looked at the sky. Today was a relaxed day. Her small purse didn't rush her back to Lotus village. Thinking for a moment about the empty cellar, she pushed her cart back the way she came. She remembered near the egg-selling spot, there seemed to be a place selling grains and noodles. She decided to go and take a look. "Auntie, is this the cheapest rice in the store?" Yaya pointed at a large sack of rice with a promotional sign at the entrance and asked the shopkeeper. "Yes, this is our northeast small-town rice. It's soft and sticky, costing 1.50 per jean, about 0.5 kilograms. If you buy in bulk, there are discounts." Yaya then pointed at the hanging noodles nearby. "And what about these? How much are they?" "Jinkai noodles, 1.50 per pack. A whole box of 10 jin costs 12 yuan. The shopkeeper's wife looked at her, not dismissing her because she was so small. She remembered seeing her buy eggs across the street before. Every time, she bought a dozen at a time, and she answered all her questions patiently. Yaya looked at the full shelves of rice and flour, feeling a bit overwhelmed. She wanted to buy a lot but couldn't carry it all. Staring at the white rice, she hesitated for nearly a minute before carefully raising her head and asking the shopkeeper, "Auntie, I want to buy a lot. Can you help me put it on this, and then push my cart to that small alley?" Yaya pointed to a narrow path she had seen when she arrived. She paid attention to the path, which was almost empty. After walking a few steps, she couldn't see her anymore. The shopkeeper's wife looked in the direction she pointed. It was only about a few dozen meters away. It was too far for the little girl to push, and there was a step at the shop entrance. Since it wasn't far, she nodded in agreement. Yaya's small mouth kept curling up happily. With her aunt's help, she could buy a lot. She pointed to the dried noodles on the right, and, "I want 2 boxes of these noodles." Then she looked at the bright white rice bag with a promotion sign. "I want a whole bag of rice like this." The shopkeeper's wife took a deep breath. "This snakeskin bag weighs about 80 pounds. If you put it in your cart, it might crush it." Yaya stared at the white rice without blinking. This was good rice that was hard to find even during the new year in the village. Here, it costs only 1 yuan 50 per jean, half a kilogram. Such a big bag isn't worth even a handful of leaves. She had to buy it to fill her cellar. Hearing the shopkeeper's question, she hesitated for less than a second, and then lied softly. "It's okay, Auntie. I made an appointment with a villager uncle. He will come to pick me up at the alley entrance later. Uncle will help carry." The shopkeeper's wife finally relaxed. "Good, as long as you have enough. I'll help you move those. 2 boxes of noodles, 1 full bag of small-town rice. The rice costs 1.30 yuan per jean, so it's 132 yuan in total. Do you want to see other things in the shop? Millet, yellow rice, sorghum rice." Yaya looked around and saw familiar corn. "Auntie, how much is this corn?" 3 yuan per jean. "Do you want some? It's good for making porridge to soothe the stomach. Elderly and children can drink it." Yaya opened her mouth wide. The corn they ate was actually twice as expensive as refined rice here. No. Thank you, Auntie. Please help me push the things over there. Thank you. Her small purse started to feel warm, and Yaya didn't look around anymore. She quickly paid. She was gradually getting used to the way modern money is measured, becoming more confident. The shopkeeper's wife called her husband to help. The couple carried the full snakeskin rice bag, 2 boxes of noodles, and the small cart to the empty space against the wall in the alley. They tightened the rice bag's opening a bit, stacked the 2 boxes of noodles on the cart, checked everything was okay, and then left. Yaya's little pouch was getting hotter and hotter. She quickly held onto the small cart, gripping the heavy bag of rice tightly with her other hand, then closed her eyes and gave a little shake. At Granny Lu's house, the fire in the stove was still burning. Light streamed into the room, flickering between bright and dim. The village chief, Hunter Zhao, and Fong Taixing were sitting around the only small table, while Granny Lu sat on the edge of the bed. They guessed it was about time for Yaya to return, so everyone straightened up and waited. In a flash of light, Yaya suddenly appeared in the middle of the room, one hand on the cart handle and the other holding a bag almost as tall as she was. It looked very heavy. After steadying herself, Yaya saw the 4 familiar adults and smiled brightly. Grandpa Village Chief, you're waiting for me again. Granny, I'm back. Granny Lu, always observant, noticed right away that Yaya had changed her shoes. The black ones on her feet looked thick and sturdy, and that made Granny feel warm inside. Little Yaya was finally learning to take care of herself. Oh, right, Uncle Zhao, the little chicken you gave me is gone. I looked for it for a long time but couldn't find it, Yaya said softly, remembering the missing wild chick. It's here, in the yard, Hunter Zhao quickly said, afraid she might feel bad. You probably can't take live animals over there. Tomorrow, we'll prepare it properly, and then you can bring it, Fong Taixing said, stroking his beard. Yaya's eyes lit up. So, it was her little pouch that stopped her from taking live animals. Her mother must have known that wild chickens weren't allowed there, and was protecting her. No need, Grandpa Fong. Auntie said wild chickens are protected animals where they live. If someone catches one, they have to pay a fine, and it's even against the law. So we can't take it or harm it. Everyone in the room looked at each other in surprise. Hunter Zhao frowned slightly. Protected animals? A fine? He had hunted all his life and had never heard that catching a wild chicken could be illegal, let alone that some animals were protected. Fong Taixing made a note to write this down in the morning. He kept a special record of the strange world Yaya visited. Yaya, are you tired? What did you buy this time? Why don't you let Granny help you wash your hands and face before bed? Granny Lu said, gently smoothing Yaya's messy hair. At the mention of her purchases, Yaya perked up. She had already gotten used to her new routine these past few days, always sleeping well. Right now, she wasn't sleepy at all. She shook her little foot and said, today, an old lady bought all the wild vegetables. Yaya wandered around for a long time and bought many things. She patted the big cloth bag beside her. This is rice, 80 jin. White rice. What? White rice. 80 jin. The 4 adults in the room all opened their mouths in surprise. Grandma Lu's hand trembled, almost losing her grip on Yaya. Last time, a kind aunt gave them 2 jin of rice. They cooked it with kudzu root and ate several meals. They thought that being able to eat such good rice was the greatest happiness in life. But now, what did they hear? Yaya brought back 80 jin of white rice? Is all of this in the big bag? The village chief suddenly stood up from his stool, walked a few steps to the bag, and reached out to press down. It was heavy and solid, with real weight. His fingertips trembled slightly. He shook his hand as he untied the rope on the bag. Fong Taixing and Zhao, who also stared intently at the village chief's actions. When the knot loosened, the village chief lifted the bag's opening and rolled it down. A full bag of bright, clear white rice was suddenly revealed to everyone. It wasn't the kind with broken shells, yellowed or grayish, nor coarse bran that stings the throat, nor tiny, yellowish broken grains. It was round, white and clean, high-quality polished rice. Zhao Hunter remembered the prices at the grain shop in town before the new year. Bran was 130 coins per stone, rough rice was 600 coins per stone, and polished rice was 900 coins per stone. This big bag was worth at least 100 coins. How could they afford such good rice for every meal? Nan nan, isn't there bran or rough rice over there? Such good rice, how much does it cost? We, old bones about to die, are wasting eating such good rice. The village chief was a bit worried about money. It wasn't that he didn't want Yaya to spend, but he felt it was a waste to spend so much on their group of old folks. Yaya blinked her big eyes and said, I didn't see bran, only saw corn, but corn is twice as expensive as polished rice, so I didn't buy it. This rice is the cheapest one. In their minds, polished rice was something only rich people could afford, while millet was for ordinary folks. For poor families like theirs, being able to eat wheat grain rice or coarse bran cakes was already good enough as long as they could fill their stomachs and stay alive. Fong Taisheng leaned forward. Yaya, how much did this rice cost? He guessed it must be at least 5 yuan, no, maybe 7 yuan a pound. Even 500 for a whole sack of rice would make sense. Yaya counted on her fingers. The white rice costs 1 yuan and 50 cents a pound. My aunt saw I was buying a lot, so she gave it to me for 1 yuan and 30 cents a pound.
For 80 pounds, that's...
She couldn't figure it out right away. The numbers were a bit tricky. Then Yaya pointed to the 2 cardboard boxes on the small cart. That price also includes these 2 boxes of fine flour. Each box is 10 pounds. The flour costs 1 yuan and 20 cents a pound. Altogether, it's 132 yuan. Everyone was still shocked by the cheap price of the rice when they heard something even more unbelievable. Fine flour too? 20 pounds of it? Was 20 pounds of good white flour really worth less than a handful of wild greens? They knew things were cheaper over there, but they never imagined it could be that cheap. Fong Tiesheng's heart was pounding. He didn't care about saving paper anymore. With trembling hands, he reached into the pocket of his cotton-padded jacket and pulled out a folded sheet of white paper. It was his special notebook. Huzi, make the fire in the stove burn brighter. I need to write this down. He took out a pen from another pocket. The ink was kept at Granny Lu's house. The room was dim, lit only by the flickering glow from the stove. His eyesight wasn't good, so he had to lean close to the paper. Seeing this, Yaya suddenly slapped her forehead. Grandpa Fong, wait. I bought something that can shine. She climbed onto the edge of the small cart and started rummaging inside. Hunter Zhao and Granny Lu also reached in to help, taking things out to move them to the cellar later. The room was dark, so they couldn't see clearly what they were touching. Some things were soft, some hard. From the smell, one of the big soft bundles even turned out to be meat. Yaya kept digging until she found a plastic bag that had fallen to the bottom during the trip. Using the firelight, she opened it and pulled out a small black tube.
Look.
She pressed it gently with her small hand. A bright white beam of light suddenly shot out from the little black stick, shining straight onto the table. The once dim room instantly lit up, and the paper on the table, even the words written by the old man, became perfectly clear. The village chief took a small step back, eyes fixed on the beam of light. What kind of magical treasure is this? Why does it shine so brightly without fire or oil? Zhao Hu also widened his eyes and tentatively reached out to touch the light. Just as he almost made contact, he quickly pulled back, then reached out again, tugging at the light for a while before finally grabbing only air. It wasn't hot, and he felt nothing. Incredible. You can carry this at night and walk in the dark without a lantern, he said, his eyes bright. He glanced at the still-shocked village chief, realizing that the old man was very clever. No wonder the village chief told him to go up the mountain again tomorrow night, saying there would be a surprise. He had guessed it all along. Yaya watched their reactions and giggled happily, her eyes curved with joy. She waved her small hand holding a flashlight, and the light circle moved with her. This is called a flashlight. I bought 4 of them. 5 yuan each. Uncle stall owner said they can shine for a long time. She then split her small hand, giving 1 flashlight to each of the 3 men. Uncle Zhao, Grandpa Village Chief, and Grandpa Fong. We keep 1 for ourselves. Next time you go out at night, you won't be afraid of the dark or falling. The 3 carefully took the lightweight flashlights. They were precious treasures. There's a button here. Push it forward to turn on the light, and push back to turn it off. Yaya explained how to use them. With a snap, 4 tiny beams of light lit up inside Granny Lu's house, even brighter than during the day. The village chief quickly turned off the lights. He didn't know what powered the glow, but he was sure it used something up, like candles or oil. Use it sparingly. This treasure shouldn't be wasted. Keep it safe, he said carefully, tucking the flashlight into his pocket. The other 2 also turned off and stored their flashlights. Yaya held her small flashlight and shined it on Grandpa Fong. This flashlight costs 5 yuan each. Oh, I also bought something that can produce sparks. She handed her flashlight to Granny Lu and rummaged through a plastic bag. Then she took out a plastic lighter and stood in the middle, showing everyone. Look at this. It can produce sparks by itself. Don't get too close. She pressed the small button, and a tiny, bright flame suddenly jumped out from the top of the device. A magical item. The village chief hadn't sat down yet and immediately stood up again, eyes alert, staring intently at the small flame. After a while, the lighter got hot. Yaya's small hands couldn't hold it anymore, and with a pop, the flame went out. What is this? How can fire be hidden inside such a small thing? No wood or charcoal, so how does the flame start? This thing is 1,000 times more powerful than a fire starter. Grandma Lu gasped in surprise. Yaya directly poured a bag of lighters onto the table, colorful and shiny. This is called a fire chicken. I bought 10 of them. 10 for 5 yuan. The village chief cautiously stepped forward, not daring to touch it, and squinted to look closely. A fire chicken? How does it work? It doesn't look like a real chicken. It's all smooth, no feathers at all. Why does it have such a strange name? Grandma Lu also came over, gently touching it. It was cold and hard. Wow, this chicken is hard. Could it be that chickens over there are like this? Hunter Zhao scratched his head, looking serious. Yeah, what does this chicken eat? Grains or bugs? If it's hungry, does it stop making fire? Fong Taixing held his pen, waiting seriously for the answer. He had already written on his paper. Today, Yaya brought back 10 divine chickens that can produce fire. Price: 5 yuan for 10. Yaya also scratched her head, blinking thoughtfully. She whispered, I don't know what kind of chicken it is or what it eats. There were many people at that stall. I didn't ask the uncle who runs it. Hearing this, everyone believed it was a magical creature. Otherwise, why would so many people be rushing to buy it? Luckily, Yaya was clever and bought 10. This hard thing probably isn't afraid of the cold, but I don't know where it eats. Forget it. I'll put it in the cellar first. When Yaya asks, we'll think about it. Over there, Grandma Lu continued arranging things on the heated bed. She took out some meat, a package of warm, yellowish sticky sticks, a soft white cloth bundle, 3 small bags with green vegetables painted on them, and several tiny, thick, fluffy objects in many colors, probably little doll socks. But these were much softer than the rough hemp fabric they usually used. Next to her, hanging from her hand, was a bag containing shoes and socks she made for Yaya. Everyone had already noticed the black shoes on Yaya's feet. They looked warm. They wanted to ask more, but just then, they saw Yaya staring at her, listening to Grandma Lu explain, her little head starting to nod downward. This is corn, this white one is socks, and Ro bought 4 pounds of meat. There are also some seeds. Andy gave Yaya a note explaining how to plant them, and 2 packs of eggs. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, and the sky outside grew darker. The village chief and the others quietly stopped what they were doing. One held a flashlight, while the other 2 carefully moved the things Yaya had brought into the cellar. Huzi, keep the flashlight safe, and use it sparingly. Leave one of those special chickens too. We'll head up the mountain tomorrow night. After leaving Granny Lu's house, the village chief shone the flashlight on the path and spoke in a low voice to Hunter Zhao. Got it, uncle, Zhao replied, tightening his grip on the flashlight in his pocket. His legs weren't strong, and going up the mountain at night used to be risky. But now, with these 2 special items, he felt confident. He could even go deep into the forest if needed. The next morning, just as dawn began to break and the mountain mist still lingered, a small wild chicken in Granny Lu's yard let out a few soft calls. Aunt Lin, who was already awake, felt her eyes grow warm. It had been nearly 3 months since anyone in the village had heard a rooster crow. The village had been quiet and still, as if forgotten by the world. Yet that little wild chicken, only a few months old, made the place feel alive again with just a few chirps. The elderly slept lightly, and every household was up early. Even the children, Xiao Xuanzi and Xiao Dizzy, rubbed their eyes and got out of bed. One by one, people began heading toward Granny Lu's yard. Along the way, everyone carried something new, a chipped cup, a clean bright towel, or a shiny new soft bristled toothbrush. When they met on the road, they glanced at each other's things. One looked at the toothbrush, another at the cup, and though no one spoke, they all smiled knowingly. There were only 2 tubes of toothpaste, so they decided to keep them at Granny Lu's house. Every morning, everyone would bring their things there to wash up together. As they neared the yard, they all slowed their steps, afraid to wake Yaya. Quietly, they gathered around the water jar to fetch water. Then, in a neat row, they squatted outside the fence by the gate. Gurgle, gurgle, pft, gurgle, gurgle, pft. The whole yard was filled with the cheerful sound of brushing teeth. Little Xuanzi is the youngest. When he puts the toothbrush in his mouth, he just plays with it randomly. Grandpa Lu couldn't stand it anymore, quickly rinsed his mouth, and patiently taught little Xuanzi how to brush his teeth. Little Dizzy tightly holds the toothbrush, recalling how Yaya showed Uncle Zhao how to do it. He carefully brushes up and down, inside and outside, bit by bit. After a while, he gently takes a deep breath, making a hiss sound. The air is cool and carries a faint fresh scent from his mouth all the way to his nose. His eyes light up and he brushes more vigorously. Aunt Lin finishes brushing her teeth, carefully wipes her face with a towel, then goes to the water jar, rubs a little soap on her hands to wash them, and finally walks to the cellar behind the house. Now, everyone's food is stored in the cellar. She plans to pick a few pieces of kudzu root and use the remaining noodles to cook a meal. It seems there aren't many eggs left. She takes 3 to boil for the 3 children to eat. The wooden cover of the cellar is somehow open. She shines her small oil lamp inside and is stunned on the spot. Inside the cellar, there are suddenly many new things. A white sack made of snakeskin is bulging, but she doesn't know what kind of grain is inside. 2 small boxes are stacked nearby, decorated with patterns and many unfamiliar characters. But the lively drawing clearly shows that they contain noodles. There are also white, round eggs on the ground, 2 whole trays, totaling 60 eggs. A yellow stick-like object with 8 pieces inside. And finally, a bag of fresh meat. High quality, with a good mix of fat and lean, bright in color. There's also some with bones, perfect for stewing soup, so fragrant it makes her tongue want to swallow. Next to the pile, a small child with his hands behind his back is walking around it. It's Yaya, whom everyone thought was still sleeping. Hiss! Aunt Lin stands at the cellar entrance, stunned, holding her small oil lamp. Aunt Lin! Yaya happily waves at her, showing 2 small white teeth. She ran to the cellar as soon as she arrived to see what she brought back. She wants to see how much more is needed to fill it up and how much space all these things take inside the cellar. Little girl, why did you run to the cellar so early? It's so cold in there. Are these the things you brought back from the fairyland last night? Bringing so much? You're so small. How did you carry it all over? Aunt Lin, quickly coming over, was both worried and happy. She couldn't help but say a lot at once. Yaya leaned her small body gently against the rice bag and looked up with her little face. Yaya came down to see how much more we need to fill the cellar. I brought lots of things. She patted the rice bag. Aunt Lin, this is 80 jin of refined rice. Refined rice? 80 jin? Aunt Lin's mouth, which had just closed, opened again in surprise. She thought it was bran or something else, maybe millet at most, but Yaya said it was all refined rice. Then she pointed to a patterned cardboard box nearby. This is dried noodles, 20 jin. I checked, and it's the same as what Auntie bought last time. She also pointed to the golden corn cobs, her eyes shining. This yellow one is the same yellow grains in the porridge Auntie cooked before, sweet and sticky. When you get home, Annie, you can take the grains out, warm them up, and they'll be delicious. And eggs, I bought many more. We don't have to save them now. Everyone can eat a little each day, and it will make us all strong. When these are gone, I'll buy more. Yaya counted on her fingers happily. The wild vegetables everyone picked sold for a lot of money. We can buy many things. I've only spent a few red tickets so far, and I still have many left. Finally, Yaya touched the bag of fresh meat and shyly said, Yaya hasn't had Antlin stew in a long time. Can you make a little today? When Antlin heard this, she forgot her surprise and quickly rubbed the top of the little girl's head. Yes, yes, my little girl. I'll make it soon. It will be soft and fragrant, and there will be plenty to eat. Yaya immediately smiled. Thank you, Antlin. You're so kind. After saying that, she took Antlin's hand. Yaya is going upstairs now. Don't be stingy with the food here. After we finish eating, I have something to tell everyone. Antlin looked at Yaya's small figure, climbing the cellar stairs with short legs. Her heart felt warm and a little sad. She quickly bent down to steady her, afraid she might fall. Slow down, don't fall. Yaya went back to the yard, first washing her hands at the water jar. Then she went into the house. She still had to wash her white socks. They were so white. She couldn't get them dirty. Aunt Lin carried 2 jean of meat, 4 ears of corn, and some dried noodles over to the stove. As the fire caught in the stove, the flames flickered and licked the bottom of the pot. Soon, a delicious aroma filled the entire yard. That smells like meat, and there's a sweet, juicy, fragrant smell too. Yaya brought back some good stuff. The old man is lucky. Even the county lord can enjoy such good things. We get to eat them. This morning will be a feast. Everyone in the yard sniffed the tempting smell and couldn't help but swallow. No one moved. Everyone waited quietly for Yaya and Granny Lu to sit at the table. Aunt Lin was already skilled in cooking, and now she moved quickly and carefully, not wasting any time. First, she rinsed the sliced pork belly in clean water to remove blood. Then she cut the ribs into small, even pieces and blanched them in the pot. She skimmed off the foam and took them out to drain. The fire in the stove was burning brightly. The iron pot was hot. She scooped a little oil brought back by Yaya into the pot. When the oil sizzled, she added slices of ginger and wild scallions to flavor the oil. Then she placed the pork belly pieces into the pot, frying them until both sides were slightly browned and releasing their oil. The fragrant smell immediately filled the air. She carefully sprinkled a little salt and a bit of dark soy sauce for seasoning. The soy sauce was also brought back by Yaya. Uncle Taisheng looked at the label and told her it was soy sauce for flavoring, so she figured out how to use it. She added enough water to cover the meat, covered the pot, brought it to a boil over high heat, then turned down to low and simmered slowly. She waited until the meat was tender and flavorful and the broth thickened. Meanwhile, Granny Lu was busy too. She started a separate pot for the ribs, adding water and ginger slices. She boiled it over high heat, then washed and added the fresh wild vegetables they found along the way, making a clear, refreshing rib and wild vegetable soup. The broth was bright and clear. The vegetables soaked up the meaty aroma, making the soup rich and flavorful. She then beat an egg with warm water, added a little salt, stirred well, and poured it into the rib pot to steam for 15 minutes. A bowl of smooth, tender egg custard was ready. Aunt Lin peeled the outer skin of the arrowroot with a grater, cut it into small pieces, and washed it thoroughly with the white rice. She put them into another small pot to cook porridge. Arrowroot is sweet and the rice is soft and sticky. When cooked, it has a faint sweet aroma. The 2 handfuls of dried noodles were also boiled. She added a little oil, a few drops of soy sauce, and sprinkled chopped green onions on top. It became a big bowl of flavorful noodle soup. The corn was also peeled and warmed up, just as Yaya said. Soon, the sweet aroma of corn mixed with the smell of meat, soup, and porridge filled the entire yard. The hungry stomachs growled loudly. Villagers gradually brought out their prepared food. Yaya and Xiaozi stood by Aunt Lin's pot of stewed meat, unwilling to leave, their dark, shiny eyes fixed on the steaming pot. When Aunt Lin lifted the lid, the fragrant smell of the stew hit their noses. The 2 little children took deep sniffs of the delicious aroma. The meat was bright red and tender, easily pierced with a chopstick, and the broth was thick enough to cling to the chopsticks. Aunt Lin looked at the steaming pot with warmth in her heart. Such good food was earned by little Yaya. Once all the dishes were served, the children sat at the table, and the yard immediately became quiet. Just a few days ago, the villagers had been starving, relying on a few wild vegetables and the pickled eggs Yaya brought back, barely holding on. Now, looking at the food on the table, they were all stunned. They knew it was good, knew it was meat, but they had no idea there was so much. In the center was a large pot of bright, tender pork, shiny and fragrant, steaming hot and full of fresh meat. Next to it was a big bowl of ribs and wild vegetable soup, clear and bright. There was also a large pot of rice porridge with arrowroot, white and soft, perfect for those with weak teeth. It was made with refined rice mixed with arrowroot. Such high-quality rice was rarely sold in town, very precious. Yet here, the old men and women could enjoy refined rice every now and then. Nearby was a bowl of golden corn kernels, sweet and fragrant, from the freshly picked corn. There was also a big plate of hanging noodles and a bowl of steamed egg custard, gently wobbling, topped with a few drops of fragrant oil. In front of the three children was a boiled egg. The whole table was filled with steaming, fragrant food that seemed to lift their spirits. Grandma Wang swallowed hard, holding Grandpa Wang's hand, whispering softly, "Just a few days ago, we only had a little pickled meat and noodles to fill our stomachs. Today we have rice, porridge, and a big pot of fresh stew." Grandpa Wang couldn't see, but he could smell and hear everything. His thin, trembling hand showed his emotion. They had eaten meat before and had some in the past few days, but it was always rationed, saved carefully. Even a small piece of meat could last them half a day. No one expected that just a few days later, they would be able to enjoy a big pot of fresh meat and plain rice porridge. Their hunger, which had almost made them faint, was finally easing, and life was getting better each day. For days ago, I only hoped to survive. I never thought we could have such good days. Even if the village hadn't been sealed off, we wouldn't be able to enjoy this kind of life, they said. Everyone looked at Yaya. She was their little Yaya, slowly bringing back hope from the edge of despair.
Grandpa, Grandma, Ontlin, Placeit, Yakelik her lips.
The meat looked so tender and soft, but no one dared to start eating.
She felt a little shy.
"Come on, eat, everyone," the village chief called out. Granny Lu stood up and scooped a bowl of fragrant egg custard for Yaya, then added 2 small pieces of trembling stew meat. Yaya took a bite of the smooth, tender egg custard, and her little feet wiggled happily. The table was filled with steaming food. Everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks, eating happily and peacefully. No one fought over food. They ate very carefully. Each warm spoon of porridge, each piece of meat, each sip of soup was treasured. The golden corn kernels had a special flavor that made everyone ask a few more questions. Sweet and sticky, the villagers loved this taste. Soon, all the food on the table was finished. Everyone quickly cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, wiped the tables, washed the dishes, and tidied up the kitchen. In no time, the yard was spotless. Yaya ran back to the house on her short legs, holding a big, transparent bag. Her little face was serious. "Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, aunts, Yaya has something for everyone, and I have something to say." When they heard this, everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered around, their eyes shining with curiosity. Yaya placed the big, transparent bag on the table. Inside were white cloths, but no one knew what they were. They just looked very clean and white. Then Yaya took out 3 small bags from her little purse. Each bag had different patterns. One with small green vegetables they recognized, another that looked like a radish, and the third one they hadn't seen before. She put the 3 small bags on the table and said, "These are seeds." She pointed with her little finger and explained, "This one is for the green vegetables, this one is for corn, and this one is for radishes." The yard suddenly fell silent for a moment, then burst into light exclamations. A mudslide and a landslide had destroyed all the vegetable fields in the village. Not a single seed remained, and recently everyone had been living off foraged wild vegetables. The land was barren, and the old man felt empty inside. Not planting crops made life feel unsettled. Now, hearing that there were vegetable seeds, everyone was so excited their hands trembled. "Seeds? We have seeds now. Oh my goodness, now we can plant vegetables." I feel more at ease. Yaya, you even brought this. We know about vegetables and radishes, but how do we plant this corn? Are there any tricks? It's so rare. If it doesn't turn out well, it would be such a pity. Yaya took out a neatly folded piece of paper and handed it to Grandpa Fong. Grandpa Fong, this is from the lady at the seed shop. It has instructions on how to plant the seeds. Please take a look and teach everyone later. Fong Taixing took the paper. When he opened it, tiny writing made his head spin and his eyes blur. But this was Yaya's task, and he couldn't let her down. He quickly nodded. Yes, okay. In his mind, he thought that everyone knew how to plant vegetable seeds. As for the corn seeds, he could wait until the sun was stronger, then carefully study them. Maybe he could ask Little Bean to copy those tiny, fly-like words onto the ground to practice. Once everyone's excitement settled a bit, Yaya took a small step back, bent down, and gently took off her little cotton shoes. She sat on a small stool, revealing her soft, white cotton socks. She moved her toes back and forth and smiled. Yaya saw some cotton shoes for sale over there. They're so warm, and there are socks too. She handed one of her cotton shoes to the village chief for everyone to look at and feel. But shoes need to fit your feet. The stall lady said if they don't fit, you can't wear them. Yaya doesn't know everyone's foot size, so she only bought socks. But I've already asked the seller about the size, and I'll go buy the right shoes later. She moved her feet again, showing how good the little socks were. These socks are soft, won't slip off the heel, and won't slide to the toes while walking. They're so comfortable. Everyone's hearts warmed again. The straw sandals on their feet wore out one pair after another. In winter, the cold wind made them feel very chilly. No one had ever thought they could wear such soft cotton socks and cotton shoes. Everyone knew these were precious, bought only by wealthy merchants. The soles of the black shoes were thick and bouncy, and the fabric on top was very sturdy. Inside, the beige stuffing was probably cotton from their area. Oh, it felt like clouds. Putting your hand inside warmed it quickly. Yaya took out a stack of clean, white socks and handed one to each person. Xiao Duzi took his small socks, looked around curiously, then pushed his hand into the sock tube, making two small white fists. Xiao Xuanzi copied him, also making two tiny white fists. They giggled and bumped fists happily. The adults held the socks carefully, reluctant to wear them. They were so white and made of fine cloth. They wanted to wash their feet well at home before putting them on, making sure their toes were clean. But that wasn't possible. Their shoes were also dirty. They decided to wait until Yaya brought back the cotton shoes to wear. However, everyone hesitated when they thought about the shoe size Yaya mentioned. They had always made their own shoes and woven grass sandals. No one had ever measured their foot size, let alone known shoe sizes. They didn't understand. They couldn't just take a bunch of old shoes to the shop and compare sizes, could they? Just then, Zhao Hunter, who had been silent, suddenly clapped his forehead and said loudly, "I've got it. Let's twist some grass ropes, measure how long each person's foot is, then cut the rope to match that length. When the shopkeeper sees the rope, they'll know the size." Everyone was stunned. Then they all started laughing. "Oh, Tiger, you look simple-minded, but you're so clever with this idea." Yeah. Measuring feet with a rope is a good method. Yaya only needs to bring one grass rope. That's a good idea. The yard became lively. Everyone started looking for small grass blades on the ground to twist into ropes. The village chief came over to Yaya, helping her put on her small cotton shoes. Nan, are those cotton shoes expensive? Do you have enough money from selling wild vegetables? He was worried about running out of money. Little Yaya wouldn't say anything, but maybe she went somewhere else to work and earn money to support them. Yaya looked up with a bright smile, her eyes curved like crescents. "It's not expensive, Grandpa Village Chief. 15 yuan a pair, just 5 more than the flowered jacket. 10 pairs of socks cost only 10 yuan. Oh, and the lady at the stall even gave me a few extra pairs of thick socks. They're warmer than these white ones. You can give them to Zaya Duzi and Zaya Xuanzi." As she spoke, Yaya took out a few pairs of soft, fuzzy socks and placed them in the village chief's hands. The village chief felt a pang in his heart and gently held her small hand. "Yaya, why don't you keep them for yourself? They're so pretty and warm." Yaya already has white socks, the little girl said seriously. Zayaduzi and Zayashwanzi are boys. They need to take care of the family. Hearing that, the village chief felt both touched and sad. This child always thought of others first and had already taken such ideas to heart. He crouched down so he could look her in the eyes, his gaze kind and steady. He spoke slowly and clearly. Sweetheart, listen to Grandpa. In our Lotus village, the one truly holding up the family now is you, not anyone else. It doesn't matter if someone is a boy or a girl. What matters is ability and heart. Look at Aunt Lynn, she supports her whole family just fine. She's no less capable than any man. Everything our village has now you helped bring back. You are the pillar of our village. Our village has never looked down on girls, and it never will. Remember this, everything in the village now should first take care of you. You must treat yourself well. When you eat well, stay warm, and live comfortably, everyone will feel at ease and follow your lead. The money we earn is meant for you children to use. You mustn't keep giving up good things for others. Zayaduzi and Zayashwanzi are still young. When they grow up, they'll earn their own money and take care of their families. You don't need to carry that burden now. One day, they'll be the ones protecting you. The village chief gently patted Yaya's head, his voice softening. From now on, when you have something nice, use it for yourself first. Eat what you like, buy what you want, and don't treat yourself poorly, alright? Yaya blinked her big eyes, her little brows furrowing slightly as she carefully thought about what Grandpa had said. She didn't feel she was missing out. She had enough to eat, warm clothes to wear, and had even been to that wonderful place where she met many kind uncles and aunties. She felt truly happy. In Yaya's heart, bringing back good things for everyone and seeing their happy faces made her even happier than wearing new clothes herself. She gently held the village chief's rough hand and shook it softly, speaking softly. Grandpa, Yaya is not ungrateful. Yaya sees everyone is warm and happy, so Yaya is even happier. Also, Yaya now has new cotton shoes and white socks. She is the happiest little girl in the village. She paused, tilting her small head as if she suddenly understood something, and nodded seriously. So, Yaya will remember Grandpa's words. In the future, when there are good things, Yaya will keep a little for herself first, and share the rest with everyone.
That way.
Isn't that not being unkind to herself? The village chief patted her back. She was beginning to understand a little, which was good. The child was kind and innocent, and they wouldn't force her to be what they thought was right. Yes, of course. Our Yaya is the best behaved. After saying that, the village chief stood up and called everyone. Come on, let's go to the vegetable field and pick out 2 plots to plant the seeds Yaya brought back. The villagers' eyes lit up, and they cheerfully headed toward the vegetable field. Every household in Lotus Flower Village has a small garden, mostly built along the mountain foot near their fences. It's convenient for watering because of the nearby mountains and water. But because of the mountain, a recent landslide damaged many gardens, destroying most of the soil and washing away parts of the land. We still need to reinforce the back hillside. Qingming Festival is coming soon. If it slides again, everything will be ruined. Yes, this work is urgent. Let's move quickly. 2 plots are quite a lot. And there's corn too. That stuff is good, sweet, and tasty. Old Fong will think it over. For now, let's plant what we know how to grow. By the way, it's been a long time since we had radishes. When they grow, we'll stew them with that big bone. It will be delicious. Everyone chatted and laughed as they quickly chose the planting spots and divided the work systematically. Some pulled weeds and loosened the soil, others fetched water, and a few strong men went to reinforce the back slope. They first flattened the steep parts, then stacked layers of blue stones along the foot of the slope, filling the gaps with thick lime paste. Finally, Zhao the hunter hammered in many wooden stakes, deeply anchoring them into the ground to hold the loose soil. It would be great if we had some glutinous rice. Mix it with some rice wine, and when it dries, it becomes as hard as iron, solid and reliable, someone sighed. Just reinforcing the land kept the villagers busy until late into the day. At noon, everyone had a hearty meal of plain rice, all made from refined rice without any added herbs or water. Yaya obediently followed Granny Lu, her small hand carefully plucking the emerging wild grass. Not far away, Fong Taixing squatted at the edge of the field, holding a piece of paper filled with planting instructions. He squinted at it for a long time but still couldn't read the small characters clearly. He saw Little Bean, who was bending over pulling weeds, and quickly waved his hand. "Little Bean, come here." Little Bean put the grass into a nearby basket and happily ran over. "Grandpa Fong, what's up?" Grandpa's eyes aren't good. "I can't see the small words clearly. You take a small stick and help me copy these tiny words onto the ground. Make them bigger. It's also a good practice for writing, okay?" Little Bean immediately agreed. He found a suitable small wooden stick and began copying the tiny characters from Grandpa Fong's paper onto the muddy ground in front of him, stroke by stroke. Since he was just learning to write, his handwriting was slow and crooked. Fong Taixing didn't mind. As long as he could see what it said, that was enough. Once the words were clear, he could understand the meaning behind the broken characters and figure out how to plant the corn properly. As the sky gradually darkened, the 2 small bags containing the seeds that carried the hope of Lotus Flower Village were finally scattered into the soil. Old Mr. Fong still hadn't fully figured out the method for planting the corn. The characters on the paper were too small and dense. Little Bean spent the whole afternoon copying and rewriting, barely managing to read a few lines. Corn planting technical guidelines, village/farmer version, scope. This guideline applies to local mountainous areas and dryland spring corn planting for farmers to follow during sowing and field management. Choose flat, deep, well-drained land, avoiding steep slopes and waterlogged low areas. After harvesting the previous crop, till the soil deeply, level it smoothly, and remove stones and roots. Build drainage ditches along hillside plots to prevent rainwater from washing away the soil and causing root rot. Little Bean didn't finish writing the rest before it got dark. Fong Taixing rubbed his tired eyes and put down his flashlight. Little Bean had already finished his noodles and fried egg and gone to rest. Yaya was probably now tying grass ropes to help buy cotton shoes. Today, everyone was busy with the vegetable garden and didn't go for wild vegetables. "Old man," he muttered softly, then raised his hand to rub his aching legs and feet. Carefully folding the paper, he tucked it into his pocket, leaned on his waist, and slowly headed home. The village was very quiet. Occasionally, wild animals in the woods made some sounds. Dark clouds covered the moon completely, making everything around pitch black. He used a small flashlight, which only lit up the path under his feet. When he reached the fork in the road, he instinctively looked up the mountain trail. Just that one glance made his pupils shrink slightly. On the dark mountain path, there seemed to be a faint light flickering briefly, then it disappeared into complete darkness again. Fong Taixing suddenly stopped, rubbed his eyes hard, and looked up again. The mountain was still dark, with the wind rustling the treetops. There was no sign of any light. It was as if that brief flicker was just his old eyes playing tricks on him. Xiaohu tightened his grip on the flashlight and quietly walked along the small path. He had just started up the mountain, and he thought he could walk this trail even with his eyes closed. But he almost had a fall right at the start. The small pit he saw clearly during the day was almost invisible at night. One step into it, and he nearly fell flat on his face. His flashlight flickered from the sudden jolt. Luckily, he was still in his own village. He quickly turned off the flashlight, broke off a long branch nearby, and carefully moved deeper into the mountain, step by step. It would take him nearly 2 hours to walk through this mountain trail. At night, it might take another half hour. By the time he arrived, most people would be asleep, making it easier not to be noticed. Yaya confidently pushed her small cart to the morning market. Chao Xiulian had already prepared a clean plastic cloth next to her stall. "Yaya, have you eaten breakfast? Auntie has prepared your stall. No rush if you haven't eaten. You can have some first," she said, holding a steaming bowl of porridge. Yaya suddenly stopped, clutching the handle of her cart tightly. Her ears turned red from embarrassment and nervousness. She lowered her head and whispered, "Auntie, I didn't bring any wild vegetables today." Chao Xiulian was surprised. "Not selling today. My grandparents are working in the fields. I didn't go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables today," Yaya whispered even softer, feeling guilty. "I didn't bring any vegetables for Auntie today. Seeing how nervous the child was, Chao Shilian quickly waved her hand. She thought, what's the big deal? No problem at all. Even if Yaya didn't bring anything, it was fine. The morning market was quiet without her. If she came to keep her company, Chao Shilian would be happy. It's no big deal. She started packing up the cloth. Don't be nervous, it's nothing. Even if you don't bring anything, it's okay. I'll pack up now. Come, let's go. She gently touched Yaya's head and asked, have you eaten breakfast? Yes, I have. Yaya sighed in relief and nodded softly. Today, I came to buy cotton shoes. Only then did Chao Shilian notice the new pair of black cotton shoes on her feet. These small black shoes are a bit ugly, but they are sturdy, durable, and well-made. The little girl is quite good at managing her expenses. Did you buy them for Grandpa and Grandma? Yes, Yaya whispered. You need to buy shoes that fit properly. Otherwise, they won't be comfortable. Too big and they slip off. Too small and they hurt your toes. Do you remember the sizes of the grandpas and grandmas in your village? Hearing this, Yaya's eyes curved into a smile. She took a bundle of grass rope from her small bag and waved it proudly. Auntie, look. Uncle Zhao thought of this method. He told everyone to use grass rope to measure the length of their feet, and I bought shoes based on that. Chao Shilian's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. That's a good idea. Uncle Zhao is really clever. This method is even more accurate than just knowing the size. Yaya was happier to hear Chao Shilian praise Uncle Zhao than to be praised herself, her face full of pride. Since you have things to buy, go ahead. I won't hold you up. Walk slowly and be careful of the traffic. Okay. Yaya nodded firmly. She put the grass rope back into her bag, held the handle of her small cart, and cheerfully headed toward the cotton shoe stall. Passing by the meat stall, she saw the special offer sign still hanging. She bought 2 gin of ribs. The broth made from big ribs was so delicious. She decided to buy some more to store in the cellar. After buying the cotton shoes, she planned to go to the grain shop to buy a bag of rice. The fruit they had last time was finished. Each person only tasted one, just to try it. This time, she could buy more. While looking around and planning her shopping list, she reached the grocery section. She noticed that the stall selling firecrackers from yesterday was gone. She felt a little disappointed. She should have bought more. Pushing her cart forward, she saw a small news stall nearby. The owner was a young woman wearing a strange long-tongued hat. The stall had 2 small carts similar to hers, each with 2 cardboard boxes. One box had a large sign, reading glasses 20 each. The other had a sign, buy one get one free. Inside the boxes were many packaged glasses, and a few pairs had been taken out as samples. Mimi stopped her small cart and curiously stared at the strange object. It was a black frame with 2 clear, round lenses inside 2 circles, and it had 2 thin sticks hanging from it. What could it be? The young lady noticed the child pushing the cart but didn't say anything. Since the child was very young, it was clear she wouldn't need reading glasses, as she wasn't the target customer. She continued eating her meat bun. Soon, an old man with his hands behind his back slowly approached. The young lady's eyes lit up. She quickly stuffed the rest of her bun into her mouth and cheerfully called out, Grandpa, Grandpa, come take a look. These are new-style reading glasses, only 20 yuan a pair. Today, buy one get one free, very affordable. Hearing buy one get one free, the old man's eyes brightened. He stepped closer to examine the glasses. These glasses look quite fancy in the packaging. That's right. The young lady smiled and explained. They have resin lenses which are very light. They also block blue light and radiation, so they don't hurt your eyes. The most important thing is, with these, you can see small words and your phone screen clearly. Older people often have trouble seeing, but these work immediately. As she finished speaking, Mimi's eyes also brightened. She pushed her cart closer, watching carefully. Seeing small words clearly and helping older people with poor eyesight, these glasses really work. Grandpa Fong looked at the tiny print, almost pressing his eyes to the paper. Could he also use these? She tilted her head and softly asked Sister, My grandpa needs to get very close to see the words. He keeps rubbing his eyes after looking for a while. If he uses these glasses, will it help? Before the young lady could answer, the old man picked up a pair of reading glasses, hung them on his ears, placed them on his nose, and then took out his phone to open a novel app. Wow, these are really clear. They're much better than my old, scratched pair.
Give me 2 pairs, he said.
The young lady happily packed 2 pairs of reading glasses for him. She watched him leave and then looked down at Mimi, smiling and asking, "Little friend, are you buying these for your grandpa?" "Yes, sister," Mimi replied. "Most older people have presbyopia. These aren't expensive, and today's buy one get one free. You can take them home and let your grandpa try them. From what you said, he probably needs reading glasses." Mimi tiptoed to look at the glasses in the box. "What is presbyopia?" The young lady hesitated for a moment, then explained, "It's when people get older and can't see small words up close very well. They can still see far away. These glasses can help with that." Mimi let out a small, "Oh," and Grandpa Fong usually didn't say he couldn't see clearly, only that his eyes would blur when reading. It was probably the old age eye condition the young lady mentioned. "This place is really nice. There are flashlights that can glow and fire-starting tools that spit sparks. Now, they even have reading glasses that help people see clearly." She thought of Grandpa Wong from the village and asked carefully, "Sister, do you have any glasses that can help people who can't see at all, so they can see again when they wear them?" The young lady chuckled softly. "No, if someone can't see at all, they need to go to the hospital. Old age glasses can't fix that." Mimi nodded as if she understood a little, then decided to buy the reading glasses first. She put 2 pairs of glasses into her small cart and pushed it further inside. Soon, she saw the lady who sold cotton shoes at the familiar old spot. "Little one, are you here?" The shoe seller greeted Mimi warmly. "Auntie," Mimi answered cheerfully, her face smiling sweetly. "Your cotton shoes are so comfortable, warm and sturdy. The socks are also soft and cozy." The lady smiled happily. "You're so sweet. Have you measured your size yet? Later, I'll give you a few more pairs of socks. I've measured, no need for socks now." "Auntie, you work hard to earn money. The socks are for selling, and I've already received many from you," Mimi said, pulling out a piece of grass rope. "Oh, I don't give things for free. Since you buy so many from me, it's okay to take a couple of pairs of socks. Do you remember your size? Tell me, and I'll pick out the shoes for you," the lady said, grabbing a handful of socks and putting them into a bag. The village elders and grandmas didn't know their exact sizes, but Uncle Zhao had a clever idea. He used grass ropes to measure each person's foot length. "Could you help pick out the shoes based on that?" "Thank you." Mimi held up a bunch of grass ropes, which were all hand-twisted from fresh grass. There were 20 of them. It was an interesting method. She had never seen such a way to buy shoes before. She thought villagers probably just wrote down the sizes on paper and had the little girl bring the paper. "Okay, I'll choose for you based on this," the lady said, not minding the trouble. She squatted down quickly, comparing and selecting each pair of shoes. Soon, her hands filled Mimi's small cart with thick black cotton shoes. The cart was so full, it was almost overflowing. The lid couldn't close anymore. She pressed down a little and pushed the small bag of socks inside as well. "All right, 20 pairs in total, 300. Yaya counted 3 red tickets, then turned away with a cart full of black cotton shoes. She still wanted to go back to buy pretty sweet fruits, buy a bag of fine rice, and check if there was any other grain. Behind Hualien village, the big mountain, the early spring wind was still a bit cold. Zhao Hunter tightened his rough hemp coat. Inside, he wore the cotton jacket Yaya bought. The mountain was cold, and he didn't want to catch a cold because he was too careful with his clothes. He was a rough man and didn't care much, but if he caught a cold and spread it to the villagers, that would be bad. He walked in the mountain in the dark for over an hour before finally reaching the downhill path. Tonight, luck was on his side. He didn't encounter wild boars, wolves, or other fierce animals. The only sound was the rustling of leaves in the wind. He looked down from a high place. At the foot of the mountain, everything was dark and silent. Nothing was visible. Zhao Hunter moved carefully, step by step, afraid of slipping or making noise. But just as he reached the foot of the mountain, there was a sudden click under his foot. He stepped on something hard, yet a little soft. His heart tightened. He crouched down and reached out, touching with his fingertips. He felt a cold, rough, hollow bone, shaped like a human leg bone. His heart thumped loudly, almost in his throat. He forced himself to stay calm, not daring to turn on his flashlight. Instead, he slowly took out a small figurine from his pocket and pressed it gently. The faint flame lit up for just a second. In that moment, he saw clearly. At his feet was a white, bone-like leg, with a few broken bones scattered nearby. The flame went out. Darkness returned all around. Zhao Hunter froze in place, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He looked up toward the village in the mountain hollow nearby. The dark outline was eerily quiet. Why would there be human bones at the foot of the mountain? Was it an accident or something else? He didn't dare think too much. His palms were sweaty, and he moved very quietly, breathing lightly. The wind in the mountain seemed colder, making the bones cracks even more chilling. Zhao Hunter clenched his teeth, forcing the panic deep inside. He hunched over and silently moved toward the village. He crept along the mountain's edge, feeling colder with each step. The village was too quiet, almost creepy. There were no dogs barking, no chickens crowing, and no sounds of turning over in the middle of the night. Not even a hint of warmth or heat could be felt. The silence was like a cold, wet blanket, covering the entire village tightly. He walked along the yellow mud road, so nervous that he could hear his own footsteps pounding in his ears. When he reached the first small house near the foot of the mountain, the moon, which had been hidden behind dark clouds, finally showed a small sliver of bright light. Using this faint moonlight, he looked inside. The yard was in a terrible state. Most of the fence was broken, and the ground was covered with yellow mud marks rushing down from the mountain, each trail showing signs of a landslide. Zhao Hunter's heart sank. He didn't dare go straight to the village center. Instead, he carefully circled around along the slope. The more he circled, the heavier his heart felt. Everywhere along the way, there were collapsed dirt slopes, blocked paths, and half-buried walls covered with mud and stones. The roads were completely blocked. It was clear this was also a mountain village trapped by a mudslide. He tiptoed to the back wall of a house. The paper covering the window was torn beyond recognition. He peeked inside, but it was empty, as if it had been looted. He checked several more houses, all looking the same, abandoned and empty. The vegetable garden nearby was overgrown, with grass almost reaching waist height. He clenched his teeth and moved toward the village center, about 10 yards ahead. Suddenly, his eyes froze. There were signs of life here. A pile of dry firewood was stacked in the corner, and a few long objects hung under the eaves. Fresh footprints were on the ground. The water in the water jar reflected the moonlight. Zhao Hunter held his breath, crouched low, and approached quietly. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds from inside the house. He looked around and hid in the shadow of a corner wall, covering his mouth. Inside, there was the sound of fabric rubbing, as if someone was dressing in the dark. Then, a woman's husky voice cursed softly, "Damn it, hurry up, go outside, don't stay inside, or it'll smell so bad we can't stand it." A man's impatient voice responded, "What does it matter now? If you don't like the smell, then don't live." They cursed and muttered, but then footsteps moved toward the door. A creak, the old wooden door was pushed open slightly. A tall, dark figure appeared, swaying uncertainly before stopping and facing the corner. In the next second, a hissing, sizzling sound of water reached Zhao Hunter's ears, along with a strong, foul smell of urine. His stomach churned violently. He clenched his teeth tightly, frozen in place, not daring to move. After a moment, the water sound stopped. The man shook himself, pulled up his pants, and with a loud clatter, closed the door panel before slipping back inside. Soon, quiet, low voices resumed inside, speaking clearly and slowly, making Hunter Zhao feel cold all over. "The supplies are almost gone. If we don't find a way soon, we're all doomed. The road is blocked so badly that the officials have given up on us. Then what do we do? Just wait to die here? There are a few more outside. After we eat.
My old bones ache.
And there are children, over at Hahua village. All old folks, no good. There are some little kids, easy to catch. Drag them back. Might last a while longer. Maybe they've all already died. The children. No, there must be some. If we catch one, it's a win. the voices inside the house continued, interrupted and faint. Hunter Zhao covered his mouth tightly, seeming to realize what was hanging outside that house. No, he had to see clearly. He waited silently in the shadows, holding on for half an hour until the sounds inside completely stopped, even the breathing quieted. Only then did he dare to slowly move his feet. His feet were sticky, cold, and damp, but he ignored the discomfort and carefully stepped over the smelly water stain. Luckily, Yaya's new shoes hadn't been bought yet. If they had, he would have felt heartbroken. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao thought of this. He steadied himself, pressed against the wall, and slowly moved to a spot where he could see the yard. The moonlight just barely shone through again. He looked up and saw at a glance his stomach turned upside down, almost making him vomit on the spot. Hanging under the eaves was meat. Not livestock, wild animals, or cured meat. It was strips of human flesh, some thin and bony, some still with tiny joints. A sickly sweet, rotten smell mixed with the cold wind, along with a foul odor. His head spun dizzy. They had gone crazy. They had eaten people. They had eaten everyone in their own village, then turned their eyes to Hua village, to the children of Hua village. Hunter Zhao's face was as pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably. He dared not look again, tightly gripping his thigh to keep calm. He hunched over, pressed against the corner of the wall, slowly moving down the mountain foot by foot until he reached the top. Only then did he lower his hand, covering his mouth, taking deep breaths of the cold mountain air. His palms were sweaty. Zhao Hunter steadied himself and desperately climbed uphill with both legs. A feeling of relief washed over him. Luckily, the village chief had sent him to gather information. Now, life in Lotus Flower Village was good. The villagers were kind and very cautious. If he hadn't come this way, then maybe the person's story about kidnapping children was true. He had to tell the village chief about this immediately. He needed to protect Yaya and the whole village. The mountain path beneath his feet blurred into a dark ribbon in the night. Zhao Hunter took a deep breath, his straw sandals still smelling of foul, fishy odor. His face was pale, leaning on a sturdy stick he found on the way up, carefully moving back down. He left at the end of the hour, taking nearly 3 hours to reach the village in the valley. By the time he arrived near the foot of the mountain, it was close to the middle of the night, when it was hardest to see. People were sleeping deeply. Now, as he returned to the mountain top, the first light of dawn was appearing on the horizon, faintly outlining the mountain's shape. He gripped his small stick again, took another deep breath, and used his hands and feet to descend. After 7 long hours, Zhao Hunter's nerves were stretched tight, and his strength was almost gone. When he finally reached the edge of Lotus Flower Village, the morning mist was rising from Lu Posey's yard. He suddenly exhaled heavily and sat down hard on the ground, gasping for air. He felt too exhausted to lift his hand. "Huzi," an old voice called out. It was the village chief. He had been waiting at the foot of the mountain, holding a pair of new, thick black cotton shoes. Yesterday, little Yaya had brought back the cotton shoes, along with a bag of white rice. Besides that, she also brought fresh ribs, red berries called grass, and a big bag of tangerines. Early in the morning, the little girl had gotten up, pushing a small cart to hand out shoes and fruit to everyone. When she didn't see Zhao Hunter, she specifically asked, "Uncle Zhao, where is he?" "The day before yesterday, Grandpa asked you to have Uncle Zhao take care of something. Maybe he's still sleeping. Grandpa will help you deliver the shoes to him," said the village chief, taking the last pair of big cotton shoes from Yaya's hand. He thought about how Tiger had climbed the mountain all night and walked so far. His shoes were already worn out. If he had changed into new shoes earlier, he would feel more comfortable. So he carried the shoes and socks and waited at the foot of the mountain. "Uncle." Zhao Hu trembled as he stood up. The village chief's eyes widened in shock as he pushed aside the wild grass. Zhao Hu looked pale, like a sheet of paper. His clothes were soaked, as if he had just been pulled out of water. His hair was stuck to his forehead, and cold sweat mixed with mud was running down his face. The village chief had watched Zhao Hu grow up. The boy was brave since he was young and used to the mountains. Even if he saw a bear or a wild animal, he wouldn't panic like this. This look could only mean one thing. Something very terrible had happened in the village. This was not a good place for talking. The village chief quickly stepped forward and helped him steady himself. His eyes looked at Zhao Hu's muddy, smelly shoes and frowned. "Come on, let's go back to my house. I have hot water on the stove. You can wash up quickly and change into my coat. It's still cold today. If you don't change into clean clothes, you might get sick." He supported Zhao Hu, his old, thin body giving off a calming strength. "Don't be afraid, tiger. Everyone in Hua village is here. Whatever happened, we will solve it together." Two figures, one helping and one staggering, headed toward the village chief's house. Half an hour later, Zhao Hu, now dressed in clean clothes and wearing new cotton shoes, stepped outside. He touched the brown coat with small pink flowers that the village chief had given him. Warm steam seeped into his skin little by little. His feet were in new black cotton shoes, lined with thick fur inside, and the soles were soft with a layer of fluffy fur. His white socks tightly wrapped around his big feet, making his nose feel slightly sore from the warmth. This was a feeling of real comfort and safety, something he wanted to protect. The village chief brought a bowl of hot wild vegetable and pork rib soup. The aroma of meat mixed with the fresh smell of vegetables filled the whole house. "I saved this for you. Eat it to regain your strength." Zhao, who was so hungry that his stomach felt tight. His energy and strength were almost gone. He didn't care if the soup was hot. He grabbed the bowl and gulped it down. After finishing the bowl, his face looked a little better. But when he saw the bones in the bowl, his throat tightened, and his stomach still couldn't stop the sour feeling rising up. The village chief patted his back and spoke gently. "What did you see? What's the situation over there?" Zhao Hu quickly glanced around to make sure the doors and windows were sealed tightly, then moved closer and lowered his voice. "Uncle, I went to that side. The houses on the edge of the village are all empty, not a single person left. Many houses are half filled with yellow mud, and the roads are blocked more completely than ours. I kept walking to the center of the village before I heard any sounds. Only two people, a man and a woman. I hid in the dark and happened to overhear them waking up at night. I heard them talking." His voice trembled slightly, but he clenched his teeth and steadied himself. "Outside their house. There are hanging human remains, pieces of limbs here and there. They ate the people in the village. They said most of the villagers are already gone. The old folks are eating sour food. They've set their sights on us. They want to catch little children because their meat is tender. They even said that even if our Lotus village can't hold out anymore, they will definitely protect the children. As soon as they come, they will catch them." The village chief's eyes widened gradually, and his cigarette fell to the ground. He was old, having survived famines and wars that Zhao Hu had never experienced. He had seen the horrors of cannibalism firsthand. Now he finally understood why Zhao Hu, who was fearless and used to bloodshed, looked so frightened. That was no longer a human being. It was a bloodthirsty, evil ghost that eats people. The village chief exhaled a long, murky breath. "This matter stays buried. No one else can know. If it gets out, the village will fall into chaos." Zhao Hu nodded heavily. "I understand." The village chief looked at him. "So, there's only two people left in the village?" Zhao Hu frowned and shook his head. "Not sure. I didn't dare stay long. I only saw that pair. As for the other houses inside, I don't dare to gamble on whether anyone else is still there." Just as the village chief was about to speak, faint sounds came from outside. "Who?" the village chief shouted sternly. The old wooden door creaked open, and standing in the doorway was Granny Li, the village chief's wife, Li Guixiang. Her face was pale, frighteningly so. Clearly, she had overheard everything inside the house. Both the village chief and Zhao Hu felt a chill in their hearts. They were about to make some vague excuse to cover it up when Granny Li's sharp gaze, like a knife, stepped into the door. "No need to hide from me." Zhao Hu opened his mouth and said, "Auntie, don't be afraid." "I'm not afraid. I won't tell anyone." Li Posey wiped her eyes and closed the door. The village chief sighed and sat the person down beside him. "Huzi, there are some things you don't know. During the big famine years, my father couldn't support the whole family, so he sold me to exchange for grain. I was put into a pot. The fire underneath was already burning, the water was slowly boiling, and a group of people nearby, holding bamboo sticks, were waiting to share and eat me. It was your uncle. He rushed in with a stick and pulled me out of the pot. Zhao Hu fell silent. He didn't realize how cruel and inhumane that era was, so brutal. The village chief gently patted Li Posi's back. It's all in the past. Li Posi clenched her teeth tightly, wiped away her tears, and when she looked up, her eyes were filled with fierce determination. People who eat human flesh are not human, they are beasts. They must all be killed. Not a single one can be left. Zhao, who was shocked inside, and felt a bit lost. He was a hunter. Killing animals was normal for him, but killing people, that was completely different. Tonight, Gui Xiang and I will go again. Huzi, you rest. The village chief squinted his eyes. He had to find out how many people were left in that village. Gui Xiang was right. If they made a move, no one could be spared. If they didn't act, they would have to act eventually. Their claws were already reaching for the children in the village. The village had no strong workers, so they couldn't defend themselves. If doing this would bring retribution, he was willing to accept it. He was an old man who had lived so long and had enjoyed things even the county magistrate, no, even the mighty emperor, couldn't enjoy, like a glowing flashlight and a chicken that could catch fire by itself. He had lived enough. Li Posi tightly held the village chief's hand without objecting.
How can that be?
Uncle, auntie, your bodies can't handle it. I'll go. I've been there before, I know the way, Zhao Hu said anxiously. When he heard this, he was worried. The two elders sneaking into the mountains at night. If something went wrong, he wouldn't be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. Besides, that deep mountain trail was only something he dared to walk when hunting. The village chief and his wife had never set foot in the deep mountains, so they didn't know the way or the forks. But the village chief waved his hand. You stayed up all night yesterday. Your spirit is almost gone. If you don't rest properly, you'll collapse. The two argued back and forth, but Grandma Li couldn't stand it anymore. She glared and said, "Stop fighting. The three of us will go, together. Tiger will lead the way, and the two of us will follow." He's right. We're not familiar with the mountain paths. Old man, don't worry about the young ones. Holy Flower Village only has him as a strong worker. We can't be afraid to move forward. Zhao Hu nodded repeatedly. He understood that his hesitation earlier had worried the village chief. I can do it, uncle. I'm good at butchering animals. All right, we'll listen to you. Tiger, rest early today and come meet us after sunset. The three in the house agreed, and each went to do their own work. The village still looked peaceful and lively. After eating and drinking, the villagers were busy with their own tasks. The older folks, who couldn't do heavy work, skillfully wove baskets from freshly dried reeds. Those with strength carried water and plowed the fields. Everyone was wearing new shoes, no longer wearing old cloth or straw sandals with exposed toes. Life was really better now. They even had cotton shoes, and today they ate cooked rice, white rice. Yaya held a brand new pair of reading glasses behind her back and tiptoed toward the corner where Grandpa Fong and Little Bean used to practice writing. Practicing writing, little Yaya, with her hands behind her back, swayed like a little grown-up beside them. Fong Taisheng reached out and pinched her soft little face. Recently, the girl had gained some weight, and her cheeks were round. Yes, practicing writing. Yaya, do you want to learn a few characters too? Yaya swung her hands behind her back and looked at the paper in front of Little Bean. Isn't that the corn planting method she brought back? Little Bean also looked up. The characters are too small. Grandpa Fong can't see clearly. I need to copy them. He smiled shyly. It's just that I write too slowly, but I'll work hard to get better so Grandpa Fong can recognize how to plant corn faster. The golden yellow corn was very tempting. Little Bean had eaten it once and remembered it, sweet and sticky. If he learned how, he would save up farm manure to fertilize the cornfield. Hee, you're not slow. Little Bean has only been learning for 2 or 3 days, and he can already write his own name. When he goes to the outside school, he'll be a little genius. Little Bean blushed at the compliment, lowered his head, and grinned happily. Yaya listened to what Little Bean said, tilted her head seriously, and looked into Grandpa Fong's eyes. She whispered, Grandpa Fong, do you usually see things clearly? When you look at small writing up close, do your eyes get tired? Yes. How does Yaya know so much? Do old gods also have grandfathers like that? Grandpa Fong asked curiously. Yaya blinked her little eyes and said, Tada. She took out the old-fashioned glasses hidden behind her. Grandpa Fong, I saw a big brother over there buying these glasses. When you wear them, you can see the words clearly. Yaya even asked the shopkeeper sister, This is for presbyopia, right? It works when you wear it. Both Grandpa Fong and Little Bean looked at the glasses wrapped in clear plastic. The glasses had black frames with two transparent, crystal-like thin pieces inside. There were also two thin legs folded behind the frames, looking delicate and expensive. Could this be that special kind of glasses from over there? Fong Taisheng asked, his voice trembling a little. He had heard about these glasses, made of polished crystal. When you hold them and look at the words through them, the words become larger. They weren't affordable for ordinary people. What is AI? This is called presbyopic glasses, Yaya said, still curious about the new word she heard. Her black eyes were full of doubt. But she didn't stop her hands. She opened the plastic bag's seal, took out the glasses, and imitated the old man's way. She straightened the two legs, then tiptoed, and placed them on Grandpa Fong's ears. Grandpa Fong cooperated without moving, just closed his eyes. He was afraid Yaya might poke him with the sticks if she moved. The cool feeling touched his ears, and the glasses rested steadily on his face. He shook his head slightly, they didn't fall, and they felt quite secure. Next to him, Little Bean's eyes widened as he stared at Grandpa Fong without blinking. He had only seen village elders squinting at things before, but he had never seen anyone wear such a strange thing on their face. The frame was black, with straight legs and rounded hooks, perfectly fitting on Grandpa Fong's ears. The two transparent, crystal-like thin pieces rested on his nose, clear enough to reflect a person's image. To Little Bean, Grandpa Fong suddenly looked different. No longer like a rough old man digging in the dirt, but more like the wise, knowledgeable elder he imagined. He looked proud, a little strange, and quite handsome. Meanwhile, Taisheng still kept his eyes closed.
Yaya giglet, her es formin crescent moons.
She tiptoed to check Grandpa Fong's glasses again. She was sure she hadn't brought the wrong ones. Grandpa Fong, open your eyes and take a look. She bent down and picked up the small bean seedling next to her foot, holding the paper with the planting method in front of Grandpa Fong. Fong Taisheng slowly opened his eyes. At first, he felt a slight dizziness. He instinctively frowned and gently shook his head. This was the first time in his life that he wore something on his face. It felt uncomfortable, and he didn't know how to focus his eyes. He reached out to rub his eyes, but touched the cool lenses. His heart jolted, and he quickly pulled back his hand. He couldn't afford to damage them. His hands were rough, and he didn't want to hurt the glasses. Look here. Yaya waved the paper in her hand. Fong Taisheng steadied himself and slowly looked down at the paper, just for a moment. The small, blurry, tightly packed words suddenly became clear and sharp in his eyes. They were straight, vertical, each stroke precise and easy to read. It was the first time in his life that he saw such clear, distinct small writing. Old Grandpa Fong froze completely. His lips moved slightly, but he couldn't say a word for a long time. Only his trembling hand slowly lifted and took the paper from Yaya. It was so clear, so very clear. Every word was sharp, every sentence easy to understand. With this, he could figure out the writing over there, in just one day. What a treasure. Yaya had brought a wonderful gift. How is it? Does it work? Yaya asked nervously. Why was Grandpa Fong wearing reading glasses and had red eyes? Did he buy the wrong ones? Were they uncomfortable? Does it hurt to wear them? If it's uncomfortable, we won't wear them. Yaya reached out to try to take off the glasses. Grandpa Fong quickly held her small hand and shook his head hurriedly. He was afraid to scare her, so he pressed down the moisture in his eyes again and again, but he couldn't hide the tears, which trembled as they rose. It doesn't hurt. Not at all. Grandpa is just so happy. He looked down at the words on the paper again and again. Just these two thin, crystal-like pieces, placed on his nose, made the whole world seem brighter. Grandpa Fong looked up at Yaya, who who was worried in front of him. His rough hand gently patted her head, and his eyes filled with tears. Grandpa can see clearly now. Yaya brought him a new pair of glasses. Yaya pursed her lips, feeling a bit shy. The glasses only cost 20 yuan, so she didn't like Grandpa praising them so much. Fong Taixing looked away from the paper, curious, and looked up. Just one glance made his eyes blur, his head dizzy, and the small beans on the opposite side looked fuzzy and a bit virtual. Even farther away, everything was a blur. He quickly looked back at the paper. Now, the words were clear, big, and bright. He started to understand. This treasure is only good for close-up viewing. It's amazing for reading and writing, but not good for looking at the road or people. It's easy to trip. He had thought about wearing it to show off at Granny Lou's place, but that idea disappeared instantly. He gently adjusted the glasses and looked at Yaya. Yaya, is this thing very expensive? You little girl spent so much money on me, an old man. Why not buy yourself more food or pretty hair accessories? Don't always spend money on us old folks. Yaya blushed and whispered shyly. It's not expensive, Grandpa Fong. It only cost 20 yuan. I bought a pair and they gave me another one for free. Fong Tieshing's throat tightened and his words got stuck. So clear, so delicate, like two thin crystal slices. Such a fine thing, yet it's not worth as much as a handful of wild vegetables. Next to him, Little Beans stared at Grandpa's glasses, eyes glued and unable to look away. When Grandpa put on the glasses, he suddenly looked very impressive. He couldn't quite explain the feeling, but he just felt very powerful. He couldn't help but whisper with a shy, hopeful tone, Grandpa Fong. Can I try them too? He also wanted to look so cool. Fong Taixing was startled and quickly waved his hand.
No, no.
Little kids can't wear them. If you wear them, you won't see the road clearly and might get dizzy or fall. Just then, Grandma Wong and Aunt Lin passed by and saw the three of them whispering together from afar. Their eyes showed curiosity. Old Fong, what are you guys up to? As they got closer, Grandma Wong suddenly stopped, pointing at Fong Tieshing's face and exclaimed, Hey, Grandpa Fong, what's that thing on your face? Hearing this, Fong Taixing straightened his back, slightly raised his chin, and gently adjusted his glasses on his nose, with a proud tone. Reading glasses. Haven't seen them before. Yaya brought this back especially for me. With these glasses on, I can see even the tiniest letters clearly. I'm telling you, by tonight, I'll have figured out the whole method for planting corn. Granny Wong and Aunt Lin, hearing how amazing the reading glasses were, both looked excited. Granny Wong quickly stepped forward, reaching out to take Fong Tieshing's glasses with a cheerful smile. Really that good? Let me try them. My old eyes can hardly see the eye of a needle anymore. Fong Taixing felt a bit nervous. He was still enjoying the novelty of the glasses and didn't really want to lend them out. But since they were all neighbors who often shared meals, he carefully took them off and reminded her again and again, be gentle. Don't scratch them. And don't look far away, or you'll get dizzy. I know. You're so stingy, Granny Wong said with a laugh. She happily put the glasses on her nose, lifted her head to look into the distance, and suddenly cried out, Oh my. She stumbled, and Aunt Lin quickly caught her. Fong Taixing burst out laughing.
See?
You don't know how to use them. These glasses are only for reading up close. If you look far away, of course you'll feel dizzy. He then placed the planting guide in front of her. Look here. Granny Wong squinted at the paper, and her mouth fell open in surprise. Oh my. So clear. I can even see the tiny strokes. This is wonderful. Sewing and doing fine work will be so much easier now. She carefully took off the glasses, turning them over in her hands, clearly fascinated. Yaya, watching from the side, remembered she had another pair. She tugged on Granny Wong's sleeve. Granny Wong, I brought another pair back. You can have them. Granny Wong was startled and quickly waved her hands. No, these are too precious. I can't take them. Your grandmother doesn't even have a pair yet. Give them to her. She'll be so happy. Yaya tilted her head. Grandmother. Can't see clearly either? Grandma Lu had never shown any sign of poor health. She was always quick and capable, except for that one time when she got a bit confused from the heat. Of course, at our age, our eyes just don't work like they used to. Yaya's little face showed a thoughtful expression, and she quietly kept that in mind. That afternoon, Grandma Lu pulled Yaya aside and handed her a small woven grass basket. The basket was handmade in the morning, with a small handle. It's not big, just enough to hold about 2 jean of wild vegetables. Inside, everything was neatly arranged. A bunch of tender fern shoots, a handful of grayish vegetables, a small bundle of shepherd's purse, and on top, a little bunch of fresh fragrant tree buds. Nian Nian, next time you go to the morning market, bring this small basket to your aunt, Granny Lu said as she placed the basket into the cart. It's not raining yet, and I've been picking wild vegetables for several days. There aren't many in the mountains, so today I just gathered these. It's not worth selling. Whoever treats you well, we remember in our hearts. These fresh vegetables are just to add a dish to your aunt's table. Yaya nodded hard, her small voice clear. Yes, Yaya will remember and definitely bring it to Annie. As she spoke, her eyes shifted to the pile of dried reed grass by Granny Lu's feet. She remembered what Grandma Wang had said earlier and immediately turned around, digging into her small bag to find the remaining pair of old-fashioned glasses. Granny, look at this. Yaya held out the old glasses to Granny Lu. This works really well. When you wear it, your eyes will see clearly. Granny Lu took the glasses. The outside was wrapped in a layer of transparent soft paper, feeling smooth to the touch. Inside, there were black frames and thin transparent sheets that looked like glass or crystal, delicate and beautiful. She had never seen such an object in her life. What is this? It's reading glasses, Granny. You'll see once you try them. Yaya carefully unwrapped the glasses, stretched out her hand, and gently placed them on Granny Lu's nose. Granny Lu instinctively looked forward. The door frame she had seen clearly before now appeared a bit blurry and wobbly. This is for close-up viewing, Yaya said, having learned from her grandfather's experience. She grabbed some reed grass and handed it to Granny Lu. Granny Lu looked down. Her weaving had always been based on experience and skill. The grass blades looked blurry, but now, everything suddenly became clear. She was startled. The soft, fine reed grass, with every fiber visible, sharp, bright, and distinct. Her eyes seemed to return to her youth.
Oh my, oh my.
Granny Lu raised her hand to adjust the glasses, then took them off and put them back on, curious and excited. This is a good thing. It's so clear, so real to see. Thinking about how many elderly women in the village have poor eyesight, making it hard to weave baskets and sew needles, Granny Lu immediately hugged Yaya and kissed her little face. This old pair of glasses, Granny will keep it. Our girl is so good at buying things. Later, I'll tell everyone how to use it. If anyone needs to do detailed work or can't see clearly, just come and wear it. We'll take turns. She brushed her hand over the reed grass, smiling so much that her eyes crinkled. With this, we can weave several more reed baskets each day. We can also work more carefully over there. Before, in town, 1 basket could sell for 2 coins. If we weave more, and the road opens up, we can sell a lot more. Yaya's face turned red from Granny Lu's praise. Hearing that the basket was worth 2 coins, she suddenly remembered the few copper coins her village chief grandpa had once given her. Now, her small bag was filled with colorful paper notes, a coin with a chrysanthemum design, copper coins, all jumbled together. She simply took out her small bag and with a loud clatter, dumped everything onto the heated bed. Red and green paper notes, small copper coins, and other coins scattered into a small pile. Granny Lu knew these were money from nearby, but she couldn't read the numbers. Seeing Yaya dump out the money, she looked a bit confused. Girl, what are you doing? Yaya fumbled through the money, trying to figure out how much was left in her little treasure chest. She counted for a long time, even using her toes, but couldn't get it right. Her brows furrowed tightly. Granny, Yaya wants to count how much money is left. Hearing this, Granny Lu sighed. They should have helped Yaya organize her money long ago. She didn't recognize these paper notes either, but quickly sorted them by color and size. A pile of red notes, a few green ones, and some yellow and light green notes. I'll go call Grandpa Fong, Granny Lu said as she stepped out in her cotton shoes. Soon after, Fong Taisheng, holding his old glasses, entered the room with Granny Lu. Seeing the pile of money on the Kong, he paused for a moment, then sat down and carefully counted each note. But when he reached the coins, he hesitated. What's this? It was shiny gold, with a flower pattern, and he recognized the number 5. Gold? But the quality didn't seem right. This is 5 jiao, half a yuan. Ye remembered clearly. In total, there are 1,823 yuan and 5 jiao. Phew. Fong Taisheng finished counting and took a deep breath. There are still so many. A bag of refined rice weighs 80 jin, costing 1.21 per jin, which can buy over 1,000 jin of rice. But if there is no steady income, this money will run out quickly. They still need to sell wild vegetables, and it would be good to find other things nearby that can be exchanged for money. He looked up at the sky. It was dark and cloudy, and there was a faint damp smell in the air. It seemed like it would rain in the next couple of days. After the rain, wild vegetables would grow again, along with mushrooms and mountain bamboo shoots. In that area, wild vegetables are very popular, and mushrooms and bamboo shoots should also be worth some money. Maybe he could try selling those too. Yaya was still counting on her fingers, saying, 1,800. I can buy fragrant soap and also get some old glasses for Grandma Wang. I can buy meat every day. It seemed like she wouldn't spend it all. Yaya's eyes curved into a smile. Our Lotus village is really rich. Big sister, will that little girl sell wild vegetables tomorrow? The ones she sold the day before yesterday, I took them home, and they were all eaten right away. She didn't come yesterday, and she's not here today either. Sigh. I regret not buying more. Chao Shulian looked at another customer asking about wild vegetables, feeling both happy and a bit troubled. Since Yaya's big cart of vegetables was sold out the day before yesterday, there haven't been any inquiries. Yesterday, her older sister bought everything, and today Yaya went to help villagers buy shoes after greeting her, so she didn't bring any vegetables. As for tomorrow, she really couldn't say. Girl, I really can't tell you. Those vegetables are freshly picked from the mountains by their village. They don't grow in their own fields. How can they have so many every day? Chao Shulian sighed. I know you all genuinely want to buy, but I heard from the kids that most of the villagers are old folks. Yaya is the only young girl running around. The mountains can't be fertilized, so wild plants grow in cycles. Sometimes they harvest dozens of jin at once, which is just luck. They can't guarantee there will be enough every day. Others listening nodded in agreement. They all knew these wild vegetables were truly good, clean, fresh, and tender, much better than what's sold at the market, which is why they could fetch such a high price. But the more they valued them, the more rare they seemed. Someone took out their phone and said, Big sister, I'll add you on WeChat. Next time that little girl comes to sell wild vegetables, just let me know. I live nearby. Someone else added Chao Shulian on WeChat and transferred money directly. I'll give you the money first. Please hold 2 jin of wild vegetables for me. Any kind will do. I'm worried I can't get here in time before they sell out. This situation made Chao Shulian hesitant to add WeChat friends, and she quickly put away her QR code from her stall. Don't worry, these vegetables are based on luck.
No reservations.
The people I know are not related to me, so I can't do that. This isn't possible. She also refunded the money. Yaya, bring some wild vegetables and let me know. No other requests. Okay, give me 10 yuan worth of sugar cakes. I want some too. The lively villagers of Lotus Village on Chao Shulian's side didn't know that the wild vegetables Yaya brought had become quite popular. Yaya was now sketching notes on paper with a charcoal pencil. She wanted to buy more fragrant soap and old-fashioned glasses, and she also needed to buy her daily bag of rice. She had many things she wanted, but her small mind couldn't remember everything, so she simply drew everything on paper. Fong Taisheng looked at the circles of different sizes on the paper, feeling both helpless and amused. Aunt Lin had improved Yaya's small shoulder bag by sewing 2 compartments with thread. Now, Yaya's bag has 3 sections, one for red bills, one for other colored bills, and the last for copper coins. Soon it was evening. Yaya pushed her small cart and quickly appeared next to the small stone pier at the morning market. Chao Xuelian heard the clattering sound and knew the girl was here. Seeing her pushing the cart easily, she guessed she wasn't selling vegetables today. She didn't need to notify her customers. "Auntie." Yaya's short legs ran quickly, and she confidently stood by the stove. "Today you're here. Are you buying something for the villagers?" Chao Xuelian asked with a warm smile, gently covering Yaya's red, cold little face with her hand. Yaya blinked a few times and said, "Buying white rice and flour. Also, I want to check again. Mainly, Grandma brought some things for Andy." She then lifted the lid of her small cart and took out a tiny woven grass basket. The basket was carefully woven and tightly packed, with a neat bundle of wild vegetables inside. It looked like several kinds, each with a small amount, all washed clean. It was obvious they were carefully selected and thoughtfully prepared. Fresh and tender, they looked very appealing. "Oh, there are quite a few vegetables, including gray-green vegetables. All delicious," Chao Xuelian said, her eyes shining. "Did you bring these just for me?" "Yes." Mother-in-law said she remembered Auntie's kindness and picked some vegetables for her. Yaya nodded her head seriously and firmly. Chao Xuelian didn't mind and happily took the vegetables, saying, "Then Auntie will accept them." "Thank you, Yaya. And please thank your mother-in-law for me too. I also prepared something for you." Chao Xuelian turned around and took out a paper bag from behind her. "Last time I bought you clothes, but you needed new pants. Yesterday, I saw these pants and thought they would fit you, so I bought them." Inside the bag was a pair of thick black cotton pants, dark in color and easy to keep clean. There was also a pair of beige corduroy pants. Since spring was coming and the weather was getting warmer, there would be new pants soon. The corduroy pants were suitable for spring and fall. Yaya looked at the edge of the paper bag with wide eyes and slightly open mouth. "Wow," she exclaimed. She reached out her small hand and gently touched the fabric. It was soft and thick, similar to the floral jacket she had bought before. The other pair felt textured, with a fuzzy touch, made of a fabric she hadn't seen before. The color was like rice, a bit hard to describe but very pretty. The little girl immediately went to touch her small satchel. "Auntie, how much is it?" "Yaya will give you money." Chao Xuelian gently held her hand, smiling and a bit amused. "You're such a girl. When you bring vegetables to Auntie, I don't give you money. When I give you things, I shouldn't ask for money, right? I treat you like family. We are relatives. If you give me money, it would mean you don't see me as an elder." Hearing this, Yaya immediately put down the money, stretched out her small arms, and hugged Chao Xuelian's leg. She rubbed her head against her leg and said happily, "I recognize you. I like Annie the most." "Thank you, Auntie." While they were talking, the older sister, who had just finished her big purchase of Yaya's pickled vegetables, came over and saw the small basket Chao Xuelian had placed nearby. Her eyes lit up instantly.
Wow.
"More wild vegetables today? And gray vegetables too. How much?" Chao Xuelian quickly hugged the small basket to her chest and waved her hands. "No selling, no selling. I'm not selling these. My niece gave them to me specially. I'm keeping them for myself. It looks like about 2 or 3 Jean. Sister, can we share some? Just a little gray vegetable. It's good for calcium. I want to make some for my child." Chao Xuelian shook her head like a rattle, and Yaya stretched out her small hand to block the basket. "This was picked especially for Annie by Grandma." My older sister was still not satisfied. She looked around the basket from side to side, then suddenly her eyes lit up when she saw the delicate reed basket. "Not selling the vegetables? That's okay. Next time I pick more, I'll buy it. This basket looks new, right? Traditional craftsmanship, the pattern handmade work. Would you sell it? I need a vegetable basket." As soon as she said that, Yaya and Chao Xuelian both froze in place. They couldn't believe she even liked the basket. Chao Xuelian held up a small basket to look at it. It was made from natural, rustic material with a grass scent, plain without any patterns. She wasn't sure what price to ask. She signaled to her older sister to wait a moment, then lowered her voice and asked Yaya, "Yaya, did your mother-in-law make this basket?" "Yes, she's very skilled. She can weave many things," Yaya proudly replied. She heard that her mother-in-law's basket was being praised and might sell for money. Her mother-in-law was always very talented. Before, she relied on her mother-in-law's vegetable growing and small basket weaving to support both of them. She remembered one basket was worth 2 coins, and smaller ones were just 1 coin. Her mother-in-law would save up for half a month and then go to sell them outside the village with others, earning quite a few copper coins. Chao Shulian hesitated and frowned. Older sister, I've never sold this kind of small handmade basket before. I don't know the right price. If it's too expensive, it's not worth it. If it's too cheap, it's a lot of work for just a little money. 25 yuan, what do you think? The older sister thought for a moment and suggested a price. A regular machine-made basket sells for about 10 yuan or more, and a higher price might be just over 10. This price from her older sister was quite fair. Yaya, do you think it's suitable? You can ask your elders at home, and if it's okay, bring a few tomorrow. Chao Shulian didn't want to decide for Yaya. She just wanted a fair price. At first, she thought the small basket was ordinary, but now that someone liked it, she found it more and more charming. She didn't plan to sell her own basket. She was just asking about the price in case it turned out good, so Yaya's family could earn some extra income and find more buyers. Turning 1 coin into 25 yuan made Yaya so surprised she couldn't speak.
Wow.
Her mother-in-law was about to become a wealthy landowner. No, she was a landowning old lady. I'll go ask my mother-in-law and get back to you. How many do you want? If she agrees, I'll bring them tomorrow morning, Yaya said, tilting her head to look at her older sister, who is still eagerly waiting. Let's take 2. If you have larger ones or different patterns, feel free to bring them. I really like these traditional handmade items, simple and durable, the older sister thought. Okay, if your mother-in-law agrees, I'll bring them for you. The eldest sister was happy once everything was settled. She didn't ask about the wild vegetables. If many people had them, they would naturally bring and sell them. Not asking wouldn't cause any trouble. At Chao Shulian's stall, she bought another basket of fried sugar cakes before heading elsewhere. After the people left, Chao Shulian quickly put the basket of wild vegetables into a small cabinet under her stall to avoid more questions. As for the small basket, she deliberately placed it in a visible spot. In case others liked it, she could also help sell a few more to the villagers. She put the paper bag with the new pants into Yaya's small cart and reminded her, take these, do your chores, and remember to tell your mother-in-law about the basket. Don't forget. Yes, Yaya nodded firmly. Thank you, Auntie. See you tomorrow. After leaving Chao Shulian's fried sugar cake stall, Yaya wandered back into the busy morning market. It was almost like her happy home here. She planned to buy grains last. Yesterday, she bought some fruit and meat. What should she buy today? Yaya pushed her small cart, still with over 1,800 yuan left. Suddenly, a strong, sweet, soft aroma drifted over from nearby, like a little hook catching her nose. It was a whole box of freshly baked egg cakes. The iron baking tray still emitted a faint warmth. The golden cakes were neatly arranged, with slightly puffed edges and a tempting light caramelized ring. The sweet, eggy, and wheat scents mixed together, steaming hot and filling the air. Yaya had smelled this aroma many times before when passing by, but back then she was busy buying enough food, reluctant to spend money on treats, thinking they must be very expensive and only for the rich. So she hurried past without looking or smelling. But now, everything was different. She knew exactly how much money she had left, enough, with some to spare. Her steps became uncontrollable, and she headed straight toward the strongest aroma. The closer she got, the more intense the scent became, sweet but not greasy, warm and enveloping her, making her breathe feel sweet too. Right in front of her was a small stall selling egg cakes. The iron tray was filled with freshly baked, fluffy, round cakes that looked like little flowers. Golden egg cakes fell into the iron tray, piling up into a small mountain. The vendor was a kind uncle, wearing a mask. He held a brush in one hand and a small metal can in the other, spreading oil on an empty baking tray, ready to bake another batch. Seeing Yaya push her little cart over, with her nose twitching happily, the uncle paused his work and offered her a small plastic plate for tasting. "Little friend, would you like to try some?" freshly baked and still warm. Yaya carefully took the plate and took a small bite.
Wow.
It melted in her mouth, soft and fluffy, sweet but not too much, not choking at all. The aroma made her squint happily. Is it delicious? The uncle smiled and said, our egg cakes don't use a drop of water. They're soft, low in sugar, and easy for old people to eat. Kids love them too. They stay good for 3 or 5 days. Perfect as a snack or breakfast. Yaya was tempted. Even older people with weak teeth could enjoy it. How much does it cost? Loose or boxed? The uncle pointed to a red box on the other side of the stall. Loose costs 10 yuan per jean. 1 jean can fill a big bag. The boxed ones are 15 yuan per box, with plenty inside. They look nice to carry and are good for visiting relatives. Their original flavor, honey and red bean. How many in a jean? Yaya's mouth watered at the sweet, milky smell, but she was worried about the price. She whispered, about a dozen, right? We don't weigh them, so there are quite a lot. A dozen? Yaya looked at each egg cake, all bigger than her fist. Her eyes lit up instantly. Then, I'll take 1 jean of each kind. Yaya had never tried red bean or honey flavors, but since she was buying, she wanted to taste them all. She had never eaten anything bad from this place. She decided to buy 1 jean of each to bring back and share with her grandparents in the village.
Great.
The uncle, who had just baked them, smiled happily, clearly a generous guest. He quickly weighed 3 jean of different flavors into 3 small bags, sealed them tightly, and placed them into her little cart. Yaya took out 3 10-yuan bills and handed them over. After buying the egg cakes, Yaya also bought a few jean of meat. The cakes weren't heavy, but they took up space. Her little cart gradually gained weight. Maya was thinking that since she had already started buying delicious food, she might as well check out the fragrant sausage her aunt bought her earlier. She could chew on a piece for a long time. Deciding so, Maya headed straight to the cooked food stall. She was very familiar with this small area, and every time, the tempting smells tested her patience. The pickled meat stall was very busy right now. The aroma of spices and meat wafted far and wide, attracting many people. There were 3 staff members inside, a woman with her hair tied up, holding a piece of red sausage wrapped in plastic wrap, and using small scissors to cut small pieces, offering samples to customers. Try this, freshly made sausage, very tasty. Maya also got a small piece. She carefully put it in her mouth. As she chewed, a salty, flavorful taste filled her mouth. It was firm, chewy, and full of meaty aroma, something she had never tasted before. In the past, during the New Year, when the village was crowded, they also made sausages. They chopped meat, added salt, wine, green onions, and ginger, stuffed it into intestines, boiled it, and hung it under the eaves. It could be eaten for a long time. Grandpa Wong once gave her a piece, but it didn't taste like this. Maya pursed her lips and took a few bites. She thought this bright red sausage was even more delicious. It didn't have the strong meat flavor Grandpa Wong's sausage had, and she couldn't taste the minced meat inside. She didn't know how it was made, but it was very tasty. Meat costs 7 yuan per jean, about 500 grams. If this small sausage cost more than 10 yuan, she wouldn't buy it. Maya carefully calculated for a while before making her decision. Kids love snacks. The small cake she had earlier made her crave everything now. But Maya held back her instincts and thought carefully. She approached the stall and asked, "How much is this red sausage?" The woman with her hair tied up looked at her without paying attention at first, then saw her small white hat. Maya struggled to lift her head and raised her little hand. "I'm here."
I'm asking.
6 pieces for 10 yuan. The woman with her hair tied up replied with a smile. People nearby heard her sweet voice and looked down, realizing she was a small child. They instinctively moved aside to give her some space. Maya's eyes lit up immediately.
10 yuan.
6 pieces? That was so cheap and such a good deal. Back home, making sausages required real meat, pig blood, and scraps solid mincemeat. Here, meat costs 7 yuan per jean, but for 10 yuan, you can buy 6 sausages filled with meat. Each sausage is about the thickness of her small wrist and longer than her foot. One sausage can serve as a big dish, enough for the whole village to enjoy a meal with the taste of meat. Yaya doesn't understand modern techniques or science. She just thinks she got a great deal. She quickly counts on her fingers. 10 yuan for 6 sausages, so 20 yuan for 12, 30. She gets confused and gives up counting. Annie, is it really 6 sausages for 10 yuan? You're not mistaken, right? These sausages smell so good. She lifts her face and asks carefully again. Yes, really. That's the price we've always sold at. We've been here for 3 or 4 years. The auntie laughs because she finds the child amusing. The child is honest and worried she might be losing out. Yaya feels completely at ease now. If it's not a mistake or if it's a very good deal. She takes out a red bill and says, I want 100 yuan's worth. Oh wow. Buying so much?
Can you carry it?
Where are your parents? The shop assistant, with her hair tied up, is surprised and looks around, hoping to see if there's an accompanying adult. She also looks at Yaya's clothes. Recently, many videos on TikTok show kids going out with cameras attached, and parents say it's to help children practice social skills. But she doesn't see any camera here. People around also laugh, saying, this kid is a little rich kid, spending 100 yuan at once. That's 60 sausages. Do you think you can eat them all? Yaya uses her small hand to pull her little cart closer and pats the box. I have this and I can carry it. The shop assistant sees she's serious and mature, so she doesn't ask more. She smiles and nods. Okay, I'll pack it for you. Just put it in your cart. She quickly packs a big bag, then another, totaling 60 small sausages. She moves her small cake aside, places the sausages at the bottom, tidies up the small box, and finally closes the lid. All packed for you. Thank you, Auntie. Yaya sniffs and sees a puff of white steam rise behind the auntie, along with a strong aroma of braised meat that makes her feel dizzy with hunger. The smell is so good, she almost faints. The braised meat is ready. The uncle wearing an apron at the back called out and held a large long-handled strainer. He dipped it into the bubbling deep stew pot, scooped, shook, and tilted it, and a shiny, flavorful piece of braised meat was served. The pig's ear was soft and trembling. The beef shank had a rich sauce color with clear texture. The pig's trotters were sticky and tender, and the chicken feet and pigtails were covered in thick, shiny broth, with a tempting aroma filling the air. He kept scooping and pouring the meat into a large white foam-insulated box. The uncle bent down and, with effort, let out a grunt as he carefully placed the heavy box onto the table. The box shook slightly, and inside, the braised meats moved gently, shining with oil and fragrant with spices. Everyone in front of the stall held their breath. Your braised flavors are still the best. Please weigh a piece of this beef shank for me and cut it here. 1 pound of chicken feet. People waiting for their turn to buy the braised meat gathered around, chatting eagerly. 2 women busy with weighing and collecting money were working hard. Yaya, being very small, couldn't see anything. She was anxious, standing on tiptoe and stretching her neck, but still couldn't see. She jumped a few times in place before finally catching a glimpse of the pointed tip of the reddish meat. After the crowd finished buying, fewer people were left at the stall. Yaya quickly asked Auntie, "What's in there?" The woman with her hair tied up looked down and saw the little girl still there. She smiled warmly, her eyes crinkling. "Little rich kid, still not full? We just took the meat out of the pot. There's braised meat, pig ears, beef shank, pig trotters, chicken feet. Everything smells delicious." Yaya's mouth watered so much she almost couldn't close it. Seeing how eager she was, the aunt cut a small piece of meat, about the size of her finger, with the skin still on, and handed it to her.
Try a bit.
Freshly cooked braised meat and reheated meat are different. The freshly cooked meat is the softest, most sticky, and most fragrant. The stew was still bubbling, and the meat soaked up the broth. When bitten, it was bursting with flavor. The skin was sticky, the tendon soft, and the aroma was the strongest. Yaya took a bite, and her eyes squinted with delight. So delicious. Do you want to buy some? The auntie asked, smiling as she saw how much Yaya was enjoying it. She was starting to feel hungry herself. Yes. Auntie, can I buy a little of everything? Because she couldn't see well, Yaya only knew there were many kinds. She wanted to take a little of each to share with everyone so they could all taste it. Of course. How much do you want to buy? The smiling woman asked Yaya kindly. Maya then stretched out her palm and gestured. Okay, Annie will give you a little of everything. Eat well, and come back next time. Back on the hill behind Hua village. The village chief, his wife Li Guixiang, and hunter Zhao had already reached halfway up the mountain. Zhao Hunter carried his hunting bow and arrows. The village chief leaned on a shiny, well-used walking stick, and he also had a sickle tucked at his waist. Li Guixiang held a four-toothed long-handled rake, which could be used as a walking stick or for self-defense if needed. The three of them walked slowly. They set out in the afternoon, and now an hour and a half had passed, reaching the middle of the mountain. It was completely dark now, and the mountain wind carried a damp, cool moisture. The village chief sniffed and lowered his voice. It looks like it's going to rain soon. We need to hurry and don't go back the same way in the heavy rain. They didn't want to wear their new cotton shoes, so they wore straw sandals on the mountain path. When they shined their flashlights, they left grass prints. He looked down at his footprints in the mud, suddenly stopped, and looked sharply at Zhao Hu. Who's he? Last night when you went to check that house, were there any footprints outside? Zhao Hunter was surprised, then his face changed slightly. Footprints? That place is empty, no one lives there, so no footprints. Only he had been there. He had stepped in the dirt near that dirty spot, which was soft soil. At the time, he was only thinking about the word, eating people, and he was so scared his soul almost flew away. He didn't pay attention to the details. Uncle, it seems. I didn't see any footprints, Zhao Hu said nervously. Only the few I made myself. Suddenly, the air grew still, and the rain seemed heavier. The mountain wind blew, and the three shivered. All three of them had the same thought. Near that house, the person who got up at night must have a fixed spot. They wouldn't have stepped there on purpose. The footprints Zhao Hu left were so clear that even if they dried, they would look different from the surrounding soil. If those two people had been a little more careful, they would have seen during the day that someone had come to check at night. Zhao Hu felt more and more anxious, his voice trembling. Uncle, Auntie, what should we do? Have they already found out? Are they prepared? He quickly tried to comfort himself. It should be fine. I didn't make any noise. They probably didn't come to look near the house during the day. The village chief didn't answer. He took a few steps forward. The mountain was quiet and dark, and they couldn't see anything. The shadows of the trees flickered, and the mountain wind howled, as if something might emerge from the darkness at any moment. Let's go to the top of the mountain first. The path became steeper and more tiring as they went higher. When they reached the summit, the moisture was so heavy it seemed like it might drip down. Zhao Hu gasped for breath, still holding on to a bit of hope. Uncle, it's about to rain. When the rain comes, it will wash away all the footprints. Maybe they really won't find anything. The village chief slowly shook his head. We can't risk the lives of everyone in the village on others not noticing. We can't rely on should, maybe, or possibly. This is a serious matter. Our entire village's safety depends on it. We need to think with the worst-case scenario in mind. They've already found signs of someone passing by and are waiting for us to walk into their trap, or even planning to take advantage of the rain. The village chief wiped the moisture off his face. They might come to our village during the rain, Li Posey said grimly. People don't go out in the rain, and the sound is loud. It's the best time for them to attack. Fewer people will notice. We can't go forward. The village chief turned to Zhao Hunter. Is there only one way from here to that village? Zhao Hu nodded. Yes, just this one. The other side is a cliff, and the slope is too steep and slippery, especially in the rain. We can't walk there. Let's go back and dig traps on the downhill. They were dealing with people. When people go downhill, they tend to move faster and less carefully. Setting traps on the slope increases the chance of success. Zhao Hu clenched his bow tightly. All right. The village chief was reluctant to keep the flashlight on all the time and was worried that the light might attract something. He could only rely on feeling to carve the wood. Suddenly, his sickle slipped and cut deeply into his finger. He clenched his teeth and silently pressed a leaf against his finger to stop the bleeding, then continued working quietly. The entire forest was silent. except for the faint sounds coming from their area. Suddenly, Xiaohu froze, his muscles tightening instantly. He was an experienced hunter who had spent half his life in the mountains. His instincts for danger were sharper than those of wild animals. It seemed like something was coming. He immediately stopped moving, gently pressed the rake in Li Pozi's hand to stop her, and softly whispered "Sho." The village chief and Li Pozi paused, even their breathing becoming lighter. They didn't see or hear anything, but they knew that in this deep mountain forest, a hunter's instincts were the most accurate. Huzi stayed silent, and they all remained still. The trap was completely quiet now. The three of them looked like statues frozen in place. Li Pozi's hands holding the rake were stiff, but she forced herself to stay still. After a while, a faint sound of rubbing came from the mountain top, like shoes scraping against dirt. Then, they heard muffled voices, blurred through the thick trees. They don't even realize someone is at their door. I think you're out of your mind. Today, you get close to the house. Tomorrow, your head will be moved. Who knows? Lotus Village. Sneaking around my wall. That person must have gone back to report. There are still people alive there. They probably think we'll only come during the rain. How stupid. Big Brother is smarter. If we go now, we can take everything in one go. With ropes. Don't worry. And that last bit of fire oil. Fire oil. Ropes. Take everything in one go. The village chief's face darkened instantly, his rough fingers clutching the sickle tightly. Li Pozi shivered, her rake feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds in her hand, her eyes cold as ice. It was those bandits from the other side, those who eat people. They had found Xiaohu's footprints and quickly identified Lotus Village, gathering their tools and rushing there. They even planned to strike before the rain started, trying to catch them off guard. If they hadn't come, if only Tiger Zai had gone up. They still carried ropes and kerosene. Even if it rained, the fire wouldn't go out. These animals. They want to burn Lotus Flower Village completely, leaving no one behind. This is the only path down the mountain. The three village chiefs are setting traps on the road. As long as those two head toward Lotus Flower Village, they'll definitely run into them. Xiaohu holds his breath, listening carefully to the footsteps. It's two people, two pairs of shoes crushing the mud. They have the advantage. The other side doesn't know anyone is here, but they have already heard their plans clearly. Xiaohu crouches at the closest point to the mountaintop. Li Pozi stands to his right and slightly behind him. The village chief is at the very back, at the lowest part of the slope. Xiaohu slowly raises his hand, reaching for his bow behind him. His fingertips pause, then he lowers his hand again. In the pitch-dark area where you can't see your hand, his bow is useless. Close combat is better with the stone pieces in his hand. The village chief tightens his grip on the sickle. His finger wound opens again. With his other hand, he presses the flashlight switch, eyes sharp and determined. He slowly stands up. The footsteps grow closer, clearer. Dry branches crackle underfoot. After today, we can enjoy some good meat again. Hope there are more little kids in Lotus Flower Village. The old folks are tired of the dry, sour food. Don't know how many women there are. Haha, soft and tender. Just thinking about it makes me hungry. Catch one, tie one up. If there's any noise, just finish it off. The mountain air is thick with moisture, cold and damp, like it's about to turn into water. Every breath feels heavy and oppressive. They're getting closer. The village chief's ears twitch slightly. His normally shaky steps are now steady. He suddenly takes 2 quick steps forward, grabs Li Pozi's wrist from behind, pulling her back toward himself. In the next moment, he grips his sickle tightly, presses his thumb on the flashlight switch, aiming ahead. Sho! A blinding flash of light suddenly cuts through the darkness, shining directly on the faces of the two people. The sudden brightness makes them squint instantly. Everything before them turns white. They shout in panic. Who's there? Who? In that instant, the village chief's eyes were cold and determined. He suddenly used force, swinging his sickle with the sound of wind, directly cutting across the front person's throat. It was fast and fierce, without hesitation. The man's eyes widened, and he desperately covered his throat with both hands. He coughed twice, staggered, and fell to the ground. After a few convulsions, he stopped moving. Another person, smelling the strong blood scent, was terrified and panicked. He stumbled backward, but the path behind was uphill, wet and slippery. His legs gave way, and he almost fell. In front of him, everything was white and blurry. He could only wave his short knife randomly. "Big brother? Big brother." The village chief's thin arm trembled slightly from exertion. He took a deep breath and was about to move toward the man when Li Posi's eyes turned red. With a determined look, she grabbed a small rake with a long handle, using all her strength to strike fiercely. The rake's teeth cut through the air with a whooshing sound, stabbing sharply toward the other person's shoulder and neck. The man cried out in pain, screamed, and desperately grabbed the rake, trying to pull it away. He still waved his short knife, intending to pull Li Posi down and attack her. Seeing Li Posi was about to run out of strength, Zhao Hu finally reacted. His hands trembled like chaff, but he didn't hesitate. He grabbed the handle of the rake in Li Posi's hands and pressed down hard a few times. At this moment, the village chief's sickle also came into play. The struggle suddenly stopped. Li Posi looked at the two people on the ground, grabbed a piece of stone from Zhao Hu's hand, and fiercely struck down again and again. Her eyes were red, and she panted heavily. She snatched the stone from Zhao Hu's hand and continued smashing at the people on the ground. One hit, then another. Those monsters eating people and still trying to hurt the children in the village. It was as if she wanted to smash out all her fear and hatred. "Enough," the village chief said, grabbing her arm. "It's over. They're no longer breathing. There's no danger now." Li Posi trembled all over. The stone piece in her hand clattered to the ground, and she seemed to have lost all her strength. The rain had started to fall lightly and densely, soaking the ground in chaos. Zhao Hu stood to the side, his face as pale as paper. The few strikes just now were instinctive. But once the silence returned and the bloody smell mixed with the rain entered his nose, his hunter's alertness suddenly exploded. The village chief used a flashlight to squat down and confirmed both were dead. He then looked up and called to Zhao Hu, "Huzi, dig a hole and bury them."
Hurry.
Zhao Hu's pupils shrank. In these deep mountains, the only sounds were the whistle and the smell of blood. Once blood appeared, it became a guiding light.
Run.
Quickly run. He tightly grabbed the village chief with one hand and helped the slightly exhausted Granny Li with the other.
The smell of blood has spread.
"The wolves will be here soon." The village chief was pulled by Zhao Hu and immediately snapped out of a shock. The flashlight's beam flickered wildly in the night. Zhao Hu looked at the bodies on the ground, his eyes flashing. He crouched down and searched their bodies, finding ropes and oil. He quickly wrapped some branches he had picked up into two simple torches, then lit them with a small fire. The village chief turned off his flashlight and took another torch. The flickering flames provided some light to see the way and helped scare away the lurking wild animals. The three didn't dare to stop for long. They hurried down the mountain, step by step. Soon, they could hear the increasingly close howls of wolves in the wind, one after another. It even sounded like tearing and biting noises behind them. It made their scalps tingle. None of them dared to look back. They pushed forward desperately, trembling with fear, and finally managed to get down the mountain safely. Their clothes and cotton shoes were covered in mud and soaked, feeling heavy. When the cold wind blew, Granny Li sneezed. Both the village chief and Zhao Hu felt a heavy weight in their hearts. It was the middle of the night, the deepest part of the night, when the cold was the worst. At the foot of the mountain, Hualien village looked peaceful and calm, even in darkness. Raindrops hit the rooftops with a pitter-patter sound. The three hurriedly increased their pace, stumbling back to the village chief's house. As soon as they entered, Zhao Hu started boiling water and making ginger soup. Granny Li was old, soaked in rain, and frightened. She kept sneezing, her head feeling dizzy and her body weak. The village chief held her cold hand, his eyes reddening with concern. But Granny Li shook her head, her voice hoarse. "At my age, I've had enough. I just want to protect the village. That's worth it.
But there's still one of them out there.
Be very careful. Don't worry, we're here." the village chief said, patting her hand. You take care of yourself first. Zhao, who prepared the ginger soup and hot water. After she drank it, he headed back to his own house. The village chief helped Grandma Li up, changed her into clean, dry clothes, dried her body, and added a hot fire to the stove to make it very warm. He then covered her tightly with the only 2 blankets they had. Meanwhile, Zhao, who returned home, wrung out his wet clothes, took a quick shower. He was strong and healthy, so a little cold didn't bother him much. Lying on the bed, he couldn't sleep at all. He was playing with a special chicken toy. He was a hunter, grew up in the mountains, saw blood, and had caught many wild animals himself. But those were animals. When it came to people, he was nervous for the first time. He hesitated just a little, almost causing a big problem. It wasn't until Grandma Li, with red eyes, suddenly burst out crying, and he held tightly to the rake handle, that he suddenly woke up. In this world, the most dangerous beings are humans, even more fierce than bears or hungry wolves. Zhao, whose heart grew colder and harder little by little. He wanted to keep all dangers outside the mountain, outside the village, away from Yaya and all the villagers, where no one could see. He wanted to protect this poor but warm village. He wanted to protect that little girl Yaya, who always smiled with her eyes curved, the one who pulled them back from the brink of danger. That night, the wind and rain didn't stop. The wolves on the mountain howled all night. Yaya rubbed her eyes and got up from the bed. Yesterday, when she came back, she didn't see the village chief, Grandpa Fong, or Uncle Zhao, who usually waited at home. It felt strange. It's raining, the roads are bad, so they won't come. Granny Lu looked at the pile of things Yaya brought back and explained carefully. Listening to the gentle rain outside the window, Yaya suddenly understood. Her face lit up with surprise. It's raining. The small greens and carrots will sprout. The wheat can be planted too. Yes, they will sprout. Grandma, Yaya bought lots of delicious food again. Yaya took out a bag of hot marinated meat, pinched a piece, and put it in Granny Lu's mouth. Grandma, try it. It's so tender. The marinated meat was soft, not dry or greasy, full of flavor. Yaya then took out a golden, fluffy pastry and handed it over. Granny Lu looked at the unfamiliar treat. What is this? It smells like eggs. This is egg cake, sweet. Granny Lu took it and gently bit into it, her eyes widening instantly. It is soft and fluffy, almost melt in your mouth, with a sweet, gentle aroma. It is not greasy or heavy, just right for the elderly.
Wow.
This thing is so soft and tender. A small piece of egg cake, 1 bite for you, 1 for me, filling the room with a lovely smell. Dreams are filled with meat and cake. Because of the rain, the items sank, and Granny Lu didn't move them to the cellar. She still piled them inside the house. Now, waking up, the house still faintly smells of the treats. Outside the yard, the rain has lessened, and villagers are starting to gather. Many villagers are busy under the shelter. Yaya keeps looking at the door frame, hoping to see the village chief, but only sees Grandpa Fong with his hands in his pockets. Grandpa Fong, come quickly. Call Grandpa Li and the others. We're moving things. There's meat and egg cake. Yaya waves her little hand at Grandpa Fong. Hearing Yaya's cheerful call, the villagers look over. What's egg cake? Is it a pastry? Soon, they carry out big and small bags from the house. Aunt Lin carries 2 baskets of egg cake, giving half to Little Bean and Little Nut. Little Bean stands politely, gently accepting the soft, golden treat. It's smooth and tender, magical food brought by Sister Fairy Yaya. He doesn't rush to eat it but says politely, "Thank you, Auntie," then takes small bites. As soon as it touches his tongue, it melts, sweet and soft. Little Bean's eyes light up. So good. Little Nut, held in Grandpa Li's arms, grabs a piece of egg cake with his small hand. The unique texture makes him curious, squeezing and squishing it. The fluffy cake shrinks a little in his tiny hand. Seeing Little Bean eat, Little Nut also grabs a piece and puts it in his mouth. The sweet aroma spreads quickly. Little Nut squints happily, giggling, "Sweet cake, Grandpa, eat." Grandpa Li looks at the crumbs of cake covered in saliva, but doesn't mind. He bites off a big piece. Little Nut kicks his legs in excitement. Yaya sits on the doorstep, resting her chin on her hands, smiling happily at the lively yard. It's so nice. At this moment, the village chief walks in heavily through the gate. Hello, village chief. Yaya cheerfully greets him. It's raining. Can we plant wheat now? Are the chicks hatching? Seeing Yaya, the worry in the village chief's eyes quickly disappears. He forces a gentle smile. Yes, we can plant now. The eggs haven't hatched yet. If they don't hatch in a few days, we'll cook and eat them. Oh. Grandpa Village Chief, Uncle Zhao, and Grandma Li didn't come together. Yaya sticks her little head behind him to look. The village chief's heart tightens. He quickly makes up an excuse. They went to work in the vegetable field. It's raining heavily, and he's worried the seeds might get soaked. Yaya doesn't think much and grabs the village chief's hand to stand up. Grandpa Village Chief, Yaya brought some rice, meat, and egg cakes. Grandma already ate some and said they are very tasty. Good for the elderly. Please also bring some to Grandma Li. The village chief's hand is cold and trembling slightly. When Yaya's small hand touches his wound, he twitches slightly. Yaya lowers her head, releases his hand, and notices the fresh wound on his knuckles. Her small eyebrows furrow in concern. The village chief quickly hides his hand behind his back. I was chopping firewood yesterday and hurt myself. Somehow, when he sees Yaya's gaze, he feels a bit guilty. Yaya doesn't ask further. She softly reminds him, Grandpa Village Chief, you need to be more careful next time. Just then, Aunt Lin calls out that it's time to eat. Today, there are ready-made braised meat and pastries. They just need to prepare some hot rice and egg custard, which is easy. Everyone happily eats together as the rain drips outside. Suddenly, Yaya pats her forehead as if she remembers something important. She quickly moves to Granny Lu. Granny! Granny! I just remembered, yesterday you asked me to bring some wild vegetables to Annie. But another Annie wants to buy some. Don't worry, don't worry. Take your time, little one. Granny is listening. When the rain stops, we'll go pick the vegetables. Granny Lu comforts her.
No, no.
It's the basket. Annie wants to buy a basket. 25 yuan each. She asked me to come back and ask if you want to sell them. She said if you do, she wants two, and she wants bigger ones too. Yaya quickly corrects herself. Last night, she kept feeling like she forgot something. But the cake was too soft, and the meat smelled so good. She forgot. Yaya pats her chest nervously, relieved she remembered in time. Otherwise, she might have delayed Granny Lu from being the head of the land. Granny Lu almost drops her chopsticks in surprise. She often weaves reed baskets, and they can sell for 25 yuan. Now, the villagers have a vague idea of money. A warm coat costs 10 yuan, cotton shoes 15. These are tangible items they can see and remember. The reeds pulled from the riverbank to dry, and the baskets woven from them, are worth money. Some people even sell them for 25 yuan each. One basket is as valuable as a coat plus cotton shoes.
Wow.
Yaya's voice was loud enough for everyone at the table to hear. Aunt Lin and a few other women nearby looked surprised. They realized that these baskets could be exchanged for money, and they were worth so much. Grandma Lu was stunned, her mouth open in amazement. Of course we sell them. No matter how much. Baskets that usually sell for just a penny suddenly became valuable rare items. How could they not sell? The village chief was both surprised and happy. His worries, which weighed heavily on his heart, eased a little. Wild vegetables are valuable, but that depends on luck. If you can't find them, you lose income. But these reed baskets are different. As long as people work hard, they can keep weaving more and always have some. Almost everyone in the village knows how to do this craft. The table became lively quickly, everyone talking excitedly, faces full of joy. Life feels more stable now. Grandpa Wang, sitting in the corner, clenched his thin hands into fists. Since losing his sight, he could only rely on his skillful hands to weave baskets and exchange small coins. Now, with the mountain roads blocked and no way to sell baskets, he depended on his wife and family to farm outside. His heart felt as bitter as eating bitter herbs. He felt he was a burden to his wife and a useless member of the family. Later, thanks to Yaya bringing good news, he remembered that he had traveled a lot in his youth, seen many things, and could help old Fong think things through, lend a hand, and be useful. But inside, he still felt frustrated. Now he heard that baskets could be sold for a good price, and he saw hope in his cloudy eyes. His best baskets, even with his blindness, could no longer be made. He only repeated weaving the same patterns, but he knew all the styles inside out. No one could match his skill. Finally, he could proudly contribute to the village and his family again. After dinner, the rain was still falling. The village chief gathered everyone and made arrangements on the spot. Today, no one could go to the fields. Everyone came here to weave baskets. Everyone brought their collected rushes and the various baskets and containers they had made, of different sizes and styles. They were all crooked, loose, and messy, so no one wanted those. Only the sturdy, neat, and good-looking ones were chosen as the best. Among the baskets, Wang Daju's basket stood out. It looked very delicate, like a piece of art, with some woven in 2 colors and others with alternating patterns. Everyone was busy working hard, so no one noticed where little Yaya had gone. The little girl held her small purse in one hand and the handle of her tiny cart in the other. Suddenly, her thoughts changed everything around her. The noisy scene appeared, with bright lights flashing. Lanterns, signs, and small bulbs formed a shining string, making it look like daytime. People were walking back and forth, talking loudly. The smell of stinky tofu filled her nose. Yaya touched her small cart and looked for the way. She headed straight to the 2-yuan shop she visited last time. In her small mind, this shop was huge. It had everything she wanted, including a magical pipe that could make water come out by itself. She believed she could find what she needed here. Yaya's little mouth was tightly closed. Her cart moved through the crowded night market, bumping along. When she reached the shop door, the loudspeaker was still loudly shouting, "Everything 2-yuan. Everything just 2-yuan." Yaya bit her lip and looked at the small steps with baskets on them. She struggled to push her cart up, step by step, finally managing to get it inside. She lifted the thick plastic curtain and pulled her cart inside. "Hey, little one, you're here again?" Chunlei looked up and saw her. This time, she had 2 ponytails tied with the same rubber bands he bought at a shop, one red, one yellow, sticking up. Then he saw that behind her, she was pulling a small cart. Chunlei smiled and said, "Oh, you brought your cart again today? Looks like you're shopping a lot. Last time, you bought so much I was worried you couldn't carry it all." Yaya shyly smiled and said, "Hello, shopkeeper uncle. I want to buy that sulfur soap again, and also..." Yaya thought for a moment, then held up 2 fingers. "I cut my hand pretty badly. Do you have any medicine for that? Uncle, please take a look." "How did it happen? Did you accidentally cut yourself? What caused the cut? Is it rusty? If it is rusty, you need a tetanus shot." "It's not me. It's our village chief. He was chopping wood and got cut by a sickle." It looked very painful. She looked intently at Uncle's storekeeper, trying to remember what he just said.
Risht.
"What is rust? Why do I need a shot? Will a tiny sewing needle work? Rust is the black and yellow stuff on the blade, and it feels rough. If a cut is made by a rusty knife, you need a shot. Without it, you might get a fever or get sick." Hearing the word fever, Yaya's face suddenly turned pale. In her small world, a fever was a very serious thing. Granny Lu's fever was almost too much to handle. She didn't dare think further. Her eyes turned red, and her eyes looked moist. "The village chief's sickle has yellow rust. What should I do? Please help me get medicine and that needle." "I have money, uncle." Seeing how scared the little girl was, Chunlei quickly stepped out from behind the counter and gently patted her shoulder. "Don't cry, it's okay. Just a shot will do." After saying that, he looked around the store. There were still customers choosing things, so he couldn't leave. His 2-yuan shop had bandages and alcohol, but the quality was average. They wouldn't be enough for a cut from a rusty sickle. Chunlei felt stuck and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind. "Why is the little girl crying?" "Chunlei, did you bully her? Miao had just come in and immediately saw the girl with tears in her eyes, about to fall.
Sheng Lei hurriedly explained. No, no.
She's worried about her family. She said the village chief got cut by a rusty sickle, and the cut isn't small. Their village seems quite remote. Last time, they didn't even know how to use soap, and there probably isn't a clinic. She was anxious and came to me wanting medicine. I asked if the knife was rusty. If it's rusty, it might cause a fever. That's why she's like this. I don't have a pharmacy here, and I can't leave right now. I'm worried. Miao understood immediately and looked at her eager little girl. So that's what happened. She crouched down, reached into her bag, and took out a pack of tissues. She gently wiped Yaya's tears and said, "Little one, the shop manager is busy, but I will take you to the pharmacy. It's nearby, and they have all kinds of medicine." Yaya sniffed her red nose and nodded obediently. The pretty sister was so gentle. Her tissue was soft and fragrant. Her anxious heart felt a little calmer. Chun Lei sighed in relief. Thank you so much. He knew Miao and lived nearby. She often visited the shop, so she was a familiar customer. Even if she wasn't, he wouldn't trust anyone else to take this little girl away. Miao gently held Yaya's cold little hand. It's okay. I'll take you to buy medicine for Grandpa Village Chief. Once he takes it, he'll feel better. When Yaya heard Grandpa Village Chief, she immediately perked up and followed Miao outside. The two figures, one big and one small, hurried out of the shop toward the pharmacy. Chun Lei watched them go, clapped his hands, and prepared to go behind the cash register. As he turned around, his gaze paused. Yaya's small black folding cart was still standing alone in place. He chuckled softly, shook his head, and pushed the cart behind the counter, placing it against the wall. He paused to think, then turned and headed toward the shelves. He picked a few boxes of bandages from his store, cheap but genuine, not low quality or harmful, enough for emergencies. He also grabbed some small bottles of iodine and alcohol along with a large pack of cotton swabs. Remembering that the child had mentioned wanting to buy sulfur soap, he counted out 10 pieces from the basket opposite the cash register. Chun Lei packed these items into a clean small bag and placed it on top of the black box in the cart. When the child returned, he would give her everything together. Helping in any way he could was enough. The pharmacy was not far, just around the corner outside the night market. Yaya's legs were too short, and Miao was holding her, causing her to stumble. After a few steps, Miao noticed and simply bent down to pick her up. Once in her arms, she saw that Yaya's puffy cotton coat was so loose that it was hard to see her. Her small, delicate hands felt so light and fragile, making her heart ache. The coat was pressed in, revealing her thin, small frame like a little twig. Yaya was a tiny bundle pressed against her chest, quiet and still. Miao gently patted her back and quickened her steps toward the pharmacy. As soon as the door of the pharmacy opened, bright, clean lights shone down, and a faint smell of medicine filled the air. Rows of clear glass cabinets displayed neatly arranged boxes of medicine. Yaya's eyes widened in amazement. Is this really a pharmacy? She had never seen such a place, so tidy and spotless, with so many small boxes. Are they all medicines? Wow, that's impressive. Grandpa Village Chief is going to be okay. The clerk quickly and warmly approached, saying, "Hello, what medicine do you need?" Miao gently set her down and looked at Yaya. Tell this sister how Grandpa Village Chief got hurt, what his wound looks like. The clearer you describe it, the more effective the medicine will be. Yaya pursed her lips and carefully remembered the red cut on Grandpa's hand. She raised her small hand, stretching out 2 tiny fingers to show a length about the size of her palm. Grandpa has a long cut on his hand, red and painful when touched. Grandpa said he was chopping wood and was cut by a sickle. Yaya was still young and didn't know there were many types of knives. She only remembered sickles and kitchen knives. Grandpa's words were vague, just saying he was careless while chopping wood, so she automatically said it was a sickle. But it turned out she was right by coincidence. After a moment, she remembered what Uncle Shopkeeper said. She frowned slightly and added seriously, "That sickle. It's yellowish, rough, and rusty." Hearing that the cut was caused by a rusty sickle, The clerk's expression grew serious. She softly asked, "Does Grandpa's wound look very red or swollen now? Is there pus? Does he have a fever or feel weak?" Yaya tilted her head and thought carefully. "The wound is red and a little swollen, but there's no pus. Grandpa looks quite energetic. A fever? What does that mean?" "It means feeling hot all over," the clerk patiently explained. "No, Grandpa doesn't have it. His hand is still cold and icy." The young clerk nodded and then looked at Meow behind Yaya. "Redness and swelling usually mean the injury is recent. No pus is good. It's good that you came quickly, so it's not seriously infected, but it still needs proper treatment." She then went to the shelves and picked up a small pile of items, placing them on the counter. "I'll get you some iodine solution, disinfectant gauze, and anti-inflammatory ointment. First, use iodine solution to clean the wound inside and out, then apply ointment and cover it with gauze. The gauze should be changed daily. Most importantly, if you are cut by a rusty knife, you must take the person to get a tetanus shot within 24 hours. This is the safest way." Yaya looked up with a small face, listening carefully. She could understand the disinfection and ointment parts, but she didn't understand the last sentence. The store manager also said a shot was needed before, but how do you give a shot? With a fist? She timidly asked in a small voice, "Big sister, what is a shot?" When she said this, the clerk and Meow were both surprised. The clerk looked at Meow. "The village is a bit remote." The clerk spoke softly, trying to keep it simple. "A shot is when the doctor uses a thin needle to gently poke into the arm and put medicine inside. This way, Grandpa won't get sick."
Just
"A needle?" Yaya looked even more confused. Meow squatted down and gently patted her head. "Is there no doctor or health clinic in your village?" "A doctor? A doctor?" Yaya understood this, and her eyes looked less confused, but her face lost some color. "Last year, the village doctor was taken away. The government conscripted young men, not just men, but also skilled doctors. During wartime, good doctors were very rare. The only barefoot doctor in the village was also taken away. And the young women in the village." Yaya clearly remembered that day. The peaceful village suddenly became empty. The young uncles lowered their heads, silent. They didn't even dare to look back at their elderly parents. The women and older women covered their mouths, muffling their crying, tears streaming down. One by one, they left in groups, slowly disappearing down the road at the village entrance. Many people just vanished like that, never to return. When she finished speaking and saw the disappointed look on the child's face, Meow's heart tightened. Oh no, it was those shady barefoot doctors hiding deep in the mountains, tricking poor villagers out of their money. They probably didn't know proper medicine, used medicine carelessly, caused big problems, and were caught by the police. Recently, she watched a video on Douyin about a couple practicing medicine without a license. They used a so-called ancestral secret recipe to treat others, which resulted in a patient dying from acute poisoning within hours after taking the medicine. Fortunately, the dishonest doctor from the small village was caught in time. Otherwise, many innocent people might have been harmed. No wonder this child doesn't even know what a needle is or has never seen a syringe. Such scammers don't have proper medicines or official equipment. They just cheat and scam to make quick money. No wonder a young child comes here at night to buy medicine. She's not naive or afraid of the dark or worried about her family. She's just afraid of losing. Meow felt more and more heartbroken as she thought about it. In the remote mountains, healthcare is poor. There's no science education or proper doctors. When villagers get hurt or sick, they often just pick wild herbs and treat themselves randomly. In the past, there might have been heartbreaking incidents. The children saw these things and remembered them deep in their hearts. The shop assistant also sighed and said, "Can your grandfather come here? If he's cut by a sickle, it's best to get a shot to prevent infection." Yaya's small body stiffened, and she gently shook her head, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. "Can't come." The shop assistant was surprised. Older generations usually don't like leaving the village and often resist going to the hospital. Unless it's a life-or-death situation, they rarely want to go to the hospital. She thought for a moment and said, "I know a doctor at a nearby clinic. I can call him, and he can come with you later to give your grandfather an injection at home. Is that okay? As soon as she said this, Yaya clenched her small hands even tighter. Go to the village? No, absolutely not. She couldn't agree, and she couldn't explain. But she knew she and these kind-hearted sisters and aunts weren't from the same world. They couldn't reach her world, and only she could use her small purse. And she couldn't tell anyone here. They might think she's a monster and take her away. Yaya tightly pressed her lips together, lowered her head, and her long eyelashes covered her eyes. She didn't say a word. She's not good at lying, so she could only silently refuse with her silence. The young shop assistant sighed softly, perhaps because of the village's suspicion of outsiders and the discomfort caused by the unlicensed traveling doctor. She turned and headed toward the traditional Chinese medicine consultation area at the back. Dr. Zhang, please come over and take a look. This child's situation is special. The grandfather can't walk, and there are no medical facilities in the village. An elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctor, dressed in a white coat, slowly approached, carrying a faint herbal scent. He listened patiently to the situation, stroked his beard, and thought for a moment. Since injections aren't an option, we'll use traditional methods, treat both inside and out, to reduce risks as much as possible. Apply jade true powder around the wound to dispel wind and reduce swelling. Take Chinese medicine orally for 6 days. Boil the herbs to prevent spasms and convulsions. Use iodine solution daily to disinfect thoroughly and keep everything clean. No infections allowed. As he spoke, he reached into the herbal cabinet behind him to get the medicine. He took notes as he borrowed paper and a pen from the shop assistant, writing down everything Dr. Zhang said, including the iodine, disinfectant gauze, and erythromycin ointment. She clearly marked the names, dosages, and instructions. Thinking about the situation in Yaya's village, he asked the shop assistant, please prepare some basic emergency medicines, something for injuries, inflammation, fever, pain relief, and diarrhea. The shop assistant quickly packed a large bag of medicines, along with the Chinese herbs prescribed by Dr. Zhang, an overflowing bag. He paid by scanning her medical insurance code. The total for the bag of medicines was 290 yuan. As a regular resident insured under the basic medical plan, she paid 140 yuan after reimbursement. Yaya watched the pretty girl carefully, seeing her take out a device called a hand chicken and gently wave it over a small box on the table. She knew it was for payment. Big sister, how much is it? He paused while organizing the plastic bag, then looked down into Yaya's clear yet stubborn eyes. The little girl had already extended her small hand, clutching a few 100 yuan bills, toward her. He gently took one bill and said, exactly 100 yuan. Keep the rest safe and don't lose it. Yaya nodded, carefully put the remaining bills back into her small bag, and tied the string tightly. He held the bag in one hand and naturally took the child's soft little hand with the other. At that moment, she suddenly remembered she didn't know the child's name after all her busy work. She smiled slightly and asked, by the way, I don't know your name.
My name is He.
What's yours? Yaya, the sprouting bud. Yaya whispered softly. That sounds so nice. Everything is coming back to life. The two of them walked outside together. After buying medicine and seeing the doctor, Yaya no longer felt so anxious and walked more steadily. He walked carefully and reminded her, besides the medicine for Grandpa's injuries, I also took some common medicines. You can take them back to the village for the adults. If anyone has a small illness or bump, they can use them in an emergency. I've written instructions on the paper for each one, what it treats and how to use it. Later, go to the 2-yuan shop and get some tape to stick on the medicine box. Yaya held He hand tightly, listening carefully and trying to remember every word. The night was gentle, and the evening breeze was soft. 2 figures, one tall and one short, slowly walked toward the brightly lit 2-yuan shop. As soon as they entered, Chunlei saw them return and stood up to greet them. How did it go? All bought. He waved the bag in her hand. Chunlei looked at the full bag and paused, then smiled and scratched his head. So much? I also prepared some for the little one. He reached under the counter and pulled out a pre-packed bag. It has iodine solution, cotton swabs, bandages, and a few bars of sulfur soap and fragrant soap. Yaya was stunned instantly, her eyes slightly wide, her face full of surprise and happiness. Everyone here is so kind. The pretty older sister bought so many medicines, and even the store manager, who only bought once, was so thoughtful. He meow smiled. Boss Chun is generous. Please get some tape for me. I've written the instructions for each medicine, how to use and how much, so it's easy to stick on the box. You're so careful, Chunlei said, handing her a small roll of tape from the desk. Please remember to check out the bookshelf after reading. The new bookshelf is very important. Thank you. He meow carefully stuck small notes on the medicine box, writing large, clear characters. Yaya watched for a while and could barely recognize a few words. When Grandpa Fong taught little Dizzy to read, she sometimes followed along. But the characters on each side were different, and Grandpa Fong couldn't teach both scripts alone. Plus, he hadn't fully figured them out himself. They only learned math together, and sometimes he would give Yaya special lessons alone. I'm worried that the child might buy something here and get confused about the money, or be tricked. Recently, Yaya has changed from a little girl who could only count to 10 into a smart kid who can add and subtract within 50. She can recognize many common and simple characters here, like meat, pound, and big. Chunlei saw her studying carefully and asked with a smile, "Little girl, do you recognize characters?" People have names called Yaya. Next to them, he meow, who was sticking tape, didn't look up but softly added, "Yaya's name is Yaya." Yaya hesitated a bit and said, I only know a few. Wow, you can recognize so many characters. Chunlei gave her a thumbs up. The conditions in the mountains are poor. Many people never leave the mountains in their whole life. He thinks the elderly in Yaya's village are typical and probably not many people can read. Seeing Yaya, who looks about 3 or 4 years old, already recognizing characters, he really thinks she's impressive. But learning characters early is always better. Especially for little girls, reading and understanding helps them protect themselves. Since he has met her and already helped a little, he decides to help a bit more. Yaya felt a little shy from his praise, gently rubbing her small shoes on the floor. Chunlei stood up and looked through the shelves in the learning area, then took out a thin little book. The cover shows a big cartoon bunny, with 4 large characters. Literacy King. The book isn't big, just right for children to hold. Inside, each page has colorful pictures, and each big character is accompanied by a simple, easy-to-understand cartoon drawing. For example, next to the character, meat, there's a picture of a red piece of meat. Next to rice, a bag of white rice. Next to egg, a round, smiling egg. Each character also has pinyin, and below the big characters, there's a line of simple rhymes. For example, for the character oil, there's a picture of a yellow bottle of cooking oil, and next to the large oil character it says, drop, drop of oil, shining bright. Fried fries, fragrant and light. This is the best-selling children's literacy book in Chunlei's shop. The characters are big, the pictures cute and easy to understand. It costs 10 yuan. Chunlei gently handed the book to Yaya. Take this. Learn slowly. The more characters you recognize, the easier it will be to understand what you want to see or buy in the future. Yaya looked up at the colorful little book she had never seen before, her eyes gradually lighting up. She gently touched the pages of the book. The paper was smooth, flat, bright in color, and felt very fine and slippery, something she had never experienced before. Books. To her, books are very precious. A good book is worth several sacks of grain. This book in front of her was new and delicate, with such beautiful colors and illustrations. It didn't look like something that could be bought for just $2. It must be a treasured collection of Uncle's storekeeper, kept so new and well-maintained. He must value it a lot. She couldn't take it. Seeing her cautious, eager yet hesitant expression, Chunlei guessed her feelings. When Yaya softly said, "It's too precious. I can't take it," he almost wanted to laugh but also felt a bit sad. Precious? This old edition of a children's beginner's book was bought by weight, very cheap since it was thin. He felt a little embarrassed that a child took it so seriously. He scratched his head and said, "It's not expensive at all. This one isn't costly." I buy these in big boxes. He then pulled out an old cardboard box from under the cash register, filled with dusty old books. Yaya looked down at all the books and immediately opened her mouth in surprise.
Wow.
This isn't just a book, it's like a box of gold. In their village, there are no books at all. Looking at this pile, her eyes were full of longing she couldn't hide. With books, Grandpa Fong could teach little Doozy and little Shuangzi to read and write, and maybe even pass the imperial exams to become a high official. With books, she could also learn to read and better understand the world.
Chen Lei understood.
The child really loved books. This box of old books was meant to prop up a table leg. Many were discarded from other homes, from decades ago. Most were old editions with vertical writing and traditional Chinese characters, including early Hong Kong and Taiwan reprints of Tang poems, 3-character classic, 1,000-character text, and more. There were also old-style comic books. Chun Lei flipped through and took out all the comic books at once. Some were martial arts stories with fighting and some were romantic, but he warned not to let the children get the wrong idea. He weighed the remaining old books. They were 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms. This is 3 jin. If you want it, I'll sell it to you at the purchase price, not for free. Even this literacy king, I'll sell it to you for 3 yuan. Yaya nodded quickly, like a little chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes. She felt so lucky, so many books. Grandpa Fong would be thrilled to see them. 3 times 3, then add another 3. Before Yaya could figure out the math, Chun Lei gently pulled her over and pointed to the pile of things on the small cart. Look, Uncle has already packed the sulfur soap you wanted, 10 bars in total. There's also iodine solution. Later, Sister He Miao will help you label everything. I've also added cotton swabs and bandages. If you get a small cut or scratch, just clean it and put one on. It'll stop bleeding and heal faster. Yaya covered her mouth in amazement. Everything here was so wonderful. That little thing called a bandage, just stick it on, and the bleeding stops. It must have some kind of magic inside. The brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts here all seemed as kind as angels. Just then, He Miao came over with several small labels. She stuck them onto the iodine, cotton swabs, and alcohol that Chun Lei had prepared. Then she clapped her hands and gently reminded Yaya, I've labeled each box for you. Show them to your elders when you get home. If you run out of medicine or have an illness not listed on the labels, come find us. This uncle is here every day. She pointed to the back of the largest label. My phone number is written here. If there's an emergency, call me. I live nearby. Yaya listened carefully but wondered. What was a phone? She wanted to ask but held back. She had already been out for a long time and still needed to pay Uncle. If she delayed any longer, it would be too late. After He Miao finished her instructions, Yaya quickly looked up and asked, Uncle, how much is it in total? Chun Lei casually said, 30. Yaya looked at the big pile of soap, feeling something wasn't quite right. Tilting her head, she took out 3 10-yuan bills and handed them to Chun Lei, then pulled the small cart toward the door. She decided to let Grandpa Fong check the total later. If she hadn't paid enough, she would give Uncle the rest next time. Chun Lei glanced at the dark sky. He couldn't help worrying about a little girl walking home alone at night. How about I drive you home? He offered. He Miao nodded. Yes, let Uncle take you back. How did you get here? Yaya quickly waved her hands. No need, no need. My uncle brought me. He's over there buying something. We'll meet up soon. She pointed casually toward a corner. Chun Lei and He Miao exchanged a look. Something felt off. If her uncle had brought her, why wasn't he helping her buy the medicine? While feeling confused, I saw the little guy pulling a small cart. The wheels clattered on the steps, and then he ran away without a trace. When Yaya returned to Granny Lu's small earthen house, it was still drizzling outside. In the yard, the little wild chickens were clucking. Little Beans was leading Little Shovel to dig up some bugs at the wall to feed the chickens. Everyone else sat on the dry grass in the yard, weaving baskets from reed tips with quick fingers. Grandpa Wong's hands moved so fast that only a blur was visible, and the reed was very obedient in his hands. Usually, Gray's face looked dull, but now it seemed a little brighter. Yaya leaned out her head from the door frame, looking around. Her shiny black eyes scanned everyone, but didn't see Grandpa Village Chief's pink-flowered brown jacket. Grandpa Fong was there, wearing his old reading glasses, staring carefully at a planting chart. "Grandpa Fong," Yaya called out cheerfully. Everyone in the yard looked up at her. "Come quickly," Yaya waved her small hand, her face showing a bit of a secretive smile. Seeing her, Fan Taixing guessed she probably went to that magical place again. Not the market, but the 2-yuan shop that sold mirrors and soap. Could she have brought back paper and pens again? That's why she called him. He quickly folded the paper in his hand and put it into his pocket, then stepped into the house. Yaya stood by the small cart and opened a little box. "Grandpa Fong, come look." Inside the box were a white, slightly transparent bag and a red bag, both full. Fan Taixing recognized the red bag. Those were from the 2-yuan shop. "Went to the 2-yuan shop again? What did you buy, little one?" "So much?" Fan Taixing smiled, bending down to carry one bag in each hand. When he lifted the bags, something underneath was revealed. He froze suddenly, his old legs feeling weak. He leaned on the table, almost losing his balance. Inside, neatly stacked, were books. He shook his body a little, placed the 2 big bags on the table, and rubbed his eyes hard. Then he squatted down, trembling as he reached out, and gently picked up one book. It was a vertical edition of the 1,000-character classic. At first glance, it looked a lot like the books they had here. Fan Taixing carefully placed his reading glasses back on his nose, opened the cover, and was surprised to see the writing inside. Actually, it was their local script. The characters were neat and clear, written with steady strokes on smooth paper. Most importantly, the writing was proper and correct, the kind used for official exams and learning. The pages were slightly yellowed and the edges a bit curled, but in this village of Lotus, where even a complete old book was hard to find, it was a precious treasure. Fan Taixing held the book, gently rubbing the pages with his fingertips. His throat tightened, and a warm feeling filled his eyes. He had lived most of his life, never dreaming or hoping that he would own so many neat, clean books in his lifetime. He moved very carefully, taking out each book one by one. The more he looked, the more his heart trembled, and he felt like he was dreaming. "Grandpa Fong," Yaya's voice pulled him back from his happy, shocking dream. The little girl was clinging to her box, struggling to reach the brightest, most colorful book with a cute rabbit on the cover. She hugged it like a treasure, her eyes curved into sweet crescent moons. "This is a special book the shopkeeper uncle picked out for Yaya. It's called The Big Word King. Yaya will learn to read well, and then she'll be the Big Word King." Fan Taixing looked at the small girl holding the book, smiling happily with her eyes, then at the stacked books in the box. His heart felt both sour and warm, full of mixed feelings. "Grandpa will teach you to read carefully. You're the cutest and most amazing Big Word King in our village." Yaya covered her face with the book, shy but secretly smiling behind it. She was the greatest Big Word King. "Oh, Grandpa Fong, I also bought some medicine," she added shyly. Since seeing the books, Fan Taixing hadn't moved, his eyes fixed on them. Yaya thought of the village chief, her little brow furrowing seriously. Village chief's hand was cut badly. "I bought medicine for him. Fairy sister also gave me many other medicines, with little notes on them." Yaya wanted to deliver the medicine to the village chief, keep it safe, and when he got sick, he could give it to everyone for treatment. Medicine? Fan Taixing's attention finally shifted from the books. His eyes, still immersed in the scent of ink, slowly looked toward the 2 bulging bags Yaya pointed to. Medicine. This word, like a sudden thunderclap, exploded in his mind. Last year, the village's only old doctor was forcibly taken away by the authorities and never returned. Since then, the village has faced many hardships. Wounds festering, illnesses spreading, fires burning, and so on. Open wounds turned into large sores, a cold wind could be deadly, and high fever that wouldn't go down was like a death sentence. Fan Taixing's already shaky legs suddenly went weak. He grabbed the edge of the table with his thin, bony hand, veins bulging on the back. Seeing this, Yaya quickly helped him up and guided him to a chair. Fong Taixing took a deep breath, then tremblingly untied the semi-transparent bag that made a noise when touched. With a soft clatter, the bag revealed neat little boxes, small bottles, and bundles of medicine tied with thin cords, along with rolls of white cloth. Each item had a small paper label with big characters written on it, all laid out before him. Grandpa Fong, this is a little note that Sister He Miao gave to Yaya. Yaya tiptoed, pointing at the small notes. Sister said this medicine bundle needs to be boiled in water to drink. Sister He Miao wrote how much to drink each day on the note. After drinking it, the village chief's wound will heal. Fong Taixing looked over the notes, his hands trembling badly. He recognized many of the words on the labels, like erythromycin ointment, putty blue anti-inflammatory tablets, but he had no idea what they were for or how to use them. Fortunately, there were notes. The handwriting was large and clear, explaining how to use each medicine, what it was for, and the symptoms it matched, everything written plainly. Even someone like him, who had never seen these things before and didn't understand medicine, could understand at a glance. Fong Taixing touched each note, his old heart feeling a sharp blow, hot and sour, almost bursting with emotion. That girl named He Miao, how kind and gentle she must be to think of everything so carefully and thoroughly. Buddha bless. Heaven bless. Fong Taixing's lips trembled, unable to speak a complete sentence for a long time. Grandpa Fong, why are you crying?
Don't be sad.
If you get sick in the future, Yaya will help buy medicine for you. Yaya patted Grandpa Fong's back, thinking he was jealous that the village chief had medicine to take. Fong Taixing's fiery emotions were stirred by the little girl's words, and he almost couldn't breathe, coughing violently twice. Grandpa Fong, let's hurry and bring medicine to the village chief. We need gauze, ointment for wounds, and the pills. Sister said the pills help reduce salt in the body. Oh, and if the village chief has a fever, he needs to take them. Yaya doesn't remember the name of the medicine, and she doesn't understand those words. Why do you need to reduce salt when you're sick? Salt is good. It gives strength. But these things don't stop her from writing them down to tell others. Yaya is a bit anxious. The village chief must be in a lot of pain to not come over. We need to go quickly. Fong Taixing follows her instructions, finding each item and gathering them together. Outside, there are some light raindrops. He takes off his raincoat and puts it on, then lets Yaya hold the small bag of medicine. He hugs her close, carefully shielding her with the raincoat, and then hurriedly heads to the village chief's house. The rain falls at a slight angle. The people in the yard see Fong Taixing wearing his raincoat, holding Yaya tightly, and carrying a big bag. They ask curiously, "Old Fong, it's slippery in this rain. Where are you taking Yaya?" Fong Taixing keeps walking, watching the path carefully, to the village chief's house. Yaya brought some medicine for him. Medicine? You can still buy medicine there? Wow. Yaya is really lucky. Be careful in the rain. Walk slowly. Lao Papa, worried, follows and reminds him. Got it. They walk quickly over the wet, muddy ground to the village chief's house. Inside, the atmosphere is heavy, like a big stone pressing down. Grandma Lee is wrapped in two thick quilts. The bed is hot, with beads of sweat on her forehead. Her face is unusually red, but her lips are very pale. Her breathing is quick and heavy. She can't drink water or swallow porridge. She feels dizzy and barely hanging on, only one breath left. She has suffered all her life. Years of poor nutrition made her weak. Recently, the village was in a desperate situation. Lacking salt and food, her condition worsened. That night, she was blown by cold wind and soaked in rain. Plus, she was very nervous, and her body suddenly collapsed. The village chief stays by her bed, with red eyes, anxious and worried. He only remembers old methods. When she has a fever, she should sweat it out. But after a whole night of sweating, she didn't get better. Instead, she became more confused, and her fever got higher. There is no doctor in the village, and now everyone is praying to gods, but doesn't know which one to ask for help. Granny Lee half opened her eyes, her breath weak as a thread, yet she still tried to comfort him in a hoarse, gentle voice. Don't cry. Gosheng, I've lived long enough. It's been worth it. In the past, I worried every day about food, clothes, and taxes, afraid I'd starve to death in these mountains. But after following Yaya, I saw the village gain grain, salt, and a way to live. I've enjoyed some peaceful days. The bad people who wanted to harm us are all gone now. I can finally breathe easy. I've had enough in this life. Truly enough. She coughed a few times, her throat burning like it was cut by blades, yet she still struggled to give her last instructions. On the other side of the back hill, that woman who's still there. Make sure Huzi takes care of her. We can't let her ruin everyone's good life. After speaking, her eyelids grew heavy, and she slowly drifted into unconsciousness again. The village chief's tears fell silently onto the blanket as he choked back sobs. Just when he was sinking into despair, two familiar voices came from outside the courtyard gate. One old, one young, cutting through the light rain and reaching straight into the house. Li Gosheng, are you home? Grandpa Village Chief. The village chief froze. Why was Yaya here? It was raining. She mustn't catch a cold. He stood up to open the door and saw the two figures at the gate. He was about to step forward, but then thought of the sick room inside. If he went out and passed the illness to Yaya, that would be unforgivable. He instinctively stepped back into the house. What is it? He asked. Fong Taixing looked puzzled. What's going on? Why so secretive? You won't even open the door for us. As he spoke, he reached for the latch on the small gate. Don't come in. Stay outside. The village chief shouted sharply. Yaya jumped in fright. What was wrong with Grandpa Village Chief? All right, we won't come in, Fong Taixing said, frowning. But at least tell us what's happening. Don't scare the child. The village chief's throat moved as he swallowed hard. He glanced back into the room. Perhaps because the door was open and the air was flowing, Granny Li's breathing seemed a little steadier. Gui Xiang. She's burning with fever, hasn't eaten or drunk anything. She's barely conscious. The sickness in here is strong. It could spread to the child. Yaya is the blessing of our whole village. If anything happened to her, my life wouldn't be enough to make up for it. When he finished speaking, Fong Taixing froze for a moment, then slowly looked down at Yaya in his arms, and at the small bag she was holding. The rain continued to fall softly, and the world was quiet except for the sound of the rain. No one in the village knew about Grandma Li's matter except the village chief. Yaya didn't know either. It was just a coincidence, but a very lucky one. In an instant, a strange, trembling feeling ran from his feet to his head. Suddenly he believed. He believed that there are gods in this world, that the heavens are watching over them, protecting their village, Lotus Flower Village. Yaya was the savior they had waited for, after suffering for so long. Village chief, don't be afraid. Yaya brought medicine for fever. Quick, take it inside. Grandpa Fong will teach you how to take it. Give some to Grandma, and she won't be hot anymore. My sister said it works very well. Yaya's young voice rang at the door, full of care and concern. Yaya also brought medicine for your big cut on your hand, Grandpa Fong. Remember to teach the village chief how to use it too. Yes, I will teach him. Don't worry, I will do my best, Grandpa Fong, still stunned, quickly responded. He looked at the village chief at the door, who seemed struck by lightning, and shouted, What are you standing there for? Come and get the medicine. His heart was pounding wildly, almost jumping out of his chest. Suddenly, he snapped out of his shock, took out an old oil paper umbrella leaning against the door, and staggered out. Grandpa Fong, wearing reading glasses, examined the small boxes one by one. Yaya was left under the eaves of Grandma Wang's house, waiting patiently. There was acetaminophen, Yuzhen powder, fever patches, erythromycin ointment. He carefully read the words on each box, as if reading a foreign script. The small notes were clear. For example, the acetaminophen had a note, 1 tablet at a time. Do not take after the temperature drops. Use with fever patches. The village chief, holding an umbrella, stared eagerly at the small boxes in Grandpa Fong's hands from a distance of about an arm's length. Grandpa Fong didn't want to give everything at once, but he was illiterate and couldn't read most of the writing, especially the handwriting on the boxes. They looked at each other for a long time before he remembered what to do. Grandpa Fong first gave the urgent medicines to the village chief, keeping the others aside to avoid confusion. The village chief, with red eyes, took the medicine, and the oil paper umbrella tilted, rainwater seeping in and wetting his shoulders, but he didn't notice.
One piece at a time.
If it's not hot anymore, I can't eat it again. One packet at a time, with water to swallow. Stick it on the forehead. He kept repeating these words softly. Fong Taisheng carefully read the instructions on the note. The medicine needs to be taken with water, swallowed down the throat. Don't let it get stuck and don't take too much, just one piece. Once the temperature drops, it will be fine. The village chief nodded repeatedly, tears welling up in his eyes, holding back from crying. I remember. I understand. He then looked at Yaya, waiting quietly under the eaves not far away. The little girl was obediently leaning against the wall, her nose slightly red from the wind, just watching him with clear, bright eyes. He clenched the medicine tightly in his hand, then slowly bent down and bowed deeply to Yaya under the eaves. Then he dared not delay any longer. He turned around quickly and ran into the house. Grandma Li was still lying drowsily on the Kong, covered tightly with 2 blankets. Her face was flushed and looked very red, and her breathing was rapid and irregular. The village chief's hands trembled badly. He first took out a red box and opened it, revealing a small silver tablet inside. The back was covered with tiny white grains enclosed in a transparent shell. He pressed on it with his finger, but couldn't open it. He looked at the silver side, trying to pry it with his fingernail. To his surprise, the silver paper cracked easily. He hurriedly took out a piece and examined the white medicine. It looked completely unfamiliar. Such a tiny pill, could it really work? He leaned in to smell it. There was a strange, slightly bitter smell. Seeing his wife's painful face, the village chief believed in Yaya and her luck. He clenched his teeth, then got up and poured half a bowl of warm water. Guixiang. Guixiang, we have medicine now. The medicine Yaya brought. It will make her better. He gently lifted his wife's head, carefully placing the pill into her mouth, then slowly fed her water. Li Posi's throat moved, and she swallowed it down. Next, he took out a cooling patch, following Fong Tiesheng's instructions, tearing open the package and gently sticking it on her forehead. A cool sensation spread across her forehead, and Li Posi's eyebrows twitched slightly. The village chief squatted by the Kong, clutching her thin, frail hand tightly, staring at her without blinking. Every second felt like a year. Outside the door, the rain was still falling softly. Yaya was placed under Grandma Wang's eaves, and Fong Taisheng stayed by her side. They didn't leave. They just waited quietly, hoping to hear some good news from inside the house. Yaya rested her chin on her small hands and counted the little blades of grass by the village chief's gate. 1, 2. Not far away, a tall figure hurried over.
It was Hunter Zhao.
He held a handful of herbs he had just found after searching through his things. Uncle Zhao. Zhao, who stopped in his tracks and saw the 2 figures, one big and one small, waiting under the eaves of the Wang family's house. Uncle Taisheng, Yaya, why are you 2 here? It's still raining. Fong Taisheng noticed the herbs in Hunter Zhao's hand, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed there was something the few of them were keeping from the others. He thought of that flash of light on the mountain road the other night. It must have meant something had happened up there.
But he didn't ask.
He just sighed softly and explained briefly. Yaya saw the village chief cut his hand, so she went to find herbs to help. On the way, she met Granny Li, who had a fever and was barely conscious. The village chief didn't let the child go inside, afraid she might catch it. Luckily, Yaya had brought extra herbs, including some for fever. She gave them to Granny Li. Now we're waiting to see if they work. I told her we'd hear news soon enough, but Yaya didn't want to leave. She said she wanted to wait. Zhao, who looked down at the little girl in her big raincoat, stepped forward to shield her from the wind and stood beside her. The rain's cold. Don't catch a chill. I'll wait with you. So the 3 of them stood quietly under the eaves, waiting for uncertain news from the courtyard. The rain grew gentle and finally stopped. The wind seemed to rest too. The sun peeked shyly from behind the clouds, spilling a soft light that shimmered in the puddles by the road. From the village chief's house across the way came a faint sound. The heavy wooden door creaked open just a little. The village chief poked his head out, relief and joy on his face. Seeing no one at the gate, he carried out a basin of used warm water to pour away. As he stepped into the yard, he glanced toward the eaves where Yaya had been waiting, and froze. The rain had stopped, and the soft light fell just right, shining on the three figures, tall and small, standing quietly under the eaves. Fong Taixing stood on the far left, Zhao Hu was in front on the right, and in the middle, a small figure was curled up, wearing a large raincoat that only revealed a tiny, pointed chin, quietly standing there. The village chief's heart suddenly felt tight, and a mix of feelings flooded over him: warmth, sadness, and deep care. He hadn't spoken yet when the raincoat moved. Yaya lifted the brim of her hat slightly and gently waved at him. "Grandpa Village Chief, is the medicine I brought useful? Did you give it to Grandma Li? Is she feeling better?" Fong Taixing and Zhao Hu looked over at the same time, their eyes showing concern and tension. The village chief was momentarily stunned. He blinked hard, trying to hold back the hot, sour tears. His face relaxed, and his voice was bright. "Yes. Yes. The fever has gone down. The medicine I brought is very effective. Grandma is feeling much better now. I was just about to go get some hot porridge for her." He waved his hand, both annoyed and amused. "That wife of mine, she said I gave her too much cover, pressing down on her so she couldn't breathe. She even pulled off a blanket herself. If she wasn't feeling better, she wouldn't have the strength to scold me." Hearing this, Yaya's eyes curved into little crescent moons, and her face broke into a sweet smile. Her little heart quietly settled. Sister Meow definitely wouldn't be wrong. The medicine she chose must be the best. "All right, we're relieved now. It's time to go back," Fong Taixing said cheerfully, patting his numb calf. Zhao Hu bent down and picked Yaya up in one smooth motion. "Let's go. Uncle will take you home." "Wait. I haven't asked Grandpa Village Chief if the medicine is ready to take and whether that big cut is covered with that umbrella thing. The pharmacy lady said if not treated in time, it might get feverish." Yaya patted Zhao Hu's back, her face serious like a little doctor. "What umbrella? What cut?" Zhao Hu looked confused. Fong Taixing raised his voice, teasing in his tone. "Listen up, you little rascal. Hurry up and boil that medicine. Remember to apply the jade true powder and wash the wound with that alcohol stuff. If you don't, when your wife gets better, she'll scold you. Then the old guys like us will have a good laugh at your expense." The village chief was almost moved to tears by these words. He turned around with a basin in his hands. Got it, got it. Do I look like I don't know what's important? Soon, I will cook the medicine with the porridge. Don't worry, I won't give you the chance to see me make a fool of myself." He quickly ran into the house and closed the door. As soon as he entered, he turned around and saw Grandma Li leaning against the bed, smiling warmly at him. The cheerful mood he had outside suddenly faded. His eyes welled up with tears, and after holding them back for a long time, tears fell onto his clothes. "Old man, why are you crying?" Grandma Li's voice was a little hoarse. She gently patted his hand. When she spoke, her own eyes also became moist. He could hear the sounds outside. The two of them just looked at each other, neither saying a word, but both understanding what the other felt. "It's really good. Everything is fine." When Zhao Hu and Fong Taixing took Yaya back to Granny Lu's big yard, it was mealtime. The warm aroma of cooked food drifted through the air, filling the yard. They had prepared a special spot in the yard with ash and dry grass to hold the rush baskets, which was now full. Most of the baskets were handmade by villagers at home. Some had small handles like little pails, others had square frames with little ears on the sides, and some looked like flat boxes. There were round, square, tall, and short baskets all together. Grandpa Wang even made a few with handles shaped like little animal ears, which looked very cute. Most baskets were simple, made from natural grass and wood, clean and plain. Everyone in the yard stopped their weaving work, except Grandpa Wang, who sat cross-legged on the ground, still trying to weave. Old man, you can't delay eating just because of this. Your hands are red from working so much, but you keep going, Grandma Wong scolded gently. Grandpa Wong twisted his body without looking up. Wait a bit, I'll finish this pattern first. Grandma Wong had no choice but to go prepare the meal. When Granny Lu saw the three of them return, she hurried to greet them. How is it? Did you deliver the medicine? Did it work? Why didn't the village chief and sisterly come with you? Fong Taisheng took a breath, still feeling a bit relieved. Yes, we delivered it. It works very well. Grandma Li caught a cold and was very sick, but luckily Yaya bought some medicine to reduce the fever. In just 15 minutes, she was feeling better. We've never seen such effective medicine before. It's small, and you don't even need to boil it. Just swallow it. Grandma Li had just recovered, and the village chief was still guarding her. Once she was better, she would come out naturally. This time, we really owe a lot to Yaya, who saved a life with her strong will. Far Taisheng's words made the villagers gather around him. His words made their hearts race up and down. Yaya brought many medicines. She even recognized a fairy-like sister who helped label the medicines with notes about the illnesses and dosages. She is very careful. There is medicine even for diarrhea. Is it really effective? That must be a high fever. That place must be inhabited by fairies. One fairy pill made the illness go away. In the future, the village will have more protection. Yaya also recognizes that fairy sister. Yaya slid down from Uncle Zhao's arms, showing her small teeth in a smile. Sister Grain Seed is a fairy, right? She is beautiful, gentle, and smells nice. Little Bean stood quietly nearby. In his eyes, Sister Yaya is the real fairy. Yaya's gaze shifted and met Little Bean's. Her eyes fell on his rough hemp pants, barely visible under the padded jacket. Suddenly, she remembered something. She grabbed Grandpa Fong's pant leg and pulled Little Bean up. Grandpa Fong, please look for it. Little Bean fell earlier, and his wound was nasty and didn't heal. Now we have medicine. Little Bean was pulled along, walking into the house without resistance. Far Taisheng was stunned for a moment. He remembered Little Bean's injury, but with busy days and many things to do, he had forgotten. Poor children from poor families are tough. They fall and bump but just bear it, waiting for it to heal slowly. Grandpa Li and Grandma Li heard this and became anxious, stomping their feet and waving their hands.
No, no.
Such a small wound doesn't need such precious medicine. That is life-saving stuff. We can't waste it on a child. Yaya refused to listen. Her short legs moved quickly as she pulled the person into the house. The table with medicines and books was still arranged as before. Little Bean was stunned when he saw the books as soon as he entered. Books. There are so many books. Far Taisheng placed Little Bean on a chair and started searching in a plastic bag. Yaya smiled and climbed onto the Kong bed, waiting. Sure enough, there was a note explaining how to treat common bumps and wounds. At the door of the small hut, a crowd gathered, curious to see what this fairy medicine looked like and how it was used to treat injuries. But what first caught everyone's attention was not the medicine, but the neatly arranged books spread out on half a small table. The village hadn't seen so many books in years, and for a moment, everyone seemed to breathe a little easier. Fong Taisheng adjusted his glasses and prepared the steps and medicines carefully. Little Dizzy blushed and slowly pulled his coat around his waist, revealing his rough hemp trousers, rolling up the cuffs. The old scar on his knee was visible. A few days ago, lacking salt and not eating enough, the wound hadn't healed, and the edges were slightly infected. Seeing it was heartbreaking. Now that he was well-fed and had enough salt, the edges no longer turned black and necrotic, and new pink flesh was slowly growing. Yaya's small eyebrows furrowed tightly, looking more distressed than the village chief's wound. Was Little Dizzy a bit slow? He didn't cry out even when it hurt so much. Just as a thought popped into his little mind, he heard Little Dizzy cry out, "Wah!" in pain, sounding like a pig being slaughtered, tears streaming down his face. Pain, pain. It hurts so much, Wah. I can't stand it. Fong Taisheng followed the instructions on the small paper note, found a small bottle of saline, some gauze, cotton swabs, and a tube of ointment that looked like toothpaste. After rinsing with saline, he dipped a cotton swab into the yellowish medicine and carefully applied it to little Dizzy's wound, removing dead tissue. As soon as he touched the wound, the child cried out loudly. Grandpa Lee and Grandma Lee watched from outside, their hearts breaking. "It's all our fault for being careless." Little Dizzy didn't make a sound, and we thought it was nothing serious. Outside, Aunt Lynn grabbed a spatula and came over. The meal was ready, so why was everyone here? Just as she reached the door, she heard little Dizzy's heart-wrenching cry from inside. She paused, hurriedly squeezed in. Everyone in the room was gathered around, feeling both heartache and sighs. Fong Taisheng carefully applied the ointment, wrapped the wound with a clean cloth. Little Dizzy was still sniffling and sobbing. He secretly looked at Yaya, then touched his swollen knee, suddenly feeling that it didn't hurt as much anymore. "Time to eat," Aunt Lynn called out. Everyone finally came back to their senses. Little Dizzy was helped by his grandparents, limping to the table and sitting quietly, gently protecting his neatly wrapped knee. The cloth was whiter than his favorite white socks, clean and soft, covering almost half of his leg. Fong Taisheng gently tidied up the medicine and books. The neatly arranged books on the table lay quietly, like a house full of silent hopes. The book ratings are in. Thank you all for your reviews. If you haven't rated yet, please leave a comment and add to the bookshelf. Thanks. In the middle of the table was still the stew that Yaya had ordered, a big bowl full. A few days ago, Zhao the hunter brought small fish and snails that had spit out mud, and they were also placed on the table. But the village had few seasonings left, only a few pieces of ginger and some simple oil, salt, and soy sauce that Yaya brought back. The fishy smell was strong, and the taste was not very good. They also cut up some marinated meat and small sausages, steaming them with plain rice. Without vegetables, they could still eat a big bowl. The villagers didn't mind what they ate. Any food was good. Even the tough meat was still meat. There was no food left on the table. Everyone ate happily, their bellies round and full. After eating, everyone helped clean the yard and picked out baskets to bring to Yaya. They didn't take many. The baskets took up space, so Auntie said they should take 2. The villagers were worried it might tire Yaya out to carry too many. They only chose 1 style of each. The big baskets fit inside the small ones. When the lid of the small cart was opened, they stacked them inside. There were about 10 in total. Grandpa Wang's small basket style was also included. Yaya loved the smooth, polished little basket. Grandpa Wang, who couldn't see, could still weave such clever little baskets. The sky was gradually turning dark, and it looked like it might rain. Grandpa Fong and Grandma Fong helped each other slowly walk home, passing by the vegetable garden. Just a quick glance, and suddenly they stopped. In the vegetable garden, tiny, tender green sprouts had already sprouted, dotted all over. They glistened with water droplets, bright and shiny, lush and green. Grandma Fong couldn't help but smile, feeling warm inside. The vegetables had sprouted. People in the yard hadn't completely left yet. Grandpa Fong was teaching the 3 children to write and recognize characters. Aunt Lynn planned to wait until it was dark to give the children a bowl of hot noodles. After eating, they would go back to rest. Grandpa Fong first carefully taught Xiao Dizzy to read the beginning of the 1,000-character classic several times. Heaven and earth are mysterious and yellow. The universe is vast and ancient. The sun and moon wax and wane. The stars and constellations are arranged in the sky. Cold weather comes, hot weather goes, autumn harvests, winter stores. Intercalary months add days to make a full year, and the tuning of the musical notes adjusts the balance of yin and yang. Little Beans nods his head and repeats these words. Grandpa Fong waits until he remembers, then carefully explains their meaning. These lines mean that the sky is dark blue, the earth is yellow, and the universe was formed from chaos. Yaya listens attentively, her ears perked up. She can recite it too. After explaining, Grandpa Fong makes sure Little Beans understands before letting him practice writing by himself. Then he picks up the book The Great Literacy King and teaches Yaya slowly, 1 character at a time. Little Xuan also likes this colorful book. The first page shows a little friend wearing a small hat with a big character, I, on top. The book is really well made, with pictures and big words, so children can understand easily. Little Xuan looks at it for a while. Seeing Yaya and Grandpa Fong whispering and pointing at the pages, he loses patience. He sits aside, pinching some clay, as if he wants to build a tiny stove. One stroke here, one line there, and time quietly slips into the evening. When night fully falls and everyone leaves, Yaya pushes her small cart filled with baskets to Granny Lu. She gently waves her hand. Suddenly, the girl disappears from sight. Unlike the moist air after rain in Lotus Flower Village, the morning market here is dry and fresh, filled with the smell of cooked food and warm air. Yaya steadies her small cart and stands across the street under a red canopy. Auntie, wearing a bright red apron, looks healthier than before. What a coincidence, little boss. Good morning. A lively greeting floats over before she even lifts her foot. Yaya looks up and recognizes the grandma who wanted to buy a basket yesterday. She immediately smiles brightly and cheerfully greets, "Good morning, Grandma. I brought you a basket. My mother-in-law and the villagers made many styles. Take a look. Over there." Chao Xiulian sees the commotion and immediately spots Yaya. She waves happily. Yaya is here. Come over, over here." Wang Guifin, realizing that stopping the little boss isn't appropriate, helps push the cart and leads the children to Chao Xiulian's sugar cake stall. Chao Xiulian had already laid out plastic sheets. She saw Yaya's small cart with its lid open, stacked high, with various baskets. "Oh, these are really well made," she said. She helped Yaya take apart the baskets that were nested together and neatly place them on the plastic sheet. Wang Guifin looked at the first basket she picked up, the smallest one on top, about the size of a palm. Before Chao Xiulian could put it down, she snatched it quickly. "Oh, this one is perfect for garlic and ginger. Too bad there's only one." She felt around and found the round, plump little basket with a small handle. She thought it would be great to hang it up with a hook at home. She looked closer and saw there were 12 baskets, each different in style and size, all neatly arranged on the plastic sheet. Yaya handed 2 baskets with small grass rope tags to Wang Guifin. "Grandma, these are the baskets your daughter-in-law made yesterday." Lu Popo was worried Yaya might get confused, so she tied a rope to mark them. Wang Guifin happily took the 2 baskets. She also put the smallest one inside another basket. She looked at the others, especially the biggest one, which was also nice. That one had 2 wide handles, woven with dark and light rushes, and a faint vintage pattern around the edge. It looked sturdy and nice. "This big one can be used as a laundry basket." "Perfect," she said, liking it more and more. "Little boss, how much for these?" "I'll take these 5, Wang Guifin said, casually grabbing a square basket. Yaya scratched her head, a little confused. She looked at Chao Xiulian with big, round eyes, asking for help. "Auntie, how much should I sell them for?" Chao Xiulian was also a bit surprised. She didn't really know the market price for these handmade baskets, but she knew handmade items took time and effort, so they shouldn't be sold cheaply. They had agreed on 25 yuan for 2 baskets. The smallest one, maybe 10 yuan? At least 8 yuan, no less. The square basket probably also 25, since it took about the same work. As for the biggest, with a 2-tone color and pattern, it should be priced at least double. Before she could decide on the prices, a few customers approached. Someone recognized Yaya immediately and quickened their steps. "Hey, isn't that the little girl who sold vegetables last time? Do you have more vegetables today?" When they got closer, they saw all the baskets were empty. Some were disappointed, but their eyes were drawn back to the delicate little baskets, and they couldn't help but be interested again. I crouched down and looked carefully. The basket was handmade with a simple, old-fashioned look. "Hey, why are you selling baskets now? No one guessed it yet for all. Leave a comment with your guess for a bonus. That small basket is really nice. How much is it?" "Sister, can I take a look at the small garlic basket you're holding?" Someone was interested in the garlic basket that Wang Guifin was holding. Wang Guifin happily showed it to everyone. Her stall was truly a treasure spot. She always managed to get good things first. Chao Xiulian thought for a moment and smiled as she announced the prices. A medium-sized vegetable basket was 25 yuan each, a small garlic basket 10 yuan, a large two-tone basket 50 yuan, a square basket 40 yuan, and the animal ear-shaped baskets, depending on size, were 60 or 80 yuan. The others were priced similarly. After announcing the prices, everyone agreed they were fair. Each person bought a basket, and soon, the 11 remaining baskets were sold out. Yaya watched how quickly the baskets sold and felt very happy. 2 cents for a basket, and it could sell for so much here. The smallest basket ORPHAN had was very popular and many people wanted it. Chao Shulian counted the money and told Yaya to bring more next time. Yaya held a bunch of small bills and Chao Shulian helped her count, totaling 350 yuan. She carefully folded the money and put it into her small purse, pressing it gently. Her face was full of happiness. The baskets were all sold out, but luckily, the aunts and older women who bought from Yaya before were still willing to buy more. "Little boss, when will you sell wild vegetables again?" "We're all waiting." Yaya raised her small face and thought carefully. "Yesterday, it rained all night in the village, and it rained during the day too. Once the rain stops, my grandma said she'll go up the mountain to look around. Maybe she can find some mushrooms." Everyone's eyes lit up, and they nodded happily. "Oh, that's great. Wild vegetables smell so good, and wild mountain mushrooms must be fresh, right?" No matter what, she had to come and look every day. When everyone left, Chao Shulian was busy frying sugar cakes. Yaya folded the plastic cloth and picked it up, then gave it to her aunt. "Thank you, Auntie. I'm going to buy some things for Grandma and the other women." Yaya patted her small, bulging purse. Today, she earned 3 red tickets again. One of them was from Granny Lu, who earned 50 yuan. Granny Lu quickly earned enough for 5 jackets. She was amazing. However, the most impressive was Grandpa Wang, who earned half of everything. "All right, be careful on the road, and keep an eye on your small bag," Chao Shulian said as she handed a freshly made sugar cake to a customer, always reminding them kindly. Since this young girl arrived, her stall's business seemed to improve a lot. Yaya pushed her small cart happily along the street in the morning market. Beyond the fragrant breakfast stall area was the section selling fresh vegetables and meat. She had already bought delicious egg cakes and sausages last time, so now Yaya didn't pay much attention to the smell. She remembered Aunt Lin was muttering during lunch about how the village had run out of ginger and fermented beans. Without ginger, it's hard to hide the meat smell, so she pushed her cart straight to the vegetable and meat area. As she entered, her eyes were filled with red and green colors. There were big piles of Chinese cabbage, tiny green vegetables with water droplets, and some sharp-smelling vegetables with long stalks. There were also long, slender green vegetables, some plump shiny purple fruits, and small pointed fruits, all separated into piles of red and green. Most of these Yaya didn't recognize, but she was curious, looking around. Vegetables from the wild were so expensive. These must not be cheap. She couldn't spend money carelessly. After searching for a while, she finally saw a small stall in a corner. An uncle in a bright red coat was squatting on the ground, with a big pile of things in front of him. The most noticeable was a tall heap of yellowish ginger. There was also a sign in the ginger pile that said 3 yuan per jean. All the words Yaya recognized. She covered her mouth, thinking that ginger was such a rare item. In the village, they only used a little when boiling meat or when someone caught a cold. They would grind it into powder to save. Aunt Lin had also tried growing some ginger, but it was delicate, afraid of cold, floods, expensive to grow, and hard to take care of. After half a year of tending, she only dug out a few pieces. She didn't expect to find so much here, and it was only 3 yuan per jean. Could the uncle have written the wrong price? Yaya pushed her cart forward a few steps, squatted in front of the stall, and softly asked, "Uncle, did you write the wrong price on the sign?" The uncle in the red coat was busy sorting vegetables. When he heard the sweet, childish voice, he looked up and saw a little girl in a pale yellow cotton coat. He immediately smiled, his face full of wrinkles. "No, I didn't write it wrong. It's 3 yuan. Ginger is more expensive in cold weather, but not enough to scare people. Are you here to buy for your family?" Our prices here are more affordable than those in the supermarket. Supermarket? That's a new word for me. Yaya stared at a piece of ginger about the size of her palm. After thinking for a moment, since Uncle didn't make a mistake, she decided to be bold. With a confident wave of her little hand, she said, "Uncle, help me pick 5 Jean." The stall owner, Uncle with a bright red jacket, suddenly pulled his neck back, even squeezing out his double chin, and said with a mix of laughter and surprise, "5 Jean? Little kid, you're buying a lot. Ginger keeps well, but will your family finish it? Don't get in trouble when you go home." Yaya tilted her head, looking very serious, and nodded confidently. "We will finish it. There are 21 of us." 21? Uncle's eyes widened in surprise. Then he smiled happily. "Wow, so many people. Your family is big and lively. That's great." He laughed and took out a red plastic bag to help Yaya pick sturdy, full ginger pieces. Yaya's little eyes also didn't rest. She curiously squatted in front of the stall, looking at other vegetables. Besides ginger, there were no prices marked, and she didn't recognize the others. "Uncle, what is this?" "This is a vegetable stall. Why are you selling fruit too?" Yaya pointed at a small pile of round, red fruits with green leaves, and asked. Uncle looked at her small hand and smiled. "That's a persimmon. You can cook with it or eat it as fruit. It's delicious scrambled with eggs, sweet and sour, very fragrant. You can also wash it and bite into it directly. It's ripe, soft, and juicy. Such a magical fruit." Yaya tentatively reached out and sniffed one, but couldn't smell anything special. But from Uncle's description, it can be cooked with eggs, tastes sweet and sour, and sounds delicious. Her little mouth couldn't help but lick her lips. Maybe she should take some home to try? "How much are these persimmons?" "Same price, 3 yuan per jean. Should I pack 2 for you to try? 2 can make a big plate. If you like it, come back for more." Seeing Yaya nod, Uncle picked out 2 bright, firm ones. She still looked eager, so he pointed to a long, purple, shiny thing nearby. "Little kid, do you know what this is?" Yaya shook her head like a rattle. "No." The thing was shiny purple, long and round, with a smooth surface. "Is this also a vegetable?" "This is eggplant. It's tasty whether you stew it or fry it. Soft and absorbing flavors. When stir-fried with meat, it's even more flavorful, and you can taste the meat aroma." The stall owner, Uncle, noticed that this little customer had a special trait. Whenever he mentioned a flavor, he would think it smelled good and want to buy it. Yaya swallowed hard, eyes full of surprise. "So amazing! You can actually taste the meat flavor. This big one only costs a yuan. It's cheap," the stall owner said confidently. "1 for me too." Uncle's face wrinkled into a bigger smile. The little kid was holding a small bag. Finally, he weighed out some items for Yaya. 2 tomatoes, a big eggplant, and 5 jean of ginger, totaling 19 yuan. He helped put everything into Yaya's small cart, then sat back on a little stool, feeling happy about the good start. Yaya held the handle of the cart, thought for a moment, then tilted her head and asked Uncle, "Uncle, do you know where I can buy fermented black beans?" Worried that Uncle might not know what fermented black beans are, she used her small hand to point. "It's that kind of black, small beans, 1 by 1. You're asking about fermented black beans? Sure, go that way, about 50 meters. There's a spice stall with a blue and white jar. Inside, it's full of fermented black beans. They've been making them for decades, and the beans are big and full." Uncle smiled and pointed in a direction. "Thank you, Uncle." After thanking him, Yaya pushed her cart toward the direction he indicated. The blue and white jar. She saw it. Yaya quickened her steps. As she got closer, a strong, spicy, fragrant, and slightly bitter smell drifted over first. It was a mix of spicy, numbing, fragrant, and astringent scents, all rushing into her nose, making her nose itch. The stall was built with wooden planks, packed full, covered with snakeskin cloth, with various spices arranged separately. There were big boxes filled with shiny, white sugar blocks and small open bags with fine white powder. Other big boxes held dried bark, some with small, dried red berries in bunches. There was also a fruit that looked like a small flower, brown with tiny pointed tips. Bundles of dried leaves, smelling bitter and strong, were piled high. Various powders in red, yellow, and brown were carefully grouped into small heaps, colorful and lively. The most eye-catching thing was the large blue and white jar in the middle of the stall. Its wide opening looked a bit old, just like the jar Uncle Hongpao mentioned. Mimi pulled her small cart to the stall. The pile of red powder there was unknown, spicy and strong-smelling. Mimi's nose itched, so she quickly turned away. Achoo! Her loud, sudden sneeze surprised even herself. She rubbed her nose and moved aside, staying a little farther from the red powder. Then she looked up at the old man running the stall. "Grandpa, is this jar filled with fermented beans?" At first, the old man hadn't seen her. He stood up and looked down, noticing a small girl with 2 ponytails and big round eyes standing in front of the stall. "Yes, that's authentic fermented beans, very fragrant." The jar was placed high, so Mimi tiptoed to see inside. Seeing her struggle, the old man smiled. He reached for a small wooden scoop, dipped it into a blue and white jar, and revealed shiny, plump fermented beans that looked glossy and fresh, with a rich aroma. "Little girl, do you know about fermented beans?" "Smell this," he said, beckoning her over. Mimi carefully leaned in and took a gentle sniff. A strong, savory bean scent mixed with saltiness filled her nose. It smelled so good. That's it. She was very familiar with this smell. In her village, poor families didn't have many good dishes. They used little oil, and even less meat. Sometimes, they ate a few coarse cakes with some porridge, and just a few fermented beans sprinkled on top made the dry, hard cakes taste much better and made her swallow more easily. Also, the beans the old man had looked big and round. The best kind of beans. They were very generous here, unlike her village, where good beans were saved to exchange for money. Only small, broken, shriveled beans were used to make fermented beans. "Grandpa, I want to buy this." "How much do you want?" the old man asked with a smile. He reached for a clear plastic bucket, unscrewed the lid, and prepared to fill it with fermented beans. Mimi stared at the transparent round jar in his hand. It was the same kind of jar she liked, see-through and good quality. Last time, she brought home some sweet water in a similar clear jar. Granny Lu had washed it clean, and now it was locked in the kitchen cupboard. "Grandpa, is this jar expensive?" Mimi asked softly. If it was too costly, she would just buy a smaller bag. The old man chuckled and waved his hand. "What's expensive about this?" "It's just a plastic jar, no cost." Mimi felt relieved and carefully looked at the size of the jar. "I want it full." The stall owner, Grandpa, smiled and carefully filled her container, weighing it to be 1.5 jin. He screwed on a bright yellow lid with a small handle, making it easy to carry. This fermented bean paste was homemade, of high quality, with large grains and a strong aroma. It was a bit more expensive than others. 1.5 jin cost 14 yuan altogether. Yaya counted out 4 10-yuan bills and handed them over. Grandpa placed the small jar on Yaya's little cart cover and, seeing her pulling the cart, asked casually, "Would you like to buy something else?" "Star anise, cinnamon, chili powder. We have everything. It makes cooking smell really good." Yaya looked in the direction Grandpa pointed. She wondered if these old tree bark and dried leaves could also be used in cooking. Then she thought about how wild vegetables in her village were in high demand here, so maybe these tree bark and leaves could also be sold for money. She tilted her head up, curious, and asked, "Grandpa, how do you cook with these dried tree bark and leaves? Are they expensive?" Grandpa, who was free since no one was at his stall, patiently explained, "This isn't ordinary tree bark. It's called cinnamon. The dried leaves are called fragrant leaves, and the ones that look like little flowers are star anise. When making stewed ribs, chicken, or braised dishes, adding a little of these makes it very fragrant. They're also used in marinating meat." Yaya hadn't tasted dishes with star anise or cinnamon yet, but as soon as he mentioned marinated meat, she understood the flavor. She realized that the complex, tempting aroma came from these strange tree bark and leaves. No wonder Aunt Lynn's meat dishes never had that special smell. Worried that her little girl might not understand, Grandpa kindly reminded her, "Do you have these at home? If you do, you don't need to buy more. These last a long time and are only used to add flavor when cooking meat or braised dishes." "No, we don't have these at home," Yaya said, frowning and tugging at her clothes, looking unsure whether to buy or not. How about I give you 5 yuan worth? You can ask the grown-ups to try cooking with them at home. 5 yuan. Strange tree bark and leaves that could make meat taste like marinated dishes. Yaya decided to go ahead. She nodded her small head and said, Okay. Thank you, Grandpa, for giving me 5 yuan. Grandpa packed her a small set of 6 common ingredients: star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, fragrant leaves, fennel, and white angelica. Wrapped in a clear small bag, with a glue strip sealed, placed on Yaya's outstretched little hand. It feels light and weightless. Yaya held it and sniffed. Even through the bag, she could smell a complex aroma. She put this small packet of spices into her little cart, paid the money, noted the stall's location, and continued walking further back. She wasn't sure if the lady selling reading glasses was still there.
She wanted to buy a few more pairs.
The village elders and grandmas are now busy weaving baskets. The reading glasses are very useful, but unfortunately, there's only 1 pair. Only the most delicate parts are worn by different people for a while. When she reached the place where the lady used to set up her stall, Yaya looked around both sides. It was empty. The lady's small cart and cardboard boxes were gone. Yaya's little mouth pressed into a slight pout, feeling a bit disappointed. Oh well, she thought. She should have bought more last time. There's nothing she can do now, so she can only wait until tomorrow. Maybe the lady will come back then. Oh, right. She remembered the 2 yuan shop she visited during the day. She thinks she saw similar items there. When she wakes up tomorrow, she plans to go ask. Yaya looked up at the sky, quickening her steps a little. She still wanted to check if there were any firecrackers in the back. The grocery area of the morning market is usually less lively than the food section. Fewer people are around. Clearance sale. Jackets on clearance. Discontinued sizes on clearance. 10 yuan each. The familiar loudspeaker voice drifted from afar. Yaya put her hand on her forehead, her eyes brightening. She recognized someone. It's the brother who sold flower jackets last time. She pushed her cart and walked over. The young man was sitting cross-legged, watching short videos. When he looked up, he saw the little girl who had helped him clear out a bunch of goods last time. She was staring eagerly at a bunch of cotton pants hanging beside his stall. The young man immediately felt happy. Hey, I prayed to the god of wealth before leaving home today, and it looks like he answered my prayer. He quietly took out a few yellow coral fleece pants from under his box at his feet, quickly hung them up, and then smiled warmly, greeting. Little girl, you're back again? Good morning, brother. Yaya cheerfully greeted him, still staring at the pants. The small flowers on the pants were crowded together, pink, yellow, and purple, like a tiny spring garden woven into the dark blue fabric. It looked lively and pretty. How much are these pants? Are they also 10 yuan? She squatted on the ground, touching the hem of her pants with her small hand. The outside of the pants is lined with padded material, but inside they are made of soft brown fleece, very thick and warm to the touch. The young man saw how much she liked them and took off a pair of pants. Are the jackets I bought last time comfortable? Do Grandpa and Grandma like them? Yaya nodded her head like a little chick pecking at rice. I love them. Everyone wears them every day. That's good to hear. The young man smiled. He reached out and tugged at the waistband of the cotton pants. Are these cotton pants also bought in a pack of 20? The elastic waist cotton pants, 20 in a pack, with a 10% discount, just 9 yuan each. As he spoke, he gently pulled, and the waistband expanded with a sh sound, then snapped back when he loosened his grip. The stretch is really good. They can fit from 80 to 140 jean. Yaya's eyes widened in amazement. Such amazing pants. It was like magic. She looked down at her rough hemp pants, which her aunt had bought for her. She hadn't even had a chance to wear them yet. She couldn't wear them at night, and during the day she was busy buying medicine for Grandpa Village Chief, so she forgot she even had new pants. So that's how powerful these pants are. Unlike her rough hemp pants, which are tied with cloth strips, when she wears a thick jacket, she can't even see the belt, making it hard to go to the bathroom. I want these pants. Yaya nodded eagerly like a little chick pecking rice, only concerned about the quantity. These long pants could even fit Little Nut and Little Beans. They definitely couldn't. Brother, do they have such colorful pants for little kids to wear? The young man's mouth twitched again. The little god of wealth always surprises people. Who would make such colorful patterns for children's clothes? No merchant would be so daring. No, but you can buy one and have your grandma help you turn it into 2 smaller pairs, the elderly person said. Children's cotton pants are made large, so it's easy to alter. Yaya gestured with her hands, seeming to think it might work. Then I'll take 20 pairs. Yaya wanted to say 19, but remembered what her brother just said. Buy 20 and each costs 9 yuan. One less pair would save a yuan, so 20 pairs save 20 yuan. That's much better than 19. The young man couldn't stop smiling. Another big order of 20 pairs. He waved the coral fleece pants he just bought. Would you like to see this one again? This isn't very thick and it's about to get hot, so this will be just right. It's the only one with this pattern. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 5 yuan. A bright yellow color immediately caught Yaya's eye. Her dark, shiny pupils reflected the bright yellow. Wow. Yaya was completely drawn in by the bright yellow. So beautiful. Thanks to Yi Jianshenming for the rapid update and support. The young man was holding bright yellow pants with a cute cartoon duck pattern. The duck had big eyes, 3 long eyelashes on top, a flat beak, and deep blue eyes. The vivid colors and adorable duck design instantly caught Yaya's heart. Yaya reached out and touched them. The fabric was soft and fluffy inside and out. It wasn't as thick as cotton pants, but much thicker than the rough hemp pants they usually wore. And it only cost 5 yuan. You could buy 5 bunches of fiddlehead ferns with that. Without hesitation, Yaya said, I want 20 pairs. The young man's smile stretched from ear to ear. His phone was still playing a lively short video with background music. Hold the little boy, wearing a jade pendant around his neck.
Come wealth.
Come. Total is 280 yuan. Yaya quickly took out 3 bright red bills and handed them over. The young man quickly gave her 20 yuan back and efficiently packed her items. He carefully folded 20 pairs of bright yellow coral fleece pants and packed them into a small bag inside the shopping cart. There was still space in the bag, but it also contained small purchases like ginger and dried beans. He thought for a moment, took out some persimmons and eggplants, and tied them to the handle of the cart. Then he took out a small leopard print blanket, about 70 by 100 centimeters, and placed it inside for her to sit on. Brother, can you add one more thing? Yaya kept watching, her eyes bright. The pattern on the fabric looked like a legendary big insect, with yellow and black patches. This is a gift for you, little blanket, to keep away the smell. For such a big customer, giving a small, inexpensive blanket was nothing. These small blankets are usually bought by families with cats or dogs to make nests. Yaya shyly rubbed her hands together. Thank you, brother. You're such a kind person. The young man chuckled softly, his hands still busy. The cotton pants took up space, and after packing them tightly, only 6 pairs fit inside. He then tied up the remaining pants, just like the colorful jacket before, and stacked them on top of the box. The pile was just half a head shorter than a small child, so it didn't block her view. After finishing, the young man patted his pants, pushed gently to test stability, and nodded with satisfaction. Yaya took the cart, still needing to buy more white rice. The cellar wasn't full yet. Push slowly and carefully, the young man advised, watching her quick movements with her legs. Yaya nodded eagerly, gripping the handle tightly, feeling very happy inside. The cart was full of warm pants, so everyone could be dressed from head to toe in pretty, bright clothes. At the grain shop, the shopkeeper aunt helped move the rice and noodles into the alley. Yaya's small purse started to feel warm, and soon she returned to Lotus Flower Village. Inside, an oil lamp flickered with a warm yellow glow. It was lit with fire oil that Zhao Hunter had found from those 2 people. Yaya just stood steady when she saw 4 people sitting neatly around the table. Her eyes lit up. Hello, village chief. Have you taken your medicine? Is Grandma Li feeling better? The village chief smiled gently, waving his bandaged hand. Yes, I've taken the medicine. Everything is wrapped up now. That's good. Village chief, you must be good and obedient. Yaya finally relaxed. Nearby, Old Man Fong and Zhao Hunter had already been drawn to the pile of bulging items on the small cart. The oil lamp was dim, and they couldn't see clearly across the bed. Yaya, is the basket sold out? Did you bring back anything good? Granny Lu stood up and walked over. Hearing this, Yaya immediately perked up. She clapped her hands on her treasures. Sold out. Many people liked them. I made over 300 yuan. Uncle Zhao, please help me bring down the rice and noodles. Grandpa Fong and Granny Lu will come to pick up the pants. Over 300? Pants? Before they could recover from the surprise of such a big sale from the small basket, they heard about the pants, and everyone was stunned. Yes, cotton pants, and inside, there are brown fuzzy cotton pants. So warm. Yaya bought. She paused, adding up to 20 plus 20. 40 pairs. 40 pairs? Everyone in the house was surprised. Wow, buying so many pants. For adults quickly helped. Zhao, who carried a rice bag in one hand and a box of noodles in the other, placing everything neatly in the corner. Meanwhile, Granny Lu and Fong Taixing had already untied the ropes and were sorting the pants. Fong Taixing turned on his flashlight to look. Granny Lu picked up a pair of cotton pants decorated with small red flowers, feeling the thick fabric, and smiled happily. Oh, these patterns are so pretty. Our Yaya really has good taste. Yaya was so proud she lifted her chin happily. Zhao Hu, who had just come over, also took a pair, but when he saw the small floral pattern all over the pants, he grimaced. He thought the floral jacket was enough, but now even the pants are covered in tiny flowers. Thinking about how a tough man like him was covered in small flowers from head to toe, he silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. He moved the pants aside and opened the flap of the quilted cover. Inside, he found a pair of cotton pants, and a special patterned fabric was revealed. It was a patchwork of yellow and black, with circles and dots, looking like it was made from animal hide. Hunter Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he lowered his voice instinctively. Is this leopard skin? Granny Lu was startled by his words and quickly reached out to touch it gently. It felt soft and fuzzy, not like leather at all. She relaxed and smiled as she took out a blanket, shaking it open. It's not animal hide, but a woven blanket with this pattern. Old Fong also came over, squinting at the yellow and black pattern, and exclaimed in wonder. This pattern mimics leopard skin. I've only seen such detailed designs on fancy clothes in town. Yaya scratched her head, realizing it was a leopard pattern. She had thought it was a big bug. Is this expensive? Granny Lu looked at the fabric, which was a bit longer than Yaya's body, just right to cover her with a quilt. I don't know. My brother who sells pants gave it to us, Yaya whispered. Yaya explained. He said it's to put in the box to block the smell. Granny Lu gently touched the soft fleece, feeling sad. Oh, such a good thing, just to line the box. What a waste. When it's washed in the morning, Grandma Tianming can use it as a small blanket. Granny Lu folded the blanket neatly and placed it aside. Yaya saw that everyone was still staring at the cotton pants without taking any, so she decided to do it herself. She reached into the box, and the sound of plastic wrapping caught everyone's attention. Yaya skillfully opened the bag and pulled out a pair of bright yellow pants. Look! In the dim room, the little girl in her pale yellow jacket smiled happily as she held up a pair of bright yellow fleece pants. The pants looked light and soft. On the bright yellow fabric were round, colorful patterns that looked a bit like eyes, with 3 curved black lines above and an orange beak below. The cheerful colors instantly brightened the whole room. Grandma Lu, Grandpa Village Chief. Look, these are so pretty. They're fuzzy inside and out, and only 5 yuan a pair. Everyone in the room stared in surprise. Grandma Lu was the first to react. She reached out to touch the pants lightly, then quickly pulled her hand back, as if afraid the color might rub off. Oh my, this color is so bright. Such a vivid yellow, so eye-catching. I've never seen fabric dyed this well before. Zhao, who stared at the round blue eye-like patterns with 3 black lines on top and the little orange duck beaks. Sweat began to form on his forehead.
Yaya ese eye sparkled.
Holding the pants in one hand, she waved to Zhao, who with the other. Uncle Zhao, these duck pants would look great on you.
Try them on.
Zhao Hu hesitated but took the pants. The legs were short, and the waistband was small, clearly too small for him. But the fabric felt surprisingly nice, soft, smooth, and fluffy. Didn't Yaya say they were only 5 yuan? Such soft material and bright color for just 5 yuan? He turned the pants over in his hands. The waistband was definitely too small, so he didn't need to try them on. He was saved from embarrassment. He thought he could take them home and resize them for the children. Kids were active, and it was always good to have extra pairs. Yeah, the waistband's too small. Uncle can't wear these. Maybe the village chief or Grandpa Fong can try. It's not too small. You can stretch it. Yaya immediately spoke seriously. Zhao, who was half convinced, and gently pulled. The waistband was stretchy. When pulled, it stretched open, just like the elastic band Yaya had brought back earlier. He loosened his grip, and it snapped back quickly.
Wow.
Can it really do that? Village chief and Grandpa Fong each took a pair, holding the waistband, opening and closing them, finding it interesting. Grandma Lu beside them urged, "Hurry up and try it on, Huzi. See if it fits." Everyone else was easy to talk to, but Huzi was big, so if it didn't fit, they could add extra fabric when little Duzi and little Shuangzi needed new pants. Zhao, who held the pants, hesitating and slowly moved into the kitchen. When he came out again, he was wearing a blue and white floral padded jacket with a round collar and bright yellow coral fleece pants decorated with little ducks. He looked shy, like a shy little girl.
Wow.
It looks so nice. Yaya clapped happily. Yellow with blue. So bright. It's just a bit short. Zhao, who also felt his ankles were cold. Since these were clearance women's home pants, the other grandparents, who were shorter, wore similar lengths. But Zhao, who was tall, and the pants revealed a bit of fluffy little leg. Yaya saw this and silently remembered to find longer pants for Uncle Zhao next time. Zhao, who felt both amused and a little embarrassed. Such bright colors, tiny flowers with little ducks, how awkward they looked. But it was Yaya's kind gesture. The child was eagerly waiting, so he didn't dare refuse. He wanted to hide behind the small waistband, but surprisingly, the waistband could stretch and shrink like magic. He had to wear it, feeling shy and wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Grandma Lu also watched and smiled. She knew Zhao was uncomfortable, but she didn't say anything. As long as the girl was happy, that was enough. Besides, in our Lotus village, with so few people and such small land, Huzi would get used to wearing different clothes. They were all high-quality fabrics. Thinking this, she took a purple floral cotton pair of pants to the kitchen. These stretchy waistbands were so easy to wear. Just slip your foot in, pull, and they fit snugly around the waist. No laces needed, and they wouldn't fall down no matter how you moved.
Oh.
This is warm too. The wind can't get in, and it's warm when it's close to the legs. Granny Lu was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. She really liked the new pants, together with her jacket. The bright floral outfit looked cheerful and festive. After a good night's sleep, the rain had stopped. Early the next morning, just as the sky began to lighten, Zhao Hu got up, ate a quick breakfast, and went up the mountain. Aunt Lin quietly followed Granny Lu into the house. The fermented beans and ginger that Yaya brought back last night hadn't been stored in the cellar yet, so Aunt Lin took them now and planned to see how they could be used. People in the village were early risers. Outside, the sound of rinsing mouths could be heard, but everyone walked softly, afraid of waking Yaya. "This long purple fruit looks strange," Aunt Lin said, holding an eggplant in one hand and a tomato in the other. "They say if you fry it with meat, it even tastes like meat." She turned them over curiously, wondering if the skins were edible. Grandpa Li and Grandpa Lu helped carry the rice and flour into the cellar. Outside, the village chief and Fong Taixing were both wearing new cotton pants. From head to toe, they were covered in small floral patterns, soft, thick, and warm-looking. In the past, everyone wore rough linen clothes, but now the bright little flowers made them look both fresh and a bit silly in a cute way. "Chief, is Granny Lee feeling better?"
Someone asked.
She's fine, the chief replied cheerfully. She wanted to come out, but I told her to rest a bit longer inside and not catch a cold. This time, his hands weren't in his jacket pockets. He had discovered that his new pants had pockets too. He lifted his coat, slipped his hands in, and stood tall and proud. Everyone gathered around to look, amused. But no one was jealous anymore. Seeing how pleased the chief looked, they knew that soon everyone would have their own new clothes too. The once empty cellar was now filling up, thanks to Yaya's hard work. Trip after trip, it began to look full and comforting. 4 bags of fine rice neatly stacked, 4 boxes of noodles, about 10 sponge cakes left, more than 50 sausages, some braised and fresh meat, salt, oil, a round red fruit, a pile of ginger, a small bag of spices, and a bucket of fermented beans. The bucket for the beans was clear plastic with a yellow handle and lid. It looked quite fancy. Aunt Lynn stood by the stove. The pot was gently steaming. She dropped in 2 slices of ginger and a single star anise. The spice was precious, and since this was a new dish, she didn't want to waste it. Just a little would do. But even that tiny bit sent a wave of rich fragrance through the air. She quickly poured the sliced meat into the pan, stirring with a spatula. The oil sizzled, and the red meat turned white in an instant. Then she pushed the fragrant cooked meat to the side of the pan and poured in the chopped eggplant. The purple fruit softened as soon as it hit the hot oil. "That fruit is strange, but it smells good," Aunt Lynn muttered, her wrist moving constantly. The red fruit was cooked together with eggs. When she cut it open, the juice spilled out, releasing a fresh, clean aroma never smelled before. She beat the eggs and poured them into the pan, cooking until they were tender and fluffy. Then she added the red fruit pieces with skins. Their juices melted away, turning bright red and yellow. The 2 colors looked surprisingly beautiful together. Soon, 2 unfamiliar yet tempting aromas filled the air, drifting from the stove and spreading throughout the yard. When the little wild chicken in the yard called out for the 3rd time, Yaya also woke up. Grandma Lu neatly folded all the clothes she was going to wear and placed them beside her. Today, she was wearing the new pants her aunt bought. The deep gray, thick pants had a smooth, shiny fabric that made a swishing sound when moved. She pulled the waistband and put them on easily. The inside was warm fleece, making her legs and body feel cozy. She carefully buttoned her clothes, then moved her short legs off the bed and pushed open the door. Outside, the yard was already lively, filled with people. Some gathered around the stove, others around the village chief and a few others, and some kids, unable to sit still, had already started weaving baskets during this short break. The air smelled sour and salty. Yaya sniffed hard through her little nose. "Are you awake, little girl? Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. Auntie made the new fruit you brought today. You can taste it later." Everyone greeted her warmly when they saw her come out. While the little girl squatted by the fence brushing her teeth, everyone was eager to divide the cotton-padded pants. Only 3 pairs remained, waiting for Grandma Wang and Aunt Lin to resize them for the children. The fleece pants hadn't been worn yet. They were still too new to put on. Only Little Bean and Little Shovel each held a yellow duck-leg pant, their little faces rubbing against the soft fabric, reluctant to take them off. Such comfortable, soft, and beautiful pants. Grandma Lee, worried they might stain the new pants, quickly took them back from the 2 kids as mealtime approached. Little Bean was a bit reluctant and stared longingly at the pants. "Grandma, Little Bean is healthy and not cold. Little Bean wants to wear the yellow duck pants. Can I change these pants to wear and not wear the flowered cotton pants?" Grandma Lee was both annoyed and amused. Life was so good that even the children were picking out clothes. Yaya obediently washed her small hands. Granny Lu used a warm towel to wipe her face until it was clean. When they returned to the yard, she was stunned. Everyone in the yard had changed into new clothes from head to toe. There were red, blue, and floral cotton-padded jackets, paired with dark-colored pants decorated with small, colorful flowers. Everyone was dressed neatly and warmly. Everyone looked rosy, shiny, and full of energy. The previously thin and dry aunt was now plump in her thick clothes, looking festive and lucky. Yaya felt proud inside. She didn't know the word sense of achievement, but she was very happy. "Dinner is ready." Aunt Lin brought out the last dish. Everyone sat around the big table. There was a large bowl of stir-fried eggplant with meat, shiny with oil, soft eggplant wrapped in fragrant meat, and a small plate of fried eggs with tomatoes, red and yellow, looking very appetizing. This morning, they cooked porridge. Although there were 4 big bags of rice, the villagers still didn't want to eat only plain rice every meal. Aunt Lynn sliced a small sausage into tiny pieces, mixed it with some fermented beans, and cooked it with the porridge. It smelled very good. Everyone looked at these 2 new dishes, but didn't dare to start eating. There wasn't much, and they were afraid they might eat too much if they liked it, leaving the children without enough. Yaya picked up a small spoon and scooped a bit of fried eggs with tomatoes. One bite, sweet and sour with a little salt, and she couldn't help but lift her toes in delight. Grandma Lynn's cooking is so delicious. I want to buy this kind of tomato next time. Xiao Shuang also had a small spoon in front of him. Grandpa Lu fed him a piece of tomato. His eyes lit up. More. The soft, tender eggplant, when bitten, absorbed the flavor of the meat and seasonings. The juice burst in her mouth, and Yaya nodded while eating. Uncle Hong Puzwo didn't say much, but his food was even better than meat. Delicious, so delicious. Everyone at the table started eating eagerly, their mouths full of flavor. Usually their appetite was a bit dull, but these 2 dishes made them want to eat more. Luckily, Aunt Lynn had cooked plenty of porridge. When they had almost finished eating, Yaya remembered she hadn't mentioned the basket. The small chin lifted, and she tried to imitate the village chief's usual way of speaking. She cleared her throat seriously and said, "Everyone, quiet down. Listen to me." The villagers, who were about to clear the table, paused and looked at her with smiles. The village chief was also amused by her small act. He smiled and quietly waited for her to speak. Yesterday, the baskets everyone made sold for 350 yuan, and all of them were sold. Grandpa Wang's baskets are the most valuable, each selling for 70 or 80 yuan. And the smallest ones sell for 10 yuan each. Many people want them, and they're very popular. Everyone listened with surprise and happiness. Grandma Wang held Grandpa Wang's hand tightly, her voice trembling a little. "Old man, are our baskets really so valuable outside? 70 or 80 yuan. Then, Grandma Wang looked down at her warm pants and coat. "1 basket is worth 4 sets of such good clothes." Grandpa Wang felt his heart warm. He gently patted his wife's hand. "I'll make more baskets and make them finer. I will earn more money and give you yuan and everyone the newest and best. I never thought that our woven baskets made from reed grass could be so valuable." Yaya counted her fingers and then said, "Annie has also promised several other aunts and grandmothers. They want 6 more small baskets. The small ones sell even better. It seems they prefer delicate designs or styles like what Big Zhuang makes, fresh and clever," Fang Taixing said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The villagers became more excited. They discussed making more small, delicate baskets. They are sure they will sell well. "If it doesn't rain today," someone said, "we can go up the mountain this afternoon to pick wild vegetables and mushrooms." "Yes, let's go see this afternoon. Half of us who are quick on our feet can go up the mountain, but be careful on the way. It just rained, so the road is slippery." The other half stays in the yard to make baskets. The village chief quickly arranged today's work. "Let's work hard today. Tomorrow, we'll check the soil moisture. If the ground isn't sticky, we'll stop for a day and all go plant wheat." Hua village has only about 7 or 8 households. Old and young, there is only 1 old wooden plow, which was saved and bought by the previous generation through thrift. The plow's body is made of old hardwood, polished smooth by time. But the iron blade at the front is rusted and reddish, and the tip is rounded from grinding, so it can't dig into hard soil. The handle has a small crack, wrapped with rough hemp rope over and over, barely holding together for use. The village chief glanced at the tall, dense mountains behind him. Tiger must have gone up the mountain again. He sighed softly, clasped his hands behind his back, and went to the roadside to look for some rough stones. People, he thought, are like iron plows. After some sharpening, they can all be useful. Inside the small clay house, Yaya sat beside Grandpa Fong, her little brows furrowed in concentration as she listened to him carefully calculate yesterday's accounts. They had packed 10 bars of sulfur soap, 2 scented ones, 2 small tubes of toothpaste, cotton swabs, alcohol, a box of books, and the King of Literacy. The colorful version of the King of Literacy, Yaya said, cost 3 coins, and the books were 3 coins per pound. There were also a few boxes of something called bandages. She explained that if someone got a cut or bump, sticking one on would stop the bleeding and help it heal faster. Adding everything up, Grandpa Fong adjusted his reading glasses and thought for a moment. They told us the price, so we'll pay that price. We shouldn't refuse their kindness. It would make things awkward. To them, that box of books was priceless. Still, they had to pay what was fair. They couldn't let others keep giving without return. Add another 24 coins, Fong Taisheng said, helping Yaya count out 24 coins and roll them into a small bundle. Yaya nodded. I'll take it to Uncle right away. Fong Taisheng reminded her, when you get there, thank the shopkeeper and Sister He Miao for everyone, for the village chief and Grandma Li too. Our Lotus village doesn't have much to offer right now, but when we pick wild vegetables this afternoon, we'll save the freshest ones and bring them over for them to taste. I'll remember, Yaya said, clutching the little roll of paper money in her small hand. In a flash, she was gone from Fong Tiesheng's sight. That girl, she sure could run fast. The night market was still bright and lively, strings of warm yellow lights and colorful signs blending into a sea of light. Yaya, familiar with every turn, made her way straight to the 2-yuan shop. When Chunlei saw her, he immediately smiled and came forward. Yaya, you're here again? How's your grandpa's wound? Did he put on the medicine? No fever or swelling, right? Yaya shook her head hard.
No.
Grandpa's doing great. Then she stood on tiptoe and placed the warm little roll of paper money on the counter. Uncle, this is the money you didn't take yesterday. Grandpa Fong helped me count it.
Please keep it.
Chunlei was stunned and hadn't even spoken when Yaya continued seriously. Grandpa Fong asked me to thank you and Sister He Miao. On the way back, Grandma Li had a fever all night. Luckily, you helped Yaya buy medicine and Grandma is now better. Grandpa Fong said that our village is poor and doesn't have many valuable things. Once we pick wild vegetables, we will bring some to you. They are very tasty and many aunties like to eat them. After saying this, Yaya carefully bowed to Chunlei. The girl spoke seriously and sincerely, with bright eyes like stars in a mountain stream. Watching her, Chunlei felt his heart warm. He awkwardly cleared his throat, took the money from the counter, and said, Uncle Qian, you can keep it. Uncle Kai is waiting too. After hearing you, Uncle is already craving it. Yaya grinned at him and patted her little chest. Don't worry, Uncle. It rained last night, so the wild vegetables on the mountain are the freshest. I will bring some tomorrow. And Sister He Miao too. Chunlei was amused by her eager attitude and softly asked, Did Uncle bring you here again this time? Yaya blinked, feeling a little guilty. Suddenly, she remembered something and scratched the back of her head. Uncle, do you have reading glasses here? Yes, follow me. Chunlei led her to the shelf with glasses on display. The whole wall was filled with various kinds of glasses. Yaya looked in shock at the entire wall, which was as tall as the wall of her small earthen house.
Wow.
This wall is so impressive and amazing. The whole wall was packed with reading glasses, arranged in rows, tightly packed like the bamboo mats spread out on the village threshing ground, with no space left. More than half of the reading glasses had dark, dull lenses, like they were covered in soot. With such dark lenses, wearing glasses would block everything, making it impossible to see anything. Yaya was puzzled and couldn't understand. Some glasses had colorful frames, pink, yellow, white, bright, and fancy. The clear lenses next to them looked similar to the ones she bought last time, but the shapes, materials, and colors of the frames were all strange and varied. On the long, small stand below, there were many more glasses, thin, shiny frames, thick frames, and some shaped into funny forms with little ears, tiny horns, or animal decorations. So, reading glasses come in so many styles. Yaya reached out and picked up a pair of glasses from the small stand. Its round frame had 2 little cat ears, pink and chubby. However, the space in between is empty, so much so that fingers can pass through. Why aren't there any pieces? Uncle, are all these reading glasses? Why are some of the lenses black, and some are just empty frames without lenses? Yaya holds up a decorative mirror frame with cat ears, looking confused. Chunlei squats down and points to the wall, patiently explaining, Yaya, not all of these are reading glasses. He points to the glasses with black lenses. These black lenses are called sunglasses. When you wear them, the bright sun won't hurt your eyes. They don't block your view, they make it more comfortable. Then he points to the cat ear frame Yaya is holding. This one is just a decorative frame without lenses, so it looks nice when worn. These are plain glasses, also for decoration, he adds, pointing to the clear lens glasses. Yaya's eyes widen, and her mouth forms an O shape.
So,
not all glasses like these are for reading. Seeing her surprised expression, Chunlei gently ruffles her hair. Your reading glasses are right here. He picks up a pair from a pile of glasses and hands it to Yaya. Look, these are all reading glasses. Pick whichever you like. They all cost 2 yuan, only these over here, he says, pointing to a tall, rotating cylinder in the middle. The lenses and frames on top are better quality, and they cost more, 20 or 30 yuan. Yaya glances at the cylinder and then looks away, focusing on the wall of glasses that cost 2 yuan each. All 2 yuan. Oh no! Yaya suddenly reacts, her face tightening. The previous reading glasses were too expensive. The 20 yuan ones, buy one, get one free, cost 10 yuan each in total. She could buy 5 pairs here with that money. What a loss! What a loss! Luckily, she didn't find that lady's stall at the morning market yesterday, or she would have lost even more money. Next time, she must look more carefully and ask more questions. Yaya stands in front of the glasses wall, and Chunlei gives her a small basket. She picks 5 pairs of reading glasses, each in a different color: black, brown, red, green, and blue. Then her eyes fall on the dark sunglasses. Under the bright sun, they won't hurt her eyes. So she chooses 2 more pairs. A black and a white pair of sunglasses were also placed in the small basket. The decorative frames chosen were a tiny green dinosaur style and a black round frame. There were 9 pairs in total. After thinking for a moment, she decided to add the pink, chubby, ear-headed glasses to make a complete set. Just then, someone ahead was paying. You can pick first. Uncle is busy for a moment. Chunlei nodded and turned to the counter to work. Yaya obediently nodded and slowly wandered to the side with her small basket. A few steps ahead was a shelf of cups. There were all kinds of transparent, ceramic, and printed cups. Yaya couldn't look at them all. There were also colorful small cups with little curved ears. In their village, everyone drinks water and rinses their mouths with rough clay bowls, which are thick and heavy, dark and dull, with no patterns. After a while, holding them makes their little hands tired. They also use gourds cut in half as water scoops, which are rough and simple, not as fancy as these. Even Yaya, who has the best treatment, uses the large water scoop she bought last time. She's never seen such proper containers. On the entire shelf, there were bright glass cups that shimmered when light hit them, looking as delicate as something from a painting. Yaya's heart beat faster with excitement. She didn't dare to touch them randomly, knowing they couldn't be cheap. If she broke one, she'd feel sad. She tentatively reached out and gently touched the nearest light yellow cup with curved ears, which had a small light blue 5-petal flower printed on it. When she touched it, the cup moved slightly inward.
Huh?
Yaya's eyes lit up. It was so light, just like holding a leaf. Feeling braver, she slipped her 2 little fingers into the curved ears and lifted the yellow cup. Wow, it's really light. It felt like holding a leaf. There are no such small cups in her village, but Yaya knew this was a water cup that was 100 times better than all the bowls in her village. This small, curved cup was easy to hold, light, clever, and steady. It was very convenient for drinking water and rinsing her mouth every day. There were also many pretty colors. She looked around and picked several different ones. She planned to take a few home first. Grandpa Fong was the oldest, and his hands always trembled. Little Xian couldn't carry the heavy ceramic bowls either. If these cups worked well, she could come back next time and help everyone pick out more, maybe even choose different colors. All of them cost only 2 yuan. Such a good deal. After choosing a small toy, Yaya dragged her little basket and slowly moved to another shelf. She saw many small mesh bags hanging above, each filled with round, chubby objects. Some looked like little animals, others like small dolls. They were pink and soft, with bright yellow colors that looked cheerful. She gently pinched one. It was soft, like a freshly steamed bun, with tiny dents where she pressed. Yaya looked at the dents, feeling worried. Oh no, did I break it? She pouted and took it down. If she broke it, she would have to pay for it. She couldn't leave it here for Uncle to sell. But when she looked at the yellow, animal-like thing with a little tail in her hand, she saw the dents slowly puff back out. The little yellow animal returned to its round shape. Yaya's eyes widened. She poked it again. This time, a big dent appeared on its belly. She stared at it without blinking, watching its white belly magically return to normal. She sat on the ground, holding the toy and turning it over and over. This thing wasn't made of clay or cloth. It was soft and smooth, very comfortable to squeeze. Yaya squeezed and released it, her eyes shining. What a strange little toy. Why was it so fun to play with? Suddenly, Chun-Lei's voice came from above. Do you like this? He asked. He had finished checking out and came over to see the little girl squatting on the ground, holding a soft toy dragon, playing happily. This squeezing toy is very popular in our store. Kids and girls like it.
We have several styles of this dragon.
This one's cute, right? Do you like Kitty? Or Kuromi? Chun-Li smiled and picked up a few more. A dragon? Is this yellow animal called a dragon? Is that what a dragon looks like here? What about that black thing? Is it a rice ball? Or a dog? Or a dog called Gyur? Yaya looked up, confused, staring at the colorful little toys in the shopkeeper's hand. Their names sounded strange, but they all looked adorable. Seeing her curiosity and confusion, Chun-Li explained softly, "These are small toys made for people to hold and play with. You can also hang them on your bag as decorations. When you're bored, you can squeeze them to relax and pass the time." Yaya nodded as if she understood, then squeezed her little dragon again. "You can also hang it on your small bag. It should look nice there. Now, let's pick one for little Dizzy and little Shuangzi. This one won't break if it falls, and you can't squeeze it easily." Little Shuangzi's small hands are like tiny pliers, light and gentle. Buying this for him to play with is just right. Yaya blinked her eyes, stood up, and stared at the few items Chun-Li was holding, looking left and right. Finally, she chose Kuromi and the cinnamon roll dog. Did she not pick Hello Kitty? Chun-Li raised an eyebrow. Is there anything else you need? Uncle will help you find it. Yaya looked down at the things in her small basket, thought carefully, and then smiled brightly. She is now starting to recognize characters, so how could she not know how to write? She lifted her little face and said clearly, "Uncle, I want to buy a pen and paper. I can recognize words now, so I need to practice writing." "Wow, that's impressive," Chun-Li said with a smile. He took her to the other side and picked up a practice book and a neutral pen. "Here." Yaya looked at the strange pen and notebook, shook her head and said, "Not this one. I want a brush. The tip has hair." Chun-Li was surprised. In Yaya's village, they still learn traditional Chinese calligraphy and practice with brushes. That's quite remarkable. He bent down and found a brush and took 2 packs of soft paper. "Do you have ink?" Yaya shook her head. He then took a 300 milliliters bottle of practice ink and also gave Yaya a small, flower-shaped ink dish. Looking at the time, Yaya didn't plan to browse anymore. Her basket was already full, so she followed Chun-Li to the counter. "Total is 44 yuan. Yaya skillfully took out a 50 yuan bill. She looked around one last time. Today, Sister Meow wasn't here. Next time she brings wild vegetables, she wonders if Meow will be here. If not, she will ask the shopkeeper uncle to help deliver the vegetables to Sister Meow. Today, things are much more interesting than usual. Grandpa Wang's basket, the biggest one, was made with 2 colors of grass. Grandma Wang helped by passing things over and assisting. Yaya placed the big bag at the door and waved to Xiao Shuangzi, who was kneading mud in the corner. "Xiao Shuangzi, come here quickly." As soon as Xiao Shuangzi heard Yaya call, he quickly set his mud ball aside and ran over happily. Yaya looked at Xiao Shuangzi's dirty, yellowish hands, and frowned. Xiao Shuangzi, you need to wash your hands or you'll dirty the nice things. She then grabbed Xiao Shuangzi's arm and took him to wash his hands. Grandpa Fong watched Xiao Dizzy occasionally glance over at Yaya and her friends. He also wanted to see what good things Yaya had brought back. What was that chubby thing hanging on the small cloth bag? He deliberately cleared his throat twice. Reading is important, but since you want to see so much, Grandpa will take you. He put away his book, then led Xiao Dizzy to join Yaya. Grandpa Fong helped clean Xiao Shuangzi's hands, and everyone sat down on a clean pile of hay. He also carried over the red bag from the door threshold. Yaya happily reached into the red bag, making rustling sounds that caught everyone's attention in the yard. Xiao Shuangzi had long been watching Yaya's bag, especially the big, round, chubby ball hanging from it. He stared eagerly. He didn't care what was inside the bag. Yaya first pulled out 2 soft little dolls with mesh covers. These are little toys from over there, called Nian Nian. Each has a name. The purple one is called Pants Glutinous Rice. The white one is called Jade Noble Dog. The one on me is called Milk Dragon. Xiao Dizzy and Xiao Shuangzi each get one. Pick the one you like. Yaya pointed her finger at the rings on the mesh covers. The 2 dolls swung back and forth, looking like 2 little balls on swings. Xiao Dizzy and Xiao Shuangzi's eyes lit up. Their round, shiny eyes followed the little dolls as they swung. They didn't even think about reaching out to grab them. Yaya grabbed the purple pants glutinous rice doll with her other hand. She squeezed it hard, and the chubby little toy suddenly shriveled into a small, dry ball. Xiao Dizzy and Xiao Shuangzi were stunned. Was it broken? Then, a magical scene happened. The purple glutinous rice doll slowly puffed back up, and in no time, it returned to its round, plump shape. The 2 little kids' eyes widened even more. Little Shuangzi reached out and grabbed a white one. With both small hands, he squeezed it, feeling soft and sticky. When he squeezed hard, it shrank into a small ball. He stared at the wrinkled ball in his hand. After a moment, it turned back into its original shape. His short legs kicked on the ground, and he hummed happily, laughing non-stop. Xiao Dizzy took a purple doll and gently pressed it, then slowly let go. A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now he was a student, so he had to be more serious and not like little Shuangzi. Yaya kept digging in her bag. This time, she pulled out a pair of old-fashioned glasses. Fong Taisheng was smiling and stroking his beard, watching the 2 children play. When he saw such a big pair of glasses, he suddenly paused, almost pulling off his beard in surprise and joy. Nan Nan, why did you buy so many? Yaya suddenly looked a little sad. Grandpa Fong, I bought them from the shopkeeper uncle. They cost 2 yuan each. Last time, I bought some for 10 yuan. I wasted a lot of money. Seeing the girl feel so guilty, Grandpa Fong's heart tightened. He quickly squatted down and patted her little head. Silly Nan Nan, that's not wasting at all. Not at all. Yaya lowered her head, twisting her fingers in her clothes. It's just that it's expensive. I spent more money. Grandpa Fong's voice became softer. He slowly explained, look, adults buy things like that too. Some shops are more expensive, others cheaper. The prices are different because of the quality, materials, or the shop's charges. He looked at the old glasses in Yaya's hand. What does this mean? It means the kind shopkeeper uncle is smarter and got a better pair of glasses. Yaya was lucky to find a shop. It's not wasting. It's saving a lot of money. Lao Nai Nai, who was weaving a basket nearby, also came over. She patted Yaya's small hand. Grandpa Fong is right. Nan Nan is getting better. She found a more affordable one, saving us a lot of money. Don't be afraid to spend your money. Buy some for yourself too. If you're too stingy, Grandpa and Grandma will be unhappy. Now, we rely on you to earn money. Yaya blinked her eyes. Is that true? It sounded pretty reasonable. The dark clouds on her little face slowly disappeared. Xiao Dizzy nodded vigorously. Big sister Yaya is amazing. She always finds really good things. Everyone likes her and is very happy. Grandma and Grandpa praise her every day. Big sister is awesome. Little Shuangzi held a white ball and smiled with a silly, happy face. Grandma Lu picked up a pair of reading glasses. Oh, these are in red frames. They look so nice. Nan is really good at shopping. I got a pair in each color, so everyone won't have to wait in line for glasses anymore. Kids' attention is easily distracted, and Yaya was quickly drawn in by Grandma Lu's words. Her focus shifted back to her own belongings, and her face lit up with a smile again. Red and green for Grandma and Grandma, dark colors for Grandpa's. Wow, you even sorted them out for us. That's so nice. Fong Taisheng looked at a few dark glasses nearby. He picked one up and held it close to his eyes, but suddenly everything went dark. Oh, why did it get so dark all of a sudden? This is called sunglasses. Uncle Shopkeeper said, wearing these on a sunny day keeps your eyes from hurting, but the weather wasn't sunny enough, so Fong Taisheng folded the sunglasses back. Yaya took out a few smaller pairs. These don't have lenses. They're just for decoration. Last time, I saw little Dizzy really wanted to wear reading glasses, so I bought a few. She handed a round black-framed pair to little Dizzy and a green dinosaur-shaped glasses frame to Grandpa Fong. This one is for little Schwanzi. I'll keep the rest for myself. Grandpa Fong was happy to see that the little girl finally bought some cute things for herself. He felt very pleased. Little Dizzy held a round frame in his hand. His usual serious reading persona couldn't hold up anymore. He suddenly jumped up happily, placing the glasses on his small nose, and ran to his grandpa. Grandpa, Grandpa, carry me to look in the mirror. Grandpa Lee watched his grandson rush over with 2 black circles on his face like little cannonballs. He happily picked him up. All right. Yaya's round mirror hung behind the small wooden house. Grandpa Lee carried little Dizzy over, and little Dizzy looked into the mirror. He was very satisfied, feeling like a very smart person who had read many books. Fong Taisheng put the small green dinosaur glasses on little Schwanzi. The round, bluish-green shell had a little animal shape on it, with sharp teeth bared, looking like a tiny creature protecting the eyes. The yellow coat and the green dinosaur made the already chubby child look even more playful and a little mischievous. Little Schwanzi held a cute dog-shaped toy in one hand, squeezing it, while curious to see what was on its nose with the other hand. Grandpa Lu saw his little grandson like this and was very happy. He picked up little Schwanzi and took him inside to look in the mirror. Xiao Dizzy saw little Schwanzi wearing green dinosaur glasses and giggled happily. Little Schwanzi looked at the small doll in the mirror, then saw Xiao Dizzy laughing. He grinned and also started to laugh. This is a cup, and over there is a small water cup, Yaya explained. Uncle calls it a cup. It has a handle, so it's easy and light to hold. Yaya was still digging into her red bag. Fong Taisheng stretched his neck, curious about all the new toys. The object called a cup was open at the top, bright-colored, and decorated with small flowers. He took a light blue cup, slipped his hand through the handle, and held it. It was very light. You didn't need to struggle to hold it when drinking water or rinsing your mouth. Uncle Shopkeeper said this one is unbreakable, Yaya said, holding a pink cup decorated with white 5-petal flowers, raising it high. She loosened her small hand. Oh no! My goodness! Don't drop it, don't drop it. Fong Tiesheng's eyes scrunched up nervously. Grandma Lu covered her chest, and everyone watched nervously as the cup fell. Clang, clang. The cup bounced twice on the ground and rolled to the side. Surprisingly, it had no cracks or chips at all. Yaya also breathed a sigh of relief. She knew the shopkeeper wouldn't lie. This cup really couldn't break. Now Grandpa Fong wouldn't worry about dropping his water cup and breaking it, and little Schwanzi wouldn't have to be fed by Grandpa because his hands are too small to hold the cup. Everyone gathered around, marveling at the unbreakable cup. The village chief also came over, picked up the pink cup, looked at it carefully, and tapped it with his knuckle. It didn't feel like clay or metal, but was similar in material to the small box and large water scoop Yaya pushed in her cart. From the Lin family. Please take these cups to wash and share among the 3 children, the Fong family and the Wang family, the village chief said, looking at the number and dividing them. He also gently rubbed the cups a few times, thinking about asking Nanan next time to buy a few more, because these are really convenient. Aunt Lin nodded and reached out to take them. The 5 small cups fit perfectly on her fingers, and she easily picked them all up, much easier than carrying a stack of bowls. She rinsed the mud off her head with clean water and looked closely. There's a strange smell. It wasn't bad, just hard to describe. Aunt Lin thought for a moment, boiled a pot of hot water, and carefully rinsed each of the 5 cups several times. When she sniffed again, the strange smell gradually disappeared. Only then did she feel at ease and pour water into them. She placed a cup in front of each of the 3 children and handed 2 more to the elderly. Meanwhile, Fong Taisheng and the village chief looked at the last items taken out of Yaya's bag: a bottle of dark ink, a small wolf hair calligraphy brush, and 2 packs of white-edged paper. "This brush is for me," Yaya said, holding it and waving it proudly. From now on, Yaya will practice writing and learn to write. Fong Taisheng looked at the large bottle of ink and the brush, smiling so much his eyes squinted. He reached out and tousled Yaya's hair. "Good, good, good. Our little girl is so thoughtful. Yesterday, I was worried about running out of ink sticks. Learning characters is good. After lunch, we'll practice. Grandpa will teach you how to write your own name." In the afternoon, the village chief led some villagers up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. On rainy days, the ground was soft and muddy. Everyone was reluctant to ruin their cotton shoes, so they didn't wear socks, walking barefoot in straw sandals, with their toes red and cold. After a night of rain, the mountain woods were damp, with the smell of wet earth mixed with the scent of grass. A few days ago, the wild chives had already sprouted again, tender and lush, spreading close to the ground. They could be pinched off easily, and the juice looked fresh. Wild onions were even more plentiful, growing in bunches and clusters, rooted in the grass or between rocks. When pulled out, they formed small bundles, with a strong smell. Sharp-eyed villagers shouted, "Look, there's also gray-green vegetables here." A patch of tender, light green leaves spread across the hillside, growing densely. In no time, they had gathered several small baskets. Further down near the tree roots and shaded mountain hollows, fiddlehead ferns had also sprouted tender tips, curled like tiny fists, emerging from the soil. They didn't find anything rare among the mushrooms, but there were plenty of wood mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, growing in clusters on decayed wood, grayish-white. Everyone wasn't sure if they could sell them for a good price, but since they hadn't tasted fresh mushrooms in a long time, they carefully picked and packed them into baskets. Someone rummaged through the grass for a while and suddenly exclaimed happily, "Look, there are new mushrooms here. They look like chicken leg mushrooms, chicken of the woods." A small cluster of plump, solid mushrooms sprouted from the soil, topped with tiny brown caps, looking fleshy. "This stuff is good. It can sell for 20 or 30 coins per gene in town." Everyone hurried over quietly, carefully helping to pick them without damaging the mushrooms. If the mushroom cap falls off or the cap gets broken, the price drops. So everyone was very cautious, gently digging around the roots. After the rain, the green mountains looked like a treasure land. People kept their heads down, just focusing on gathering vegetables and mushrooms. They slowly moved deeper into the mountain. Their small bamboo baskets gradually filled up, heavy with the harvest. The further they went, the thicker the plants and trees. Beyond here is the deep mountain. There might be wild animals. "I think we should head back," the village chief warned loudly. Just then, under a sturdy old tree nearby, someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Village chief's wife, come look." "What is this?" "It's dark and bumpy. What kind of mushroom is this?" Li Guixiang, who was recovering from a serious illness, heard the description and quickly quickened her steps, leaning on the village chief's cane as she moved closer. The village chief had told her not to go up the mountain, but she had been lying down for 2 days. She was stiffening up, so she couldn't stay still. Besides, she was the best at recognizing mushrooms in the village. How could she not come? She squatted down, pushed aside the weeds, and her eyes lit up instantly. Gently touching the mushroom, her voice trembled with excitement. "Wow, this is a morel mushroom. Everyone look. It's bumpy and wrinkled, just like the inside of a sheep's stomach. That's a morel mushroom. It's a very precious find. Last year, the town's restaurants bought them for 160 coins per gene. They taste so fresh, They could make your tongue curl. When everyone heard that a morel mushroom could sell for over 100 coins per gene, their eyes widened. No one dared to breathe loudly. They squatted on the ground, carefully moving weeds aside, digging into the soil little by little, afraid of damaging this valuable mushroom. The mountain soil was soft after the rain, but also slippery. Everyone's pants were splattered with mud, and their feet were covered with a thick layer of mud. But at this moment, no one cared about the cold. They all focused on searching. They especially looked under the dark spots beneath the trees, eager to turn over the entire hillside. Their baskets were filled with wild vegetables, wild onions, wood ear mushrooms, and chicken leg mushrooms. Now, with these few morel mushrooms added, it was like they had found a treasure on this trip up the mountain. This fresh sheep stomach mushrooms are good for health. The important people in town love to eat them. When you go back, clean them and ask Nan to bring some to her aunt. Save a little for tomorrow to give to her uncle and fairy sister too. Everyone happily discussed, trying to find some good mountain products to bring. The people here are so kind to Nan, so they want to give her some gifts. The village chief looked at the basket getting heavier and was worried that if they went further, they might meet wild animals. He quickly said, "It's about time to go back. Don't take too many. Mushrooms don't last long, and Nan can't carry too much. We'll come again to pick more." They picked the last few mushrooms, feeling a bit sad, and stood up to leave. Suddenly, they heard light footsteps and the sound of dry branches breaking in the nearby woods. The village chief instinctively held his sickle tighter. A figure in dark blue appeared from behind the trees. The familiar blue floral jacket was wet, with patches of water. It was Zhao Hunter. He looked a little tired, his pants muddy, and there was a faint smell of blood on him, but it was hard to notice unless you listened carefully. The village chief's eyes slightly narrowed, but before he could speak, Grandma Wang cheerfully greeted him. Huzi, you went into the mountain early? No wonder I didn't see you at lunch. Be careful on the slippery road in the rain. Did you fall?" Zhao Hunter looked at the simple, friendly uncle and aunt, feeling warm inside. He grinned a bit foolishly and said, "I woke up this morning thinking the rain might stop, and animals would come out to breathe and find food.
So I came to see."
Look, I caught a rabbit." He took out a gray rabbit from his basket. "Wow, spring rabbits are so fat. I'll process it later and bring some for Nan." The village chief silently shook his head, thinking that might be too much to carry. Last time, they heard that wild chickens could get you fined, so wild rabbits probably would too. Maybe Nan can ask again. If she can take some, she will. Since it's cold now, they last longer. Uncle, I need to go back. I smell of mushrooms. Let's go together. We've almost finished picking. Zhao glanced at the small baskets behind the uncle and aunt. They were full. His eyes fell on the dark sheep's stomach mushrooms. He squinted slightly and said, "Are you still picking these mushrooms? They're valuable in town." "Yeah," Old Chin spotted a whole bunch. Everyone happily talked and laughed as they moved down the mountain. Back in the village chief saw Old Fong watching from the yard. The others started washing vegetables and mushrooms in an orderly way. He pulled Zhao outside, away from everyone, and asked quietly, "How's it going? What's happening over there?" Zhao looked a bit strange, paused for a moment, then said, "When I went over there, before coming down the mountain, I saw that woman wandering outside the house. She seemed to want to go into the mountain, but was afraid. The two men haven't come back for a day and a night, so they must be panicked. And then, I guessed her position, sneaked behind her, and shot her with an arrow. She fell straight to the ground. I went over to check, and she was still alive." The village chief clenched his fists, looking serious. "When I approached, she opened her eyes and grabbed me, saying she was cold and scared. She asked me to spare her life, not to eat her. She said she could be my wife and give me strong, healthy children." The village chief looked strange, glancing involuntarily toward the mountain. "You didn't." Zhao shivered, as if he had stepped on a tail, his face turning a bit pale. He was angry and annoyed. That woman looked fierce, with a green face and sharp teeth, and she smelled of blood. She even tried to trick me. I drew my sword and fought her off. He took out a small mirror, looked at himself, and said, "Look at me. I'm strong and steady, with solid strength. Do you think she could have that kind of idea? She dared to speak to me like that. The village chief's mouth twitched repeatedly. That. Enough, stop looking. Is she dead? Completely dead. I took everything from her house, dug a deep hole, and buried her all at once. The village chief nodded slowly, exhaling deeply. That's good. Just bury it and forget about it. From now on, don't mention it again. Xiaohu nodded seriously. Got it. Uncle, I need to go wash up now. Go ahead. The yard was already lively. Small baskets made of grass were about 20, neatly packed and placed in Wang Daju's big basket. Aunties gathered around the baskets, carefully picking out the freshly picked mushrooms, cleaning them one by one, rinsing them carefully with mountain spring water. The tender mushrooms looked very appealing. The washed wild vegetables were sorted into bundles and placed into small carts or boxes. The morel mushrooms weighed about 2 jin, or a little more. The chicken drumstick mushrooms were white and plump, like little hammers. They had picked about 4 pounds and carefully scraped off the bumps with a small knife until they were clean. There were even more wood mushrooms. These grew in clusters at the base of tree roots, and picking one bunch could fill a basket. Each person could easily gather dozens of pounds. They chose the best ones and kept about 5 pounds, worried that Yaya might not be able to push more. They also had 2 pounds of gray greens, 2 pounds of shepherd's purse, and 1.5 pounds of bracken. Most of it was for selling mushrooms. The wild vegetables wouldn't spoil quickly, but if the mushrooms opened too late, some could become inedible. The small cart was packed full, with a big basket tied on top, almost taller than Yaya herself. Feng Taixing checked everything carefully again. He placed the basket inside the cart, put the mushrooms in small baskets, tied the bundles of wild vegetables into the jingling bags Yaya had brought, and left space so she could see the road ahead. Only then did he pat the cart and let Yaya take it away with confidence. Chao Shulian had been waiting early at her stall. Yesterday, Yaya had told her that it had rained in their village, and after the rain, the mountains would surely be full of fresh wild goods. Sure enough, from a distance, she saw a little girl in a pale yellow cotton jacket and a bunny hat slowly pushing a cart that looked much wider than her. There were bags of vegetables hanging on both sides, and the open box on top was filled with small baskets, each piled high with something inside. It was her sweet little niece, Yaya. Chao Shulian quickly crossed the road to meet her. As soon as she got close, a fresh mountain scent drifted over, so fragrant it made her nose tingle. Oh my, Yaya, you brought so much. Chao Shulian took the handle of the cart. It was quite heavy.
Yaya smiled brightly.
Grandpa and Grandma are amazing. They picked lots of mushrooms. After the rain, the mountain was full of wild vegetables and mushrooms. They even made many little baskets. Talking and laughing, the two reached Chao Shulian's stall. She had already spread out a new plastic cloth she bought online, a yellow checkered picnic mat decorated with little white flowers.
Wow.
Auntie, this cloth is so pretty.
Yaya covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes shining.
How could Annie be so good at choosing things? Even the mat looked beautiful.
Gausuli answered my bloody.
She knew the little girl would like it. Even a market stall should look nice and tidy. She squatted down to help Yaya unpack everything, neatly arranging the bundles of wild vegetables. Gahua vegetables, fern fronds, and shepherd's purse. This time, there aren't many varieties. Looking further into the basket, I see small baskets and containers. On top, there are clusters of tender, plump mushrooms. After removing the top layer, underneath are small, white, hammer-shaped chicken drumstick mushrooms. Deeper down, there's a faint layer of dark, wrinkled fungi. Chao Shulian smells the fresh mushroom aroma and moves aside a small basket blocking her view. Her pupils suddenly shrink, and she takes a sharp breath. It's truly wild morel mushrooms. The freshest and most valuable first harvest morels. The ones with the thickest meat, strongest aroma, and finest patterns. Each one has a shiny black pointed cap, with tight, honeycomb-like ridges. Even the stems are cleaned thoroughly, free of any dirt. Auntie, this small basket has the village chief's wild morel mushrooms. I'm giving it to you. They're really delicious. Yaya softly says, noticing her staring blankly at the dark mushrooms. Chao Shulian feels her heart warm. Such good mushrooms could sell for a good price, but these honest mountain folks gave her a basket without hesitation. She knows Yaya's nature. If she gives something, she truly means it. Refusing would only cause awkwardness. Suppressing her warm feelings, she quickly glances over. Besides the basket she received, there's about a jean, half a kilogram, left, all top quality. Chao Shulian quickly takes out her phone and checks the price of the mushrooms. She can't afford to be careless with such fine wild produce. She must check carefully so the children don't lose out. After checking the prices, she sends a message on WeChat to the few customers waiting for wild vegetables. Today, there are fresh wild vegetables, wild mushrooms, and the first harvest of wild morel mushrooms. Quantity is limited. Hurry up if you want some. Not long after sending the message, customers start arriving. Most are wearing long robes, their hair tied up before heading out. Their steps are quick and hurried. Big Sister Chao, you finally arrived. Wow, so many varieties. Wow, these are really first harvest wild morels, truly wild. How much for the chicken drumstick mushrooms?
They're cleaned and processed.
I knew coming here was worth it. Small boss sells, honestly. Big Sister Chao, tell me the price. I ordered a small basket yesterday, perfect for mushrooms and vegetables. A few regular customers chatter excitedly, crowding around, each trying to get a share, worried they might miss out if they don't stick close. Chao Shulian smiled as she raised her hand to calm everyone down. Everyone, don't worry. The prices are fair, and the goods are here. You can see the quality. Wild morel mushrooms first harvest only a few.
350 yuan per jean.
Wild chicken leg mushrooms, 90 yuan per jean. Wild common mushrooms, 30 yuan per jean. Shepherd's purse and bracken fern are still at the original prices, 25 yuan per jean.
Grey vegetables, 18 yuan per jean.
If you think it's worth it, buy some. If not, that's okay. We do honest business. These prices were just checked by Chao Shulian. Most of these mushrooms are now cultivated. For example, cultivated common mushrooms sell for about 2 yuan per piece, but wild ones are different. It's hard to find purely wild mushrooms. Also, she wasn't sure if the water and soil in Yaya village were good, but they always tasted fresher than other wild foods bought elsewhere. People in Yaya village are honest and straightforward. The mushrooms are cleaned and prepared before selling. She quoted the highest prices. Some passers-by overheard and couldn't help but gasp. Are these mushrooms really that expensive? When they got closer and smelled them, their faces changed. Wow, these are truly wild. I want some too. We got here first. Our regular customers get priority. Soon, everyone was talking at once, and the small stall was bustling with activity. Those who knew about mushrooms understood that the first harvest of wild morel mushrooms only lasts a few days each year. After that, good wild mushrooms are hard to find. The most expensive wild morel mushrooms were also the most popular. Chao Shulian quickly weighed, packed, and collected money, sweating slightly on her forehead. Yaya helped by handing over vegetables and taking money, her face flushed with happiness. Wow, so much money! In no time, Yaya's pile of mountain produce was sold out, and even the 20 or so baskets were bought along with it. Once most people had left, Chao Shulian took the opportunity to count the money while selling fried sugar cakes. Some was paid by phone, some in cash. Besides her own basket, she had 20 small baskets and one large one. In total, she received 1,031.6 yuan via mobile payment and 650 yuan in cash. Chao Shulian exchanged all the money into cash, neatly stacked it, and gave it to Yaya. She also carefully wrote a list. Yaya, remember to take this back and show it to Grandpa. The basket of wild morel mushrooms will be kept by Auntie. Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. Chao Shulian patted Yaya's small shoulder bag. She looked at the child's slightly dull yellow cotton jacket. I am thinking about finding some nice clothes to buy for Yaya when I have free time. I also want to buy her a new jacket. Yaya politely thanked Aunt Chao, carefully checked her small shoulder bag, and pushed her little cart as she prepared to leave. Chao Xuelian looked at her full little bag. When she first saw it, it was lumpy inside, and she didn't know what was packed in there. Be careful on the road, and watch out for cars. Got it, Auntie Yaya replied. She pushed her cart, but after a few steps, she heard hurried footsteps and heavy breathing. Little boss. Huff, huff. She turned around and saw the old lady from yesterday, the one who bought wild vegetables several times and was the first to ask if the basket was for sale. She remembered her very clearly. Wang Guifin had big dark circles under her eyes, was wearing fuzzy slippers, and her hair was not neatly combed. Seeing Yaya was about to leave, she became anxious and stomped her feet. Oh no! I came too late, I arrived late. She patted her thigh, looking annoyed. I was sure that after the rain, the mountain goods would be here early today. But the more I think about it, the more I can't sleep. The more I want to sleep, the more I wake up. When I was young, I was the same. Before important events, I'd be so anxious I couldn't sleep. Today, I only managed to fall asleep late at night. I overslept. I even told my son to wake me up early, but that boy slept even more soundly than I did. Wang Guifin panted and looked eagerly at Yaya's cart, holding on to a tiny hope. Did you not pick any, or are they all sold out? She wondered if she hadn't picked any, then she wouldn't have missed anything. But if they were all sold, she would regret it forever. Yaya looked at her blankly and honestly said, "They're all sold out. I brought a lot of mushrooms today." Everyone liked them, especially the sheep's stomach mushrooms. Annie said they're called First Harvest, and they're very expensive. People were fighting to buy them. There are also chicken leg mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms.
Yaya counted on her fingers.
Gray vegetables, shepherd's purse. Every time she named something, Wang Guifin's mouth drooped a little. She covered her chest and almost started crying right there. It was heartbreaking. So heartbreaking. She quickly grabbed Yaya's small hand and slapped a red ticket into it. Little boss. About those sheep's stomach mushrooms and other mushrooms too. Any kind of mushroom. You think you could save some for me tomorrow? I'll pay you first. I'm sure I'll earn enough. This is a deposit. Yaya tilted her head and thought carefully. There are still many mushrooms in the mushroom yard that she hasn't brought yet. There are also chicken leg mushrooms, but since they need to plant wheat tomorrow, she might only bring some mushrooms. At most, she can help her grandma by bringing some wild chives and wild onions. These can be found without going up the mountain. Tomorrow, the village might need to plant wheat, so we won't go to the mountain. But I can bring a little bit of mushrooms, and if you want, I can also bring some wild chives and wild onions. Yaya held up 2 fingers to show how much she could bring. Wang Guifin heard this and felt relieved. That's enough. I don't need a lot. Your work in the fields is more important. Keep the money. I'll consider it a prepayment. If you don't spend it all, you can leave some for next time. What's prepayment? Yaya didn't understand. It means saving it here. The amount of vegetables you bring will be deducted, and the rest will stay for next time to buy more vegetables, Wang Guifin explained. She then bought a bag of fried sugar cakes from Chao Xuelian's stall and filled a bucket with porridge. It's settled then, little boss. I'll definitely give my sleepy old dog a good scolding when I get home. Wang Guifin kept talking as she hurriedly stepped forward, darting into the crowd with energetic steps. Yaya looked at the red ticket in her hand. Auntie, can I accept this? Yes, you can. Just remember to bring some mushrooms and wild vegetables for this grandma tomorrow. Wild onions are fine too. Chao Xuelian smiled warmly. Yaya's stall not only had returning customers, but also some prepaid customers. Yaya carefully stored the money and waved goodbye to Chao Xuelian. Today, selling goods took longer than usual, and there wasn't much time left. She moved faster. Yaya had already figured out some patterns. Every day during the morning market, new stalls appear, but vegetables, meat, eggs, these are usually the same. She looked at the neighboring stalls and headed toward the one where she bought the persimmons before. On her left, then a little further right, the familiar red floral coat caught her eye. Yaya let out a small sigh of relief. She hadn't gone the wrong way. Grandpa, give me a few more persimmons and some eggplants. The old man saw her and smiled happily. Is that you, little one? Returning customer. He quickly stood up. Are they still good to eat? Grandpa's stall is all grown by our family, no pesticides used. It's delicious. I want 5. Where are the eggplants?
2.
After buying vegetables, Yaya passes by Grandpa's egg stall and adds another tray of eggs, then buys 2 pounds of meat. She doesn't look at anything else. Cuckoo pushes the cart inside, still thinking about something. The small vendor selling flower jackets and cotton pants is still there, with a loudspeaker constantly shouting, "Clearance sale. Jackets clearance. End of stock clearance." The older sister selling cotton shoes also comes out, and the loudspeaker is lively. Big clearance sale, seasonal clearance, one after another. Yaya's ears are filled with the words clearance. She glances at the 2 stalls. The young man selling flower jackets sees her cart coming and his eyes light up. Here comes the little lucky star again. Yesterday, this girl bought 40 pairs of pants, clearing out most of his leftover stock. To him, she's a big customer, a little lucky star. He looks at her sharply, wondering what she might buy today. But Yaya just grins at him and pushes the cart forward with her small hand. Passing by the big cotton shoe stall, the Annie greets her with a smile. "Little one, buying things for Grandpa and Grandma again?" The young man sees this and thinks, "Oh, so the little lucky star's taken care of business." He chuckles and sits back down. Yaya pushes her cart forward, heading toward the end of the market, where she sees a big crowd gathered, talking loudly and picking through things. There's also a loudspeaker here, with a sign next to it that's crooked and scribbled. "Workwear store closing down, clearance sale." 10 words, but Yaya only recognizes one. Big. There was also a bundle of neatly packed, dark gray cloth covers. This thing looks very strange. One of them had 5 small tubes on top, and I didn't know what they were for. As I tilted my head to look, I saw a dark-skinned uncle pick up a cloth cover that wasn't tied up. He rubbed his fingers together, seeming quite satisfied, then stretched out his palm and spread his 5 fingers. Then he put the cloth cover on his hand. The 5 fingers fit perfectly, with 1 small tube on each finger. This place is very particular. People even wear clothes on their hands. Yaya blinked her eyes and turned her little head. If hands were clothes, then when picking thorny buds or working in the field, she wouldn't get pricked or scratched, and her hands wouldn't be full of blisters or bitten by bugs. Next to her, there were a few tools that looked like rakes. The metal parts underneath reflected the light and looked very sharp. There was also a green bag with writing on it and some hard hats in round shapes in red, yellow, and other colors. There was a big pile of thick clothes with fur inside, mostly in dull gray and dark blue. On top of the clothes, there were words, 99 per piece. Yaya didn't recognize the characters, but she knew what 99 meant. Very expensive. Why are these clothes so costly? Many people were fighting to choose them. She reached out her small hand and gently touched the inside. The fur was thick, soft like the layer inside cotton pants, softer and denser. The outer fabric was a bit stiff, and when others picked it up, it made a swishing sound. The colors were dull and not very pretty. Yaya looked at the shoes and boots for a while. People in the village had never worn boots, and she hadn't either. No one dared to buy them. But Yaya had seen boots, those high, tight-fitting black boots that the officials and uncles wore when they left with the soldiers. Only officials could afford such good things, but here, she didn't know their price. She touched her small bag, which held a bundle of grass rope used last time to measure the villagers' foot sizes. In the afternoon, she saw her grandparents coming down from the mountain, still wearing homemade straw sandals and no socks. Everyone said it was going to rain, and there was a lot of mud, so they were afraid of ruining their cotton shoes. Even the auntie, who was weaving baskets in the yard, and her grandparents didn't want to wear shoes, worried about getting wet or muddy. Everyone was very careful with their things. Mame thinks that the people here have many amazing things and are very smart. They must have durable shoes that can be worn in the rain. They can't just stay indoors when it rains. She quietly moves next to a row of shiny black boots, squats on the ground, and gently touches them with her small hand. They feel smooth and cold. After hesitating a bit, she puts her hand inside the shoe and rubs the insole. The sole is not slippery. Mame lifts her little face and asks the stall owner behind the display, who is wearing a leather hat, "Uncle, how much are these boots?" The stall owner is busy and doesn't pay much attention. He glances at her and casually replies, "Short boots 10 yuan a pair, medium boots 15, tall boots 20. All with cowhide soles. Kids, you look carefully." Mame then looks at a pile of green shoes. The toes are covered with round, hard shells. They look strange. The green fabric on the shoes feels rough and stiff. These cost only 7 yuan a pair. Which one should she buy? Mame frowns and squats there, thinking. A small yellow ball with 2 little tufts on top sits among the shoes. She looks at one pile, then at another. Just as she is hesitating, an old man carrying a birdcage walks slowly over. The old man wears a thick black jacket with a fur collar, smiling kindly. The cage is shiny, and inside is a green-feathered little bird hopping around. In winter, it's too cold, and the birds don't sing much. When March warms up a bit, the old men can't help but go to the morning market or park with their cages. They don't buy much, just like to chat. If they meet someone with the same hobby, they compare whose bird is happier and talk for a long time. The old man sees a small group of people and walks closer, his eyes squinting into 2 slits. "Little friend, looking at work shoes? Buying for your family? You're so young to be out shopping at the market." Mame lifts her head but hasn't spoken yet. The old man approaches casually. "What's wrong? Can't decide? Let me tell you, this stall is genuine clearance, very affordable. Unlike other stalls that keep shouting clearance, clearance every day for years, and the clearance still remains. The owner is clearing out stock because their shop lease ended." He points to the rain boots. "Look at these cowhide soles, bright yellow and shiny, real good cowhide. Strong, comfortable to walk on stones, non-slip on muddy ground, water-resistant, won't crack even after heavy use. You can wear them for 2 or 3 years without damage. Just rinse off the dirt, and they look new." Maya's eyes sparkled brightly as she listened, excited that the shoes wouldn't hurt her feet or slip. They could last 2 or 3 years. The old man saw her listening carefully, with her shiny eyes showing her admiration for his knowledge. He spoke more enthusiastically. "Listen, girl, don't judge these shoes by their simple look. Young people don't like to wear them now, but they are tough and long-lasting. Perfect for work." He sighed a little, with a nostalgic look. "When I was a kid, having a pair of rain boots was a big deal. I would look forward to rainy days just so I could wear them and splash in the water." "Wow," Maya exclaimed, happily impressed. "Grandpa, what is this shoe called? Why does it have a green round shell?" The old man chuckled, crouched down, and moved the birdcage aside. He picked up a pair of old shoes, pointing at the rubber toe cap with a friendly smile. "These are liberation shoes. The upper part is made of canvas, strong, durable, and breathable. In the old days, soldiers wore these shoes to protect the country and guard the borders. They worked hard to give us the peaceful life we have now." He paused, then added, "People back then endured a lot. They worked hard so we could live comfortably today. Now that life is better, there are all kinds of nice shoes. Young people think they look old-fashioned and don't want to wear them, but these shoes are very tough. The front part protects your toes, so you won't hurt them if you kick stones or bump into walls." Maya realized that these green shoes were worn by soldiers who protected the country. Just like Grandpa Fong once said, the soldiers kept trouble out, so everyone could farm peacefully. It turns out, no matter where you are, someone is quietly watching over everyone. These soldiers are really amazing and admirable. Wearing shoes like theirs must mean they are the sturdiest and best shoes. Maya gently touched the liberation shoes with her small hand. She originally just wanted to buy rain boots, but now she decided she would buy both. "Thank you, Grandpa." Maya sincerely thanked him, then looked into her bag. She took out a piece of grass rope, some long, some short. She held one end of the rope against the shoe sole, comparing and choosing carefully. The old man smiled, his eyes crinkling. "Wow, your little method is quite simple, but it looks like it will work." "I'll help you." Maya nodded, moved aside a little to make space, and said, "Grandpa, the villagers' grandpas and uncles need to go to the fields to plant wheat and also go up the mountain to chop wood and pick vegetables. I want to buy shoes for all of them so they can wear comfortable shoes while working. Good child, you are so filial." The old man nodded repeatedly as he listened. "Filial? The green parrot in the cage suddenly squawked loudly, mimicking.
It startled Yaya.
Seeing Yaya look over, the green parrot flapped its wings twice, tilted its head at her, and repeated, "Filial. Grandpa, you can talk." Yaya's eyes widened in surprise. "Haha. Yes, Nyonya is very clever," the old man said, pinching a seed of bird food and feeding it into the cage. Yaya leaned in to look again, full of curiosity. But then she remembered there were 42 pairs of shoes to choose, and she hesitated, glancing at the little green bird, feeling reluctant. She quickly lowered her head and continued comparing the soles of the shoes one by one. Fortunately, the old man was helping beside her. They spent about half an hour matching the shoes, almost done. Yaya chose a pair of mid-calf rain boots. The height of the boots could tuck into her pants, so on rainy days, mud wouldn't splash onto her trousers, and she wouldn't worry about getting them dirty. There were only two shortest shoelaces left, for Xiao Shuang and Xiao Dou. Yaya hadn't seen such small shoes before. She also had small feet. Just 3 pairs left, right? Children's shoes? Come on, Grandpa will take you over there. The kids' shoes are all over there, the old man said, lifting the birdcage with one hand and holding Yaya's hand with the other. Near the stall owner's feet, a pile of tiny shoes was stacked. There were few children's styles, mixed together in a jumble. The old man first picked shoes in her size for Yaya, then casually took the small folding stool from the stall owner. "Come, sit here and try them on." Yaya obediently sat on the small stool, her face slightly red. It was a bit embarrassing to have so many people watching her change shoes. Luckily, she washed her feet every day, and today she was wearing pretty socks with fluffy fur. She picked up a black rain boot and tried to put it on her foot. The opening was small, and her toes went in, feeling a little chilly. After putting on the shoes, Yaya tried to stand and took a few steps. It was a new feeling she had never experienced before. The shoes felt a bit heavy, and when she stepped down, there was a muffled boom-boom sound. The soles were soft and bouncy, but not as soft as her cotton shoes. After a short while of getting used to them, Yaya quickly moved on to try the green shoes her grandpa handed her. This pair of shoes feels very different from the previous black boots. They are lighter, made of fabric that fits snugly against the foot, and the size fits perfectly, almost like they are part of the foot. How do they fit? Are they comfortable? Yaya nods firmly. Yes, they fit perfectly. Meanwhile, the old man had already picked out several other pairs of small shoes while Yaya was trying on hers. There are dozens of shoes arranged in a large display. "Sir, how much do all these cost?" Yaya looks up at the vendor beside her. The shopkeeper finishes his work and, hearing her, looks down. Oh, he almost forgot. This is a big customer, buying so many shoes. He quickly crouches down to help the old man organize the shoes. As he arranges them, he counts aloud. 8 pairs of adult mid-calf rain boots, 18 pairs of work shoes, and 3 pairs of children's sizes. Children's sizes are 1 size smaller than adults. The total is 456 yuan. So let's say 455 yuan. Yaya reaches into her small bag to take out a red bill, but then she sees the old man bring over a bundle of dark gray fabric covers. He says, "Shopkeeper, since the kid is buying so many shoes here, how about giving a pair of gloves as a gift?" The shopkeeper glances at the gloves, made of 400 yarn, not worth much, and quickly agrees. Sure, the old man happily stuffs the gloves into Yaya's small cart. "These gloves are for work, to protect your hands. You should find them useful." Yaya looks at him with admiration. Such a wonderful grandpa. He didn't spend a single coin but managed to get her such a big bundle of gloves. What are they called again? Gloves. Grandpa, you're so amazing. Thank you, Grandpa. The green parrot says, Grandpa is amazing because they bought so many shoes. To avoid mixing them up when they go home, the vendor carefully puts bags over each pair of rain boots and ties shoelaces on each pair of work shoes. Looking at the small cart, oh, there are eggs and tomatoes underneath. Thinking for a moment, he places the gloves on top of some padding inside the cart, then puts the lightweight work shoes into the cart's box. The rain boots are finally packed into a large bag, stacked on top of the cart's box and tied with a rope. After everything is packed up, Yaya's eyes are drawn again to the pile of metal objects next to her, which look like a rake. Getting closer, She notices the heavy, metallic texture, and she looks at it more carefully. So much iron. Must be worth a lot of money. And then she sees 5 iron teeth, pointed and hard, which would be very effective if inserted into the ground. The old man saw her staring and found it a bit strange, and also noticed the children being unable to look away from the 5-tooth garden fork being used to turn the soil. This is for turning the soil. You push it into the hard ground, then step on and lift it. The soil becomes loose, and it saves effort. Hearing this, Yaya's little heart gave a gentle jump. It's a farming tool. A tool for planting. She quietly touched her small bag, unsure if she could afford it.
So,
how much is this? Yaya stared closely at the vendor, afraid of hearing a price she couldn't pay. She hoped it wouldn't be too expensive, preferably within the money she had in her small bag. The villagers save up for a long time just to buy a small hoe. This big piece of iron, with a metal handle, must be worth a lot of silver coins. 30. Yaya was stunned, her mouth slightly open, and she didn't regain her senses for a while. She originally thought it would cost at least 10 red notes, so much money, but unexpectedly, it was only 30. After a moment of surprise, her little face lit up with joy and excitement. Uncle, I want to buy it. I want to buy this. She wondered how the village chief and others would react when they saw such a big iron tool. Yaya happily took out 3 10-yuan notes. Her small hand gently touched the cold metal handle of the soil fork again and again. Can you carry it? It's pretty heavy. The old man was a bit worried. The teeth of the soil fork were sharp, and the girl was thin. If she wasn't careful, she might get pricked in the foot. Where are your grown-ups? They should come and carry it. My uncle said he would meet us over there. He went to buy other things. Yaya pointed to a quiet alley not far away. She was now very familiar with this excuse, and her face didn't turn red or her heart race. The old man looked at her. The road wasn't far, but he still didn't feel safe letting her carry such a dangerous tool alone. All right, Grandpa will help you carry it. He picked up the 5-tooth garden fork and the bird cage with one hand, and with the other, he helped Yaya push the small cart, carefully walking her into the alley. When they arrived, the old man gently leaned the garden fork against the wall, making sure it was steady before seriously reminding her, "Be very careful. You must wait until your uncle comes before touching it. Don't carry it yourself. This iron has sharp teeth. If you get pricked in the foot, it will bleed and need a shot." A shot? The old man had a serious face, and the little green bird also chirped loudly to imitate him. Yaya knew her grandfather was thinking of her. She obediently nodded and said, "Yes, Yaya will remember. I won't touch anything I shouldn't." "Thank you, Grandpa." In Manhwa village, inside Granny Lu's small, low earthen house. The fire crackled in the stove, and a small oil lamp on the table cast a warm yellow glow. The old village chief, Hunter Zhao, Old Man Fong, and Granny Lu all sat around the table. In recent days, waiting for Yaya to come back at night had become their unbreakable routine. Whenever Yaya returned, she brought something rare that they had never seen before. Each time, it was a surprise that broadened their knowledge. Time was almost up. They knew she would be leaving soon. Suddenly, a dull, solid sound hit the earthen wall. It wasn't knocking, but the sound of a heavy object pressing against the wall. The group quickly turned their heads toward the bed. They saw Yaya standing there, one hand holding a small cart with a large bag tied to it. The bag was faintly black, shaped like a boot. Her other hand was gripping a pole that leaned against the wall. The sight made everyone in the room hold their breath. The pole had a horizontal handle at the top, a straight vertical shaft, and at the bottom, a heavy piece of black iron. 5 sharp iron teeth pointed downward, piercing small holes into the straw mat underneath. Above the teeth, there was a flat iron plate. The entire contraption was made of solid iron, cold, hard, and heavy. Under the flashlight, it reflected the cold shine typical of iron. The village chief's eyes widened in shock, and his legs nearly gave out, almost kneeling on the spot. He had lived most of his life, but he had never seen so much iron in one place. In the mountains, people used small sickles, tiny hoes, and iron pieces about the size of a child's fist. They had to save for 2 years, working hard, to afford to replace them. For them, Iron tools were treasures, family heirlooms passed down through generations. But this little girl was holding something so large and heavy, an iron object that looked different from the dull, worn-out iron that rusted quickly and became fuzzy after half a year. This one shone like the legendary fine iron, glossy and black. Zhao Hunter saw Yaya trying to pick up the metal object and quickly stood up with a sudden move. He crawled over on all fours and carefully held the item steady. "Oh, my little ancestor, don't touch this. It's heavy, don't press on yourself." Once he grabbed the pole, it felt cold and hard. Zhao Hu took a deep breath and pulled with force. He's been hunting and working for many years, so he's quite strong, but the weight made his wrists sink. It must be at least 6 jin, about 3 kilograms. "Oh my goodness," he gasped, feeling the real weight in his hand. "It's all iron." Carefully, Zhao Hu carried the big iron object down from the bed and leaned it against the corner of the wall, worried it might get damaged or knocked over. A few people quickly gathered around. Feng Taisheng held a small flashlight, shining it inch by inch, examining everything carefully. At the bottom, 5 sharp iron teeth looked like fierce animal claws. There was a thick iron plate at the roots. Instead of a straight pole like a hoe or rake, there were 2 short handles on the sides, just right for 2 hands to grip. What exactly is this thing?" The village chief swallowed hard, his voice uncertain. "How do you use it?" Yaya was still on the bed, head down, struggling to untie the rain boots tied with ropes on her small cart. Grandma Lu helped by shining the flashlight, but the little girl wanted to do it herself. One knot loosened. Suddenly, a pile of rain boots in clear plastic bags tumbled down the bed, covering Yaya's legs. The sizzling sound caught the attention of the 3 people examining the iron block, and they all looked at Yaya, who was surrounded by a big pile of shiny black rain boots. They moved closer to her. "What is this big pile of dark things?" They looked a bit hard, shaped like boots worn by officials or soldiers. Yaya pulled out a larger bag. The biggest boots were inside. She struggled to lift the heavy rain boots out of the bag. "Uncle Zhao, come try these," she said. It wasn't that the little girl was biased toward Zhao Hu, but his feet were bigger, so his shoes were easier to find. Zhao Hu stared at the shiny black boots, eyes wide with excitement, his hair standing up. He rubbed his hands together, chuckled, and quickly reached for the boots by the bed. He took off his old cloth shoes, slipped his feet into the boots, and they went on smoothly. It was very comfortable. The boots felt stiff, and the material was smooth and a little cool to the touch. The village chief and Feng Taisheng each took a pair from the bed. "Wow, these are so slippery. Why does the shoe material look so shiny? They're stiff and sturdy, look very solid." Zhao Hu imitated the officials, tugging his cotton pants legs inside, then happily took a few steps back and forth. The sole was soft and bouncy, making walking very comfortable. "These are called rain boots," Yaya's young voice said. "Wear them in the rain. For work, water won't get in. They don't slip or hurt your feet, and if they get dirty, just rinse them with water." Like Uncle Zhao, tucking his pants into the boots so his pants stay clean. Not afraid of dirt, water doesn't get in, and if they do get dirty, a rinse makes them clean? Are there shoes like that in the world? The village chief suddenly stood up, looked at the boots in his hand, thought for a moment, then pushed the door open. The muddy yard outside was still wet and not dry. He squatted down, hesitated for a moment, then firmly dipped the boots into the mud, covering the surface and soles with mud. Zhao Hu and Yaya peered at the door frame, watching. He still didn't want to take off his boots, afraid of getting them dirty outside, so they watched eagerly as the village chief tested. The yard was dark, only a small flashlight providing light. Yaya looked at the sky, wishing the village had those bright signs that could glow on their own. They could shine at night, just like daytime. The village chief took a water scoop in one hand, filled it, and with the other, grabbed a muddy boot, walking to the door and pouring water over the rain boots. Splash! Mud splashed off the smooth surface of the boots, and a lot of mud on the soles washed away. He thought a few more rinses would do. His hands stayed dry and water didn't get in, getting dirty by the river, then rinsing clean. "Wow," Yaya exclaimed, only hearing about how they could be cleaned, but now she saw it herself. It was so amazing. Don't crowd at the door. Everyone come inside and close the door. Don't catch a cold. The village chief gently shooed everyone inside like little chicks. He set down the boots. Before Yaya could climb back onto the bed, Confrontation eagerly asked, Nan Nan, do you know what that big iron thing is? How much did it cost? Do you still have money? For pairs of bright, eager eyes stared at her, holding their breath. They weren't upset about how expensive the iron lump was. Such a treasure, worthy of being the village's pride, was priceless. They were worried that Yaya might spend all the money and then have no funds left when they went there again. They feared she wouldn't be able to buy what she wanted or eat what she liked. If the money runs out, we'll split up tomorrow. Some people will go to harvest wheat, and others will go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. We'll exchange for more money, and I promise not to let you down, the village chief quickly added, looking worried. Yaya sat on the kong, a traditional bed, swinging her little legs and patting her small satchel. Yaya still has money, a lot of money. All four of them found it hard to believe. How could it be? Such good farming tools, such a big piece of shiny iron. Then Yaya said, this is called a 5-tooth plow. I think that's its name. It costs 30 yuan. 30? Just 30? Such a big piece of shiny, heavy, sharp, and impressive iron. It's not just a few ounces of silver, not a few coins, not enough to ruin a family, just 30? They couldn't understand no matter how hard they thought. The iron that would cost their whole family's lives to exchange for here could be brought home for just 30 in that place where Yaya went. The four of them just stood there, dazed. Their eyes were blank, their expressions dull, and for a long time, no one spoke. Only shock, as if the sky had fallen, filled their hearts and eyes. It took the village chief a long time to recover from the overwhelming shock. His hands trembled as he pointed at the 5-tooth plow. Nan Nan, what exactly is this thing, and how do you use it? Did you ask? It wouldn't be good if they brought back such a big piece of iron and didn't know how to use it. It would just be a waste. Fang Tiesheng's mind was in turmoil. As he thought through what Yaya had said about cheap fabrics, affordable rice, even books and medicine, they all weren't expensive. Now, such a large piece of finely forged iron farming tool only costs 30. Does that mean the people there, everyone eats well, wears warm clothes, and doesn't have to risk their lives just to fill their stomachs? Their farming skills must be incredible, beyond imagination. And those delicate crafts, whether it's the celestial chicken or the flashlight, are all unheard of. Now they understood. The fire-starting device wasn't a chicken, as they thought, but the mechanism, the jiju, and it was so intricate. Thinking of this, Fang Tiesheng's eyes shone brightly as he held his pen, waiting for Yaya to explain how to use the plow. Mamay crawled back to the pile of shoes, carefully examining the remaining items while recalling her grandfather's words about the talking green bird. He said this is used for loosening the soil. Her grandfather, who carries the little bird, told me so, she said, holding up her small hand and miming gripping something. Just hold the two handles on the sides, push it into the hard soil, and then step on the pedal to pry the soil loose. The village chief's eyes lit up as he examined the 5-tooth garden fork. He tried to hold the handle as Mamay described and stepped on the flat pedal. The feel was perfect. He exchanged a look with Xiao Hu and Fang Taisheng. Let's go outside and try it with a flashlight later. Nan Nan, how much are the rain boots? Fang Taisheng sat back down, holding a pen. In front of him was his notebook, filled with prices written densely. 5-tooth garden fork, made entirely of fine iron, 31 in total. The latest line of writing was still wet. Behind the rain boots, there was space left, and the mushrooms she brought in the afternoon were also listed, waiting for Mamay to tell her the prices to fill in. Rain boots are 15 yuan a pair, a bit cheaper for the little kids, 1 yuan less. And there are also liberation shoes, 7 yuan a pair, Mamay answered quickly, still pulling green shoes out of her small cart. Shoes? At this moment, the adults finally realized what was happening. They hadn't even helped Mamay take out the items and were just surprised. Lao Papa and the village chief quickly helped her gather everything. A pile of green shoes, a bundle of black-gray cloth covers, a few tomatoes and eggplants, and at the bottom, a board of eggs, and 2 lumps of fresh meat. These eggs couldn't hatch chicks. The 5 eggs the village chief initially took had already been eaten. He tried a few more, not giving up. Farmers knew how to tell if eggs could hatch chicks just by holding them up to the light and feeling the shell. But they believed that in that magical place, normal rules didn't apply. Who knew what kind of chickens they had there? Maybe only eggs that are transparent inside could hatch chicks. After testing 10 eggs from 3 boards, the village chief confirmed none of them were fertilized eggs. As for what fertilized eggs looked like, he didn't know. He just hoped his child could bring back different kinds of eggs next time. The yellow eggs in those dull boards were all unfertilized. Items were laid out one by one, and several people quietly watched Yaya, like students waiting for a teacher's lesson. Yaya raised her green shoes. These are liberation shoes, green in color, 7 yuan a pair. This round shell is to protect the toes. If you kick a stone, your toes won't hurt. Grandpa also said that these shoes are worn by soldiers from their area. They are very comfortable and durable. I tried them on and they feel light and soft. Uncle Seller also said they can last for many years without breaking. After talking about the shoes, she pointed to a bundle of dark gray cloth. This seems to be called gloves, to protect the fingers. Yaya scratched her head. I don't know how much they cost. Grandpa helped me tell the stall owner that I bought so many things, and these are gifts. After speaking, she yawned slightly. Grandma Lu's heart softened. Before she moved, Yaya squinted her eyes and thoughtfully recalled for a moment. She took out a piece of paper from her small shoulder bag. All the mushrooms and baskets are sold out, and they sold very well. The grandma from last time didn't buy any, and my aunt helped me write down the prices. Grandma also gave Yaya 100 yuan, saying it was to save for her. Tomorrow, she would bring some mushrooms and wild scallions to Grandma. Fong Taisheng took the paper from Yaya's hand. Grandma Lu held Yaya's small hand and let her down from the Kong. Good girl, now you know everything. Grandma will boil some hot water for you to wash your feet and wipe your face, so we can have a good sleep. While Grandma Lu took Yaya to the kitchen to wash up, Fong Taisheng quickly finished noting the prices. The 3 of them all put on rain boots, and the special feeling on their feet made them very excited. They hung their old straw sandals around their waists with a rope. Zhao, who carried a 5-tooth hoe for turning soil, a bag of rain boots, the village chief held the liberation shoes, and Fong Taisheng carried eggs and large persimmons. They all headed to the cellar. Tomorrow morning, when the villagers come, they will distribute the shoes first. As they approached the cellar entrance, the village chief glanced at Zhao, whose 5-tooth hoe, and his hand suddenly itched badly. He couldn't help but speak to Zhao Hu. Huzi, don't put the hoe in yet. Let's organize everything first. I want to try this big iron tool. Zhao, whose eyes lit up. Perfect, he also wanted to try this big iron thing. The 3 quickly put their things into the cellar. Zhao Hu took out the hoe and came out. He found a quiet corner, turned on his flashlight, and the beam of light shone steadily on the ground. The village chief took the fork from Zhao Hu's hand. His hand felt heavy, and he exclaimed, Wow, this really has some weight. He held the handle tightly with both hands, aiming the 5 long, sharp prongs at the ground, then pushed it down hard. It easily sank deep into the soil. The village chief took a deep breath, stepped on the pedal forcefully, and then used his wrist to lift the fork. Suddenly, large chunks of hard earth were pried up and flipped to the sides, quickly and effortlessly. It was much faster and easier than using a hoe, making the work feel 10 times better. Wow! The village chief couldn't help but shout in excitement, his eyes shining. Fong Taisheng watched eagerly and squeezed in to try his hand at prying the soil. 3 grown men gathered around one garden fork, taking turns, feeling more and more excited. They wished they could turn over the entire backyard right then and there for fun. The next morning, just before dawn, the people of Hua village gathered in Granny Lu's yard. Today was the day to plant wheat, so they needed to eat early and get to work. Xiao Duzi and Xiao Shuang still wore the tiny glasses that Yaya had bought for them. If Grandpa Li hadn't told them not to, Xiao Duzi would have wanted to wear his glasses to bed. The 2 little kids stood proudly, heads held high. When passing elders saw them, they would praise them, making the kids hold their heads even higher, like proud little chicks. Watch your step. Grandpa Li followed behind, feeling both helpless and amused. It was already March, and planting wheat was a bit late. Although the snow had melted, the weather was still cold. On cloudy, rainy days, the wind was chilly, piercing straight into their bones. A rain had soaked the fields, making the soil soft and muddy. Stepping into it, one would sink and slip. If they weren't careful, their pants would get soaked. In previous years, people wore old cloth shoes or straw sandals to work in the fields. They could only walk a few steps before their shoes were covered in mud, water and dirt seeping in, and mud squeezing out from between their toes. It was slow and uncomfortable, and they worried about missing the planting season, as the entire year's food depended on this spring planting. After everyone finished washing up, the village chief gently waved his hand. But his boots were too eye-catching, shiny, thick, and tall. Most people had already been secretly glancing at them. Old Fong and Hunter Zhao had been reluctant to take off their new rain boots last night, and now they were walking back and forth in the yard, showing off both openly and secretly. The tall boots looked a bit like those worn by officials, very impressive. The three of them tucked their cotton pants into their boots, so they wouldn't get any mud on them. It was obvious that these were good things brought back by Yaya. The village chief held back a smile, worried that his teeth might show if he smiled too much. "Come with me, quietly." The group tiptoed toward the back cellar. The cellar door was open. Aunt Lin, who was down there fetching vegetables, stared blankly at the pile of boots and shoes that looked like a small mountain, and at the heavy iron tools leaning against the wall, like large rakes. She covered her chest, her heart pounding.
Oh my.
What treasures are these? Did Nguyen go to the Emperor's storage to bring back so many good things? These are from the Lin family. You're here too? Perfect. Everyone is here. As soon as the village chief finished speaking, the others followed him into the cellar. When they saw the full pile of items, they all held their breath, their eyes fixed on the grouped boots and shoes, and on the unfamiliar iron forks. They didn't know where to put their hands and feet. The village chief secretly smiled. Surprised? That's how it all came about. This tall one is called rain boots. Yaya brought them back for everyone in the village. You can walk through mud and water without getting wet or dirty. The green ones are called liberation shoes. Light, sturdy, and comfortable. Perfect for walking and working. Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement, and they rubbed their hands and grinned. Could they really own such wonderful things? Don't just stand there. Come and pick your shoes. The small ones are easy to recognize. Let's put them on Xiao Duzi and Xiao Shuang first. When Xiao Duzi heard his name, he moved forward. His little black shoes looked just like his black glasses. Yaya is so kind. She always buys good things for everyone. The two little ones put on their boots and ran around, clicking their heels on the ground. The adults also tried on the shoes. When they slipped their feet into the rain boots, they fit snugly and felt firm. They stood steadily on the ground, especially the boots that reached just below the calves, perfect for tucking in their pants. Once everyone had their new shoes on, the village chief used a 5-tooth fork to poke into the ground, making 5 neat little holes in the yellow earth. Xiao Shuang watched the village chief, standing proudly with one hand on his waist and the other holding the fork. He wore a small brown floral jacket and cotton pants, carefully tucked into his black boots. He looked mighty, like a brave warrior from a storybook. The black grape-like eyes blinked without pause. The child tilted his head back, stretched out a short finger, pointed at the village chief, and cheerfully shouted, "Wow, Grandpa Dog." So mighty. The village chief's smile froze instantly. His face darkened quickly. "What dog, Grandpa? You little rascal. I am the village chief." The child had somehow heard his name and learned a few words, so he dared to call him that. The villagers were first stunned, then burst out laughing. They quickly covered their mouths and looked down, trying not to upset the village chief, their shoulders shaking with laughter. Zhao Hu said, "Grandpa Dog, it's time to introduce the big tool you're holding." The nearby villager's shoulders shook even more. The village chief snorted and proudly said, "This is called a 5-tooth plow. Haven't you heard of it? Yaya brought this new farming tool from outside, made entirely of strong iron. Strong iron. That must have cost a lot of silver. Wow." Shoes and tools again. Do we earn enough to buy these? How do we use this? We've never seen one before. The village chief didn't reply, letting everyone discuss. He wanted everyone to think that Nan didn't have enough money, so they would be more eager to find ways to earn and work. He clapped his hands and demonstrated right there. Holding the handle, he inserted and pried, loosening the soil completely. Everyone watched with shining eyes, their hearts eager to get out into the fields and use this big tool to work happily. Eat quickly. Finish your meal so you can go to the fields. Aunt Lin and Granny Lu, wearing new rain boots, moved swiftly. The stove was burning warmly, and soon they brought out hot food. No one felt like talking much. They hurriedly shoveled food into their mouths, eager to go to the fields and dig the soil happily with this new tool. Yaya was still peacefully sleeping inside. The leopard print blanket they brought back was carefully washed and dried by Granny Lu with pink soap. It was soft and fluffy, wrapped inside a reed flower quilt, making her sleep very comfortably. After everyone finished eating, they quietly tidied up the dishes. Aunt Lin specially warmed a bowl of fragrant bones soup on the stove. Granny Lu, Grandpa Wang, and Grandma Fong stayed in the yard, weaving baskets and watching over the house and Yaya. The others, a large group, hurried straight to the wheat fields. The village chief had already brought the plow to the edge of the field. While passing by the vegetable field, I noticed almost all the plants had sprouted, fresh and lively, looking very happy. Little Shuangzi and little Dizzy, holding their grandfather's hand, came across a small puddle on the road. Little Dizzy's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but gently step into the water. Splish! Water splashed out. His boots got wet on the surface, but no water seeped inside. He quietly curled his toes, and his socks inside remained dry and clean. Little Shuangzi also imitated and stepped into the puddle. Wow, it's dry! The two children's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. They started to run around happily, stomping into every puddle they saw, making themselves laugh out loud. The adults looked down at the water droplets splashed on their boots, shook them lightly, and the water fell off. Their pants stayed clean. They all thought silently, these boots are really wonderful things. A long line of people walked along the ridge of the field. The village chief led, holding a soil-turning fork. Behind him, everyone wore colorful floral jackets and cotton pants, decorated with small flower patterns, bringing a touch of life to the barren land. Everyone's pant legs were tucked tightly into shiny black rain boots, looking neat and spirited. The sun in the east was just beginning to peek out, its golden light shining through the clouds. The village chief touched the wheat seeds in his hand. He was thin and shriveled, with a dusty gray look from last year's harvest. They kept the seeds from last year. After a winter and a bad harvest year, the yield was poor. The seeds they kept for planting were carefully selected. In previous years, the seedlings grew sparsely, and whether they would survive depended on luck. But now, things are different. He weighed the sturdy five-toothed soil-turning fork in his hand. The seeds were old and shriveled, but the tools were new, strong, and full of energy, and his heart was full of hope. As soon as the new soil-turning fork was used in the field, its usefulness became clear. The 5 teeth sank deep into the soil, and with a gentle lift, the soil clumps loosened and turned over easily. It was effortless, smooth, and steady. And the gloves, each finger fit perfectly inside, not causing any discomfort. The whole village only had this one soil-turning fork. Everyone was reluctant to waste any effort, taking turns to use it. No one stopped working, not even the tool. Hapu village was nestled in a mountain hollow. The small piece of land was very precious. The whole village had only about 5 or 6 acres of wheat fields pieced together from different patches. In previous years, they relied on plows and hoes, working hard all day to cultivate those 5 or 6 acres. This new fork is really easy to use. In less than an hour, it can loosen and turn over an acre of land thoroughly. In previous years, loosening the soil depended on strong men. Older men and women with less agility could only do some weeding and fertilizing on the side. But this year is different. A group of elderly people thought it would take several days to finish. Now, with this new farming tool, Even Grandma Chen, the weakest in the village, can hold the handle steadily. She can easily push down, pry, and turn over a small patch of land, smiling happily. Everyone is eager to try the new tool, making the scene lively and busy. Meanwhile, the old plow, which was the most valuable and popular before, stands alone in the field, guarded only by Zhao Hu. He can't use one leg often because he's limping. If it weren't for his limp, he might have been taken away. He can do chores and go hunting normally, but when it comes to turning the soil, it feels like the work is meant for him. He has to wait until everyone finishes loosening the soil before he can plant seeds. With the handy new tool and waterproof, mud-proof boots, everyone is very enthusiastic. They work faster than ever. What normally takes a whole day to finish, now is done in just half a day, neatly and well. Yaya ate some food at home, then took out her small basket she used when she went up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. Grandma Lu specially made the basket for her. It's small and cute, with a narrow opening and deep body. She made 2 grass rope straps that fit perfectly on her shoulders. It's just the right size for her to carry. She put some sheep's stomach mushrooms left from yesterday into the basket, along with a few chicken leg mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms, which she picked and kept for herself. Then she went outside to pick some wild scallions. The basket isn't big, and now it's full. Yaya grabbed a handful of wild scallions with one hand and a handful of fern leaves with the other. Wild scallions are everywhere in the mountains, but she remembers that an old lady once said she had to pay to buy them. Now that everyone has gone out, she picks whatever she sees in the yard. The basket is full, and her hands are too full to hold more. Feeling warm inside, she heads to the night market. A small girl with a tiny basket, holding scallions in one hand and fern leaves in the other, stands by the street. She immediately attracts many looks. People wonder why a little girl is out selling vegetables at night. The basket is so small. What could she possibly carry? Yaya didn't mind the curious looks from others. After walking this route so many times, she was already used to it. Carrying a small basket on her back and holding some vegetables, she headed toward the 2 yuan shop. On the way, someone peeked into her delicate little basket out of curiosity. With just one glance, they couldn't look away. That dark thing, was it morel mushrooms? And the green onions in her hand. Were those wild ones? From a distance, no one noticed, but as they got closer, the strong and refreshing onion scent filled the air. It was at least 10 times more fragrant than the ones sold in the market. The owner of a nearby fried rice stall sniffed the air hard, unable to resist. He came out from behind his cart and leaned closer. The smell of the onions grew stronger, filling his nose. From the basket came a faint, fresh mushroom aroma that stood out among the usual street smells. Clean and pleasantly sweet. It wasn't covered up at all. The stall owner couldn't help asking, "Hey, little one, are those mushrooms and wild onions for sale? Can I take a look at the mushrooms?" Yaya turned around and saw a cheerful man with a double chin. She quickly pulled the basket to her chest and shook her head like a rattle. "Not for sale, not for sale." These mushrooms were meant for Sister Hemiao and Uncle Shopkeeper. They had helped her so much, and now that she finally had something valuable, something everyone wanted, she wanted to give it to them. The stall owner smiled helplessly at her protective stance and waved his hands. "Don't worry, I won't take them.
I just wanted to ask."
Then he sniffed again, his eyes falling on the bunch of wild onions in her hand.
He spoke in a pleading tone then.
"Could you sell me just a little of those onions? My fried rice really needs that kind of flavor. Just a small bit would do." Yaya looked at the big handful of wild onions in her hand, a little unsure. Seeing her hesitate, the man quickly added, "I'll give you a bowl of fried rice made with those onions in return."
"How about that?"
Yaya frowned slightly, thinking it over. You didn't need much onion for cooking, just a little chopped up. No one ate it as a main dish, so there should still be enough left. If not, she could always bring more tomorrow with her small cart. After a moment of thought, she finally nodded. "All right, I'll share a little with you." She set the fiddlehead ferns on the ground, squatted down, carefully counted out 10 wild onions, and handed them over. The boss's mouth twitched slightly. Even 10 scallions are still scallions. "How much does it cost, little one?" I don't know. Uncle, you decide and give me the change. Yaya picked up some fern. The fried rice stall owner thought for a moment. I'll give you 2 yuan, based on the price of premium wild scallions. Wait a moment, I'll cook a bowl for you to take away, he said, washing and chopping the wild scallions, grabbing a small handful and adding them to hot oil. The unique aroma of the wild scallions instantly filled the air as they sizzled, blending with fresh chicken eggs. The smell spread far and wide, attracting several passers-by to stop and look. Seeing customers arriving, the boss sped up his work. He cooked the rice quickly, served a small bowl of hot egg fried rice for Yaya, covered it with a lid, and added a small plastic spoon. Thinking for a moment, he reached into a nearby red plastic basket and took out a farm-fresh egg. He peeled off the mushroom on top and gently placed it into Yaya's small basket. I'll give you an extra farm egg. Next time, if you find such fragrant scallions again, bring me some too. Yaya nodded her small head. This business was easy to do, just picking from the roadside. There were plenty. 2 yuan could buy another small mirror. The fried rice stall owner smiled warmly, continuously flipping his wok with a spatula.
Good things speak for themselves.
These wild scallions really smell wonderful. In no time, the scallion slices for the fried rice, costing an extra yuan, were used up. Just now on the road, a man selling fried rice asked me to buy wild scallions. I gave him 10 stalks. He gave me an egg, some fried rice, and 2 yuan in return. Chun-Lei was stunned. 2 yuan for 10 stalks. Someone dared to sell, and someone dared to buy. He usually doesn't cook for himself or buy groceries, so he doesn't know the prices. He only remembers that scallions are usually cheap when buying vegetables. He took the basket and saw a round, smooth egg filled with mushrooms underneath. He took out the egg and grabbed a small basket to hold the mushrooms. He doesn't know much about wild vegetables or mushrooms. He can't tell which are expensive or cheap. But if asked which nearby restaurant uses the freshest ingredients, he can name 3. Looking at the strange-shaped mushrooms in the basket, some look like tiny honeycombs, others like hammers, and he recognizes the common white mushrooms. These mushrooms smell fresh, with a clean, earthy scent that makes him want to breathe deeply. There aren't many types, just a few scattered here and there. The fern fronds are a bit dented in the middle from being squeezed. Seeing such small mushrooms and vegetables, a grown man like Chun-Lei almost got emotional, thinking about how far someone traveled just to bring him a bite to eat. Just as he was about to put the mushrooms and vegetables away, a customer came to pay. He immediately saw the items on the counter and exclaimed, "Wow, so many wild mountain mushrooms." The customer picked up a honeycomb-shaped mushroom, looked closely, and his eyes lit up. This is top-quality morel mushrooms. Thick, firm, with a strong aroma and a hint of nutty scent. Amazing. Wild-grown, top-grade stuff. Chun-Lei was surprised. Huh? This isn't cheap. The customer carefully put the morel mushroom back. Wild and rare, such good quality, costs about 300 or 400 yuan a jean.
Chun-Lei froze.
His hand, which was casually picking at the mushrooms, suddenly slowed down. He really didn't know these messy-looking mushrooms could be so valuable. Your shop is impressive. This 2 yuan store doesn't look like much, but the profit is really good. They sell wild mountain delicacies, worth hundreds of yuan per jean. After paying, the customer looked around a bit more, and then left. Chun-Lei felt both envy and admiration. The goods are good, but he knows he can't afford such prices. Maybe you should go home and talk with your wife about it. Find some supplies and try opening a small 2 yuan shop. The cash register grew quiet again. Chun-Lei looked at the basket of wild vegetables and mushrooms. After thinking for a moment, he moved a small plastic stool for Yaya. Yaya, wait here for a bit. Uncle will call Sister He Miao and ask her to come pick them up. If they were ordinary mushrooms, he wouldn't bother calling late at night. But these are valuable, and if they sit overnight and spoil, it would ruin Yaya's good intentions. Okay, Yaya nodded obediently, her face showing a little hope. Although she didn't understand why they needed to call something called a phone, she understood the meaning. Uncle was going to call Sister He Miao. Sister He Miao, as beautiful as a fairy, she hadn't seen her for 2 days. While Chun-Lei was making the call, Yaya tilted her head and curiously stared at the bright row of lights above the shop. Long, bright lights, some round like little suns shining yellow, hurt her eyes after a while. It would be nice if the yard also had such bright lights. Yaya looked at them for a while, then watched Uncle talk on the thin, glowing screen, saying a lot of words, then put it down. She hesitated and softly asked, "Uncle, are these long, round glowing things in your shop lights? Can I buy one?" Chenlei looked up at the lights in his shop. His shop is lit with incandescent bulbs and spotlights. The little girl wants to buy a light? Yaya whispered again. At night, the village is all dark and we can't see the road. We only have small oil lamps and flashlights. Chenlei suddenly understood. It seems the old folks are reluctant to use electricity. They are used to hard times and want to save every penny. When they see lights, they feel like they are wasting money. If they can avoid turning on lights, they do. When it gets dark, they sit in the dark for a while and go to bed early.
His grandpa is just that stubborn.
His 2-yuan shop does have light bulbs, but the old man doesn't want to use electricity. Having a bulb would be a waste. Maybe it would be better to. Chenlei's eyes lit up as he remembered some packages he ordered online. Wait a moment, he said. He stood up. Uncle will go to the back and get you something good. A few days ago, he ordered some solar sensor clip lights to give to his grandfather. They could be clipped onto chicken coops or yard fences. They don't use much electricity, so his grandfather wouldn't mind. When someone approaches, the lights turn on. When they leave, they turn off after a delay. This was perfect for the situation in Yaya village. Chenlei turned and went into the storage room at the back. He found a delivery box, opened it, and took out a few black clip-on lights about the size of an adult's palm. Here, take these home and use them, Chenlei said, placing 3 clip lights on the counter. Yaya stared at the dark-looking objects, her big eyes full of confusion. Are these lights? They look strange. One side is a flat black board, and the other side is a yellow board with a small clip. What are these? She gently touched the black board with her small hand. These are solar clip lights, Chenlei patiently explained. They don't use much power. You clip them outside in the sun, and during the night, they will glow by themselves. They have a sensor. When someone is nearby, they turn on. When no one is around, they turn off. You can clip them on eaves, in the yard, or on tree branches. Just make sure the battery side faces the sun. Yaya felt dizzy listening. Many words she didn't understand, but she caught the main points. They light up in the sun, turn on when people approach, and can be clipped onto tree branches. Are there really such magical lights? She looked at the dark object. How much is one?
2 yuan.
Yaya puffed out her cheeks. Uncle, you're lying again. Last time, you undercharged me, and now you're doing it again. She was no longer a little kid who didn't understand anything. She wouldn't be fooled anymore. 3 cover options, please help choose. Chenlei was suddenly amused but also felt a bit awkward. This kid had such a good memory. The books and pens he brought back last time must have been used a lot. Now he couldn't fool her at all. But he had collected many good wild mushrooms from Yaya, which were worth much more than these clip lights. He felt a little guilty. He sighed and said, Okay, I was wrong. I remembered wrong. 3 for 50 yuan. I didn't cheat this time. Worried that Yaya might not believe him, he added, when Sister He Meow comes later, just ask her. This is the price, and I won't lie to you. Yaya carefully counted on her fingers. 3 times 50, what's that? She counted several times but still had 2 fingers left over. Sighing heavily, Yaya felt how hard math was. Chenlei watched her mumbling and moved closer to listen. He smiled because he realized he had secretly given Yaya a tricky problem. 16 yuan and 60 cents. He didn't plan to explain further. Teaching kids math and reading can be very difficult. Watching videos about helping children with homework, he always felt overwhelmed. He truly admired the patience of those parents. 16 yuan and 60 cents. How many 5 yuan bills is that? Yaya asked, lifting her small face. Just over 3. Yaya blinked her big eyes. Why is it a little more? How much is a little? Chenlei was caught off guard by her question. Looking at her serious face, he couldn't help but smile and feel a bit helpless. Why does she keep asking?
No.
He quickly straightened up and glanced toward the shop.
What?
Oh, someone is looking for Uncle.
I need to go handle that. Yaya nodded.
Okay. A dark, dull lamp was equivalent to a little more than 3 flashlights. Yaya looked at the clip-on lamp on the table, which was about the same size as 3 flashlights. The shopkeeper probably wasn't lying. Soon, the plastic curtain at the shop entrance was lifted again, bringing in a cool breeze. Yaya looked up, and her eyes lit up instantly. It was Sister He Meow. Today, He Meow wore a soft, tan-colored fleece jacket and a pair of vintage-style straight-leg jeans that looked warm and nice. As soon as she entered, she looked at the cash register. Seeing Yaya sitting obediently on a small stool, smiling so brightly her eyes disappeared, she also smiled. Yaya is here. Chunlei saw her come in and slipped over. Yaya brought us a basket of wild mushrooms. I was worried they wouldn't taste good if left overnight, so I called you to come and get them.
Yaya quickly nodded. Yes.
Many people like these mushrooms. They must be delicious. Sister He Meow, try one. If you like it, I'll bring more next time. Chunlei took out a small basket for He Meow. He Meow looked down and saw that the mushroom was not only wild but also quite expensive, even if it was cultivated. The word, wild, made the price jump significantly. This was a valuable gift. If she had known that the mushroom Yaya kept mentioning was this kind, she wouldn't have come empty-handed. He Meow looked at Yaya's expectant face and smiled even more warmly. She reached into Yaya's armpit and gently lifted her up, giving her a big kiss on her soft little face.
Thank you, Yaya.
I really like it. It's very tasty. Next time, just bring regular ones. The expensive ones can be sold for money. This one is very valuable, Yaya. What is Sister saying?
Ah.
Sister kissed me. Her eyes widened in surprise, and her cheeks turned bright red. She quickly covered her face with her small hands. Oh no! He Meow gently shook Yaya in her arms. She was so light. Although her clothes didn't show it, when she held her, she felt only a little heavier than her big orange cat. A tiny bundle. She looked at Yaya's yellowish cotton coat. It was pretty, but she had worn it several times. She wasn't wearing a sweater underneath, and the fabric looked like hemp, dull and gray. Such a sensible child, sweet-talking, grateful, always thinking of good things for them first. He Meow's heart softened completely. She looked at Yaya's still slightly thin face. Kids need to gain some weight to be cuter and healthier. She had already quietly decided to go to the nearby children's clothing store early tomorrow to buy her a new set of clothes and some sweaters. The black cotton shoes on Yaya's feet kept her warm, but they weren't very pretty. She planned to buy a pair of beautiful, warm little shoes.
She also needed to buy food.
She would check later what nutritious food to get for the kids. Thinking of these things, He Meow gently stroked Yaya's small braid and smiled. Yaya is so well-behaved and brought us such good mushrooms. Sister will bring you some delicious and fun things later. You're not allowed to refuse. Yaya pursed her lips, about to decline. But He Meow looked at her seriously. You like Sister and Uncle, so you give us things, right? Yaya nodded softly. Then Sister likes Yaya very much too. So, you must remember to come and get your things, okay? If you don't come or take them, Sister will be sad and upset. Maya looked at Sister He Meow with a slight frown, appearing truly upset. She softly and sweetly said, Maya will remember, Sister. Don't be sad. He Meow immediately smiled. That's the way to be good. The fields in Lotus Village were bustling with activity. A plow and a hoe were working hard, and in no time a whole acre of land was neatly plowed. Zhao Hu and a few women were planting rice seeds in the freshly plowed land. The village chief and Fong Taisheng were leading another group to the land near the pine trees. Fong Taisheng was holding the planting guide sheet that Maya brought back. He had studied the words on it carefully, but there was one part he didn't understand. It mentioned centimeters. What exactly is that? Sowing depth, 5 to 6 centimeters. Row spacing, 60 to 80 centimeters. Plant spacing, 25 to 40 centimeters. Healthy, evenly spaced plants that grow together well lead to a good harvest. Fong Taisheng looked at the few lines of words he had circled on the paper, squatting on the edge of the field and scratching his head. Based on the context, he guessed that centimeters was a common length unit in this area, like the feet and inches they used. If only there was a small object that was exactly 1 centimeter long. They knew exactly how long a foot and an inch were, but he wasn't sure how long a centimeter was. This was new seed, and he didn't want to plant it carelessly. If he accidentally spoiled the precious seeds Maya had worked hard to bring back, it would be very upsetting. Xiao Duzi was guarding a small bucket of farm manure he had saved for several days, waiting eagerly nearby. If they could plant corn today, he could use the manure he had saved. Just then, Maya, carrying a small cloth bag and swinging a light green flat string, strolled over. When Maya returned to the yard, only Aunt Lin and her mother-in-law were there. It was quiet. Knowing everyone was out plowing and planting wheat, she put down her small basket and came over. She was very good at weeding and could do many chores. Old Fong, are you going to plant corn on this land? Should the soil be broken up more? The village chief called out from afar in the field. First, finish planting the wheat. Fong Taisheng responded loudly, then kept pondering. He still had a stack of packaging papers Maya had brought back earlier, but he couldn't find any information about centimeters on them either. How long is a centimeter? Why is this such a strange word? Centimeters. I know. A clear voice sounded from behind, almost causing Fong Taisheng to slip and fall into the ditch. Luckily, he was wearing new rain boots. He patted his chest to steady himself. When did Yaya arrive? Yaya smiled happily and waved the small green ribbon in her hand. I heard Grandpa Fong talking as soon as I arrived. Fong Tiesheng's eyes followed the green ribbon as it swung, and Little Bean also looked at it curiously. Coincidentally, Himiao was thinking about buying new clothes and shoes for Yaya, but she was only a young worker who had been on the job for 2 years. She had never bought things for children before. She worried about buying too big or too small. So, she asked Chun Lei to find a sewing kit. You can find one at any Tuyuan shop. It was a small box, fully equipped with needles, threads, and even a soft measuring tape. Himiao opened the box, took out the soft tape, and led Yaya to the small bathroom at the back to measure her size. They measured her height, waist, and tiny feet. When they took off Yaya's clothes, her thin body and delicate neck made her head look a bit big, and her short legs were as thin as sticks. Himiao quickly measured her and then helped her put her clothes back on because she was too skinny. Yaya was 83 centimeters tall, with a waist of only 39 centimeters. Her hand could wrap around it, and her small feet were 14 centimeters long. She recorded these numbers in her phone's notes. Yaya stared at the green ribbon in her hand, very curious. Why does this ribbon have little lines on it? Himiao forced a smile and patted Yaya's head. This is a soft measuring tape. Each line is 1 centimeter. I already measured your size. When you buy clothes based on this tape, they will fit perfectly. She handed the soft tape to Yaya. Curious, Yaya touched it and gently pulled it. It seemed to have a little stretch. Seeing how much Yaya liked it, Himiao decided to put the entire sewing kit, including the soft tape, into Yaya's small backpack. The sewing kit was very useful, and bringing it back wouldn't be a waste. Chun Lei's 3 clip lights were light, but since Yaya's small backpack was too tiny, they used a red plastic bag to carry everything so she could take it away. When Yaya returned, she asked Granny Lu to help clip the clips onto the fence in the yard and also gave her the small sewing box. Grandma Lu looked at the small, smooth, transparent box, which was very delicate. Inside, there were needles, threads, and tiny scissors. She found it very precious. The needles were arranged neatly in a round, clear dish, lying in straight lines. The threads were wound in tidy rolls, with all colors visible. The people in that area are very careful and precise in their daily life. Then she looked at the soft ruler in Yia's hand. Yia proudly explained how to use the string, and then took the small soft ruler to show everyone at the field something new. She also wanted to measure how tall Little Beans and Little Sticks were. She was 83 centimeters tall. At that moment, Grandpa Fong mumbled about centimeters. Yia pointed to the green string with tiny squares printed on it. This is centimeters. With a serious and proud look, Yia said, Big Sister Himiao said each square is 1 centimeter. They use it to measure height and foot size. After saying that, her eyes shone as she looked at Little Beans. Little Beans, come here. I'll measure how tall you are. Little Beans looked at the long green string in Yaya's hand and felt a bit shy. She tiptoed over. Meanwhile, Little Sticks saw Yaya come back and ran over quickly. Fong Taisheng helped straighten the string. 79 centimeters? Little Beans scratched her head. She remembered Yaya said she was 83 centimeters. She thought she needed to eat more and grow taller quickly. Little Sticks, who had just arrived, was also pulled over to be measured. 68 centimeters. Yaya's two little braids stood up happily. She felt very proud. She was the oldest sister and the tallest. Fong Taisheng, Grandpa Li, and the village chief looked at the three happy children and then at the green soft ruler in their hands, smiling too. But inside, Fong Taisheng felt a little surprised. Last time, Grandma Li was sick with a fever, and Yaya brought medicine from the small shop. This time, she was planting crops, but she still carried the soft ruler in her arms. It had happened twice. The small shop had very good things, but they were sold very cheaply. And Yaya described her sister as a fairy-like beauty. Sigh, Fong Taisheng quietly took a deep breath. Maybe those two are real fairies, and they already knew what they needed for the Lotus village. But that thought only flashed through his mind. He bent down and softly asked Yaya, "Little girl, can I borrow your ruler for a moment? We'll plant corn later, and this will come in handy." Without thinking, Yaya handed it over with a smile. "Grandpa Fong, please take it and use it." Fong Taisheng took the soft measuring tape, ready to start planting corn. He turned to the village head and said, "Loosen this piece of land a few more times. Make the soil finer. It'll be perfect for planting corn." Little Dizzy, who was guarding the fertilizer bucket nearby, suddenly brightened up. He patted the lid of his small bucket of homemade fertilizer. His corn was about to be planted. The soil fork turned over clumps of earth mixed with base fertilizer, and the people behind carefully broke them apart with hoes. In past years, the base fertilizer included animal manure, but since there were no animals this year, they had to save what little they had made themselves. They mixed in some plant ash, a bit of soil from the old stove, and sticky black mud dug from the river, blending it all into the earth. Fong Taisheng stood nearby with the measuring tape. Once the land was ready, he measured the spacing and told everyone to dig small holes according to the marks. Each hole got 3 or 4 corn seeds. The sun climbed higher, warming everyone's backs. Even though they wore thick cotton jackets, sweat still formed on their foreheads and backs. Little Dizzy followed his grandfather, who carried the fertilizer bucket. He guarded the 3 small holes he had dug himself and carefully placed his chosen corn seeds inside. After covering the seeds with a thin layer of soil, he slowly poured fertilizer into each hole, letting the nutrients soak in to feed his precious seeds. Lately, they had been eating better, and there was more fertilizer to use. In the past, he wouldn't have had enough to fill even 3 small holes. By noon, 1 acre of wheat and 1 acre of corn were neatly planted. Some people who couldn't sit still had already gone to another field to pull weeds, but the village head cupped his hands and called out, "Time to eat. Fill up first, then we'll keep working." On the way back, Yaya spotted some wild green onions by the roadside and quickly pulled up a few handfuls. "Girl, why are you always picking those onions?" Fong Taisheng asked with a laugh. Yaya proudly waved the bunch in her hand. "There's a man who sells fried rice. He bought 10 onions from me for 2 yuan. He even gave me a fresh egg and a small bowl of egg fried rice that had lots of oil, onions, and egg, and it smelled so good." Mamay already gave the small bowl of egg fried rice she brought back to Aunt Lin. Later, everyone can warm it up and enjoy it. 10 green onions, 2 pieces? Fong Taisheng thought it was like a dream. Something so strange even a dream wouldn't have. Local eggs? The village chief leaned over when he heard. There used to be a village outside that specialized in raising chickens and selling eggs. They produced a lot, supplying the town's restaurants and big households. These eggs were different from the eggs laid by their own free-range chickens. Most chicken farmers didn't raise roosters because roosters don't lay eggs and only eat grain, which costs money. So, most eggs at the market couldn't hatch chicks. He used to be confused about this, but now, hearing the term, he roughly understood. The place where Mamay went, the eggs there were no different from theirs. They also distinguished between their own eggs and those from chicken farmers. Mamay bought so many eggs each time, and they were from the chicken farmers. No wonder they couldn't hatch chicks. When he went back to check those local eggs, he would be sure. If they were the same, next time Mamay bought some local eggs, she could pick ones with chicks inside. Others didn't think so much. They only heard that 10 green onions were worth 2 yuan, so they picked a few more. They had never thought wild onions growing everywhere could be sold for money, nor had they let Mamay bring some before. Turns out, they were quite valuable. Everyone held a handful of freshly picked onions, chatting and laughing as they headed back to Granny Lu's yard. Just as they reached the gate, Zhao Hu, with sharp eyes, spotted 3 dark boxes fixed firmly on the outside wooden fence. He didn't know what they were. He quickly stepped closer. The boxes had tiny little grids on top, and they felt like the small carts Mamay used. He turned to Mamay and asked, "Little girl, what is this thing?" Mamay blinked, thought for a moment, then remembered the strange name. "This is a solar-powered sensor light. I bought it with Uncle's shopkeeper. Uncle's shopkeeper said it would glow on its own after soaking up enough sunlight during the day. He also said that when people walk by, it would turn on, and when they leave, it would turn off. It could be clipped onto tree branches or fences. Just face the dark side toward the sun." Hearing this, the villagers all gathered around, full of curiosity. This dark, square thing didn't look like a lamp at all. No wick, no oil, no fire. How could it glow by itself? Sunlight must be stored inside it, right? They looked at it from all sides, curious but afraid to touch it, worried they might accidentally break it. The old village chief quickly waved his hand. "That's enough. Everyone gather here. You're blocking the way. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. You all smell bad. Yaya doesn't smell. Nana doesn't smell either. Nana smells nice." Everyone laughed and teased Yaya. Little Dizzy clutched his clothes, then sniffed himself, and said he also smelled bad. Little Shuangzi was even more like a little mud doll. A few steps later, everyone couldn't help but glance back at the 3 black boxes. They looked up at the sky again, wondering when it would get dark. Everyone was thinking about Yaya's words, eager to see the magical sun lamp. After lunch, everyone went back to work in the fields. Grandma Lu didn't weave a reed basket today. After eating, she rested for a while, then carried her basket up the mountain to find mushrooms. She remembered that Yaya had taken money from others, so she shouldn't give them poor-quality things. Being honest is important in both life and business. There weren't many good mushrooms left in the yard, and the wild vegetables needed to be picked fresh. In the afternoon, the yard was very quiet, only the occasional sound of Dizzy reciting his lessons. He had already learned to the 2nd page of the 1,000-character classic. Yaya was also making good progress. At 4 or 5 years old, children are just learning. She had already read over 10 pages of Literacy King and could even write the numbers 1 to 10 properly. Except for Shuangzi, who was still babbling and playing with mud nearby. The small stove he built earlier was accidentally stepped on by a careless adult, but he didn't cry. He scooped some water with his little hands and started playing with the mud again. The sun slowly sank lower. Grandma Lu carried her basket down the mountain. She invited Aunt Lin to wash the wild vegetables and mushrooms they had collected. The yard gradually darkened, and faces became blurry. Usually everyone would go home at this time, but today they all stayed. They squatted in the yard, dozens of eyes fixed on the 3 black squares on the fence. When it was completely dark, almost no one could see their hand in front of their face. Suddenly, the 3 black squares lit up all at once, emitting a faint warm yellow glow that slowly spread out and bathed the yard in light. "It's on. It's really on." Everyone was surprised and happy, rushing forward. As they approached, the lamp suddenly shone even brighter, casting 3 beams of light that illuminated half the yard brightly. "Wow!" The yard was filled with exclamations of amazement. Yaya saw the 3 lamps clustered together and felt they weren't bright enough. She frowned slightly, openly giving instructions. "These clip lights can be moved around. They hold very firmly. Uncle Zhao, please help me take one down and clip it to the top of the door." She tiptoed and pointed at the wooden door frame of Granny Lu, where there was a horizontal beam. One more clip next to the stove, and the last one on the middle of the courtyard gate. Zhao, who stood up, tugged at the clip but couldn't move it. Then he got closer and noticed a small mechanism behind it. It was very delicate, kind of like a trap. He pinched both sides and pressed hard, and the clip released. Zhao, who carefully clipped one light onto a small piece of wood sticking out from the beam of the earth house. Yaya was still nearby, seriously reminding him, "Make sure the black board faces the sky so it can get sunlight." Another clip was attached to the wooden fence near the stove, and the last one was firmly clipped onto the horizontal beam of the courtyard gate. The three lights intertwined, illuminating the entire courtyard brightly, just like daytime. Everyone in Manhwa village looked at this unprecedented bright light, and no one wanted to leave. It was so bright that even at night, they could weave baskets and do chores without any trouble, and they could even go up the mountain. Everyone wanted to see how long this light could last. But the village chief was already waving his hand, shooing people away. "Hurry back. You've worked all day. Rest early. Tomorrow, we still need to turn over the remaining land." After speaking, the village chief turned around with his hands behind his back, gently holding an egg in his palm. He slowly left the courtyard with the crowd. Zhao, who took a few steps but couldn't help but look back. The big courtyard was shining like a fine piece of jade embedded in the mountain, bright and dazzling. He clicked his tongue. At noon, everyone had shared a small portion of egg fried rice that Yaya brought back. The fried rice with eggs and scallions, with small cubes of unknown meat and carrots, was cooked with plenty of oil. Each grain of rice was coated with egg and shone with oil. It was very oily. Besides the oil, there was an indescribable complex flavor. If he had to rank the foods Yaya brought back now, Zhao, who stroked his chin. The small cake was delicious, especially the red bean flavor, with a smooth, silky filling. The outside was fluffy and soft. The meat bun was fragrant, with juicy meat filling in every bite. The sugar cake was average. The preserved meat and braised dishes, thinking about it carefully, he had actually eaten quite a few kinds of heavenly foods. However, after eating the egg fried rice, everything else seemed less important. The egg fried rice was so delicious. If Sister Lin could learn how to make it, Zhao, who couldn't imagine how wonderful life would be. Hongya Clothing Outlet City. Zhao Jella was choosing goods at a stall. Recently, several batches of old-style jackets, cotton pants, and a batch of yellow duck coral fleece pants bought by weight were all sold to a generous little benefactor, earning him a good amount of money. Now that the weather is warming up, he plans to come back and look for new stock to sell at Hongya Morning Market. He was sorting through piles of goods when he suddenly saw a stall selling work uniforms by weight. It was a batch of uniforms with printing errors. They had a thin fleece lining, waterproof and oil-proof fabric on the outside, and a camouflage pattern. The design wasn't very attractive, and the fit was a bit large. These clothes are mainly for factory or kitchen work, worn over regular clothes. They are dirt-resistant, waterproof, and dry quickly after washing. They are cheap and practical. He had seen them sold individually for 15 to 20 yuan with fleece lining. Zhao Jella felt the fabric and thought, maybe he could buy a few pounds to try? Selling at 10 yuan each, he could make a good profit. At Hongya Morning Market, most vendors wear aprons or coveralls, and some even have fleece lining. He wouldn't need to find customers. As for the printing errors, he looked at the chest of the clothes, which had 4 small black characters. Brother Boy Factory. Hidden within the camouflage pattern, it wasn't very obvious. It should be fine. Maybe that little benefactor will come to buy some. The villagers are mostly elderly, and they might even like camouflage clothes. They're durable for outdoor work. Buy 10 pounds to try. Zhao Jella clapped his hands, grabbed a bunch, and checked the sizes. Remembering what the little benefactor described, he patiently picked out dozens of the smallest size L from the pile and filled the rest to make 10 pounds. Hoping for a good start tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the happy home community, Wang Guifan had gone to bed early, thinking about waking up early the next day. There were still plenty of wild vegetables in her fridge. She had made some fragrant chive sauce from half of the fresh chives. Blanching, frying with oil, slow cooking with spices, then adding minced garlic, sesame, and chili powder on chopped chives, pouring hot oil over it and mixing with salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. It's incredibly fragrant. It's perfect for stuffing buns, with porridge, or mixed with noodles. But just thinking about the fresh mushrooms from the first batch she didn't get to eat made her feel a bit uneasy. Lying in bed, tossing and turning. Sometimes afraid of oversleeping, sometimes worried someone else might take the good things first. She set 10 alarms, then went to her older son's room and set 10 alarms for him too. Mom, do you really need to do that? The money is already with them. They'll probably save some for you, her older son said, his ear looking stretched out and still not back to normal. Wang Guifin glared at him.
You don't understand.
What if the little boss brought some other good stuff? I have to buy more first. You don't know what the food tastes like inside. Her son opened his mouth to reply, but didn't dare after thinking about the taste of the food these days. Grandma Lu and Aunt Lin were at the stove, cleaning the last bits of wild vegetables called deer by the light. Grandma Lu saw these in a shady crack of a stone in the afternoon. They are good to eat, smooth, juicy, only sprout after rain, and disappear once the sun shines. Deer is thin and soft, small and broken when on the ground. You have to squat and pick it little by little to fill a small basket. The hardest part is that deer is full of sand, dirt, and grass bits. It needs to be rinsed and picked over many times. Grandma Lu spent nearly an hour washing this small basket. She gently massaged her lower back. Yaya saw it immediately, leaned over, and clenched her small fist. Grandma, Yaya'll give you a massage. Grandma Lu straightened up, smiling. Oh, it's okay. Grandma isn't tired. This will be washed soon. Look at the small cart. Grandma only picked this much, dear. You can take it to Auntie or sell it. You decide. There are also some mushrooms and wild chives I saw on the way. Not many. We'll see if it's enough for the money people give. If not, we'll return the extra. Yaya nodded, imitating the village grandpa's way of patting backs and massaging legs, gently kneading Grandma Lu's back and shoulders. Her soft little strength made Grandma Lu feel itchy on her shoulders but warm inside, sweet and happy. After washing the deer, Yaya put it into her small basket. She followed Grandma Lu to pick the deer, which spoils easily, and it can't be put in the small cart. The remaining wild onions, mushrooms, and chives were neatly arranged in the small cart's box. I'm going now, Grandma. Rest well, because the solar-powered lights were shining. Yaya arrived about 15 minutes later than usual today. Chao Xiulian frowned slightly and kept looking toward the intersection. It was past the usual time for the little kid to come, but there was no sign of him. She wondered if he wasn't coming today. It made sense. This little kid gets up so early every day, and even if someone picks him up, it must be tiring. It might be good for him to rest for a few days. Next to her stall, Wang Guifin stood with dark circles under her eyes, looking like a stone waiting for her husband. Wang Guifin had stayed up all night, planning to buy some things and then go home to sleep. But unexpectedly, the little boss didn't come. She was getting anxious when she saw a small yellow figure in the distance, slowly pushing a cart. Wang Guifin rubbed her eyes hard. Girl, is that the little boss? Chao Xiulian looked over, and her eyes lit up. When Wang Guifin saw clearly, her eyes brightened too. She immediately called out loudly, "Oh my! Little boss, over here! You finally came!" Chao Xiulian quickly stopped her, warning, "What are you rushing for? Be careful with the cart, and watch the road." Wang Guifin realized her mistake and lowered her voice. "Oh, right. Little boss, are you okay? Take your time, no rush." Yaya pushed her small cart over. This time, she didn't bring much, so the cart wasn't heavy. As she got closer, Chao Xiulian noticed that Yaya was carrying a small basket on her back. Inside, it was green and fresh, with a clean, wild smell that was very nice. Chao Xiulian stepped forward gently and helped Yaya take down the small basket. The basket's thin grass straps were fine, and since Yaya was dressed warmly, they didn't hurt her shoulders. The contents weren't heavy either. She placed the small basket on the table and peeked inside.
Wow!
It was full of clean, freshly picked wild vegetables. She understood this. They are hard to pick and wash, full of sand and grass bits. But these looked very tidy, probably cleaned with a lot of effort. Yaya had already opened the small box on her cart. Inside, there were neatly cleaned wild scallions, thick mushrooms, and some shepherd's purse. She hadn't brought much else. Yaya looked up at Wang Guifin and said, "Grandma, the money you gave me yesterday, this is what I bought today. Please take a look." Wang Guifin kept watching as the wild chives, shepherd's purse, and flat mushrooms were all cleaned thoroughly, with no dirt left. She was not picky and asked about the prices. Honestly, she bought 2 jean of flat mushrooms, 2 big bunches of wild chives, and 1 jean of shepherd's purse. Just these wild flat mushrooms could make a full meal: stir-fried mushrooms, mushroom and meat soup, sesame, and fennel mix with mushrooms. Thinking about it, Wang Guifin paid 30 yuan and decided to buy another jean. Her family was large and could eat it all. Unfortunately, she didn't find morel mushrooms today, but those are rare. The best wild dried morel mushrooms can sell for 3,000 yuan per jean. With these, Wang Guifin felt quite satisfied. She carried a few plastic bags and was about to leave when she heard the young shopkeeper's clear voice say, "Auntie, look at this. My mother-in-law picked these earth ears. They're tender and smooth, very tasty." She tilted her head, and the young shopkeeper stood on tiptoe, holding a small basket, showing it proudly to the girls selling sugar cakes. Wang Guifin's ears perked up, and she moved closer. "Processed earth vegetables? Wow. If the young shopkeeper has such good stuff, why not show it?" "I brought it for you, Auntie," Yaya said seriously. Chao Shulian's heart softened. Luckily, yesterday she went to the supermarket and remembered Yaya's milk was almost finished, so she bought another carton. Otherwise, she'd feel embarrassed to keep taking her kids' vegetables. Recently, the wild vegetables Yaya brought home were eaten every day. Her 2 boys, who didn't like vegetables, ate happily. Kids being picky is really troublesome. Wang Guifin smiled, stretched her neck, and took a few more looks, her tone softening a bit. "Big girl, look at all these earth vegetables. You probably can't finish them in one meal, right? How about sharing some with me? I'll pay. I promise the kids won't be shortchanged." Chao Shulian looked at the basket of earth vegetables. "They don't keep well. After a while, they spoil, and if left too long, they turn to mush. If they don't finish them in one meal, it's a bit sad." The basket probably had about 2 jean. She thought for a moment and leaned down to discuss with Yaya. "Yaya, how about I sell some of these to this grandma? We don't have enough people at home to eat so much. If we don't finish them, they'll go bad. And these vegetables are not cheap. Selling some can buy lots of tasty things." Yaya thought for a moment, nodded, and agreed. It's better not to waste food. Listening to her auntie was the right choice. Chao Shulian carefully picked out the wild vegetables, which were bright green. She washed each leaf thoroughly, which took a lot of effort. The leaves were thicker than usual, and she also added some manual work to prepare them. 60 yuan per jean. How about that? Wang Guifin saw her still checking prices and directly gave her a quote. In previous years, she had bought good quality, cleaned vegetables for over 40 yuan per jean. This small seller's goods were fresher and cleaner than others, so she offered 60 yuan. Chao Shulian didn't hesitate. She reached out and picked half of the vegetables to weigh for Wang Guifin. The scale showed 68 yuan, so she picked a few more to make it a round number. Wang Guifin took the vegetables happily, feeling very pleased. "My little sister is so kind. The small seller is caring. I stayed up all night for this. It's worth it. Totally worth it." She carried several bags of vegetables home happily, greeting others along the way. "Tell me if you find good stuff on WeChat, big sister." Her voice floated back as she walked away. Chao Shulian chuckled and shook her head. She helped Yaya arrange the remaining wild scallions and oyster mushrooms on a yellow mat. Yaya sat quietly on a small stool, not shouting or calling out. But because the vegetables were so clean and fresh, passers-by couldn't help but notice them. There weren't many vegetables, so Chao Shulian didn't specifically notify anyone on WeChat. She thought she might sell what was left and then make scallion pancakes at home. Unexpectedly, people kept coming, each taking a handful of wild scallions or a little bit of oyster mushrooms. The total was only a few dozen yuan, but everyone was willing to pay. In no time, Everything was sold out again. After tallying up, excluding the 100 yuan Wang Guifeng gave her, she earned over 200 yuan from the sales. Chao Shulian folded the money and put it into Yaya's hand. Keep it safe, don't lose it. Yaya nodded obediently and carefully put the money away. Chao Shulian then hung Yaya's small basket back on her shoulder. She reached under her stall and took out a bag of fresh milk, gently placing it into Yaya's small cart. Isn't the last one almost finished? Yaya looked at the packaging and recognized the two big characters, milk. The words on the packaging for rice, flour, oil, and milk were words that Grandpa Fong had carefully taught her. She recognized them clearly. Since 3 children drink milk, it was almost finished. Now, one box was divided into 3 parts. Grandpa Fong said she must drink it every day because it's good for her health. It's almost gone. Yaya's voice was soft and shy. Chao Shulian smiled as she gently patted her little head. Just right, take it home. After you finish drinking, I'll bring you more. Yaya didn't refuse. Blushing, she looked at her auntie softly and said, Thank you, Annie. She was slowly learning to accept this kindness. Grandma Lu said that not all good things need to be paid for with money. People can have feelings for each other. Annie treats her like family, so she happily accepts. In the future, she will also generously bring good things to her auntie. After tidying up, Yaya waved to Chao Shulian. Auntie, I'm leaving now. Today, she was half an hour late. She was worried that Xiao Hibao might start to get hot early, so she walked a little faster. She didn't stop at the vegetable and meat section. The village chief said there were enough eggs now, so she didn't buy any. Yaya wanted to go to the shop where she bought corn last time to buy seeds. She remembered the pattern on the sign. There seemed to be a bunch of yellow and green wheat. This year, the village's seeds looked small and shriveled. She watched carefully when planting. If she could buy good seeds, the village chief and others could plant them tomorrow. There were also clothes. Xiao Shuang's clothes were worn out and stained. She needed to buy a new set for changing. In half a month, the weather would get hot, and thick coats wouldn't be needed anymore. She wanted to see if there were other clothes to buy. And the shoe stall. She wasn't sure if it was still there. If it was, she'd go back and buy a pair. Yaya was busy with many things. Pushing her small cart, she walked through the red canopy area. Zhao Jella heard the sound of the cart wheels from afar. He raised his hand, put it on his forehead, and looked toward the canopy area. Hey, it looks like a good day for a lucky start.